I've got a soft spot for Brandon, because family member, so I try not to like mod him or just let him go,
Yeah, but he actually interjects that he doesn't have to. He
Yeah.
puts himself in the line of fire. It's like, dude, just relax. He doesn't. He just wants to get him. It's like, okay.
Yeah, so I kind of tap out because I know I can't mod him impartially. So like sometimes when I hear him, I just play like, okay, I'm gonna go take a break, do something else for a little while.
Yeah, he was fired up. I think he was talking to Flatsy and APOC this morning, last or yesterday.
Yeah, he and I were speaking last night, and the guy's got he's got some bite.
Yeah, he does. He does.
So it's like, as much as I understand he has this thing, whatever that is, it doesn't seem to be affecting his ability to.
No, he could. No, he's a smart guy. Listen, I'm gonna tell you like this, man. Brandon's a smart guy. So anybody that treats him differently about that is just enabling him. He should be treated just like everybody else because of the fact the way he comes at this argument.
Yeah, we had he and I had some good back and forth, and he brought up gravity again, and I'm like, okay, which gravity? This, that, the other thing. He brought up the Cavendish experiment, so proves mass attracts mass. I'm like, okay, well, what's mass? And all this stuff. And at some point, he started talking about my character. I'm like, dude, like, what's this all about?
Exactly.
And he just laughed. I'm like, okay, ciao.
He's not as like stern as these other guys are in their position, but he'll talk shit dude, when he wants.
Yeah.
Anyway, who else we got in here? We got Nucking Futz is the only guy. But he ain't gonna come off of mute. Stay on mute. Too afraid, dude, because he knows he's gonna get exposed by Flat being the shape. You're just gonna lurk in the shadows from now on, Nucking? Come on, man.
Keyboard.
The logic where they'll say they can do it, but you wouldn't understand it, so now they can't do that. Or you wouldn't believe it, so now they can't. It shows just how in denial they are. Or somehow that you are the causal agent in their life. Like whatever you don't believe or whatever you don't accept, that changes and varies their ability to do it or not do it. I mean, can you imagine like a teacher or somebody, or like say like a football player going up, like going on the field and says, you know what, yelling at the people in the stands, I'd throw a touchdown right now, but none of you can do it. So we'll just count it as a touchdown anyway. And people are like, what? We're here to watch you throw the touchdown, not do it for you, dipshit. Hey, the full context, I was going to say earlier, the full context of that Mez thing was that was his section of a sphere. Because he had said something about the Earth was locally flat and whatnot, but here's flat to show you it's curved. Because by zooming in on it, one point would be higher than the other point. So it was a curved flat.
Now look what he's got. Measuring shadows, angles, and applying trigonometry equals measuring curvature.
The exact opposite. So measuring shadows isn't measuring shadows anymore. It's actually something completely different.
He
It's
wants to be a
measuring
text-
curve.
He wants to be a text chat skank now.
So
Come on,
shadows, in his worldview, shadows are curvature. Angles are curvature. Using trigonometry is curvature.
I see a mental disability.
He doesn't know what these words mean. It's just like
I see it. I see a scared widow man. Doesn't want to get on the mic. Come on, dude. Got nothing left in the tank, eh?
yeah, he doesn't want to get clipped. He's scared to get clipped again.
Hey, what's up,
Opens-
everybody?
Hey, what's up, 9K? Yeah, we're kind of the lull. What I know a lot of times you like to jump in mid conversations, but floor's yours, dude.
He wants to talk about somebody hiding.
Me?
Come on, no, the guy in the chat scares us by hiding behind their
Who-
mods.
Who
Isn't
are we
he?
trolling? Who are we trolling? I got you guys. Who are we trolling? I'll be a
Nobody,
flatter.
9K.
I'm-
No, you need to shut up so we can have a conversation with the other guy. How about that?
The other guy's not talking.
No.
Who is it?
Well,
No one's
he's not
getting-
gonna be if you keep talking.
Yeah, no
I'm-
one's getting trolled, dude. They come here of their own free will. If they feel like they're being trolled, they would just click a different channel. It's not that hard to figure out.
Yeah, go ahead, Nucking. Unmute your mic.
What's up?
Maybe, yeah, try that. Hey, 9K, ask like Nucking a question. Like say, is the Earth a globe? If he doesn't answer, then you got an answer.
Well, let's see.
You
Nuckin.
can't do that. You won't do it.
Let's see.
Nuckin, is the Earth a globe? Yes, it is. Okay, fair enough.
No,
There you
you gave no answer.
Yeah, voice.
Yeah,
Not
a
text.
null answer would be like default back to.
We weren't saying
baseline.
text. We were saying voice, not text. Voice.
So there it is. We can clip that too. If clips around or someone else can. Yo, is the Earth a globe? No answer. You can't answer.
My client would like to use his make use of his Fifth Amendment right or First Amendment, whatever to remain silent, whatever.
Oh my god, dude. You just botched that.
Yeah, I know. That's
know.
pretty bad, dude. This is why the government is able to get you to incriminate yourself because you don't know your rights. You don't know when you're talking to the government, when to exercise your rights. So they just bulldoze over you. It's like, sir, are you tired or you had something to drink? And you're like, yes. Okay, let's get
he's,
you out
he's
of the
an
car.
obvious glober, Crit. That guy, 9K. Obviously.
Me? I'm not a glober.
Yeah, you are. Hey, we got Stell that just joined the chat. What's up, Stell? Do you think the Earth's a globe? Stell, are you there?
Still was a little shy last night. Maybe still shy.
What's up? What's up?
What's
Hey, we
up,
got
Smile?
Smiley. Smiley, what's up, man?
Oh, he left.
People can't have this conversation, it seems.
Yeah, let's see, let's hear the what. Come on, what's the real reason you think the Earth is flat? What's really behind this?
Oh, I know what you're doing. The old Mackie approach, huh? I know that method anywhere. No, I heard you say the Earth is flat. I mean, come on. I want to know the real reason why you think it's flat. I'm so glad, dude. You know how great it's been since he hasn't been here? So awesome. And he
Yeah,
still hasn't got your newsletter, huh?
Like people have told him, he's like, hey, like even globalists are trolling him now. He's like, I'm banned. And you're like, okay, why are you banned? Because of Crit. And they're like, no, I've heard Crit talk about this. He didn't vote to have you banned. He never banned you. He never muted you. What are you talking about? You were banned by Alpha. And
Yep.
you were told you could get unbanned if you unblock Crit. And then he says, no, Crit will spam my DMs. No, he said he doesn't send the newsletter to people who just say they don't want it. You give him an idiot pass. You demonstrate that you can't talk about the globe in any context, and he won't send you the newsletter. And then he says, just, grumpy old man, like he just can't do it. He can't bring himself to accept just basic facts.
To be honest, regardless of my belief of the Earth, of the globe, or the flat Earth, I did used to appreciate Crit's newsletters. They were funny sometimes.
Well,
They
see,
were.
that's what I'm saying, though. How come? Well, we won't say Scott. Why doesn't he appreciate them? But
Yeah,
there's nothing harmful. There's nothing harmful in that newsletter. It's just mainstream.
No, but I do agree with you there. Like, if you don't want it, just say you don't fucking want it. Like,
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, the condition for him to come back because he was the way he left was all he has to do is just accept the newsletter because it's just a harmless newsletter anyway. It's not like Crit's spamming him like 24/7. So I don't know what that's about.
yeah,
think it was once a day.
message. Yeah,
yeah, you stopped sending me those, dude. What the hell? Like I looked forward to those every day. What the hell, dude? They were funny sometimes, especially the little gifs you put in there.
yeah. I'll add you back to the list. Sometimes I take, like, if no one ever responds, sometimes I'll take them off and see if they notice I'm not sending it to them anymore. And I kind of play around because I don't want to send it to too many people because the method I use, it's got to be under a certain limit of the number of people I send.
Are you at the limit? Add me to the list.
Oh yeah, I can add both.
Still wants to be added to the list.
That's
Yeah,
FE Ranger.
Yeah, I just took a bunch of people off because I wanted to, just have room, especially when no one ever responds or they make a big fuss about it. And
Well, wait a minute. Just because I never respond doesn't mean I don't appreciate it.
Well, do
I'm
you
too
use
lazy to
a?
respond.
yeah.
Well, do you use like a script or something to send it to everybody at once?
This way.
What?
Yeah, I'll describe it this way. It's like a magic trick, and if I explain it, it just won't be as cool anymore.
No, because what I was saying was I was telling you gotta be careful with it. Because Discord has systems that they put in place to detect like things like if you're sending a message to a certain amount of people in a very
mail.
short. Yeah, and then you can flag for like having like
self-botting.
Yeah,
okay, so how about this? How about if you're in windowed mode? Do you know what that does for you?
What does it do for you?
Do you know of a program that operates in the background of window mode? It begins with a V.
No, what is it?
Well, okay, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to explain it because if I do, it's going to lose. It loses the magic. Okay, when you go to a website, what the computer sees and what you see are two very different things. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like, have you ever done like view element where it shows you, hey, what is the computer looking at and what does it translate?
Yeah.
Okay, so right in there is the answer of what I'm doing. Yeah, and I've been sending this newsletter the same method for 4 years now, something like that.
Yeah, we got to get some of the hard-nosed Globers to get that newsletter.
Yeah, it started off like it's changed over time. Like when I first started doing it, it was like always like a national day of X. Like today is I just drew a blank what it was. Like Back to the Future Day. Today is the National Day of Back to the Future. This is a day when Marty went back in time, October 21st. So what I would do is like you'd have some hardhead globalists just pissed off about Flat Earth. He would join the Flat Earth channel. I hate you guys. You need to be like, whatever, right? This constant just spitting venom. So I would say, hey, today's Back to the Future Day. What was your take on the movie? And sometimes it would work. Sometimes it would diffuse them. Sometimes they wouldn't care. They would just continue, just spewing venom about how much they hate flat earthers. So then over time, I started like trying to get their attention. Like I said, hey, it's Back to the Future Day, and like post a Back to the Future GIF and try to get them to see, will they even recognize anything a flat earther says? Like, are you able to get through to them at any sort of human level? And most of the time it was no. Very rarely would it be something like they would get, like it would resonate with them. Like they would be able to use it to start to actually be able to talk to you. Because my goal was to set a baseline. Okay, you're able to talk about Back to the Future. Now, are you able to talk about other topics? Let's see, because you demonstrated you can. And then from there, it turned into, I would post like really bad news stories. Like I tried to find just something horrible that happened. And I mean, that was a trigger warning. And that didn't work out very well because I was a lot of times trying to highlight, hey, when was everything supposed to change? They talked about the Apollo program was going to be this giant leap forward for all humanity. You just had Chinese government. This is like one of the ones I posted when I finally stopped. Did a mass open air execution of low-level drug offenders that they deemed were 100% conviction rate. So I go, does that make sense for you? You've got an advanced space age culture, China, and they're doing mass open air, like Dark Ages type shit. Off with their head, the mass hangings of people for low-level drug offenses. And then some of the globals would be like, wow, that is it's hard for them to wrap their mind around that because inside their worldview, an advanced space age culture would be like, the Vulcans. Like they see humans eventually becoming like sort of like Vulcan-esque. And then when you see like, no, that's probably not the case. So where do you see humanity going right now? What's the trajectory you see it? Do you see a Borg? Because that'd be sometimes I'd say that. Like, we are the Borg. A lot of the globalists always say we did this and we did that. Or this endless perpetual warfare. So you've got like Klingons, like violence and warrior casts and whatnot. But eventually, like some of the news was pretty awful. And it kind of threw like sour, like it threw salt on the conversation. Because it really does. If you open the news, it bums you out. People just said like, hey, turn the news off and enjoy your life. So then I started thinking, where can I like thread the needle here? I want to have funny, engaging topics, but not things that bum the conversation out. So I started just looking up science and space news, and then started using a program called Ground News. And what Ground News does is it looks for media bias and also media blind spots. So what they'll do is they'll say, here's a story that was only reported on by left-wing sources. Or here's a story that was only reported on right-wing sources. And sometimes I'll look for science articles that each side of the political spectrum ignore, and then find a source that gives it like, a good image with a headline. Or sometimes I make my own too. It depends if I can't find something good. And then take a screenshot or post it, and then add a GIF of where I think I would take the conversation. And it's done. It's been really, really that format has worked really well because this way they say, what's a GIF about? I say that's where I would take the conversation, but I don't want to direct the conversation. You let me know what you're thinking, and we can talk about it. If I just straight up tell you what I'm thinking, is to say, why don't you link the article? Well, I don't want to link the article because I invite you to use a news source you trust. If I'm just going to link you the art, where I got took the screenshot from, and you don't trust CNN, Fox News, like Popular Mechanics, space.com. If you don't trust these news sources, me linking you a news source you don't trust is completely worthless. So what we'll do next is use a news source, like type in the keywords, find the story, because what's even better is if you look up multiple sources, they'll all say slightly different things. And that's why Ground News is so important, because you'll see that not only do certain news stories are ignored by left and right wing, they a lot of times will twist it into a political lens. So you'll see exactly the same story presented radically different, depending on the media bias of the news source. And then that allowed me to kind of go into other talking points too about, hey, do you trust the news? Do you trust what you read online? It kind of seemed long-winded, but it's been it's been a journey of trying to find, like, and I'm still working on it. I'm still kind of perfecting my craft, and yeah, and the whole deal is a spam. No, it's not a spam. It's one message per day. It shouldn't be that triggering. You guys send me, like, I'll be sitting there in VC, and I open up my Discord and have like 10 globalists, just all like, you're dumb, you're retarded, self-harm, self-delete, whatever. And they don't consider that spam. So I'm like, well, if you could just randomly send me multiple messages per day without any context whatsoever, I should be able to DM you back some sort of news story of the day inside your worldview that you should be able to make some sort of statement about. But like the Mackey effect, he can't. He literally can't. He really has no method, no process to adjudicate the news and then give some sort of take on it. What he can do is join the VC and just tell everyone they're wrong and then ask them what the real reason is. That's contradictory. Because if you think I'm wrong the first time, what makes you think I'd be right the second time, the other answer I give you?
All right, there Ellipson or Epsilon, whatever your name is.
What's up? It's Epsilon, but what's going on? All these guys are here. Why are you targeting me?
Because you said in the text that if you saw the final experiment, you'd be a Glober again. Yeah?
Yeah, I was just saying for both sides. I'm not saying specifically for like globe or flat Earth. I'm just curious as to like what happens, right?
Well, I'm asking you, would you be a Glober again?
I would be whatever the experiment says that I should be.
Well, what would that be? If they saw a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, what would you be?
I guess I'd be a glober.
Ah, but you're not one right now, right?
I think I'm neutral to the subject.
Oh, I thought you were a flat earther.
No, I'm not.
Oh.
I'm just I'm like I don't argue it.
Well, that's so you don't have an opinion one way or the other, except for if you saw a 24-hour sun, then of course you'd be hard Glober.
No, I think I'll always have my questions about everything, right? But I'm not necessarily one or the other. I would just people can live their lives however you want to do it. What do you think though? Like if you see a 24-hour sun, would you become a glober?
No. Why?
Why?
Because it's something that happens in the sky. It doesn't dictate the shape or the surface.
It's something that happens in the sky. It doesn't dictate the shape or the surface. Okay. Yeah, I guess. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Well then there you go. That's the answer. Why
That's
would
fair.
it, you know?
So, do you feel like it's not going to change anyone's mind, like on either side? Like, let's say there is not a 24-hour sun. What do you think? Like, do you think Globers would be
it
like?
changes the mind. It changes the minds of those who think about a model, and the model is whether or not it's a globe or whether or not it's the AE map. You know,
Okay.
So either one of those are what people have propped up, and they're saying a 24-hour sun could approve or disprove that.
Yeah, it
but you don't think
the
it's relevant, though,
projection.
No, of course not.
Okay. On both sides, you don't think that it proves anything on both sides?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, interesting.
Because
Okay.
think about it like this, Epsilon. If somebody was to say that the Earth is a globe, and then there was not a 24-hour sun, do you think it would get them to stop thinking of it as a globe, even though they say that it would? Do you think that would be?
I genuinely believe that because of the way that science works, because there's difference that like globers do have a model and flat earthers do not necessarily have a model, I do believe that people would start questioning. But I believe that they already know there's a 24-hour sun because there's a scientific research center in Antarctica. So
Yeah, but
they
there's
know this
yeah,
exists
but they're
already.
they're still saying though that if that was the case, then they wouldn't need to do this like final experiment bullshit. But because of that, right? If they find out that there isn't 24-hour sun there, do you think that it's gonna sway their minds away from the globe?
Like, who are you talking about? Because this is like
The
a
guys who
completely.
think that the Earth is a globe.
I think
There's
that yes, it would have them question if the Earth is a globe. Yes,
Incorrect.
because no, it
No,
would.
Why would
their
it not?
worldview is the globe is a foregone conclusion.
yeah.
No,
Every
no.
Oh
So
yeah.
let me correct
Oh
you real
yeah.
quick. So there is a science center there's a research center in Antarctica.
Okay.
And what
You're
happens is that if the people go down there and then there is that it proves that there is no 24-hour sun and they see it with their own eyes, they will definitely question the structure that you
no,
guys
dude,
disagree
Hold on,
with.
guys.
they've already baked in explanations.
Hold
Like
on.
they
I
said,
think Doz was coming in here saying something. What'd you say?
Doves?
me?
Yeah, you were saying
Yeah,
something?
No, I didn't.
you were saying.
No,
Oh, yeah. But
sorry.
go ahead.
No, guys.
Crit.
I don't even know how I was unmuted. Sorry about that.
yes, they've
If
got.
I was a globe
Oh,
and
go
I
ahead.
didn't see 24-hour sun, I would just say they probably didn't go far enough south.
Yep. Correct the Mondo.
They have excuses, and you looked at the final experiment. This William Duffy, mega church, super pastor of a mega church, being looked at for financial crimes. He's a grifter. It's a scam.
Isn't Christianity like the closest thing? Like they believe in like the
No.
earth is only
No.
6,000 years old. He's like probably on your side.
No.
No,
Actually,
he's
no.
your side.
That's the opposite. He's basically a glober. Oh, he's not on Epsilon. He just believes the Earth's a globe. But so
No, the side that look at the sun proves what the Earth is.
yeah,
Like you
I
can
mean,
make an observation of the sun, and that sun is actually telling you the Earth is a ball.
yeah. So what Tactical Droid just said actually is the example of what somebody would say if they didn't see the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So whatever place they are on, they would say you're not in far enough. You didn't go to the center. So once you get there, that's when you'd see the 24-hour sun, just like you do in the north. So they would maybe push it a little farther south. You didn't go all the way south, so that's the reason why you didn't see the 24-hour sun. So there's always going to be an excuse, and you can bank on this, right? You could bank on what I'm saying is true. If they don't see it, if they do see it, then they're just going to confirm what they think is the truth in their mind, that the Earth is a globe based on the sun. But
Does anyone have?
I understand what you
there's always
mean.
going to be an excuse. There's
Does
never
anyone
gonna be
have like an actual graphic or display of how light would work on a flat Earth?
what the
Yeah, we've
propagation
seen
of
them a
light?
billion times.
Yeah, so like, is there any sort of model that I can look at that would show or like explain how light?
Oh,
the
Gorilla, you're in
overall-
1999, bro. They don't have models.
Yeah, the overall worldview of what it looks like in its entirety has never been demonstrated. That can't not be demonstrated by anyone. The moment it does, you're going to have to come into question of how they understood that they're getting that information. How? Nobody's ever observed the Earth in that way. If that was the case for any reason, then you'd have accurate maps. The Earth as it would be displayed as current, like, with the technology that people have now, would be the exact thing that the Earth is one for one. Like the continent sizes, everything would be represented correctly as a gold standard. We do not have a gold standard map. If you look at what Google Earth is using, is the Mercator projection. Go ahead and type it into Google and see if I'm not saying the truth to you right now. It's the Mercator projection. That's what they're using for the Google Earth. So how are they using this old projection, this old map projection, if we have advanced technology today? Why aren't we using something current and updated? We don't have that. That's your answer. It's like it should be like a red flag for you if you believe the Earth's a globe. You should be asking those questions. Why don't we have a very technologically advanced current map of the world? Because it's not possible. You cannot have that. It's not. You don't. You guys think that one exists, and it doesn't. They're using old map projections to superimpose the Earth overall. You don't believe me? Type it into Google. You'll find out for yourself right now.
No, I'm looking at it right now on Google. It just looks like a graphic that would be easy just to display the entire world onto one
globe.
Right. Yes.
Onto a globe.
Yes. Onto a globe.
The map projection they're using, Gorilla. It's a specific map projection. It's not just the easy way to display it. What are they using as the baseline for the projection of what the Earth looks like? It's the Mercator projection. What they're using. That's what we're saying. So the map that's wrapped around a sphere is that map projection, the Mercator projection.
Yeah, and you're saying it's inaccurate?
Yeah. Continent sizes don't add up to what they are. Distances, like there's a lot of inconsistencies. Every single map projection is not like an accurate gold standard. There isn't one that exists. You should probably look into that if you don't know that. Find out for yourself. Do some research on how many map projections there are of the Earth, and you'll be astonished to find the answer. Which you probably currently think there's only one. There isn't. Anyway. We got.
Could I ask a really quick question?
What?
So I know this doesn't have to do with maps or anything like that, but so when I observe the ISS flying over me in the sky, where exactly is the
when did that happen? Can you give me a time date stamp?
Yeah, so I have observed. I've looked up times that the ISS will pass over where I am according to my coordinates.
Yeah. There's a hold on, girl. There's an app you can get. There's one called Night Sky, and it tells you like if you wanted to give you alerts whenever the ISS is going to do a flyover. There's a app that lets you kind of track where that thing is. So I can confirm that there is that at least.
Right. But I didn't really finish what I was.
I know, but I just don't want to like say that that's not true or that doesn't exist because it does. There's a lot of things that could track that. But so, I guess I'll let you continue.
Yeah. So when I observe that in the sky, which I have, I've seen it with my eyes. Where exactly is the ISS going? If the Earth was flat, would it not just cross over once and then move on into nothingness? Or
where is it going is a question for its trajectory, and not only that, but its distance from the surface. There's a lot to be considered when somebody thinks about the ISS in its movement across the sky, and it's going from west to east. I don't know if you've noticed that.
When you looked at it, how high was it?
Yeah, there's a lot to be considered, right? So Crit's question is important. Do you know what the altitude is of the ISS when you saw it?
No, I do not, but it was very far away.
Yeah, how do you know?
Like, how do you know? Yeah, what's your adjudication process?
How do you know?
How do I know that it was very far away?
Yeah,
just with what I observed.
Okay, so very far away is very ambiguous. Doesn't give us a linear distance, so we don't know based on your observation that you understand how far away it is. And honestly, saying far and close, what is close and what is far in your estimation?
Well, okay, I'll do a simple, since I'm uneducated on that part, I did a simple Google search and it says that it's approximately 250 miles above sea level.
See, the thing was to get you to make a claim. That way we could use something, say, hey, they said 200 miles. You thought it looked about very far away.
Yeah. The important thing is you made a statement saying that it was far away, and I asked you how far is it? You didn't know, so you looked it up. Now you're affirming that it's that far away. They're using linear distance 255 miles above the Earth's surface.
No, but it still doesn't really answer my question inherently.
Gorilla, I was
Yep, keep going. Yep, I still didn't get an answer.
I know, but if you are looking at the ISS, could you tell us that it was 255 miles above the Earth's surface when you saw it?
Of course, I can't physically prove that. There's no way I could physically prove that.
Okay, so that's important. So if you can't prove that, that's where we need to. So no linear distance is known by observation. Now, is there anything else you can bring forward to tell us
Not only
about the
that,
ISS?
I mean, not only that,
Go ahead, Elbo.
you're saying it flew above your head, right? In the sky. I mean, so does plane. Doesn't mean they're in space, right?
Well, I'm asking how come it can rotate multiple times throughout the night? How
Rotate
come I can see it? How come I can see it multiple times?
Yeah, rotating
Multiple
as in
times.
you're
Yes.
using words.
Yeah.
You're using words that denote something specific. Rotating. What do you mean by rotating?
I'm saying that the ISS is at that certain height above Earth where it can rotate around the Earth. This is according to me. I'm saying in context of flat Earth, how come I can see it rotate?
No. Not in context of flat Earth, Gorilla. In context of the globe. What
Yeah,
context
no,
are you saying the Earth is
no,
going around in a
and
rotation
I didn't
around
finish
the
what I
Earth?
said. I'm saying in context of
I
flat
think
Earth,
I
how
understand what he's saying, Alpha. Can I interject for a second?
Yeah, but it needs to be at least formalized to where you're saying this is where I understand my knowledge of the ISS going around the Earth as a globe should look like, and that should be your statement, not according to flat Earth.
I'm saying according to flat Earth, how could it rotate? How could it?
Dude,
How can I see it multiple times?
Dude, no, we're not according to flat Earth at the moment. We're according to globe Earth at the moment.
Okay.
You need to make the statement. How do you know, according to the globe Earth, it's going around a globe?
How can I know that?
Yes.
Because I see it multiple times throughout the night.
Yes. Now, how do you know it's going around an oblate
He
spheroid?
wasn't. Yeah, look, he contradicted there. You got
How's that a contradiction?
You will, when the ISS passes over your head, you won't see it again over your head for a very long time.
I want to say there's a contradiction and a lie. As someone who observes the ISS and things in the sky, yeah, that's a contradiction and a
Right.
lie.
So now we're getting
Won't
to the
see it
meat and
twice in
potatoes.
one night.
Yeah, he said he had a tracker. So yeah, it's like it will pass over your head like
so
maybe once a month or something like that.
Yeah,
you have the ability to see it very infrequently.
Gorilla.
Yes.
Gorilla.
You
I
said
still- I'm
multiple
asking-
times in a
hold- hold on,
24-hour
Crit.
period.
Yeah, I'm
So
trying to
there's
get
a
into
lie.
There's one. Hold on, Flat Earth Ranger. Everybody, let me get through this question. You're saying it's going around what?
It is
An oblate
orbiting the
spheroid?
Earth.
Around what?
It is orbiting the Earth.
Around what?
What do you mean around what? What do you
Is
mean?
it going around a shape? Is it going
Yes, it is.
around?
It is going around a shape. It is going around a round Earth.
Yes. How do you know that?
How do I know that? Because it.
Yeah.
What do you? It just is.
No, that's not an answer, sir. It just is. It's not an answer.
No,
You
I'm
guys know
explaining.
why. Hold on, Gorilla. This is why I'm grilling him. You guys are not getting the reason why I wanted to stick to this point, because he thinks right now it's going around a spheroid. That's his mind, just because it is, and that's not an answer. You have to give us an explanation of how you know it's going around an oblate spheroid.
Because of the speed that it's traveling. It is going around the Earth multiple times.
The thing is, how do you know that? How do you exactly know that? Do you see it go
Because
all
of the
way around?
people that are on the ISS measuring the speed.
No, wait. No. People on the ISS aren't the claim. You seeing an observation of it moving across the sky is the claim. That's the claim.
Yes.
Stick to that. So how
Okay.
can you observe this thing going above your head, think that it's going around an oblate spheroid?
Okay, I see your point.
Thank you. And
No,
how
I
can you address it now? If you don't have an answer?
I see what you're saying. I don't necessarily have an answer for you.
Thank you, sir.
But I would not necessarily consider that grilling. I would say I'm not as informed on my part.
Can you get informed on that specific question? Because then we can't proceed forward to answer any more until you actually ask yourself and do some research how you know that's true. Because anything further is just going to be enabling your belief that it's going around an oblate spheroid, and you don't know that. So us engaging longer with you on this particular topic is going to get you to just bypass the fact that you don't know how it's going around an oblate spheroid.
And for you to come to this conclusion after we pointed it out, it's actually pretty good because most people don't want to see it. and it
No, it's just
opens
because
up, and you're very
I don't have
open
the
minded.
answer. I don't have the answer for you.
Yeah,
I
if
Oh, I
you
can't.
can
mean,
go get
and
it.
if people won't follow to that conclusion. Oh yeah, I can't give you that answer because I truly don't know.
Yeah, if you can go get it, that'd be superb.
Yeah, here, look at the image I posted. It shows the ISS orbit. Like, say it does go over America, where it crosses like across the Midwest, into like New York and New England. Next time it goes around, it will pass over Florida. Like, you do not see it twice.
No. I wasn't trying to say that. I may have mistook that on my part.
You
No, you won't.
definitely did.
You won't like visually.
We'll give them
No,
charity
good.
in that. Yeah, we'll give you some charity. That you maybe you misspoke. That it sounded like you said that you've been outside and
No.
watched it pass overhead multiple times.
No.
No.
Yeah,
No,
he
I did
said
not
that.
do that. I mistook that. I did see it in the sky. I saw it in the
Either
sky.
way, either way, he understood the very end that there's no way to know that it's going around an oblate spheroid. So I think that to him is getting him to think.
100%.
We at
But
least got him to that. So
also at the same time, you're right, Alpha. It is that belief that is going around the spheroid. But as someone, let's say, put yourself in my shoes, Gorilla. If as someone who knows the Earth is flat and I see it orbit above my head, like the sun does or like the stars do, I can see that, but that conclusion doesn't prove the shape of the ground, for one. Number two, yes, you can say that it's an ISS big space station, but based off the inverse square law of light, you can apply that to an airplane and it doesn't compute, right?
Hello, Flat Earther friends.
all right, so maybe we can put a pin on his, and we got Corpsol into the chat. Corpsol, what's going on, man?
Oh, nothing. I just joined just to see what the conversation's about, man.
Well, the conversation is asking new people how they think the Earth is a globe. So what? How do you
What? It's
think
not
it's
a
a globe?
globe.
Oh, it's not a globe.
Oh,
Okay, good stuff.
you ever been down a river? And it
Yeah,
looks
we're looking for people that actually stand on the affirmative that the Earth is a globe, but it doesn't seem to be you. So Gorilla Amp
oh.
is a bit more interesting at the moment. I have to stop to make sure all new people get addressed before we move on.
Okay.
Yeah, you see, I can't make.
I was here last night. Nah,
That's
man.
fine.
I do believe that the Earth is a globe, but I cannot prove to you with any physical capabilities that it is not, or that it is not a globe.
Well,
So what makes you believe it is then? Right.
that it is a globe, not that it's not. That it is.
My trust in modern science.
That's usually what most people say, Gorilla. It's
Right.
not really. It's not a big
Authority and
most people say
consensus.
that. You're
Right.
basically in the camp that everybody else that comes in here with the same belief. So, I mean, nothing new there. We're looking for people that are making these claims that they're trying to substantiate. So there's
And can understand the claim that they make. Yes.
It's just
yeah, sure.
The way that sunshine works and how just a lot of things work is not like so the sun, like daytime. I don't understand
I know
the
what sunshine
concept.
is. I'm just trying to see like how it makes any relevance to
No.
spheroid.
Well, it is relevant because we'd have to
Really?
explain.
So,
We'd have to.
Gorilla, this will be the second time he explained it to you. Yeah, the things in the sky don't explain the ground, but we're listening.
Yeah, it's just there's no like real graphic that I've been shown to explain. Like any sort of.
Gorilla, we don't need graphics, man. We just go outside. Nature itself is dictating what we see. We don't need graphics or diagrams or dioramas or anything. We just see what's happening. And that's tells us
So
what it is.
Gorilla, if we were standing on the ground and we looked at the sun and it was maybe a partly cloudy day and we see those crepuscular rays in the sky, can't you use like simple geometry to prove that the sun's not as far as you may have thought or you may have been told it was?
How I don't know how I'd use geometry for
Well, that's a
that.
good point, but I think more often we got to get into his understanding. So, if you think that there's some way that you can correlate the sun having an effect to give us the shape of something, I want to know how you know that. Like, how do you get shape from looking at the sun or the sun shining down on us? what are you tying in to make it look like the Earth is a globe based on sunlight? What are you using?
Hold on. Like, reform the question again. I'm sorry.
So based on the sun, how do we
Yeah.
get geometry from just the sun?
How do we
From the
get?
Earth, geometry. The Earth being an oblate
So
spheroid.
I'll try to
It's got
simplify
radius,
Alpha.
diameter, and circumference.
I'll try to simplify it for you. How can I look at my ceiling fan in this room that I'm
So
sitting
you
in,
understand circumference, huh?
improve the ground that I'm standing on using the ceiling fan in my room? Yeah, that's
I'm not really sure how to answer the question.
Here's the thing, right? You look at the sun outside, you see it. It's beaming down light, right? So
Right.
how does that dictate any geometry of the Earth? What the Earth is? How do you know the Earth is anything because of the sun?
How do I know the Earth is anything? I don't know if it's just because I'm slow today or like.
Okay, listen. You think that the Earth is a globe based on the sun? The
Yes.
sunlight.
Yes.
How?
Because that's sunlight. Because the Earth is rotating, and the sunlight.
Yeah,
That's what
an
gives.
assumption. That's an
the-
assumption.
Well, yeah. Based on the physical evidence that I have.
Like what?
I'm saying that based on the physical evidence I have, yes,
Like what?
I cannot prove to you specifically, that the Earth is rotating and that the sun is shining on certain areas on the globe. Yes.
Okay.
But like I said, I'm going off of
belief.
How. Yeah, I'm going off of
an authority. Yeah,
because it logically it makes sense. It makes sense.
Doesn't logically make sense. You grew up in a belief system, and your belief system is being challenged by a paradigm in which
You should have
don't
said it
understand.
geologically makes sense.
So, that's fine. Corpsel,
Yeah,
do you have
he-
something to add? I don't think you're really contributing at the moment, sir. Anyway, so Gorilla, if there's any way that you can tell us that the Earth is a globe by any correlation that you're going to draw from, it doesn't seem like you have any.
You're also not going to win.
What?
No, I'm telling him he's not going to win. Earth is flat. Like that's the
It's
answer.
not about
Well, no,
winning
I mean,
or
but-
losing. You got your paradigm is shifted there. This is about understanding. So this way, when he goes and talks to people who have a different epistemology or a different worldview, he's able to at least understand what they're talking about. So then he can form some sort of argument for why he disagrees. Because right now he's using the. Oh, go ahead, Alpha.
No, it's lag. Crit. Go ahead.
Yeah, because right now, if you think you're trying to win, that will be more important than the truth.
Yeah,
Take that
Corpsel.
part out.
I'm not coming in here trying to be like, hey, you guys are fucking idiots. My belief is right. It's more of I'm trying to understand how you guys determine these things and how I would determine these things. Like, I totally understand. Physically observing things and drawing conclusions from that instead of trusting, that belief system that we all grew up with. I understand the questioning behind it. I'm not trying to demean anyone or anything. Yeah.
So, Gorilla, what would be more credible? Your logic and your ability to track things in reality, or the things you've been told, which may be contrary to things you experience in reality?
Well, I think, when it comes to objectively, yeah, I would probably trust what I physically observe.
Okay, then
100%.
we're all in a.
So,
We're all in the
I
same
like
accord.
you more for that. I like you more for that.
We should agree more than we disagree. It sounds like.
Yeah,
to me.
I'm not trying to say anyone's wrong or anything. That's not the mindset I have coming in
No, it's
here.
just a simple conversation. That's all.
So, Gorilla, I think what happens is over time, since you were a very young person, you grew up to think this way because you've been told over and over again. So, and then what happens is you grow up thinking that the idea is correct because there's nothing that challenges it. And now you're in a forum where people are challenging it. And not only that, but we have evidence to the contrary. And so it might seem like you thought all of these things made sense logically, but then when you start to think about them, there's nothing you can tie into that actually is logical. It's not. The idea that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is a paradigm that's given to you. It's not. They don't tell you. Well, think about it like this: if you could make these observations, you can understand that this is how it happens. You don't know that. You just believe it. and that's where we're saying that the issue is. It's the belief that you insert. Because they can tell you, well, you see the ISS or whatever they say the ISS is move across the sky, but it's going around a globe. I could have easily told you some dumb explanation. Well, it's going around the back of a turtle, and you'd be like, oh, well, shit, I can't disprove that either. You get what I'm saying?
Don't forget the pillars.
Yeah, and elephants on top, whatever. Like, if I tell you that it's going around something like that, how can you disprove that unless you have a way to make an observation of that and to confirm?
Right.
So what you're saying, I'm being devil's advocate right now.
You don't need to be.
So what you're saying,
as a flat
what?
earther, you don't need to be. You don't need to
Okay.
be. If you are a
Okay.
glober, you're a glober. If you're not, you're not. I don't need devil's advocates. All right, so go ahead, Gorilla.
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, I totally see the logic behind,
Right.
questioning things more than just, I've been taught by a public education system, that Earth is
Right,
round,
but
and
It's
that
not
thing is,
even
Gorilla,
questioning
we're not
things,
asking you.
right?
We're not
Alpha,
asking you to
Alpha.
actually go ahead.
It's not
Go
even
ahead, Flash.
questioning things, right? It's just the things you experience daily versus the things you've been told, which contradicts the things you experience on a daily basis. Not even.
Go ahead, Elbow. You're next. Elbow, are you there?
Go ahead, Elbow.
Maybe he's lagging. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that was my mistake. I was hot mic.
what I was saying though, Gorilla, it's the fact that we don't listen. The objective is that you're going to be a flat earther or something like that. That's not what we're going for. We're going for you to actually challenge these narratives. If you come to the conclusion, that's up to you. We're not going to twist your arm for this. We're getting you to think about it.
right,
The
and
end result
I
will be
respect
up.
that.
The
I
end result
respect
will
that.
be up to you, man. Because like at the end of the day, we all go to sleep. Each and every one of us is, we're solid in our stance. And so, like, if you get up tomorrow, you're like, you know what, those guys are crazy. Like, nothing's gonna change for you in the idea that you have in your mind.
Yeah, and
So
I get the logic of being solid in your stance of what you physically observe versus being solid in your stance off of something that other
someone else
people have
told you.
said. Yes, I totally get the logic behind that.
Yeah. So challenge. Like, I guess there's nothing wrong with that. Nobody's actually looking at you and be like, dude, I wonder if Gorilla's gonna do good for the globe today. Like, no one's really looking at you. You are your own mind. So you.
Why do you
at
keep
least
calling
to
it a
some
globe,
extent.
dude? There's no globe.
All right, well, you don't have to you don't have to interject. It's okay.
It's like
Okay,
I don't
okay.
know for what reason your Corpso wants to play devil's advocate. Like,
It doesn't really progress anything when you're just already
I
affirming.
love
All
the
right,
flat
well,
Earth, man. You just keep saying things that are just contradicting yourself.
well,
And
well, you're saying things that don't really advance the conversation. You know what I mean?
oh, okay, sorry. All right, bye.
agreed. Does
All
Gizmo
the
Goon want to
rest,
say something?
yeah, all the rest of the planet's flat.
Rest of the planet. Okay, so how do you know the Earth's a globe, Gizmo?
No, I'm just asking the flat earthers. Are
No,
the
I'm
rest of the
asking you.
planets
I'm asking
flat?
you. I'm asking you. How do you know the Earth's a globe, Gizmo?
But I'm asking a question.
I know you are, but your idea is loaded, and the idea that you think the other things are planets, it's a narrative that you've been told. So planets denotes the idea you're looking at some spherical object that has mass and it has some specific type of structure and elemental composition. So it's a loaded question for us to get into it. So we're not going to answer that question if you don't know if you're standing on an Earth
Well,
that's
if
an
you're not
ovate
going to
spheroid.
answer my question, I'm not going to answer
It's
yours.
loaded. How do you know what you're looking at as a planet? What's a planet? Let's get
Whoa,
into it. I
wait,
just want you,
wait,
I'm going to
wait,
point
wait,
it out.
wait.
I'm
So
going to point it
other,
out.
wait,
I'm going to
wait,
point it
wait.
out.
So other people can ask questions, but I
No,
can't
that's not what's
ask
going on.
questions.
That's not what's going on. What he's pointing out to you is that the question doesn't make sense.
I can't either. It's all right.
Yo, can you hear me?
I can, but they're interrupting.
Yeah,
Interrupting you.
yeah, dude. So what he's pointing out to you is that the question doesn't make sense, and you're getting butthurt about it.
Yeah, the things in the sky in my living room, the ceiling fan doesn't prove what I'm standing on, whether I believe it's flat or not. That's what they're saying, Gizmo.
Yeah, but more than that is that there's a narrative that
I
you're
just asked a simple question. It's a yes or no.
Gizmo, the narrative that you're saying other planets, it denotes an idea about the narrative that you believe. So you think that you're looking at something that they've told you
All
are
right, then
other
let me
other
rephrase
worlds.
the question.
Bro, You're looking
Are
at
the
things that. Hold
other
on, Gizmo.
planets flat?
Who's
Yes or
they?
no?
Yeah, yeah. Hold, Corpsol. We don't need you, man. At the moment, we're thinking about the things that you say that you're looking at, and you're ascribing some type of idea to them. You
You
don't know
can't
what those.
answer a question with a
Dude,
question.
listen. You don't know what you're looking at. What are planets, Gizmo?
Oh my god, are you serious?
Yeah, I'm dead serious. What are planets?
You can't answer a question with a question.
Have you ever viewed a star through a telescope, Gizmo?
This is like someone.
There's a lot of reverb right now.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a star through a telescope?
It's crypto. That's
Yeah,
all
hold on.
big
We got
stuff.
some audio chaos going on.
Crypto, you call that.
Is it crypto?
I'm hearing double from a lot of
Yeah,
people.
yeah. I hope
it's
Even
crypto.
myself.
All right, it's handled. So Gizmo.
Yeah, Gizmo. When you use it's not asking a question. It's not answering a question with a question. People are asking you to define the words.
No, I
you
asked the
use.
question. I asked the question. You can't dodge it.
I'm not
it's a
dodging it. We're
dodge.
diving right into it.
Yes, you are. You're
You
dodging
said
the
the word
question.
You said the word planet. What do you think that word means?
It doesn't matter. What
It does.
is Saturn
actually.
flat? Is Saturn flat? Is Uranus flat?
Yes.
Yeah, so
observably.
here's
Is
the thing.
Mars
What's wrong with
flat?
this guy?
Here's
He
the
has a
thing.
mental disability at this point. He isn't able to absorb the conversation and the things put to him
No,
right
I
now.
am, but you guys
Gizmo,
keep
so calm down and maybe
answering
let's
a
try it.
question with
Shut
a
up
Here's the thing, right?
for a second and
Can I
maybe
just get in?
start over, Gizmo, because you
Yeah, can I
aren't
just get in here? Like,
able to absorb it right now.
so the problem here
You
is,
can't
right?
answer a question with
What
a
do you
question,
do?
bruv.
What do you do at the start of a debate? What's the very first thing you do? Does
I
anyone
asked the
know?
question.
You say, well,
No, no, no.
actually.
All
I
right.
didn't
So
ask.
you
I didn't
guys.
ask that. Didn't ask that.
So
Didn't
a
ask
lot
that.
of
Didn't ask
a
that.
lot
Didn't
of
ask that.
people.
Didn't
A
ask
lot of
that.
people think
Didn't
Earth
ask
is
that.
flat.
Didn't ask
Is
that.
Mars?
Didn't ask that. I
Is
didn't ask. Is
Mars
this guy just
flat?
fucking deaf or something? Wait. Yeah, dude. So what do you do at the start of a debate?
Is Mars flat? Yes or
What
no?
do you do at the start of a debate?
Is Mars flat? Yes or
What
no?
do you do at the start of a debate?
You define terms.
You define
Is
terms, don't you?
Mars
So,
flat? Yes
so
or
at the start
no?
of a debate, you define
Is Mars
terms.
flat?
You're thick
Yes
as
or
shit.
Yeah,
no?
he's a
You are the
child. There's no need
dumbest
to
guy
Just
I've
answer the
spoken
man.
to.
Just answer the man. If Earth is flat,
So,
obviously Mars is flat.
no. Here's
Is
the thing,
Mars
right?
flat?
At the start of a debate, you define terms. What he was
Is
saying is that
Mars flat?
what he was saying is that you don't agree on the terms,
Is
so you
Mars
can't.
Flat?
Fuck
Yeah,
off.
there's
Just go
no
away.
need to keep
Just fuck off.
talking to the
This
Fuck off.
fucking guy, mute him.
You're not here
Mute
to
him.
talk.
There's no need.
Just fuck off.
Is Saturn flat?
Just go away.
There's
Go
no
away.
need to continue talking to him. There's no need. You can be muted now. Okay, lovely.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, that was a brick wall, Crypto. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah. So the point I was trying to get to, and to just before someone else carries on, is that you have to agree terms. There's no point in having a debate. You can't have a debate if you're using the same word in different ways. So that you can't go from there. Like until he, I don't know, unblocks his brain, you can't have a conversation.
He can't even absorb the things being put to him in this moment. He's just eyes forward on the goal. Prove these guys dumb. Like, no, you don't even know what you're talking about, my guy.
He exposed himself here. He said, you guys can't answer. Okay, why are you asking? And then to maintain your worldview, you can't take an answer because your worldview is all pivoted on that no one in this call can answer your question. So you're purposely going to avoid any answer because your worldview will become incoherent as soon as you get an answer.
That's why I asked him specifically, has he ever looked at a star through a telescope for himself, which I doubt.
Yeah, of course he hasn't. He hasn't at all, and you know that.
Yeah, it would just be the point that he defines a planet as a three-dimensional spherical object. So what kind of question would that be? Is a three-dimensional spherical object flat? Of course not.
Yeah.
Not if that's the definition.
We got a whole bunch of new people in here. We can move to somebody else, and then I'll just unmute Gizmo. So long as you don't interrupt, just don't interrupt. They don't have to mute you back.
What's going on, man?
I just want to say you guys can't answer the question.
Yeah, I know.
What's going on?
Why? Okay,
We're moving
why
on.
are you
Hold on,
asking?
Crit. I'm
It's
gonna move on.
literally a yes or no
gonna-
question.
Why
I'm
are
not
you
gonna-
asking then?
I'll just leave him muted. That's all I'll do.
Yeah, leave him
That's
muted.
fine. That's fine. Hey, what's going
Alright.
on, Matthew?
So we got money.money.fe. Welcome. I don't know where you guys stand. Oh, that's Crypto Primal King. Never mind. Robin looks new. Robin, if you're there, do you think the Earth's a globe? You can answer that question. Any evidence of that? And then we got at the very bottom, I think, somebody named Woman.
That's kind of rude.
Oh, that's her name. So, yeah, do new people in here think that the Earth is a globe, and also do you have evidence of it being a globe? Let's see if Matthew, because he says that's our answer. But what is the answer for what are planets, or what any planet is, Matthew?
Yeah, a planet. Well, the etymology of the word even is wandering stars. So they're basically lights in the sky that move.
I know,
Yes.
but to the globalist and somebody who thinks the Earth's a globe, what would a planet be?
Well, I believe the planet is a object that orbits the sun of a certain size.
Well, it wouldn't have to orbit the sun, would it? It would just be any star.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, what about a rogue planet? Isn't that part of your lore?
Well, we were just, I guess the comparison was, how Matthew answered in Gizmo, because Gizmo had the opportunity to define what he understands the planet to be, and he didn't want to chime in on that. So no terms were defined by him.
He pissed the bed.
I have a question for Matthew. Hey, Matthew.
Hey, how's it going?
The usual. So can we conclude that the planets revolve around the sun when they follow the same path as every other celestial body from our perspective?
But they don't. That's why they're called wandering planets, because they don't follow the same path as the stars.
Oh yeah, those obviously, but don't they go east to west?
No. Sometimes, like when they're in retrograde motion, they.
Oh well.
Sometimes,
From our
I guess.
perspective?
Maybe they go from east to west slower sometimes and faster other times. Yeah,
100%. I was just asking.
It just depends on your horoscope at the time.
So can we conclude that they orbit the sun, even though the sun follows a similar path, east to west, from our perspective?
Yes.
Orbiting the sun is fine. It doesn't change the fact of the flat Earth. It doesn't matter.
Oh, I track that 100%, but Matthew's on a higher level. He can, Matthew's learned.
I'm not any higher level than anybody else. I just
No, just a higher level than these other globers.
Oh, you mean I don't insult people and call people names? I guess I'm higher level than that. Maybe
But that too.
That's a pretty low bar.
The narrative, it's basically what I would go off of. You at least will say what you know the narrative to be. They don't affirm that. They'll just be like, no, is the planet flat? Is the planets flat? Are they flat? Like they just stay stuck on the question. They don't want to answer any of the questions that we have for them. Like, what is their claim? They just make a claim. I mean, and you can back it up. Do it.
That's why my goal in this conversation is to find globalists like Matthew and get them before they fall. Because you see a lot of globalists, they start off with maybe good intention, but at some point they cross the threshold and they start to dehumanize the flat earther.
Well, he does the same, Crit. I don't want to put a halo around his head. He's made videos that make flat earthers look like they're idiots. Like he's got that one.
I didn't.
He's got that
That's
one. Where
even
he's dressing up.
acceptable based off
He's
of
got
his
that one where they're
honesty.
dressed up. Where he's dressed up like a farmer or something. Like we got them old cowpoke, and we don't know about that fancy book learning. Like he's trying to make fun of.
I saw that. That
I
was good.
actually
That was
wear
good
that hat
stuff.
all the time. I was wearing it today. I wear it myself on campus, so I don't think that people wearing that hat are dumb. So I
That's
wear
good
it
stuff, Matthew. That's good stuff. I like it. It's
You
hilarious.
have. I've heard you in chat tell what's his face, the guy who you were talking to, but you told him that, well, I'm glad that I don't have to tell you that the Earth is a globe because you got your family to do that for you. You were pissed off that night. Yeah, you were on one. But I've heard you in
Yeah,
rare
he
moments act
confessed.
like out of your character. Your mask slides down, and you're actually who you really are as an anti-flat earther.
He
But you
confessed.
you
No,
can fool
I've
everybody
always
else. It's
I'm
okay.
always admitted I'm an anti-flat earther. What are you talking about?
Well,
What
at
mask?
certain moments, you actually come out full force, and you're not. I mean, you might have these other people in here considering that you're the nicest thing since sliced bread. I don't. No.
Thanks. Well, so to be fair, the tone of the conversation sometimes is more friendly, sometimes is more heated, and I admit that I do sort of follow the tone of the conversation sometimes and get angry and like lash
Yeah,
out.
Yeah, you're
that's
human,
true.
but
Me and Matthew's gotten into it before. We're still cool.
Right.
yeah. Well, we tolerate everybody. It's like Mark G's in here. He's a numpty, but
Well,
he
He doesn't have his cheerleader beside him, Mr. Mackey. So I mean, he's pretty
Mackey.
calm.
Yeah,
and
no,
continuing on.
he's a different breed. Mackey's trying to psychoanalyze everyone that's in here.
And like he doesn't
let me
have the
change that.
education.
Psychoanalyze flat earthers. That's better.
And like he's
And,
super, like he's very lacking in this. He says, "Oh, I got a psychology degree," and he talks about concepts that would have been covered in psychology, like 101, in
Who's that?
sociology 101.
Hey, Crit, who are you talking about?
Mackey, like
Not
he
Mackey.
talked about.
Is he
one
here
of the-
now?
No,
No, I haven't seen him forever. That's why it's been pretty quiet.
he talked about that he was in a master's program and he wanted to do his thesis on rational choice voting, like people vote based off of rational choice.
Oh,
But
I
he
wish
couldn't.
he was here.
He couldn't validate the hypothesis.
Well,
and I
the
said,
problem
dude,
is-
this is called Downsian and Michigan School of Voter Identity. This stuff has been fully
1000%.
adjudicated
remember
decades
that.
ago. And then he
He
said it
didn't
didn't
have-
exist. Like none of that
Yeah.
stuff existed. So I used ChatGPT. I said, "Hey, will you explain to me, Downsian and Michigan School of Voter Identity to like a 5th grader?" And then posted it for him. And then he's like, "Do these things not exist? Okay, here is to your education level, like grade school."
Listen, Glober's got a globe, right? That's true. But what he's doing is different. So it's something different. He was trying to psychoanalyze. He's like, he basically admittedly said that we're like zoo animals to him. He's examining us. And so trying to psychoanalyze, asking us the real question. Yeah, I hear you saying the earth is flat, but come on. Tell me the real reason why you think it's flat. Like
Sounds
he's
like a
doing that shit.
typical anti-flat earther to me. Because
No. He's different though. He's
Yeah,
not.
we're
he's-
animals. Like it said, he goes to the zoo, and when Scott Mackey and people like him go to the zoo, they're not there to observe animals and notice their behavior. They're there to mock, ridicule, make fun of them. Hey, sucks for you. You got captured. Type of shit. Like they are just out there.
How
does he wants the answer to be like, "Oh, it's because I'm a Christian and I hate the government," and like all that sort of shit.
Yeah, 100% like an anti-flat earther. There's no psychology needed. That's why I asked. Is just an anti-flat earther? Not, what psychology? The psychology of the
he's
flat earther. What?
psychoanalyzing people, and so anti-flat earthers are staunch in their position. They'll argue with you, but they're not trying to psychoanalyze. They're not coming in here saying like, I know that your argument is what you say it is.
You're a bitch.
It's the same. It's just a tactic. It's just a tactic. He's using psychology as his basis for analyzing. What? No, it doesn't work that way.
Well, that was obvious because he doesn't have his claim to or a way to rebuttal it. I think he was saying that the Earth is a globe based on sunsets. I am not kidding you, because the sun goes below the horizon.
I've seen the sun go below 90 degrees, so the Earth
high level.
is a spinning oblate spheroid in the vacuum of space. You're like, wait, what?
Oh no.
Yeah, he works in a cubicle at Adobe, and he thinks he's like king of the globe Earth conversations.
Yeah,
And
except
he
for
looks
he's
out the window and he can't see the next town over, so he declares that he's seen Earth curvature.
That's a good one too.
So he
Yeah.
That's
didn't pay
curvature.
attention, and during those psychology courses
It's
where
not
they
earth
give you
curvature, it's
logic
flat
101, they teach you logic in psychology.
curvature.
So what's happening?
So I'm saying he pretends like he's gainfully employed, but he's just always ripped. Like he smokes marijuana all day, sits on the couch. He's on
Whoa,
Discord
whoa,
virtually
whoa, whoa,
24
whoa,
hours.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
whoa.
Like, I mean, he's on Discord 24 hours a day. He's never. I mean, like it makes it seem like when are you gainfully employed? Then he says he's at work. He's at work right now. So you're at work right now. You're working. He's like, yeah, and you're on Discord. He's like, yeah. You're like, huh? So this is your job? And he's like, yeah, no, yeah, you know.
So this is your job? This is what you do?
Whatever gimmick they can do to actually try to delay the fact they don't have any evidence. Oh yeah.
It's mostly lies usually.
Is that it? All we got is all the Globers left, huh?
There's a
Well,
few.
Mark G's in here. You talk to him. He was posting something about a dwarf planet. Anyway, there you have it.
Yeah, I saw that.
Fucking
With
made
that, in the first instance, assume that the planet is mass and gas. Yeah. However, when I look through a telescope,
I'm
concur.
not going to argue the point of a dwarf planet. Somebody called Pluto an asteroid, which it's not an asteroid. It's a dwarf planet. So that's why I posted that link.
They're all stars, actually, Mark.
You could call them that. That's not what astronomy calls them.
Yeah, they call the ones that move in a weird direction wandering stars or planets. Yeah, but they're all stars.
Well, I mean, yes, we can't see Pluto with the naked eye, but which is where planets came from. But sure.
Jupiter looks different than a star, especially through a telescope.
Oh God.
So does Saturn.
Not what
So
you
does
said,
Saturn.
Matthew.
But they all look like the
Wait.
same thing, pretty much.
What do you want, Brenda? You don't have evidence that the Earth is a globe. You damn sure don't have any evidence that bendy spacetime is scientifically observed.
What's going on, Brenda?
Brenda wants to paint the town red like the High Plains Drifter.
Can you paint air red? Can you paint magnetism red? Hey, just going off of that's
Oh,
right.
Brenda left. Oh
That's great.
no.
I mean, I didn't kick that one, but
I wanted to try to have a conversation with Brenda.
there is absolutely no conversation to be had with that at all.
1000%.
If you ever convince yourself that there's a conversation to be had there might be some issues. I mean, there's only content, but no. We can, get nuggets of content. Dog bones are clocks. A shoe is a natural phenomenon. Whatever.
Originally, she said the donut hole is space time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was her painted red. Grab that donut hole. You can see it right there. That's a demonstration of space time. The donut hole. Not the nugget, like not the donut holes, but like the hole in the donut.
like any lot of donuts, there's been anywhere span.
Got some new people in here. Michelin, whatever your name is. Micah Lan, are you there?
Yes, it's Michelante Kutli.
I'll call you Bob. Bob, do you think the Earth's a globe?
Wait, is that an Aztec or a Native American name? It's a cool name.
It's an Aztec god of death name.
Ah, yes. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
Do I think the Earth is a globe?
Mm-hmm.
Like a ball, a sphere?
I'm pretty sure you know what a globe is if you said that. Do you think it's one?
Of course, of course.
Of course. Haven't you seen the curvature around the world?
No, that's why I'm asking you.
Yes.
Okay.
There's curvature around the world.
Okay, so now we have a claim. Now I want you to give some evidence of how that's true. Go ahead.
Let me see. I've flown around the world. I've skydived from
We could
30,000
take one.
feet.
Yeah, we could take one. We can take one. So you've flown around the world.
You've seen
Yes?
curvature from 30,000 feet while skydiving?
Yeah, hold on. We'll take
Yeah.
the flying and then we'll go to that the jumping out of the plane. So you've been in the plane, right?
Well, obviously, we have to skydive. I mean, if you have to
Yeah,
ask
but
that
not. Or
question.
you want to go to skydive or just be sitting in an airplane? I don't care which one.
I've flown around, yes, and I've also
Okay, so back to
skydived.
flying a plane. So you're in a plane that's going. How high were you? You remember? What's the altitude?
What was it? It was about like 30,000 feet. You have to
30.
use oxygen tanks
Okay.
just to fly. And then, obviously, when you fly, um, I don't know what the altitudes are. They could be anywhere between 20 and 30,000, maybe
That's fine. You don't have to
10,000.
be
I don't
too
know.
exact. I'm just really asking for more or less where you think you were. All right, so 30,000 feet. Give you that. What is the average of curvature you should see at that altitude? How much
I
should
don't
the
know,
Earth be
man.
curved?
I don't know. I'm not a scientist, but I've
Well, it's
seen,
not a scientist
or
wouldn't
I've
answer
seen,
this question. Scientists wouldn't answer this question.
well, no, but you're asking a question that would
Specific.
have to cover through science,
No,
Yo,
not
this
can I
isn't
just
something that
say
you would
science.
just
one
This
before
isn't.
generally
we
think.
Yeah,
pass?
this isn't science. Once again, it's not science.
So,
If you
so you're
said the
basically
size,
you're asking
It's just
questions on
fact.
based on theory.
no, this isn't theory. You said you saw curvature from 30,000 feet. That's your claim, right?
Yes,
Okay.
that is my
How
claim. Yeah.
then? How do you know that it's curvature at 30,000 feet? So we're asking for measurements to verify that it's actually curvature and not just your eyeballs looking through some type of curved glass or whatever, or maybe something
I
you
don't,
wore over your face.
I don't know. Maybe I should have just told the pilot so he can stop so I can get a tape measures,
No,
or
no, no. That's not
so
about.
I
That's not what
can
we're
see.
saying. That's not what we're
The,
saying.
the
We're
questions
asking
you're asking are kind of out of,
specific.
they're kind of out of place. I mean,
Okay,
They're
so
not
trying to
out of
Alpha,
tell
I
you
place.
what
would
I'm talking
assume
about.
Alpha, I would
I'm
assume he's
asking you specifically if you saw curvature at that altitude, how much curvature is there? Is the question. You can't say a little bit or a lot because that's ambiguous. We want to know specifically according to the size of the Earth. Do you know?
Specifically.
Let's see this. Do you know the size of the Earth?
No, I don't, because I haven't measured
Okay.
it.
It's not about measuring it. It's just the knowledge of the size. You don't have
Big.
to measure it to know the size. Their size has already been given to you, me, and everybody else. So, if you don't know the size, then how do you know the curvature you're looking at is actually curvature, or maybe just something out of what you're looking through? It could be curving something you see on the distance.
Well, actually, the diameter of the Earth is
Corpso, I don't need you to
7,200.
interject, man.
Hank
Relax.
Corpo.
See, my thing is that I kind
No,
of
I
feel
don't.
like
I
I'm
think you need
being.
to answer this
No,
question,
no,
sir.
no, no,
This
no, no. You,
question
well, if you're
is
gonna let me,
specific.
if you're gonna ask, then you should let me answer and not cut me off and right in the middle or the
Are you
beginning.
going to answer the question or just bloviate about somebody else, something else?
Are you gonna stay quiet so I can talk?
Go.
Thank you. So the curvature of the Earth, I don't know, it could be anywhere between 8,000 miles diameter, maybe 10. But the thing is that what the questions that
What
you're
what
asking for
what number is
are
that
you
from? What number is that from?
once again, it is
Where did
from
you get that
science.
number?
It is from science. I can probably just
Science?
Google it up because
No.
honestly,
Wait a minute.
Google is
Wait a minute.
free.
Yeah, I know
And the
that,
other
but
thing that you're
I want to
going
know
based
where that
on is
number.
just
I
theory.
want to, dude, Bob. I want to know where that number originated from.
The name is not Bob. And if you're gonna say my
Yeah, I'm
name,
not
say
gonna
it right.
say
It's
your weird
Picante
name.
Curti.
Listen, where did you get that information from?
It's on Google. You know what
And
Google is?
what did Google tell you?
The
May I
curvature, the
interject?
diameter of the Earth is 7,926 miles in diameter.
Okay, so you got it from looking up at Google, and it gave you that information for the diameter, right?
Correct.
All right. How did they get that?
Because I'm pretty sure somebody had to measure it.
I know that. I'm asking, how did they get it?
Because somebody
Like I
measured
just
it.
answered the question. Somebody measured it.
I know that. How did they
Then
measure
why are
it?
you asking?
He's asking the how, not the
Obvious.
who.
I'm
How,
not
not who.
asking how who. It's how. Somebody had to measure it.
Oh
Meaning that
God.
somebody actually
Yeah,
had to
how?
travel the world and
May I
measure it.
interject,
Crypto,
please?
crypto, you can take it.
How. Not who, how.
It's by
I
calculating the
say
circumference.
That's racist.
What?
By determining the angle of the sun.
Oh,
Two
white
different
man.
locations.
Yeah, you weren't being asked. The other guy was being asked.
Thank you, Corpso.
You're welcome.
So do you want to go ahead with the how, since he asked you that?
No, I just don't like that y'all are berating this person. Like he's a
Corpso,
new.
shut your
Shut
trap,
up.
So
dude.
seriously?
Whoa, whoa.
You can't
You
just
guys
do that.
let
This is
people
somebody's
that
actually. This
because
is
they
a
don't
new
Clam up.
person that we're trying
Clam up,
to.
or
We're
we're
trying
gonna
to make
clam
this
you up.
fair or not.
Conversation.
Idiot.
Fucking get clammed up. Go ahead.
Okay, Nicholas, may I put something to you really fast?
Brother, I think we had
go for it.
crypto on the point at the moment. But I get where you're trying to go with, but just see crypto. Were you done with him, crypto?
No,
He was-
you can go ahead.
All right. So you said the diameter had to be measured. Yeah, we understand. How was it done?
So if it's going to be measured, then you have to start at one place of origin and then actually end at the same place of origin. So obviously, in order for that to happen, someone would have to actually either fly or actually travel, which meaning they would still probably have to fly and measure in miles.
Is that your final answer?
I believe
Well,
so,
this
man.
isn't how to be.
Indio's here.
How
All right, go ahead, man.
obviously, this isn't how to be a millionaire. So yes, it is the final answer.
Can I put something to Nicholas really fast?
Go for it.
So, are you claiming to have seen the curvature at 15,000 feet
He
30.
said 30.
or 30?
Yeah, that
There
was his
is
claim. He saw
curvature when you
curvature
look
when he
around.
skydived. He was skydiving off of an airplane. He saw curvature. He's just like Knucking Futz. They're jumping
So I
out of
would,
plane, seeing curvature. Same
right. So,
argument.
Nicholas, I will put it to you from 15,000 to 50,000 feet. You know, being a former airborne ranger, we jump out of these planes and we do not see the curvature. It's explained to us that the horizon would rise to eye level. Why would they tell us that?
Military is completely different from actual
No,
skydiving.
no. It's still the same distances. We do 30,000 feet as well. And I've been, privately civilian skydiving and such, and I still don't see the curvature. So where are you seeing it that I haven't?
I saw it when I was over here jumping over in Vermont.
Was that, did you have something over your eyes, over your face?
Yes, I had goggles.
So did that horizon not rise to eye level?
I don't remember. I just remember just jumping out of a plane
But
and
you
fucking
remember
saying there was.
seeing that curve on the two left
Yeah,
sides
I
of your vision?
yes, I remember seeing the curve.
I would put it to you that you haven't seen that curve.
I mean, unless you had my eyes and you saw it for yourself.
Right, right. I mean, that's irrelevant. Well, at the same time, we understand that the eyes behave a certain way and that, a glass or any type of obstruction between our eyes and what we're looking at can obstruct our vision. But I'm putting to you that the horizon rises as you ascend, descend. The horizon's always at eye level. Does that
All right.
conform to the shape of a globe, or does the globe fall off at a certain height where you can
He,
actually visualize that curve?
he doesn't know the metrics of the Earth as a globe, so there's no way he's not going to be able to answer that. He's already
Yeah,
detailed
like
that
I
he just
said,
I'm
it's
trying to
hard to
keep him. I'm
entertain
trying
and
to keep
find.
him tracking logically in his mind. That's all, so
yeah,
he can.
yeah, but he
Yep.
doesn't know his ass from a pipe wrench. So I think we got to start with the basics.
Can I say something real quick? I mean, we're playing games here.
Yep.
We
Go
all
ahead, Ranger.
know when you type into Google, how high do you have to be to see curvature of the Earth? It says 30,000 feet. That's where he got it from. He never saw it. You just lying, dude.
1000%.
I'll just call you
100%.
out and say you're lying. Okay? So just think about it for a second. How many miles is 30,000 feet? What's the claimed diameter of the Earth? It's 8,000 miles. You think that you saw curvature of a ball that's 8,000 miles in diameter from an elevation of 5 miles. Think about that for a second.
So once again,
You're
when you're doing that,
you're 1/1600th of the
so
diameter of a
once
ball.
again, if you're gonna let me talk, let me talk. Once
Yeah,
again,
go ahead.
diameter would be a straight line, so you can go ahead and measure the diameter of the globe.
Oh
But
my
when you're
god,
on
Yeah.
dude.
top, if you're on top of the globe, you can't see a curvature around the world. Now, did I see the whole entire Earth? No, obviously not. I saw a part of it.
So if we have that
Now, just
diameter and
now,
we claim it, right, Nicholas. If we have that diameter and we claim it as a flat circle or a plate, and you have that diameter and you claim it as a ball, doesn't the height above that ball dictate how you would view the horizon? Shouldn't it fall off visibly at a certain distance, up to 5 miles at least? Shouldn't you visibly be able to observe and measure that curve?
I mean, once again, it's everything that I'm hearing here. They just sound like theories. It just sounds like
Theories.
something you guys are just going far
Nah,
fetched on.
bullshit. No,
They're
no,
your
hold on, hold
numbers,
on.
bro.
No, this is some bullshit right here. Nah, you can't say theory
Okay,
if you
you can
haven't
say
detailed that.
theory.
Hold on,
Right,
man. Nah, fuck
right,
this.
right.
No,
You're
he
right.
hasn't
You're right.
detailed. No, bro, he hasn't detailed the method of how he knows that the Earth is measured to have any curvature. So he needs to answer that question if he wants to talk about theories.
Right.
If you
He
don't
can't
have a
use
method,
that
if
word
you don't
theory.
hold on, Ranger, if you don't have a method by which you understand the Earth has been measured, then you don't have an answer, sir. Do you have an answer to how it's been measured? Yes or no? Directly.
Once again, if the Earth is
Answer.
going to be measured,
No. Answer what I'm asking you. Do you know a method by which it's been measured directly? Answer.
no, I don't have that.
That's the point. Then you have a belief that it's a globe. You don't know that by any way that it's been measured. Now, you said you saw curvature. Now you know there's no way that you know that it has been measured. Yeah?
So once again, the way you are,
So, once again, no answer to the question, which shows you in a belief system. That's what you
the Earth
have,
is
once
flat.
again.
That's what it sounds like to me. That you,
No, what it sounds like to everyone is that you didn't have a way to substantiate the claim that the Earth is an oblate spheroid by you measuring it. That was what we all heard. No answer to that. Yeah?
So can I bring something up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just for a scale analogy, for the guy here. Now, I don't know. Let's assume you're 6 feet tall. Now, if I had a ball like a beach ball and it's also 6 feet tall, how high would your skydive be off the surface of that ball? Do you have any idea? If we scaled it, right, the equivalent scale, we're going to scale the Earth down to the size of a 6-foot beach ball, and we're going to scale down your 30,000 foot high dive to some height off the surface of that beach ball. Do you have any idea how high you'd be above that beach ball? It's
Why is it that you guys? I'm trying to figure out why.
Listen, let me
I'm
finish.
trying to
It's
figure out why you guys are muting me.
1/100th
I've
of
been
an
trying
inch.
to talk for the last 2 minutes, and you guys keep
Okay,
muting
it's
me.
one.
So
Yeah.
why the
So
hell are you guys
try
muting me?
to
Why?
obfuscate
Because
the
you
point.
guys just don't
Try to
like what I'm
obfuscate
saying,
the
or
point.
you guys are just trying to disprove my
Yeah,
belief,
try to
or
obfuscate the
correct?
point,
Yeah,
right?
or
So try to stop the coup de grace. You'd be 1/100th of an inch off the surface of a 6-foot beach ball, and you're claiming that you would see curve from there. It's cap, dude. You're just lying.
what the
That
fuck
would
is
be back
cap?
to my point, Nicholas. I was trying to
Cap means you're
explain that
lying.
if you had that
Cap
diameter,
means lying. So why don't you just say I'm lying instead of fucking making up words?
Dude, can you just stay with can you track with what's happening? You're
I am
demonstrating to
tracking.
be
Yeah, what I'm
you
definitely
demonstrated.
tracking is that you guys are not
All right,
listening
here
to
we
what
go
I'm
with you
saying. You guys
guys.
keep
Dude,
cutting me
shut
off again.
the fuck up, man. Stop complaining about the forum and start producing some answers.
I don't know. What it sounds to me is like you guys just don't like that somebody.
Yeah, it sounds like to me the forum is this. It sounds like to me. Shut up, dude. Stop complaining and give us some answers.
Alpha, may I
Can you
Oh
do
put
my
that?
something to
god,
him
just
really
fucking
fast?
cheat.
Nicholas,
Here we
calm
go
down,
again,
calm
dude.
down,
Stop with
Nicholas.
your oh my gods and let's get with some answers. You're doing the classic obfuscation because you don't have an answer. You don't want the audience to see you not have an answer, so you complain about the forum. Stop fucking complaining about the forum. Man up and answer some questions.
How the
Yeah,
hell do you want me to answer the question?
Quit being a snowflake. God damn, dude. Just answer questions. That's
Dude,
it.
just change your tampon already. God damn it.
No, yeah, but we're listening to you that needs to fucking change their tampon.
Well, fucking stop fucking muting me then. You
I have
fucking
to because
dick.
you don't know how to
Can
fucking
I put
answer.
something to Nicholas really fast, Alpha?
Fuck that, man. This guy's gonna be all fucking all over the place. He's not gonna answer. He's already diverted away from Indio's question about the forum. He's complaining about the
100%.
fucking forum instead of answering Indio's
You
question.
guys act like I have a fucking PhD just because I know
Okay,
what
It's
I'm
not
calm
talking
down,
about that,
Nicholas.
dude.
Calm down.
You
Just
already
calm
know
down.
it's not about you having a PhD. It's about you either having the answer or not. You don't have
about.
it,
Once
so
again,
at
once
least admit
again,
that you
I
don't
give
have it.
you. Once again, I already gave you the answers that I already have. If you don't fucking like it, then don't fucking believe it.
Yeah,
But
that's
it is
cool.
But it's
something I'm
funny
going
that
to stand
it's
on.
funny that you say that. It
Alpha.
says that you have to have a PhD or be a physician, psychological or otherwise to skydive at 30,000 feet. It's actually funny that you say we act because you qualified yourself in that way. You have to have credentials, FAA approval, etc., to fly at that and skydive at that height. So you're not a PhD and you didn't fly and skydive at that height.
No thanks. Can I put something to him really fast? I've been trying for a while.
Yeah.
One sec. He needs to realize that either he's lying or the PhDs that he's appealing to right now are wrong. Own side has declared from that altitude you would not see curvature.
Yep.
Right, because that's your personal belief and opinion.
No, dude.
No.
Oh my god.
Can I do this really fast?
Is mathematics a personal belief? Or can you verify anything you say? Is that why we use mathematics? It's objective and it's the same between everybody.
That's the
How do
point.
you want me to verify anything if all
We're
I
talking
did was
about
fucking
mathematics.
skydive? Once again, I'm not a fucking PhD fucking
You don't
professor.
need to be a
That I can
PhD.
give
It's
you any
simple
mathematics.
algebra. It's algebra, dude. It's simple
man.
algebra.
What the fuck did I step into? This fucking room is just fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Oh,
This room, Mecca, you need to change your fucking tampon again.
Oh no, I
Fucking
got a fucking
snowflake.
dick. I mean, stop gonna be
We're
like
all
Yeah, you
friends
fucking
here.
snowflake,
We're all
dude. You're a
friends
fucking
here. We're
snowflake,
all
dude.
friends here. We're all
The forum is this. The forum is that.
Oh,
Just answer some goddamn
Yeah,
questions, dude.
listen.
oh,
How are we ever going to
someone's
figure
fucking
out like
feelings
how
are
we?
hurt. Poor
But
baby.
dude, we're trying to have a hold on, Miggy. Miggy, let me say something. We're trying to have a dialogue with you, and we need to have an interchange, right? We're asking you questions. You're asking us questions. Every time we ask you a question, you're stumped. You come up with a stupid social commentary. We don't care about your social commentary. There's no cowbell, right? We want some meat and potatoes. He asked you
100%. Can
who
you
measured
tell?
it, where, right? We asked you specifics. You don't have any specifics. So, like, what do you have, dude? Do you have any evidence that the Earth's a globe?
Can we stick to his claim then? 100% NDO, you're absolutely right. Now, Nicholas, may I please put something to you finally?
Nicholas, who's that?
It's Mick.
That's me.
Yeah, that's him. It's Nicholas.
I call him
It's not
Bob.
fucking Bob, not fucking stupid ass fucking white name.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Now we're starting over. We're starting fresh. We're all friends here. Now, based off of that measurement, which you claim to be the ball, right? Let's say I, as a flat earther, would claim that measurement to be the circle or the edge or the same diameter but on the outside laying flat. Now, does my rising in altitude dictate how I would view the horizon? If I believed it to be a ball with a certain radius with a measurement,
That went over his
I'm
head.
trying to figure out what the hell you're asking.
Yeah,
oh,
went over
I
his head.
put it
Yeah,
a
he's not
different
ready
way.
for that, man. Like he's not. He definitely isn't. Not for those questions.
So if I was standing on top of a big beach ball, being 5'9", and I jumped, I should see a difference on the surface of that beach ball, right? I would see the curve away from me or a change in the horizon of the beach ball, right?
You shouldn't be able to see it because you're still too low to the ground.
Even though it's a beach ball.
A beach ball, you know how big a beach ball is?
Oh fuck's sake, dude! Like,
I'm using that example to lead you somewhere. So
yeah, he doesn't get it. He doesn't. I'm telling you, Ranger, he's not gonna get it, man. You're.
I see.
It's not. We're not. It's this is a different type of convo. You
Can
gotta
somebody
shift
bring
and
him some
change.
crayons?
Yeah, no shit, Elbow. That's what I'm saying, brother.
Let's go to the basics then, right? Okay,
Thank
what do
you.
you think the horizon
Before
is?
that,
What do you think the horizon is, dude?
you got a
Is the
Google Gaga
horizon
here,
like the
man.
edge? Is the horizon like the edge of the globe that like the sun sets behind and ships sail over and all that shit? Is that what you think it is?
Of course it is.
Okay, so when you go higher, right, that horizon, if it's a ball, should go lower, right? It should dip down because as you go up, right, the edge of that ball is getting further away, so it should dip down in your field of view. It should not go up as you go up. It should just dip down, right?
Correct.
Okay. That's what Ranger was trying to talk to you about, right? So when you go up, there should be this thing called a horizon dip.
Which we
Have you ever
never
observed?
experienced from
Yeah,
15,000
which
to
you don't, and they
50,000 to
train,
100,000 feet.
yeah, and they actually train pilots, right? So here's how they train them when they're flying in formation. If your wingman is lined up with the horizon, he's at the same elevation as you. But if there's a horizon dip, because it's a globe, he would be lower than you, right? So
And we
that
don't
doesn't even make
experience
sense.
that at all. The horizon always rises to eye level.
Yeah, but that's still not like. I mean,
Does
you
that
could say
not dictate the shape of the surface as it would if it were a beach ball with
Depends
the
on Atmo.
dipping
yeah, it
away from
depends on
you?
Atmo. Like I think we can't get too. This guy. I mean, so far as he can produce any evidence of his claim, he's not able to, which is the
How
main
many
point right now.
how many
I,
people
I
are
see.
in this group?
Dude, don't
No, I
wait.
just
Fuck the
could you
forum.
just
Just like
logically track
answer
No,
some
no, no, no.
questions,
See,
man.
because the thing is that I hear only 2 people talking, but there's like 20
Oh
people in here,
God.
and everybody else is muted. So why don't you let somebody else go ahead and
They're just
Now we
listening,
talk
man.
also?
Dude, who are you? Why are you dictating what's just fucking just get involved in the conversation? If not, fucking dip, dude. Like what the fuck?
If you don't
Okay,
want to hear
so
what I gotta
let's
say, why
make
don't
this
you just
guy
fucking
happy, and
boot me? It's just that
we're gonna
simple.
poll everybody, and we'll have them unmute their mics to make you happy.
God.
No, we're not gonna do that. Shut up, dude.
Oh, why? Because there's other
See,
people here that'll probably go ahead and side with me.
He
Is
wants
that
to
what
go
it
into the
is?
meta. He wants to go into the meta.
you know
Oh,
what? You know
poor
what?
baby.
We'd hope for that, but nobody opens up their mic because they can't be as dumb as you. How about that? They don't want to
Really,
sound dumb. They don't.
because it sounds like to me that every single time I try to unmute my mic, it says that the person controlling the room is actually the only one that's allowed to unmute it.
What?
Which I'm going to assume, since you're the one that's talking the most, you would be the one in control of the room.
I've muted you a
Since
couple
you
of
have no
times.
control, because obviously you have no control in your life or your job or anything else. You
Okay,
want to be
yeah.
in control of
Yeah,
something
okay.
No,
here.
That's an
no, no,
absolute
no. The
clown.
reason
No,
you're
Logical
getting
fallacy.
muted is
Of course.
because you don't have control of your own voice, right?
Of course.
You don't know how
right,
to take turns, so
of
you're being
course,
muted.
right.
Well, when you're talking
So
over
it's
people, you're technically you're muting them, right? You're censoring them.
right because Alpha always fucking talks over me, but he doesn't get muted.
Yeah, because you don't
So
have an answer to the
I would have
question.
to assume,
The-
the one with the smallest dick, which is Alpha, is the one that fucking mutes everybody.
but that's all
I
you
All he
got.
has
would bet
insults.
That's
if
all you got.
All
I
he has
would
is
bet if
insults.
we reviewed the tape and did a word count on who said the most words, it would be you.
I'm pretty sure.
Dude, you just don't want to look stupid in front of an audience of people, and you don't want to be like, so you're diverting and throwing little ad homs, making it sound like you got something to say. You ain't talking about shit right now. You don't
Exactly,
have any
Alpha. I
answer
agree
to
with
the Earth
you.
being a globe, and
Exactly.
definitely are not measuring anything. Corpse,
Exactly.
shut up.
Yeah, exactly. You guys are trash. Alpha literally just proved that the world is literally a
Oh, it
globe.
ain't Corpsel. It's some other guy. All right,
Exactly.
let's take some heat off of that guy and let's go to this dot.
Yeah, let's go
person.
to the other guy. Let's slam this other upstairs.
Yeah, you actually you.
Yeah, me.
So do you think that the Earth is a globe? Yes or no?
Of course. No, I don't believe it at the moment.
All
What
right,
does
so
he need to
then
believe?
sit down and shut up. So we're looking for people that are gonna stand on all 10 toes and say that they know the Earth's a globe, or at least believe it, and then be able to give us evidence as to why or how it is. Yeah, pretty simple.
Wow. I mean, this guy was
Wow.
actually going to say something, and you just muted him.
Wow. Yeah, because he didn't have
Wow.
nothing to say. He said he didn't have a claim, Bob,
No, he didn't have a fucking claim.
and he
Don't
left.
you worry about that. You let us deal with that. You worry about you.
And I didn't mute you that time, so you can't blame me for that. All right, Hayden, are you there? We're asking all people that are brand new if they have any evidence that the Earth is a globe. Do you think Earth's a globe, Hayden? Oh, Hayden.
Dude, we know you guys are trying to derail the topic, and it's not going to happen. Like it's really not. We've been doing this for quite a long time. We're like laser focused on the topic.
Yeah.
Like we know what you're doing. You guys want to talk about everything but flat Earth.
Let me unmute this clown because he's the only one that was speaking. All right, man.
$50.
So-
He says nothing. Nothing he
Okay.
says has anything to do with flat Earth.
So Bob doesn't have an answer as to how he knows directly that it's been measured to be a curved surface.
Nicholas.
So, and that's not even his name either. So, now he's gonna complain about the next words he's gonna do is complain about the forum. You guys are muting me.
Are you done?
Yeah.
All fucking time. Sounds like you don't get any attention at home. That's why you got to fucking control everything here.
There it is. There it is.
Told ya.
I told you.
Told ya. Wouldn't be about flat Earth.
Nope.
Yeah, because the flat Earth is not real.
It's
Because you
not
want to
real.
whine like a bitch.
What the fuck, dude? It's observed as true, measured as true, and practically used as true.
Yeah,
People travel across the surface.
The
Dude.
guy just
Come on.
constantly cries. It's literally what he
So
has.
what the
It's
fuck
just
are you gonna
like,
say?
whine,
You're gonna
whine,
say that
whine,
the
whine,
Earth
whine.
is? You're gonna
Personal
tell? You're gonna say
attack.
that this?
Whine some
You're gonna
more.
say that this
Personal
place
attack.
is
Whine
just like
some
the
more.
movie Dark City? Is that
Dude,
what
I
you're
was
saying?
talking, man. Come on, I was talking. Dude. Yeah, all this guy's got is like personal attacks and whining. It's just pathetic. I don't know why we're even keeping him here.
Well, I want to ask him a question before we get rid of his ass. If flat Earth is not real, why did people in the past think the Earth was flat?
Oh shit.
They were retards.
Were they all just delusional?
That's
Were they
because
hallucinating?
science. That's because the church would not allow science to be part of the main.
Did
Oh,
you?
he doesn't know.
Did you really just say something that?
Yeah, he
fucking
doesn't
stupid?
know. He doesn't really know, does he?
Oh, so you guys
So
just
who?
don't want to
So
believe that the Catholic Church is the one that always
no.
believed that science
Who
is
did?
part of the devil?
Hey, dude. Who did Nicholas Copernicus dedicate his book to?
Yeah. You don't know, dude.
The Pope, you dumb fuck.
Bob, you don't.
Oh, so I'm dumb because I don't know. Wow.
You don't know the
You
history,
have this
bro.
whole idea,
That
right? That
doesn't
the
make you
church
dumb, bro.
somehow
Doesn't make you dumb.
suppressed the globe shit in that like they promoted a flat Earth that's the exact opposite. We're severely misinformed.
Yeah.
I know that's
And
the
it does
narrative
not
that
Because,
you
make you
chose.
because
dumb.
I
It
didn't
does
know who it was
not make you
dedicated to.
dumb,
I'm
bro.
fucking
It
dumb.
does
That
not.
makes
It's
no
not
fucking
just
sense.
listen. It's not just Copernicus, Galileo, Kepler. It's all of them. It's Newton.
And it does not make you dumb, just for the record. It does not make you
Makes you
dumb.
ignorant, for sure.
So it makes
No,
me
it's
ignorant just because I don't know either.
Well,
yeah.
you didn't know that.
When you don't
Like you
know
said,
information, you're ignorant of it.
yeah.
Like I don't know how much money's in your pocket. I'm ignorant of how much money's in your pocket.
Yep. But you
So
were
what the
ignorant
fuck
to
is
that fact,
money?
for sure.
Right.
So you thought church and science are two different things. No. They're the same. They're in
I
bed
never said
together.
that. You didn't even let me
Yeah,
talk.
you
That's
were
why you
trying to
didn't get it.
separate them, man. You're like, because
They
we
were.
didn't have
Did you
science
even
back
let
then.
me talk? If you would let me finish, you would
You
actually
said that
heard the whole entire
the
thing.
church stopped people from thinking the Earth was a globe, and they promoted the flat Earth when the exact opposite is true.
Flat Earth was promoted back then because the church would not allow for people to go ahead and go against their beliefs. So anything that had to do with science, astronomy, astrology, any kind of thing that did not go with their beliefs was claimed as devilish,
And
as
where did you
demonic.
get that idea?
So
Where
That's
did you
wrong.
get this
Two plus
idea?
two is 5.
Where did you get this
because
idea?
let me see, the Spanish Inquisition and all the shit that they did in the past,
2 plus
Okay,
2
or
but
is
did you not know that?
where did you get your information about the Spanish Inquisition and the Catholic Church, and they didn't like astronomy and all these other things? Where did you get this idea from?
From fucking
Because it's
Most
ahistorical.
incorrect.
So, because it's ahistorical, it's actually not true.
Oh, why is that?
Because we can read what the motherfuckers wrote.
Wow.
So once again, the church, once again, when they claimed anything that didn't go with their beliefs, was claimed demonic. So they made the
Their
world
belief,
believe that
what the
the earth,
heliocentric
once
model was their
again,
belief.
shut the fuck up and let me fucking talk. Is that how it's gonna go? Every single time I talk, you guys gonna shut me the fuck up
You're
and mute
saying
me?
wrong shit, dude. You're saying wrong shit.
Right.
Listen,
How am I
the
saying wrong
globe,
shit? Because once again,
because
I
the
was already saying,
heliocentric model was the church's
shut
belief, you
the
dumb
fuck
shit.
up, you fucking little
No,
bitch.
I will not. I will not. The
Oh,
heliocentric model, you said, whatever went against the church beliefs was considered demonic and evil. Okay, let's take that as true. The Catholic Church promoted and believed in the heliocentric model, so that means flat Earth is demonic and evil. They
so yeah.
promoted
So
the
guess what?
heliocentric model.
So
They
flat Earth.
created the Big Bang model.
So flat Earth is demonic and evil. So it's not real.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah. Is that what you got from what he
Hey,
just said?
this dude's got 2 brain cells, and the other one's dying of loneliness.
That's funny.
I don't know, man. You guys have been chasing wisdom, but you guys chasing me. Wisdom has been chasing you guys for a while, but you guys run a little bit faster.
Huh?
Huh? Exactly.
So the whole point of the exercise, which you obfuscated from, was why did people think the Earth was flat in the past if it's not real? Can you tell us why they used to think that?
The reason that they thought that was because they only traveled so far. They weren't able to fucking go any farther because they would think that they would fall off the edge of the earth.
Bro, what the
Really?
This guy. He's
He
reading
stopped
from the.
learning
You
in
sounded like a
kindergarten, man.
news
He's
reporter
It sounds
reading
like
off
he's
the
reading
script.
from the homeboy history or something. Like,
That's what I
the
just
fuck is
said. He
this?
sounded like a news reporter reading from a script just then.
Hey, do you think that maybe they like looked around themselves and they were like, man, like the ocean, it looks flat. When I stand on a mountain, it looks flat. And when I look around, everything looks flat. Maybe that was the reason.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope. You got a winner right here. Winner, chicken dinner.
They said, "Oh, there was flat because I didn't fall off because I might fall off the edge." So that's how it looks, right? That's what they get. Like, oh man, I'm sitting there and freaking eating my, my gruel from building the pyramids or something, and I'm like, man, the Earth's probably flat because I might fall off the edge. Like, come on, dude, please, dude.
What pyramids are you talking about?
Don't worry
Joe
about it.
Mama.
Yeah, let's look at maybe someone else that wants to Focus notices just joined us. What's up, Focus?
Yeah, I had a question that I wanted to bounce off you guys.
Well, we had a question we wanted to bounce off you first though, because I asked first. So,
Okay.
I have a
is the
question.
Earth? Thank you. We'll ask you in just a moment. Is the Earth a globe, Focus?
It to me it is, but I'm not. I don't. I want to ask you guys a question because I'm
Yeah,
confused about
to
what
you
y'all
it
actually
is.
believe.
Yeah, you said to you it is, right? But I mean,
Yeah,
is there any evidence for it being a globe? Because you said it is to
I
you.
I think I have some circumstantial evidence, but I don't want to ask you guys because
Circumstantial? It's circumstantial. So there's no direct evidence that it is a globe.
well, all evidence is circumstantial, right? You
Is
can't
that
prove
right?
anything.
You
Oh
can't
my
prove
god!
anything.
Please, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't want to. I'm just
What?
confused about
What?
flat Earth theory. I
Why are you
literally
getting
was
upset,
trying to
dude? Like,
solve an argument with a friend
right.
about what flat Earthers believe, and I
Yeah,
wanted to ask
I know
people.
that you really
I
want
don't
to
want
get
to
to. I
fight.
don't mind entertaining your question, but the reason why we're asking you is very specific. We're demonstrating to the audience that nobody has direct evidence that the Earth is a globe, and it just shows by your admission that you don't have that right now. So
Yeah,
real
but
quick,
nobody has
because
direct evidence about anything.
I know
There's a clear
there's a
like.
young person that wants to.
I mean,
There's a young.
that's why we have
There's a,
NASA. That
yeah,
they
hold
take
on. There's a
clear
young
pictures
Nobody
of the
knows
Earth.
if we're all like.
I know that. I know you just
mean,
stated circumstantial. We get it. We're trying to ask the other person that's trying to speak right now. All right, who's in here?
The dumb
Thinks the Earth's a
person
globe.
alive was
I want to hear the question though. I really want to hear this question because I know it's going to be stupid, and I just want to get it out of the way. I don't want it to dangle.
All right.
So ask us a
Focus.
stupid question like, why would they lie? What about the edge? Something stupid. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I have a question about what y'all believe. Like, so if you go north, okay, so like, of course, everybody knows that if I start in California and I go in a straight line, I'll end up in like Florida or like Georgia or whatever on the east coast of the U.S. Right? Globe theory, right?
straight
you're never gonna
line
go in a
But
west.
for
straight line.
flat
You're always gonna
earthers,
go to
Straight
you
line
guys
curve.
west.
just think they'll go in a circle on like a flat disc, or like how does that work? I'm confused.
So do you.
Yeah.
So circumnavigation is going in a circle. The only difference is you think that your circle flips you upside down, whereas our circle goes around something. Okay.
Everything is up for everyone. Yeah. Now I'm back to the smartest, dumbest,
So that's what I call
smartest person
circumnavigation,
alive.
right? You go in a straight line, you flip upside down, but that's still a circle, right?
No, I'm confused because like for
You're
globe
confused?
thinkers,
His
if you
whole
go in a
life.
straight line, you end up back in the same place.
There are no
But
straight
from what
lines on
I
a globe
just to
because
finish my thought, from what I understand from what you guys say, is like if y'all go in a straight line,
no,
you'll the only way to get back to like where you started is to go in like a circle, right? So you always have to be
okay,
turning right like NASCAR.
no, that's what you
So
think.
focus.
There
Notice.
are no
Are you
straight
listening
lines
to
on a
anyone?
globe, buddy.
I'm not trying to debunk you guys. I'm just trying to understand what y'all
Why
believe.
are you not
Yeah,
listening?
he
There
explained it
are,
to you
you
the
have a
first time.
false premise. Hold on. You have a false premise. Your premise is there's straight lines on a globe. There's no straight lines on a globe, dude. It's literally an axiom of spherical geometry that is there's no straight lines.
I'm talking about the flat Earth. I'm not talking about a globe.
No,
100%.
no. You
That's what he's
started
talking
with
about.
everybody knows that if you go in a straight line on the globe from California to Florida, that you go
Yeah,
in a
that's what
straight line.
globers think. That's what.
No, that's not what they think. Because if you think you live on a globe, everything is curved. The surface of the Earth is curved. There's no straight lines.
No straight line.
Oh, yeah, of course. You're always in a curve downward, I guess,
That's
is straight but
okay.
downward.
So what you think is a straight line is a circle.
Sure. Okay, sure. Yeah, it's a circle.
Yeah. So it's a circle where you flip upside down to come back to complete the circle, right? You'd go straight,
Like
right? And then when you've
relative
gone a
to
quarter of the
gravity,
way
you're
around the
going
circumference,
straight
you're
forward.
90 degrees. And then when you're 180 degrees around the circle, you're flipped upside down. And then when you go the other, like you're freaking tilted again, right? Another 90 degrees, right? So you
Okay.
wait in a circle. The only difference is our circles, you're turning left and right. Your circles is you're flipping up and down, right? That's the only difference.
The only
Okay,
difference
so
is reality and your belief focus. Notice, yeah, we circumnavigate. Yeah, you circumnavigate with a belief that you live on a ball where you are upside down at some point. What he's saying is, yes, we also have circumnavigation. If you circle around a plate, holding,
Yeah.
if you hold a plate in your hand, you can circumnavigate around that. But if you believe you live on a ball, you have to be upside down at some point? That's what he's saying.
Yeah. So the point is though that you said that you wanted to ask us a question of how this works. And both sides, we think we're traveling over the surface of Earth, and at no time, because pilots will travel over the surface of the Earth as if it were flat and stationary. Maybe contrary to what you may think, this is how they do it. They've talked to us for many years. We've asked pilots. Some of them, they believe the Earth is a globe, but they utilize the Earth as if it were a flat and stationary plane. That's how they travel across the surface. Nobody thinks that they're flying over or negotiating any curvature during the course of their flight. They don't
Yes,
operate their plane in that
basically
way.
all you have is the way we perform this action in reality, and the way you believe it's performed based off of your belief in the ball.
Yeah, the pilots can confirm that this is how they treat the Earth when they're navigating across it. So yeah, your argument from what you think flat earthers think is actually in line
I
with
wasn't
what they
making an argument. I was just trying to understand what y'all think by telling you what my preconceived notions were.
I know. Understanding what we think and knowing what the pilots say at the same time that navigate across the surface of the Earth, according to you, is the same. They treat the Earth as if it were flat and stationary, and we understand that the Earth is flat and stationary. So they're actually treating the Earth as if it actually is flat and stationary.
So all you have is that at that point is the belief in what you believe to be happening and what's actually happening.
Yeah, how they treat the Earth and what you think. So what you think is inconsequential. Doesn't matter. What's important is how they're treating the Earth.
Okay, so for the circumnavigation, like whenever you try to go from California over the world magically, without
What? Magically?
I'm saying
No
like
magic,
no, not
no
magically. I'm
magic.
not saying like you guys believe in magic. I'm saying like I'm not trying to think in terms of like vehicles of getting over the ocean. I'm just trying to like draw a line on your flat Earth.
No,
so like
you're
if
not.
we were
No. Stop.
oh my
No,
god, I'm
there's
not
no.
trying.
Yeah, there's no lines being drawn. There's nothing that. Okay, so
I
pilots.
know. I'm asking a question, and it's hard to ask and frame. I'm
Well,
not
then try to think about
trying
it
to
and
say
then.
what you guys believe.
My
I'm just
thing is,
saying.
just try to
Okay.
think about how you want to formulate that question because it's not sounding like what maybe is going on in your head.
Well, I haven't
It's
even
coming
been able to get it out because you keep on cutting me off before I
because it
even get
sounds
to.
it's malformed, dude.
As soon as you said when I said magically, you intuitively just jumped on me like I'm making
Because you're making it
a
sound like
suit.
people are talking about magic. That's something that's not.
Motherfucker, I wasn't even finished. You weren't even
In your
understanding what I'm
reality,
trying to
the
say.
Earth is a.
Oh my
In your
fucking
reality,
God.
the Earth is a. In your reality, the Earth is a globe.
I'm
and so
actually here
magically,
trying to understand what you guys believe. Like
Yeah, it
literally
don't
no
sound like
strings
it, bro.
attached.
Don't sound.
Oh
so
my fucking God.
If you were, you would accept the fact that pilots will say the statement that they travel over the Earth as if it were flat and stationary. You don't accept that for some reason.
I didn't
you
say
wanna
I
rebut
didn't
that.
accept that.
Okay, then you do accept it.
Wait, I'm just trying to ask you a question. If you were to go from California to the other side of the U.S. by going around the world, or not around the world, see, I have these fucking preconceived notions about how the world
That's your
fucking works
problem,
because of
dude.
school. Jesus Christ, dude, let me talk. I'm talking about flat Earth, okay? Jesus Christ.
No, you're not. You're
Oh
talking
my
about the
fucking
Earth
God.
as a.
Why
you're
do you
talking
think
about
I'm
the Earth as a
arguing
globe.
with you? I'm not trying to argue with you,
Because
fucker.
focus. Hold on. Because you think the Earth is a globe and you're shoehorning.
Yes, I do,
an
because
idea-
that's what I was taught and raised. Don't you
I
want to try to
know
change
that.
my mind? I'm trying to understand you, motherfucker.
I know we are trying to tell you the fact.
Let me ask him a question. Let me just
I'm
try
being
to
like
this.
100% good faith here.
Let
I
me
don't
try
understand
and
why you're
get
being
through
mad
this.
at me.
Okay, what's your hypothetical? California to Florida?
Yeah, no, I'm not even trying to like come up with a hypothetical. I'm just thinking
Well,
like
shit.
of the flat Earth. I'm thinking of the flat Earth when I look at the flat Earth on a map, and I see somebody try to go from California all the way to Maryland or something like that, around the world. Air quotes. I'm not trying to say y'all believe around worlds. I'm just saying on the flat map, it looks like y'all are going in a circle on the flat
That's
map.
the problem. Hold on. That's the problem I've been highlighting is that you're assuming. Hold on, dude.
I'm not
I'm
assuming.
gonna tell
Please
you.
don't. I
Fucking
want
wait.
to.
And I
I'm
have
trying
to
to
hold.
pass this
Fucking
conversation to you.
shut the fuck up, dude.
He's trying to
God
tell you
damn.
you're basically straw manning, dude.
Yeah,
You
if
don't
I could
realize
get a
it.
word in to tell him because he fucking doesn't want to shut the fuck up. That's it. You're straw manning us. You're saying that it's curving in the flat map. What flat map are you referring to? Fuck's sake,
Motherfucker, I'm
dude.
trying to explain it. Okay,
No, you're
so
not. What
okay,
flat map?
when I see a flat map or the
Yeah, which one? What? fucking bring some context to this conversation. Talk about something specifically. Show it on the text channel. Post it there what you think flat Earth is, so that we can
You know,
observe. Fuck, dude.
well, I was just
Like
going to
it's
tell them there's like 160 different types of map projections. Like, which one are you talking about?
I'm trying to explain it. The one where the North Pole is in the center of the flat map,
all right.
and
So
the
there it
South
is.
Pole is
The
the
A,
wall.
the AE map.
The
The
AE
AE
map.
map.
Yep.
I don't know any of this stuff, dude. I literally am
All right,
here
look at the text.
talking
Look at the
to you
text
guys
channel.
as if I know nothing. I'm trying to explain it
Okay,
to you.
shut
Not a
up,
flat
dude.
Earth map,
Just
dude.
look
It's not a
at
flat
the
Earth map.
text channel.
Hold on. Did you just hear what you just said? You know nothing, but you're trying to explain it to us. How does that work?
I'm trying to formulate a question to you guys because I'm confused about what y'all believe. That's all I'm asking.
Look at the text channel, for God's sakes.
You
That's
see
what
the
I'm
text
trying to
channel,
talk
bro?
about. Yes, that right there. That's what I'm trying to explain. It's hard to
Okay.
explain.
You don't have to explain it. Just point to it. That's it. That's not what we're talking about when we say flat Earth. That is a
Okay.
map projection. That is a map projection that's been used to some people that say that this is what the Earth looks like as a flat Earth concept. But there are some people in the flat Earth group that are running with this and saying this is what the Earth looks like exactly. There's a lot of people that will argue that this is what flat Earth looks like, and that's not true.
That's what
You
I
want-
thought you guys believed. I'm sorry for
All
fucking
right,
thinking
not
something
you,
wrong. Jesus
not
Christ.
you, the royal you. So the royal you, everybody who thinks that this is what the flat Earth argument is, would be debunked because we don't stand for that. Because how can anybody verify that map right there that you see is the exact way the Earth looks like, one for one, from a top-down perspective? Who here is saying that from flat Earth side? I want to know their argument of how they know that map is the exact representation of the Earth. Who is saying that?
And by the way, that map is produced by NASA, just for the record.
Are you asking me? I just met a flat earther that told me that like a couple days ago. I don't know.
I know that.
I don't know what y'all believe though.
But so, and we're telling you, anybody who does tell you that, here's what you can say as a response. How did you verify that that is what the Earth looks like from that vantage point, a top-down perspective? If you listen, because I'm asking anybody who presents this to be grilled. Fucking grill the guy. If he's a flat earther and he's presenting this to you as evidence, then you can grill his ass back and say, you're going to have to show me how you know that that's verified to be true. Otherwise, you're making a claim.
Alpha, what do you believe the flat Earth looks like then? Because now I'm confused. I don't know what it looks like.
From where? From where?
I don't know what that question means. It's not trying to be rude.
You said, what does the flat Earth look like? From where? Like, where?
Yeah,
would
if
we
you were
look
to
at
draw a
from?
map of how our reality actually looks like, what would it look like?
Yeah, from where?
From what vantage point?
Up, maybe?
So I'm on the Earth, I'm looking up?
Like if we were to go as high as we can in the sky, like what would it look like if we looked down?
Like a top-down view.
You couldn't get far enough away to get that viewpoint.
Okay. Does like up not exist at a certain like level, or
No,
like,
dude,
is it
it's-
like a bubble?
No. The level at which like high altitude footage can be taken from, it extends only to a certain length, distance above the Earth's surface, and that can be known because that we've been, humanity has been taking images of the Earth from a distance, and it only qualifies that you can only do it from a certain altitude. Now, if you get any farther, you're getting into territory where you're going to have to use like a model or representation, and Google Earth does this. So when you back off of Google, let's say you go to Google Earth right now, you go down to the surface and you raise an elevation. I want you to notice something. At some point, you're going to start to see something turn from like when you start seeing cities and like the streets and all that, and then you back off a little bit. It's going to start, as you back off, it's going to change. The map will start looking different. And then it will become something else as you get further out you go. It becomes like a model. So it can't be represented in any way that we can say it's a one for one. It's not how this works.
Okay, so how
Well, he answered your question. You can get it from a certain altitude. You just can't get the whole entire thing as to what it looks like as a gold standard. Like, okay, so now because we have this technology where we can view it from a top-down perspective, we're going to know where everything is exactly how it all is represented. We don't have that.
Well,
Do
let
we
me
have
help a
like
little
any
bit.
theories?
We don't. Hold on, just 1 second. We don't think the Earth is a distant space. You realize that, right?
Sorry, say that again.
We don't think that the Earth is a space disk. We don't think the Earth is the third disk from the sun or anything like that. We don't think Earth is
Okay, yeah, I didn't know that at all. I thought
a
that's what
disk
y'all
floating in
believed.
space. We don't think there is an outer space vacuum.
Okay.
And that might blow your mind. Oh my God, you don't believe in space? But the idea of space is ancient, right? It wasn't discovered by like science. People dreamed it up in their heads in 300 BC, and even though they had zero evidence for it, it's just something that's stuck with the Western world since then. Started with Democritus and Epicurus and all those clowns, and we still have those ideas today, right? Atoms are indivisible units of matter, and that everything's either matter or void, and that there's like a giant infinite universe that's just all empty space, right? It's all empty vacuum, except for what isn't vacuum is made of matter, and that matter has individual particles in it called atoms, et cetera, et cetera. We know none of this shit's not true.
Right.
Like even now, right? So even if you go in quantum mechanics, they say, hey, things are not made of individual particles
So
of
what are
matter.
the stars and like the planets and moon? Like, how
Good
does that
question.
factor in?
It's a good question. They're inaccessible.
Yeah, the best of
So-
people have ever gotten to the ideas that mainstream science is saying something like these explanations as their best guess relative to
But-
what we understand elements here on Earth being.
Yeah,
So
think about it
that's
like this, right? So we're
equivocating it.
like hold on, it's one because there's like think about it from this point of view, right? In 5,000 years from now, there's people still around. Do you think the shit that we believe, that you believe, that's taught in the mainstream, that stars, planets, galaxies, all that shit, do you think that those ideas are going to survive the test of time? That in 5,000 years they're going to be like, yeah, we discovered all that shit in the year 1972 or something. You're like, they were all right back then. We're still going on what they discovered in 1972. Or do you
Sure.
think
No,
like
yeah.
all those ideas are going to be different in the future?
Sure, I think
They'll
there'll be
like, we were
massive
dumb.
changes to society, right?
I'm just saying, based upon what's happened so far, right? All the stories that anybody's ever had about the stars, every culture, right? The next culture says that all those other people were wrong. All their speculations about what the stars and planets were wrong. And we're right now. And we're the ones that have the knowledge. And then the next generation comes and they're the ones that say they have the knowledge, and the next generation comes. The stars, planets, all the celestial bodies, all we can do is speculate about them because all we can do is look at them from afar, right? Can't go there, can't touch them, they're inaccessible. So ultimately, whatever we say about them is speculation. And I know that might give you a feeling insecurity, but like that's the truth. Like it is speculation.
100%.
And I'm sorry, maybe I just missed it. And like, so like the stars and like the planets or whatever, is that just lights?
Speculation. No, speculation. What they say it is, all we can notice what they are is what we can see. Focus.
And we see their
Everything-
patterns, right? We see their patterns, we see their emotions, but like their composition, their age, what they're made of, like all those things are speculation.
Okay, but like I'm just like telling you guys what are in my mind here. So like I know some people in college that like had like telescopes that would look at the moon all the time, and when I looked at the moon, it looked like a globe. So like where would like my information about that like fit into the y'all's theory?
How do you know it is what you claim it is?
I don't know.
would you
I'm
be
just
able to-
saying it looks like it. I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's-
even
this
if,
is the-
it,
this is the part-
even if it was, what would that say about Earth? Nothing.
Yeah,
True.
The Earth looks
important-
flat, so I
it's-
guess if looks like
it's-
is your standard, we're going with a flat Earth then,
Yeah,
right?
it's important to note that if you're gonna say something is something, you're able to verify that thing to be true. Now, if you can't
Right.
verify it to be true, I think there's a problem there. It just based off, like what you might think as an idea. It's like your speculation. That's great, but how do you know that it is exactly what you say it is? There's no way to verify that. You can't
Yeah,
use somebody.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say you can't use somebody else to say, well, that person walked on it and this other guy verified it. And if you can't do it, there's no method by which you can determine whether or not it is true or not, then you are in a state of like just belief. That's it. You, not what you might say somebody else is. That guy walked on the moon. That's good for him, but you're not him. So you took
True,
it
I
as a state
agree.
of belief.
I
So
think you shouldn't just believe whatever you see. I agree with that. I just like, what would be the explanation for that? Like,
what, the moon?
yeah, like how does that fit in? How does that map into our reality? Like, what? How does that?
Well, I mean, we see it. It's there. I mean, what else can we do about it? Like, there's nothing. It's got a cyclical. It's cyclical in nature, right? It moves around in certain patterns throughout the month, and moon phases and such. We can catalog all that good stuff. Outside of that, what else can we say about it, right? What is its elemental composition? Do you know? Does anybody? Can you verify? If you say you know that its elemental composition is a specific
Green
thing,
cheese.
yeah, how can you verify that? We're getting into that,
right?
Because you've been told a narrative of that it's whatever.
So, and I should also add this. So, when it comes to the moon, there's a whole bunch of things that we see with the moon that they call illusions. All right. So, there's something called the crater dome illusion. So, if you have a picture of a crater and you flip it upside down, it'll look like a dome instead of a crater. When the moon's on the horizon, it looks like it's gigantic, and they say this is an illusion. It's actually just the same size. We see the sun where in like the Terminator of the moon, and the sun isn't lined up, and they say that's an illusion. So there's other things about the moon which like indicate that it's not spherical, because spheres have something called a specular reflection. I don't know if you ever seen like a sphere, right? It'll have a hot spot, like a shiny point on it, when a light reflects off of it. You ever seen that? A sphere when the sphere is reflecting light.
I think he's AFK.
Oh, sorry. I
Yeah,
somebody
you're
was
seeing
calling
like
me.
a hot spot. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's all right. So you're seeing like a hot spot on the sphere when the light's on it. So we don't see that with
Yeah,
the moon, right? The moon's color, it doesn't appear to have like any lighting hotspots. Like the lighting profile doesn't change. It just looks like it's like the same illumination across the whole thing, almost like it's glowing, right? Almost like it's emitting its own light. I'm not claiming it's emitting its own light. I'm just saying that the way it looks, it doesn't look like reflected light. It looks like it's almost like a self illumination.
Mhm.
And as recently as the 70s, some physicists speculated that the moon's actually made of a plasma, blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, we can sit here and speculate about what the moon is all day long. They've been doing it for centuries. I don't think we're going to discover anything new on Discord. But ultimately, we don't think that has anything to do with the shape of the Earth, because it kind of doesn't. Because the Earth and the moon are two separate things, right? Like, the thing about the planets and the stars, people reach the conclusion, hey, the planets are round and the sun is round, and like, why isn't the Earth round? Well, because the Earth isn't them, right? The Earth is completely unique. There's no reason to think it would be like them. There's no observable similarities between the Earth and those things. So, like, why
gotcha.
would you
Okay, so
think it's
y'all are more like investigating like how people lie about the globe,
No, it isn't
less
about
than.
lying.
No,
It
it's not
isn't even
about that.
about lying. It's just about saying things you can't prove, right? Making claims which are unsubstantiated. Basically, it's like having a little bit of evidence and then like extrapolating that evidence into a whole big fish story. So there's a little bit of evidence, and they've extrapolated it into this entire heliocentric cosmology. But the evidence is very little, right? So it has a
Gotcha.
bunch of like fundamental underlying assumptions, right? So it's like you stack all these assumptions. Well, if we assume this, then that means this. Well, if we assume this about that, then this means this. And they have these stacks of assumptions, and they just layer them, stack, 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 stack. Then you get to things like, oh, there's a fucking black hole at the center of the galaxy emitting fucking X-rays, and there's Einstein fucking Rosen bridges making wormholes, and we can travel to the other side. Like you get into freaking craziness, right? Because you have all these stacked assumptions. We try to break it down to the fundamentals, right? What can we actually prove, right? Not like what we're going to speculate about or what we have to assume. What can we prove with no assumptions? And you'll find out if you engage in this topic long enough, they can't even prove the surface of the Earth is curving. Something very
Yeah.
fundamental. right? If you go on and try to measure the curvature of the Earth, and you probably think, oh, well, the Earth's so big, there's no possible way you could measure that, right? But if you look at the actual math and the geometry that they say exists, right? Radius 3,959 miles, the Earth is supposed to drop down 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Right.
So
What
the
do you think is
horizon,
outside of our reality? This bubble of consciousness we
I
call like
mean,
Earth, I guess.
that would be speculation. I mean, yeah, I can speculate.
Hmm.
I don't think that, like, when you say what's outside this, I don't think that has any meaning. Like, you could never experience that in the physical form you're in, and it wouldn't have any meaning to me, you, or anybody else, right? You could
Yeah. But what does have
like you have 5 senses on which you perceive reality.
so
They
what
would
does
have
have
no
meaning?
bearing in that freaking realm, right? They
Yeah.
just wouldn't even be able to make sense to me.
What does have meaning is the fact that we can understand the physical and natural world to be as we observe it. Now, when you're making these claims to ideas, right? Like whether you think the Earth is a globe, whether you know it's flat, you have to be able to substantiate that against reality, and we can't do that with the globe claims. Is what we're bringing to you right now.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, anything. Just pick something.
Yeah,
The
what do
Earth
we actually
spins,
know,
the
man?
curvature, that it's in the vacuum of space. Anything, any claim that the Earth has as a globe that's presented to you, nothing can be substantiated. And I'm trying to show you the reason why that is because it's a space mythos. You think of it like, solar system and a galaxy, quasars and black holes and all kinds of good stuff. But there's nothing you can do to present any evidence that that's true. It's all like it's mythos. And you've been told this story over and over and over and over again, so you just carry it like it's like facts, science, and all that. When asked the question, it's like stopping and asking somebody on the street, "Hey, how do you know the Earth's a globe?" They're like, NASA." That's a quick response, but they don't really know. It's what
Scientists.
everybody has.
Yeah.
Listen, and we do this because nobody's ever critically thought about this information, and when you start to, you're like, well, shit, I don't have an answer. I know it's by design. You're not supposed to have an answer like that because that would upset people if you start asking questions. Because imagine, focus, and I know you're pretty upset in the beginning, but imagine asking somebody, one of your circle of people that family or friends or whatever, and you were just to ask them, I'm just kind of curious, how do you guys know the Earth's a globe? The moment you ask that, look at their face and the visceral response you're gonna get because you questioned it. You can't even question it, man. That's how bad it's gotten. And why
Dude,
not, right?
you could announce that, like, I'm a Nazi, and you'd get less of a reaction.
Yeah. And you don't think that's a bit sus? Because I do.
What do y'all think like the purpose is of her hiding it? Or do you think it's just like a massive it's just like an idea that we all agree upon, so it's just like
No,
been
I think
passed
the
down and we
obvious.
don't really
Yeah, it's like a tradition. Yeah, you could say it's like a tradition. That
so you
seems to
don't think
be.
like there's like this some puppet guy like pulling on the strings.
Yeah,
It's
no,
just probably more like
Well, obviously, think about it. It actually has it. Since you think the Earth is a globe, right? Not you, but everybody that does. Your worldview is kind of it's encompassed by it. So everything to deal with like killer asteroids and limited resources and just different shit, right? Climate change because of a dying planet, all that kind of shit. All of that's like in the same ballpark. So people talk about it. You're saying, well, the globe or the globalists or like there's a lot of ideas that people have about what they think they live on, and so because of that, everything else that propagates out from that is based on that, and so it controls your mind. It basically, you think of the Earth as a globe. You haven't thought about it in any other way.
It's a prison.
You get it? So that's
It's a,
what
it's a mental prison, man.
and the byproduct of why is you. Not you, but like people that were just on a staunch belief when there's no critical thinking. They're happy to sit down on their couch, plop down and watch Discovery Channel talk about exoplanets and shit. And they're just enthralled by that information. Like, whoa, fuck, we got planet Xenon is only like 2.5 billion light years away, man. We get there in like 10,000 generations. Like, you know what I mean? You guys are. It's so like out there, and you know, people are just so enthralled by it. It's just like they can't get enough of that shit. That's good, but it's not reality. It's a good story. And when will people stop and think? Well, shit, that's why we're here.
I have to go, but I enjoyed the conversation. Alpha, I hope you don't hate me anymore.
I don't hate you, man. It's just like this. The
I'm just
conversation
playing
is.
around.
It's
I've just been muted
it's
a
the nature of
lot.
the beast, dude. It's the nature of the beast.
I understand. Y'all have a good one. I gotta go.
Later.
Make sure you ask your parents how they know the Earth's a globe.
Tell your friends.
Can you show me a research proving the Earth is flat? The flat is Earth.
You know,
The
the Earth is flat. The interesting thing is
Go to
you
the ocean.
the interesting thing is you didn't come in with the information to like, dude, I know how the Earth is a globe because you heard us talking about it prior to you opening your mic. So you could substantiate how the Earth is a globe first. We could start there. Can you do that?
yes.
Okay, Odysseus. How can you do that? Support the claim that the Earth is a globe with some evidence. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
So Odysseus, we observed
This thing
the
on?
Earth is flat and motionless.
I mean,
Show
I
us
mean,
why that is wrong.
can you show me any research proving?
Oh God.
Yeah, go to the ocean.
That's not
Go
research.
to the ocean is not research.
I knew it. I fucking knew it.
Go to the ocean is not research.
No.
Does
I'm
the
asking you
ocean
a
look?
paper. You have any
Let me
paper proving?
No
Paper? You
papers.
didn't-
Oh, hold on. Papers don't prove things, bro.
Prove?
Science doesn't
They
prove
can
things.
prove.
Period. No,
The
no,
paper
no.
be based on maybe.
So what made you think science proves things? Where did you get this baffling idea? Because science itself says it doesn't prove things. So
Yeah,
what are you talking about proof?
science observation.
Yeah, observation. So going to the ocean, observing the ocean, that's not research?
But it's not like this. You have a proper way for making this. That's why people making
Okay,
research.
so educate us. Tell us what's the proper way. I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, I didn't. Oh, I wonder.
Wow,
She
dude.
said that before you said it. You said it anyway.
Wow.
Dude, it's like they're automatons, man. Like freaking they're automatons. It's like you like someone pulled your little string on the doll, dude, and you guys all say the same stuff.
Dude, what do you think a scientist is? Question.
Indio. I had to come off.
But
You just made
Yeah,
me
what
laugh
do you
so
think a
hard.
scientist is?
could you show me any paper?
Yeah, I asked you a question, dude. What do you think a scientist is?
Me?
Yeah.
It's people who do. What?
Go ahead.
Please go ahead. Wow, I didn't think I'd short circuit him with that question.
Yeah, he didn't want to
Oh,
answer
so-
how the Earth is a globe either.
No, I'm
No,
wondering. He said he's not a scientist, but he wants to
A
see a paper.
scientist
So
is a person who studied a subject.
He looked it
No.
up.
That's an
No.
academic. That's an academic.
If we
not
showed you a
scientist.
paper, would you actually understand it, or would you
Can we
just be
stick
happy
to
that
this
there
subject,
is a
though?
paper and that'd be good
We
enough,
just stick to
right?
this. We need to agree the term on what a scientist is. Someone who studies a subject is an academic. So, what is a scientist?
A scientist.
Yeah, what is that?
Exactly, I don't know. I know
Right.
what's academic.
Well, how do you know that you're not that thing if you don't know what that thing is?
It's not like this.
No, it is. You're saying I'm not.
It's
You've
not.
said I'm not a scientist, but you don't know what a scientist is. So how do you know that you're not a scientist?
Nobody's told
Yeah,
me
but
I'm one.
I'm not trying to prove anything.
Just understand this is basic logic, right?
That
If you don't know what a thing is,
you are trying to prove the Earth is flat.
yeah, you just forget all that. We're talking about basic logic at this point. You've told me and the rest of the call that you're not a thing, but you can't define that thing.
What?
Yeah,
Your
you said
voice
I'm not
is
a
lagging
scientist.
for me. Wait.
Is
Can you
it?
please repeat?
Am I lagging?
Yeah. No, no, it's okay.
Not for me.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, I don't think I was lagging. So you are trying to say that you're not a thing, okay? But you need to be able to say what that thing is in order to then say that you're not that thing, right?
It's so complicated because
it's not complicated. This is simple stuff.
No.
Yes.
It's not simple. It's not simple.
This is very simple. You need to define something in order to know whether you are that thing or not.
Because when you try to prove the format of the Earth, you have to show evidence.
You're going off into other subjects. We're sticking with this one. We're trying to find out what a scientist is. You said you're not one, but you can't define it.
Yeah, but
that's incoherent.
The point's the evidence. Did you have any empirical evidence?
You're just not addressing what I'm saying at all.
He doesn't wanna.
You're just dodging and dodging and dodging and dodging some more. Can you actually answer what I'm actually saying?
I'm not dodging. You are dodging.
You are dodging.
The point of the channel is that the Earth is flat.
Right, so you said I'm not a scientist.
And where's the proof?
You said you're not a scientist. What is a scientist?
No, because he said...
No, no is not an answer to that question.
There's a context.
What is a scientist? Tell me what a scientist is.
No, there is a context, man.
No, you don't want to tell me what scientist... You don't know.
That is. Because when I ask him if he had any research...
That's fine. You don't know what scientist is. Just say you don't know. It's fine. We can just move on. No, it's not about explaining. Define or move on.
Define
we don't need
what?
an explanation. Define a scientist.
A scientist?
Yeah.
I defined to you.
No, you said someone who studies a subject. That is not a satisfactory definition.
Seriously?
Yeah, seriously.
You went to
so someone who studies. So someone who studies mathematics. Are they a scientist?
Study? No. Only study? No.
Right.
Someone who studies DVD covers.
Because
yeah, exactly. What about someone who studies? I don't know. I'm a DJ. What about someone who studies DJing? Are they a scientist?
No, because science is a different topic of DJ.
Right. So the definition, someone who studies a topic, isn't satisfactory. Then is it?
Yeah, but I'm not saying about only the people who study that topic. I'm saying people who made the research.
So how are you defining scientists then? Would you like to give us a different definition?
It's the same definition, but I have to add. Wait. I have to add.
It can't be.
People. No, I mean I'm just saying it's the same definition, but you have to add people who do experiments.
Okay, that's a much better definition. Someone who experiments, because experiments are fundamental to science. I think that's close enough. We can move on.
Okay, so
the point. Yeah, we can move on. No, okay.
Yeah, you want proof?
The point
we're going to move on to your proof of the flat Earth, right?
No,
we're going to move on to that. That's what you wanted, right? That's what you demanded.
I demand a proof.
Yeah, so when I post it, you're going to actually look at it, right? It's going to be written. It's going to be a paper, dude.
What?
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's going to be a paper. That's what you demanded. Said, hey, where's your paper proof of a flat Earth? I'm going to give that to you. Are you going to read it?
It's just.
Or are you going to waste it?
Okay.
Yeah. So before I give it to you, How would you prove that? How would you prove if the Earth is flat?
It's not flat.
No, how would you do it? Like, what would be the technique, the methodology to prove the Earth is flat?
Me? Wait,
No, anybody.
I don't know.
You don't know,
That
so
that
you're not
that
going to be able to
that
even evaluate the information.
that's my curiosity. How people prove the Earth's flat?
Can you measure things? Is that possible?
Yes.
Yeah. So if we measure the surface of the Earth and it's not curving, then what is it?
Flat.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to give you a paper that shows that the surface of the Earth is not curving. Okay.
Okay.
Or if he's held the globe to the same level of scrutiny.
Nope.
And what about the NASA and the stuffs in the space? What's your point?
The stuff's in the space.
Yeah, the satellites, the astronauts, the missions in the moon.
So that's proof. So so someone comes on TV and says, "Yes, I did something." That's proof. But you want papers from us.
Yeah.
At least he admits it, I guess.
We should just start a TV channel instead.
Yeah, what if we just make a TV show where we say that the Earth is flat? Since that's your standard of evidence for the globe, and that's good enough, should be good enough for this, right?
What?
Okay.
I'm looking at the site chat. The you guys send the paper.
It's screw what you can go outside and look at that. Yeah.
What about NASA?
TV.
Okay, I posted a link in the chat. That's the paper. I think it's like I don't know, 40 pages. It's a bunch of measurements done with lasers, various distances, different dates, etc.
Okay. And do you have any model that you use for flat
Yeah,
Earth?
don't ask him. No, go read the shit. Shut up. Go read it. I knew you were going to do this. That's why I caveated at the beginning. Are you actually going to look at it? No, you're not going to look at it. You're just bluffing, playing pretend. Okay? We know the game. You're not good at it.
I saved the documents.
Yeah, so if it's proof, that's all
when you read it.
Yeah, see you when you read it. You said you have proof, right? So if that's proof, that means there's nothing that could disprove it, because then it wouldn't be a proof. You don't need
Okay.
anything else.
Now I'm asking you, if the Earth is flat, it's not a globe. Which model do you use?
How do you know that information that you're asking for right now isn't in the paper that was just provided for you?
Because Flat Earth have a lot of models. You have the Flat Earth Society model. You have the Ancient Maps model. Which model?
Really?
Still correct.
Model. So you're using the word model wrong. Models are for phenomenon. So a model of what exactly? So if you want a model of like where the sun's going to be, is that what you're talking about?
No,
Because that's the equation of time. It's not a globe.
I'm talking about the map of the Earth.
Oh, a map. A map.
Oh.
A map for the entire Earth.
Yeah, but who's the correct map of the Earth?
If the Earth was flat, the sun would
That's a
set
good
and
question.
rise.
Because we have a lot of different maps in the Flat Earth.
There's a lot of different globes. So what?
No.
Yeah.
You can look in the Google Maps or in
Google Maps says
Annapolis.
this. So Google says Google Maps is for entertainment purposes only. And if I buy a physical globe, right, a physical one from the store, do you think it's going to match Google Earth? And if I go to 3 different stores and I buy 3 different globes and I compare them, do you think they're all going to match each other?
What does that mean? What does that prove?
No, it doesn't prove it. He's the one saying there's a whole bunch of different flat Earth maps, and I said there's a whole bunch of different globes, and he's like, no, yeah, there is, and we know
What?
there is because we've tested them.
But it's a
Well,
small
there's a whole bunch of
difference.
different globes because they're man-made.
How do you know
what
it's a
is
small
somebody?
difference? What do you? What? Hold on, dude.
Man.
How do you know it's a small difference?
Because you can
Because you're just
compare,
making
man.
shit up.
No, you can
Yeah, I
literally
know. We can
compare.
compare 'em. Yeah, we can compare physical globes to each other, and you're saying it's a small difference, and I want to know how you know that.
In the flat Earth map, they have biggest distinction between the maps,
Yeah, such as what?
such the position of Arctic,
Relative to what?
the dome.
The dome. What flat Earth map is a dome?
You don't believe in the dome in the flat Earth?
What flat Earth map has a dome?
Let me see.
No, I don't want a picture. I want a map that has a flat Earth dome on it, bro.
That's what
A
I'm
map.
searching.
Not a picture, a map.
What a map is?
Actually, I'm muting this guy till he reads the paper. If he's
What
starting to get
difference does it make
Okay,
about
we're moving on to
man-made
you.
globes and man-made maps? That doesn't prove anything about the actual shape of the Earth.
I know that. Tell him that.
So
He
moving on.
said his argument was there's a bunch of different. What's your flat Earth model? I said models are phenomenon. Which phenomenon? Sunrise, sunset, solar position. What? He was like, oh, a map. Okay, which map? Oh, you guys have lots of maps. There's a flat Earth. There's a flat Earth Society map, which I never heard of. He mentioned some other map, which I also never heard of. And I was like, okay. There's also a lot of different globes. And he's like, no, there's not. And I gave him examples.
Okay, can you
And he
send
said
me the
difference is
most?
small, which you can't substantiate.
Right. So he's mentally retarded. Next, who cares?
Yes,
Move on.
correct.
What?
Correct. He is mentally retarded. We're
It's not fair.
100% in alignment.
He's a willfully
It's not.
ignorant,
It's not fair.
retarded
Be
adult male.
be disrespectful with other people.
It's not fair to be mentally retarded, you are saying.
Okay. If you want this.
Is it level curved? Is it level curved? Let's find out if you are intelligent or retarded.
That's the Flat Earth Society maps.
Is it level curved?
Since no one can remove themselves from Earth and view Earth from outside of Earth, right? Not getting into the NASA bullshit. Okay, we have to figure it out from being on Earth, and there are several ways to do it without getting into extensive math that you can prove what shape the Earth is. Is it spherical? Is it round? Or is it flat? Or is it something else? Right? Where to start? For one, if it was flat, the sun wouldn't rise and set. For another, if it was flat, then someone by now would have figured out to go to a high point of a mountain and or build something as tall as possible so they could be on top of it and see everywhere on Earth at all times with a telescope.
Are you being serious?
No
What?
one has done it.
Are you being
I'm
serious
being
right now?
100% serious. Just
Why
like
did you
people
call that
sailed
other
around.
person
Stop.
retarded?
Just like
No,
people
you're
have
retarded.
sailed
You just
around the
proved that
world.
you're retarded. No, you just proved that
People,
you're retarded.
no, people have built airplanes and
Yeah,
flown
so what?
around the world. People have built boats and flown around the
So?
world. People have built cars and driven around the
So?
world. People have climbed Mount
Right,
Everest.
slow
People
down.
have gone
Driven
to
around the world?
Antarctica. Do you think no one has ever
Oh,
tried
he's
to
getting
go to the
so
highest
triggered.
point they could? Do you think
Driven
no
So
around
one
the
emotional.
world,
do
dude.
you think no one has ever
Why
gone
are you
to the
so
highest
upset,
point they
dude?
could with a telescope and tried to see
Yeah.
past the edge of the earth?
Yeah, they
Okay.
did, and
What?
it's a Guinness record. They're 255 miles without changing elevation. Yeah, you're
Oh
correct.
God, dude. Hold on, dude. Like seriously. First of all,
It's that simple.
okay, dude, shut the fuck up. So I'm gonna
Every
answer your
government,
stupidity.
no, you're
I'm
not
gonna
thinking.
mute you. If you do not shut up, I'm gonna mute
Fine.
you forever. Okay? Now listen. The idea that there's an edge of the earth, which nobody fucking claimed. He left. What a bitch.
Now,
Oh, you're back. You're gonna listen? Okay. So in reality,
No, he left again.
left again.
did somebody mute him? Or did he just leave because he's an asshole?
I muted him just so you could actually like begin talking, and then I unmuted him, and he left. And he joined, and then left again. Sorry.
This whole thing was like, I'd be able to take a telescope and see the edge. It's so stupid. Like it is so. It's like even it's hard for me to fathom how stupid that is.
I just wanted to take a dump on the carpet and then leave. That's all I wanted.
Okay, now what I'm saying
Bad
to
dog.
me, it's NASA and the U.S. government expending money, and they are approving nothing to the
The
population.
U.S. government prints money. Your whole premise is wrong, dude. When the U.S. government prints money, they don't fucking spend money.
And if NASA spend money, that means that water will curve in nature.
No, it's not that the argument. The argument is they have better technology for proving the globe.
Yeah, cool. Better than lasers. So basically, what you did was you came in here. You said, "What's your proof of flat Earth?" I gave it to you. You saved it allegedly, completely ignored it, and now you're talking
I
about
saved the document, man.
now you're talking about, oh, NASA this person wouldn't do that. What about these people over here?
Because I
They
changed
did
the
this other thing.
topic. Because I changed
Yeah,
the
exactly.
topic.
So yeah, you changed the topic from an actual, like what the evidence is about the shape of the Earth to
Yeah.
to a sociological argument about people.
No, I'm looking at the
Yeah.
side chat. I'm looking at the side chat, and
When you start talking about what NASA does or what this person does or what that person does, you're talking about people. What they do is not evidence of everything other than what they do.
what the?
Right?
It's not evidence.
No,
The
it's not
government.
evidence.
The
Okay, then
government's
I'm gonna
not
prove
evidence.
I'm gonna prove it's not evidence. Okay, say all these people that you think NASA, every single person at NASA, every space agency, every government official, they go down to their local courthouse and they sign sworn statements. The Earth is flat. We're all a bunch of liars. Would that prove the Earth is flat? Come on, dude. Would that prove the Earth is flat? They all just wrote confessions. We're all a bunch of liars. We swear to God, everything we did was a lie. I know that the Earth is flat. I swear to God. Signed under the penalty of perjury. Would that prove the Earth is flat?
Like believe in Donald Trump.
No, answer the fucking question. Would that prove the Earth is flat? You know it wouldn't.
I
Okay?
say to you.
So the reverse is also true. It also can't prove the Earth is a globe.
The research in the everything that we use In
Yeah,
this
but what
world
if
right
they?
now,
But what
it's
if they
based on
claim the
globe.
opposite? Yeah, but
Everything
what
that
if they
we
claim
use
the
is based on
opposite?
globe.
Yeah,
Google
yeah.
Maps,
Oh, okay,
everything.
cool.
The
What if
GPS.
cool, dude? But what if they claim the opposite? What if they said we're lying and they claim the opposite and said the Earth is flat? Would that prove that the Earth is flat? Because they said it.
Okay, the technology now is lying.
No, dude. I know you
The
don't want to answer the
GPS, the
question because
GPS is
it's
lying.
painful and fatal to your stupid argument about what people would or wouldn't do. Okay? Who cares what they say? We don't care about what they say. We care about the evidence. We don't care about people's cool stories about what they did, their big fish stories, their Bigfoot stories, their
The only
unicorn stories.
evidence that we have is the globe.
No, you're not giving me evidence. You're telling me what people claim they have, okay? We don't want the claim, we want the evidence of the claim. Or the evidence that is support that we want the evidence that supports the claim. Okay? Just like you asked us for our proof, what's their proof? And can we verify it? You know, it gets incredibly painful dealing with you guys' obfuscation and sophistry. You came in here, you asked for evidence that you still haven't looked at, right? And that's just one piece. I could sit here and just dump it on you continuously for the next fucking 3 days, continuously, every fucking 10 minutes. Oh, I want another piece. I want another
Okay.
piece. I want another piece. I could stuff you like fucking Hansel and Gretel.
I can give him videos he can watch for 1 month without stopping.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. But I mean, let's go back to the retarded test that you asked him. Is level curved? And if level is curved, why do I use the level to make my 4 flat? Shouldn't I be using a level to make my 4 curved? Oh, and by the way, you posted some Flat Earth Society stuff. We're not the Flat Earth Society. There's actually no Flat Earthers in the Flat Earth Society. So I don't know why you're posting globe bullshit.
What's the official website of the Flat
There
Earth?
is no official. Listen, the Flat Earth Society is a joke. There's no Flat Earthers in it. It's globe Earthers thinking it's funny to pretend to be Flat Earthers.
I can give him India. It's a sealevel.com.
Yeah, sea level, marinetraffic.com, like any place that has to do with the ocean. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, go to the ocean and there is a link.
Yeah, man, you're on step 1 here. Like, you need to at least look into it a little bit before you try taking on someone that's looked into it for months, years.
I'm not even trying to take him on.
No,
I'm
not
just trying
you.
to get him to like he asked for evidence. I like first thing he comes like, what's your proof the Earth is flat? Do you have a paper? And that went around and round and round, and he got it. And now he isn't looking at it. He doesn't actually want the evidence. He doesn't even really actually want to entertain the idea. He thought that he had some gotcha that we had like no evidence that the Earth is flat, which is ridiculous because you can just go outside.
Here's a nice easy one. Everybody likes picking this one up. You know Saturn, right? Whoever thinks the Earth's a globe, you know Saturn, correct? Where'd you go? Saturn.
He's here. He just doesn't reply on this thing.
All right. Planet with the rings. Do you know how many moons it has? 146 that we know of, and there might be more. One of them, at least one, probably more, is at least the size of Mercury. How many times have you seen photos of Saturn and never seen a single one of those 146 moons, even though they're the size of Mercury? Pretty unbelievable that you would never see a moon, that none of them collide. You've never seen a moon on Saturn, even though it's bigger than Mercury.
Did I lose internet, man? What happened?
We supposedly have high def pictures of distant galaxies, and yet we can't get a crystal clear picture of Pluto. All we have is this blurry mass. But we have HD photos of multiple galaxies.
Wait. Do you believe in galaxies?
Me, no.
No.
Well, there are these little smudges in the sky. We said, hey, we're going to name those things galaxies. So there are things in the sky that we named galaxies, right?
Are they what they claim they are? I would say no.
Even the black hole?
Black hole. That's funny. You believe that stuff?
In what?
You can't even see a black hole. It's just a black area that they say that gravity is getting pulled into. Like you can't even see a black hole, and they say that there's a black hole.
So, buddy, do you think they took a picture of a black hole? I'm sure you've seen in the news the so-called black hole image.
Yes.
That they said was a photograph of a black hole. You seen that?
Yes.
Do you think that
Yes.
that's an actual picture of a black hole?
Yes.
Okay. So that was supposed to be taken at 697 gigahertz frequency. What color is that?
Infrared? I don't know.
No, it's not a color. It's radio frequency.
X-ray.
So what color? So what color is that black hole? So how did they get color out of a radio frequency?
I don't know.
Yeah, because it's created. It's just a created image. It's for shit.
With spectroscopy.
No, it's literally just like, hey, we're just going to add color values where it's more intense, and we'll say we'll take a picture. But then there's even problems with that, right? So I'm not going to get into technical details of it being 1,700 times beyond the diffraction limit of the optical device or of the radio telescopes. So they used a bunch of radio telescopes and they created an image using a bunch of templates which they thought a black hole would look like. And they made different brightnesses of the radio waves. They added it. They made a color value into it, and they created a picture from that. But it's not a photograph. Even though in the news they said, "Hey, we took a picture of a black hole." That was all a lie.
No, it was just a misprint. They said they made a picture of a black hole.
It was the artist's rendition that they forgot to caption as an artist's rendition. You know, I can actually post a video of a astrophysicist saying you actually wouldn't even be able to see the black hole that's at the center of the Milky Way because the center of the Milky Way is a Fata Morgana, which is a mirage, right? So it's a space mirage blocking the black hole so that you can't see it.
That is the coolest of stories.
And the picture they took of the black hole was took with multiple telescopes from multiple locations, and then they took all of the images, put them into a program, and they loaded the program with other images, and the computer decided which ones looked closely related to that.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
So it's not a real photo.
Even they say it's not. Composite image.
The thing about space is it's black, and the thing about black holes is that they're black.
And they're a hole in the black.
A hole in a hole.
Yeah, but you have the event horizon, and you can see the light in the event horizon.
No, because there's a Fata Morgana. There's a mirage blocking it, man.
Yeah,
Do you think I'm joking when I'm saying that? Like, I'll post it in the chat, dude.
Technically, the gravity is so strong at the black hole that it eats all the light, and you can't even you can't see it whatsoever.
It's a cool story.
Oh yeah, exactly.
How does the gravity eat the light? Like Pac-Man?
Yeah.
Yep. Just like Pac-Man. I think it makes the same sound.
A accretion disk, a disk of superheated gas and dust whirls around the black hole at immense speeds, produces electromagnetic radiation, X-ray, optical infrared radiation.
Even what we know about I fucking never say it. Spectroscopy. Even what we know about that, like we're only basing it on the elements that we know of here on Earth, and it's dependent on no other elements being between us and the object we're looking at, and no other unknown elements being in the object also giving off what they claim is certain colors of light. So it's nothing but hypothesis on its own.
Hypothesis.
Who's to say
Even that's an oversimplification because there's other like confounding variables like thermal temperature, something called Doppler line broadening, Raman scattering, all these other factors that confound the reading, right? So I have to assume that these things exist and come out with some post-process spectrum that they don't even really know exists because they're making some assumptions in there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it's all dependent on the elements that react within our atmosphere would act the same outside of an atmosphere and with no other elements.
Yeah, in the lab, basically, under laboratory conditions. It's pretty dumb, if you ask me. I mean,
situations.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Different situations or conditions, environments within which, like a helium flame will give off different colors.
Essentially, that's what they're saying. but that's based on our testing
Hy-
that we've done here on Earth within an atmosphere based on the elements that we think are complete. The periodic
Right,
table.
but hydrogen doesn't always give off the same color, does it? Hydrogen flame.
I mean, I would just refer you to like what Robitaille has done. He's done a bunch of stuff on the sun spectrum and stuff. It's super technical, too technical for this, but what you said, like hydrogen, because it's a fusion reaction, there's more than one isotope of hydrogen. So each one gives off different spectrums, and they're supposed to go off spectrum into some proportion from which they exist. Like, so, you know, one isotope with an extra proton, it's like 3% of that, and then 6% of another one that has, 2 extra protons. Like, so it's a whole bunch of combinations of spectral, it's the frequencies that are supposed to be emitted. But those frequencies, like I said, are based upon some presumed proportion of the elements that are within the sun. It's a whole bunch of, it's all based upon theory, right? So like the interpretation of the data is based upon a fundamental theoretical assumption.
It's assumptions based on assumptions based on assumptions.
Yeah, certainly.
And etc.
But Govers want to act like it's so straightforward, right? They just look at the sun through a fucking prism and they know exactly what it's made out of. Like, it's that simple. It's nowhere near that simple.
Wait, they have to break the light up first?
Yeah, they put it through like a grading or something. What do they call it? A fucking there's a name for it. They call it an optical comb. So it's like a little grading where the little spacings are spaced apart, like the same spacing as like the frequency that they're trying to separate. So they're kind of like diffracting.
yeah.
They're making like a prism out of like little wires, basically.
Right, because it's just spectrum is continuous, isn't it? Is it continuous?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I did it in school. I remember, like, I think it was 5th grade or 6th grade. They had these little spectrometers, and you could actually see the little wires inside of it. And you'd look through it, and like if you looked at it through the sun, it would just like look like a rainbow. Then they'd like have you look at a bunch of different like a sodium lamp and like a what was the other one? I think it was a halide lamp or something. It was actually a pretty cool science class, even though the dude was gayer than frickin' Rockefeller. So Odysseus, why do you believe in all this space fantasy, black holes, all that stuff, man? Got any compelling evidence for it?
The same reason we all used to. We used to think like you.
Sounds cool.
We used to be where you are. We all thought the exact same thing.
Well, I mean, when I was a kid in the '80s, like there was a movie called The Black Hole. I don't know if you guys seen it. I know I'm dating myself. It was like little robots, kind of like it was made by Disney, as a matter of fact, now I think about it. Check it out. It's really lame. Shitty plot. It's kind of funny. But that's like how like the idea kind of got introduced, I guess, to the youth in America, like the mainstream consciousness, silly movies like that.
My uncle took me to the drive-in cinema to see that when I was like 8, and I fell asleep after like half an hour, even though there was this like generic version of R2-D2 in it. You know, I was right into Star Wars.
Yeah, they was like plastic and shit. I remember like I had the toys and stuff.
Can you explain me how the Google Maps works if the Earth's flat?
I can explain that. You have two towns, okay, and between them, let's say it's 10 miles, okay. On the Google map, you will find two towns, let's say in UK, and that two towns does not change the elevation. They are on the same elevation, you know. And that distance between them is not curving. That's how it's working. And every distance on Google Map, you can go to the sea now, to the beach, and now you take a distance from the shore, and it's not curving, and it's on Google Map. You can find it or any location, whatever you want to choose. You can go to any country on the shore and try to see if it's curving from that location and how to say and far away. You understand?
Were there maps before Google Maps?
Yes.
Yeah, like how did we map the world before Google?
Yeah, but Google Maps uses GPS technology.
Yeah, it has GPS technology, and that technology is showing you where you are. And I told you, if you are on the ship and you take a boat, you are not going down to the, you know, you are navigating on the flat sea level, and that's how Google Map is working. And then you reach Ireland, what is on Google Map, and you can see. You can use also in a car. You can use GPS. You know, you drive to another town, and you see if you change, if it's your distance, if it's change also elevation during to curvature. You know what is, because Earth is spherical. You know, in reality, that means every distance when you go away, it must curve. You know.
And Google Maps uses location services, not GPS. And GPS doesn't use a globe either. So, I mean, I don't know really what your point is.
Well, point is, it's giving you the at least, yeah, that's what it is in reality. You know, on Google Map you can find where is the town, and let's say one town is there and another town is 50 miles away. And maybe both towns are in the middle of the country, and the sea level is like a 500 miles away. You didn't account on that because you are counting on sea level, which is 500 miles away. That means you are counting on something what is flat. That means you are not accounting on curvature. That's how Google Map is okay for the flat Earth. You have the sea level, any sea on the Google Map, and everything up. That means mountains, hills. That's elevation change. That's it.
So, let me ask this question. You play video games?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Yes.
So you know the 3D models in a video game, right? Just either some object or some guy running around, right? And they have a skin on them. Under that skin is a bunch of triangles of wireframe. That skin is stored as a little flat JPEG that they wrap around the wireframe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have a little flat Earth, and then we wrap it around a wireframe ball and say, "Look, it's Google Earth."
Yep.
Why do you think they tell you every single map and globe is inaccurate and doesn't show you the proper land sizes? If we've been to space and we can take video and photos and images of the globe, why can we not have an accurate map or globe? Theoretically, you should be able to just see exactly what the land size is and replicate it. But we can't, so they say.
How we can't?
There's no map or no globe that will say that it's an accurate representation. They'll all say that they're inaccurate.
If you have, we will
Oh
have
yeah,
one projection, not 200.
100%. No, yeah, I agree with this.
Well, why can't you have it 100% if we have exact images of the Earth or photos? Sorry, of the Earth.
We have photos.
But then why can't we exactly replicate it?
So it's photos when they are making up from a oval window and they are faking it. It's a photo. You never saw a funny thing happen on the way to the moon. So why they have to fake it? Turn off the lights to be like space. Just turn off the lights and that's space. And we have an oval window, and that they have to add a semicircle at the right to make it appear round. Why they have to fake it if it is a photo? So space is just turn off the lights. Yeah, you can have space on your room. Turn off the lights.
Is this fake?
20 minutes ago, you thought the black hole was a photo.
You want to talk about Google Earth? Explain to me why, one day, Google Earth, I was, watching, so there was a glitch. So explain to me why they have to use flat maps around a geometric figure like this one. It didn't happen. I saw that. It was a glitch, They did put flat maps on those flat surfaces, It was something like this. Why they have to do that and they then did pop up into a ball? Why they have to do that? Explain to me why they are using flat maps.
It's a projection.
It's a projection, so
Yeah, it's a
yeah. So
2D
it's not
projection.
real. It's not real.
Why are they using
It's not
projections?
true.
Explain to me why they have to use flat maps on the flat faces like this geometric figure. Why they have to use that, do that, and then pop up into a ball?
Because if Earth is flat, then it will be used the curved maps. That's the logic. You cannot have the flat maps on the flat surface. That's impossible.
Globals want to us to show maps when they are using flat maps.
Do you know what is the problem? I think, Miguel, with the new kids, it's not Google Map, it's Google Earth. We have that app, and when you see, first you get the globe, and then you zoom, 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 and then you get the land. But the first thing what is remain in your mind is that globe, because it was coming from the space, and now you're coming to the ground. Ground is flat, but who fucking cares? Because you saw that it's a globe.
Yeah.
That's the psychology, and that is how it's working for these people. And they're saying they're not thinking even about Google Map, because Google Map is flat. Even they are thinking about Google Earth. That means, I saw that sphere, and then it was zooming in.
Yeah,
and
because Google Maps are projection. That's what I said.
yeah, you said
they use
yes.
scales and different
Yeah, and where is reality?
You can go and get the most accurate globe in person. You can go get the most accurate globe.
It's
And
not
you use it.
100% accurate.
Sure, but it's not even close to 100%. You could take a string and measure the distance left to right, east to west of Africa, the furthest points
Okay.
on Africa. And then you go and measure the furthest distances on, let's say, Russia. The furthest east of Russia to the furthest west, like even say like United Kingdom or Britain. They are not even close to accurate based on their own measurements that they give you on the globe with their little measurement scale. Not even close to 100%.
Odysseus, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Why these people does not believe in the globe?
I don't know.
And that's the point. You even don't know
Because
why these people.
I think they don't believe in the government and the
No,
agencies.
you're wrong. I know why they're not believing, but that's not the point. Do you want to try again?
Because they are their experiment and they don't have the necessary equipment for doing this
No.
experiment, and they show
What
different.
experiment?
What?
What experiment?
Like taking photos.
No, you still don't know what is their position. I can tell you. If you find out their position, maybe you will know why they are not believing in the globe.
And what's their position?
There is no measurable curvature in reality. The Earth is measuring flat. How that sounds for you? There is no measure curvature in reality. When I say that sentence, how that sounds for you?
I don't know, because we have photos
Yeah, I know, but
outside of the Earth.
how this sentence sounds for you when I'm saying this? There is no measurable curvature in reality.
I think you're wrong.
We have
Okay.
photos of Bigfoot, don't we?
If I'm wrong, how we will find out that I'm wrong?
You can easily measure curvature on like a open lake on like a calm night when the water's
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have 70 miles without no curvature on Lake Titicaca.
And how did you
The
pinpoint
largest
No,
lake.
Miguel, not you. He said that he has that's the weather thing.
Why not use the 3-box experiment?
Goose, how you will how you said that you know that there is a measurable curvature. Can you tell us which one and where it's done and what is that?
I'm telling you, you can go onto a lake on a calm night and set
No,
up two different photos.
I will
I'm
tell you
telling
something.
you. Okay, I'm not going to tell you.
Hey,
if you
Goose,
don't want to hear
Goose,
it.
I will not tell-
we want
I
to
will tell
know
you-
when you have done said experiment, not
Goose,
tell us to
Goose,
go and do an experiment.
Goose, I will not tell
Have
you
you
go
got
to
an
the lake.
example?
I will give you the
Check
name
it
of the lake
out.
if I give you.
Right
Okay,
here.
Goose.
So I haven't done the experiment, but I
You
know it
said
can
that-
be done very easily, and I've seen other people do it.
It's an
and come up with
experiment or an
measurements
observation?
that show the
It's
curvature.
an experiment. It's an experiment or an observation?
Sorry?
Well, whatever, Miguel. Let he can call it whatever. And then what?
Every experiment is based on observation.
What we should do? What did you do? How we can do? Can you explain?
Yeah, get two boats, or you can start on the shoreline with a known height above water level.
Yeah,
and then shine a laser and make sure the laser is set up parallel to the surface.
If I don't have a laser, can I use something else?
You can do a 3-box experiment. Use like just a bright flashlight.
Can I use only photo camera?
No, you need 2 platforms.
Why I cannot use my photo camera?
Because we're talking about taking a measurement here.
Because
but I will find out where is the
because the camera have distortions because of the lens.
Okay, camera has this distortion, I know, but
Every
if I get
camera has.
Good, but if I get the object in a distance, camera does not have distortion. Is that okay?
Camera just made a distortion the reality. It's a 3D.
I will repeat. I will repeat. If I get the object in reality, what is there, does camera has distortion? No. That means I got the object, what is in distance with my camera, and I can see it. What I can see with my eyes, but we can check it. If you take a boat and go with the boat to that distance, you will see that object is there. That's the explanation. The camera can be used. if I don't have a laser.
Does distortion let you see around corners now? Can I get a camera distortion that lets me see around the corner?
Yep.
Can I have India military weapon that I can shoot if some enemy is approaching on 5 miles?
Yeah, that goose dude dipped. He was talking about Stephen Hawking, by the way. He was just making shit up as usual. Typical Glober nonsense of just making shit up and then jetting.
Should be called Seagull. Fly in and shit and then fuck off.
I know. That's pretty much what's been going on here tonight.
I was even looking into railguns just because they're apparently they shoot fairly straight. Every time they tell you that it's shooting at a distance further than what the curvature would allow, they will say that they have to aim the cannon up at an angle for it to shoot successfully. And I have never seen any cannon actually shooting at more than slightly above horizontal. You will never, I have not seen a video of one of them shooting at, say, a 45-degree angle, even though that's the claim that they make on how it can shoot. What do they say, 200 miles?
There's Navy technology. They have a laser with error less than 1 millimeter, and they can target 300 kilometers. 300 kilometers.
So they curve it.
It's not curving, and with between error between less than 1 millimeter, 300 kilometers. That's less than 1 millimeter. How about that?
What's the longest microwave signal received? Was that 1,000 miles or something?
I mean, it sounds unbelievable.
Microwave, I think it was 800. Let's see.
Yeah, that NATO system that just got declassified was 800 miles, I thought.
I have 18 and 30 sorry, 830 miles. India did post this, I think. Let's see.
Oh, are you talking about the LoRa? It's called LoRa.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes. I'm gonna post it.
But Taboo Conspiracy did a video that NATO, I guess, had a command and control communication system that was microwave, and there was one in Spain, and the other tower was, can't remember where they said it was, but it was 800 miles away. And it was microwave, but it was just recently declassified, so that's why we just found out about it.
It's the one that I did post it.
No, it's a different one.
It should be pretty tall towers to negate the curvature of the Earth, right? Considering that it requires direct line of sight.
Yeah,
there was a documentary also about some towers, Birmingham, London, some kind of TV towers. Some distance, it's something like 100 miles, but there is, I think, 100 something meters, and they needed to put it up one of them because of to line them up. But no curvature. Yeah, 100 miles.
In my profession, I know how to read building plans, and I have yet to see a building plan that shows the building taking into consideration the curvature. Even a suspension bridge, which a lot of people love using that kind of example, I still have not seen the plan itself that shows that it's taking into consideration.
It never happened.
They construct level and horizontal, and that's it.
Well, man, nobody ever accounted on curvature in any, how to say, in any point, in any, not in science, not in food, not in traveling, not in nothing, not in military, not nowhere. Only NASA, maybe.
I dare somebody to show me the building plan that because of curvature, that, say an example, your 20-foot steel beam that's at the bottom of the building now has to be 21 feet at the top of the building. That doesn't happen ever on any building plan.
It doesn't happen in that 100-mile long bridge in China either. That Danyang Bridge, they don't account for curvature in that either.
We have the Suez Canal. Now it has 120 miles, and the from the side, the English engineers side, they said it was impossible to construct because they were thinking about the curvature of Earth. But de Lesseps, the French engineer, they did according to flat Earth.
Yeah, they don't account for it in the canals or the bridges that we have to build where they say we have to account for the curvature. You're right.
I have a question for Globers. Go to the delta, let's say, of Nile. You know where is Nile in Africa? And then tell me how much of curvature is to the source of the Nile.
Even better, use something that they built for 100 miles, like that bridge I referenced.
No, I want to know how much of the curvature is to the source of the Nile. Nile is how much? 3,000 kilometers?
Oh, for that 100 miles, it's about 3,000 kilometers, yeah?
Yeah. How much curvature is to the source of the Nile? And then later I will ask in which direction is going Nile. From delta to the source or from the source to the delta?
You don't account it for either way, from the source or the delta, or from the delta to the source. You're absolutely right.
Everything is possible, even to have curvature to the source.
Not if you don't have to account for it.
Not if you have only mountain and it's going down.
The Nile River flows north over 4,000 miles. So it's against that curvature. 4,000 miles going north.
And now taking consideration all rivers, not only Nile. That means all. Put the maps of all rivers on the air. Only rivers. And you will get like a gases. They are going in every direction and going left, right, up, down, you know? And all that with the curvature.
If there is curvature, the longer a building is or the taller it is, the more out of square it will be. It'll be more of a like trapezoid as opposed to square or rectangle.
In relation to curvature, is it accounted for?
No, I'm saying if they were building buildings, the longer it is or the taller it is, it would show more of a difference between the top and the bottom. And if there's curvature, then the top would have to be wider than the bottom.
100%. It would be different. It would be visually accounted for, right?
There will be tilt, like something. Between those two buildings, there should be tilt if there was a curvature.
Yes, but if the left wall is supposed to be essentially level and the right wall is essentially level, the further the distance between them, the more they will be apart from top to bottom.
The tilt will be in every side. That's the problem. Not only one side. Tilt is everywhere.
Yeah, if you had to relate to the individual, it would be straightforward. But if you have to account for it everywhere, like Mac just said, yeah, you have to account for it everywhere in any direction.
Yeah.
I just posted some stupid picture that I drew up.
If you accounted for the curvature and then squared your walls to your baseline, they wouldn't be
parallel.
Wouldn't be vertical. They wouldn't be vertical.
You-
They'd be
yeah, you-
parallel, but they wouldn't be vertical.
You will have like a four parabol, how to say, on the side. You will not have rectangular thing, like a spherical rectangular, something like that. Almost parallel.
In the year 2012, at Brazil, they did they did use GPS technology. So they did get between two buildings, the coastline of Brazil, distance of let me see, 1877.64 miles. So 1877 miles away. They didn't found any tilt between those two buildings. So the distance of the top and the bottom, they were equal. This was made by INCRA, surveyors by INCRA. INCRA is a federal government authority.
Yeah, but they try to say that
Brazil.
the San Francisco Bridge or the Golden Gate Bridge has a difference between the top and the bottom of like 1 inch and 5/8 or something. They try to make a claim that that bridge has a difference between its two pillars.
What bridge?
Basically, apologetics to account for it, right?
What are you talking about, girl?
Not the troll.
Yeah, Trinity Forever. There's a conversation happening. If you would like to insert something relevant to the conversation, then greatly appreciate it.
I would like to insert a dick into your ass.
Wow. What's childish behavior then? Yeah.
That's when ego is saying, I want to satisfy my ego tonight. I want to go there. I want to
He likes the S curve.
Degenerate freak.
Miguel, why you're hating the science fiction movies, but why you always going to watch that movie?
No, that's not true. Even Idio.
I only want to compare you like a story with the Glober. You hate science fiction. You even don't you know that they are bullshits, but every day you're going to watch them.
Yeah, Indio.
I find that interesting.
Testimony because I did. There was a Glober in 24/7 server, and I did tell to him I'm a Star Wars fan, but when they jump to from ball to ball, Earth, you have to forget that. But anyway, I'm still a fan, but because of the story, and that's it. But yeah,
because Miguel, there are servers with the title Flat Earth. There are people who believe in Flat Earth, and I cannot believe that we have people who believe in Flat Earth. That's so ridiculous. But there are people like me who doesn't like them and who thinks that that idea is stupid, but we like to be with them every day.
Flat Earth is nothing new. We have in my case, I did learn about the Portuguese navigators and Spanish. They were flat earthers. So that was the first time I hear about flat earth. It was actually on Portuguese public school. But then they present this ball object, this ball earth globe, and everybody seems to ask this question: why people at the bottom doesn't fall off? And they just say this magic glue, gravity, and that's it. You never think about it again.
Because of turtles.
Oh, Brenda was on politics and religion, so I was talking there with someone, and then Brenda did came in, and she was mocking with that. I did say to Brenda, here in Portugal, we go to a cafe, and there's people there that's sometimes they spend all day, talking about
I
other
hate
people,
Nick.
don't interrupt, talking about other people, making up shit, talk. So, they are making, we say coffee talk, so I did say to Brenda, you are just making coffee talk. Just that, making up.
I'm not listening anymore. That kind of people. I cannot. Just like ignore. Goodbye. Bye.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, she did said, she already did said that the hole in the donut is space time. Come on. What a joke.
That was in the beginning, and she's not, or he. So there is so many, Miguel. So many other things come out.
Yeah.
You think that? Yeah, that's ridiculous. But for me, it's more ridiculous, almost parallel, for example, than that. The guy said almost parallel. Almost parallel does not exist. But okay.
Yeah, exactly. Or it's parallel or it's not.
Yeah, that's it. Because that almost is growing with the distance.
At the same time, I was thinking about Matthew Learns. Let me see. So he's not here anymore. He left, but he did said that he did claim that jet streams happens because of Earth spinning. I did ask it to him for citation of that. He couldn't find it, So, actually, I did found it. Let me see if I found myself there in the server, 24/7 jet streams. So I did found citation of how the jet streams really happen. But I already knew about hot air and cold air. So yeah, actually I did found how jet streams do happen, but Matthew Learns couldn't find his claim about jet streams are happen because of Earth is spinning. So the guy was making up from his mouth. He did speak something that no one can find it, But I did post this, I did post this about jet streams, so I don't see there talking about Earth spinning.
In my high school textbook, I believe it was geography, it actually showed that they were using chemtrails on the planet because it was as if it was like the Earth's sunscreen. And this was in my textbook back in, I don't date myself too much, but I think 90s, 2000s. In the 2000s, my high school textbook admitted to spraying aluminum phosphate.
Yes.
And it was acting as if it was the Earth's sunscreen. And yet people to this day still say that chemtrailing is not a thing.
And it's always straight, never curved.
And actually, there's a patent, They do put those materials, there to make it rain. Let me see if I don't know if I have in this computer. There was a pilot of Lufthansa Let me see if I did save here.
Also, a little fun fact: if you want Globers to start arguing with each other, just bring up the Coriolis effect, because they can never agree on that.
Yeah, the Coriolis. There's a guy I did saw a long time from Brazil. He's a pilot. You know, I don't say it's a pilot from a big airplane like commercial one, but the little ones. So he's a pilot and how you say, shooter. So he did said, and first he did post a video talking about flat Earth. I didn't saw that video, but after that I saw he was talking about making another video, and there was a lady, next to him talking about the comments. There was a Glober, talking about Coriolis and so on. And this guy did said, you know how many hours I did take learning about Coriolis to get my pilot license? 0. And he did said, as a shooter, he never counts Coriolis. That instead of that, there's the Magnus effect, some spin drift tables, and that's it. So, and mainly the snipers account wind. It affects more.
Ask them what is gravity, and you will get 785 different answers. But you need to get one same always. But somehow you will get different every time. With some kind of explanation. It will start with not the definitions, it will start with if. Let's say if something like that.
Well, the link I was trying to find out, I don't have here. I have it in my laptop. So there was a guy. He was a pilot, and he did give up. Don't spread things in the air while he was flying. So that was very interesting. He did. They did fire him because he didn't spread that thing like a few flights. So that's ridiculous, It was from Lufthansa. I remember a long time ago, but I don't know if I did save it. At that time, when I did wake up to the reality of flat Earth, I was not saving things. I was watching some videos and etc. After I did wake up, but then I did realize that I, after 1 year or something, I did realize that I had to organize and have things, to explain things to people. So, but I did saw a long time ago there was some pilot or someone did found that the gyroscope on an airplane, the box, someone did found that there's a patent. That patent it's connected to NASA. So very interesting. There are some people, they go to NASA facilities to make movies, and they have to go there because to simulate, like, just let's say they say zero gravity, but to simulate that, they have some harness and some equipment, and they can simulate like that movement. So they go to NASA because the NASA has a patent on that. Ender Games, I think. Let me see. Ender's Game, I think they did shoot there inside NASA facilities. Let's see the name of that place.
Lester.
So it was this place. So they have to go to this place to make Hollywood movies because they have the biggest green screen. I know, and they are used. They know how to use harness and.
Friends, how is everybody today?
Is that Vlad?
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, it's we are doing okay.
Since it's getting all quiet and nobody's really talking, I felt like I should say something, you know? You know?
Thank you.
Yeah, like you guys should go check out my latest track that I've completed last night if you haven't checked it out yet. I've
The
posted it in the side
world
chat.
is flat.
Yes, yes.
That's some evidence.
It's flat
Yeah, why do you think that?
because it's the logical thing to think.
So you didn't study your LARP too well before you came in here and tried it.
Come on, man. Just open your eyes.
It's the
Space is
logical
fake.
thing to think.
Space is fake. NASA lies to us. Nothing is real. Everything is just a big psyop.
If nothing's real, then flat Earth.
Things you said were pretty much valid, right? And then you started getting off into La La Land.
It is flat.
All right.
Also, you know that in Antarctica, there's a big barrier of ice that you cannot go through.
The barrier.
Yes.
When did you discover that?
See, the last trip I think was it in 1920s, and then no government was allowed. So every footage you see of people in Antarctica, that's before the big wall.
You're really old, dude. You was here in the 20s?
What?
I said, when did you discover that? And you said in the 20s.
No, I said.
You're like fucking old,
What?
bro. Why are you on Discord?
Your mic's fucked up.
You're a dog.
Or
So you got any flat Earth proof?
come on.
Yeah, prove it, bro.
Come on, man.
You're barking up the wrong tree. Prove it.
What's the matter? What's the matter with you?
Prove it, you dog.
Why can't you open your eyes?
Because I'm a robot. Now prove the Earth is flat, bro.
It is. I'm gonna strap you to a rocket and make you see with your own eyes.
How do you prove the Earth is flat? Just observable distance. There you go. Nice and simple. Observable distance.
There you go. Thank you.
You will never see. Well, apparently now there is no observable. Sorry, the horizon is only observable and not physical. You can never get to the physical horizon because the light will always just curve around and you'll never see the end point of the horizon.
That is interesting. I'll look that up.
Doug, when did you decide to look into flat Earth?
My friend told me about 6 months ago.
And what'd you do after that?
I looked it up, and apparently it's inconclusive. I must go to Antarctica to see for myself.
Why can't you just go outside, touch the grass, and find out if the Earth is curving?
That makes no sense.
Okay, if Earth is ball, then ball Earth have curve. You should be able to tell where Earth curve is.
But Earth is not ball. Earth is flat.
Yeah, but you're LARPing.
Earth is oblate spheroid. It's not even a sphere.
It's more like a donut, but yes.
Even a donut has to have curve.
He's correct, my Armenian friend.
So no curve, no donut.
He's Portuguese, but doesn't matter. You English American boy.
Thank you. Obrigado.
Thank
Are
you.
you on?
Obrigado.
Obrigado. Portuguese people are awesome, and their food is great.
Thank you.
I like Portuguese fish. It's very nice.
You know that 500 years ago, the flat Earth, the Portuguese navigators, they were flat Earth guys.
Yes.
So yeah, that's it.
Oh, and I see your profile picture. That's what I'm talking about. See how there's a wall around the earth containing
No.
all the water?
No.
He gets it. He gets it. That's what I'm talking about.
Ice wall's a globe claim. Did you know that?
Yeah, you'd be one of those guys that's like, oh, I'm part of the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah. Ice wall is a globe claim. Globers went to Antarctica to survey it, and they said, wow, look at all of this ice.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm trolling you guys. But I have some
way.
bad news. My sister, who unfortunately does not speak English, she's a full-on flat earther. All the shit I just told you guys, I heard it from her. And I was getting angry.
She's smart.
Again, you're lying.
No, see, that's the thing. She's into it. She's like, oh my fucking Lord. I can't get mad at her. So I'm just like, okay.
I don't believe you.
She's Brazilian. She's Brazilian though. The Brazilian life made her like that.
No
flat earther here believes that crap. So if you believe that crap, you might want to go and find a different channel.
See. Listen.
Stop the cap.
I'm not capping. She believes in it.
Bro, you've been capping since you walked in this room. Quit trying to mug. You've already been gagged. Let's get with the program.
Skibbity Riz, Skibbity Riz.
How does she say flat earth in Portuguese?
At Terra plana?
Yeah, that's correct.
See, I am Brazilian.
Miguel, give him some points. Come on, man.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
But it's if it is translated to the letter, it's like into English, it's like plain earth. Earth is terra, and plane it's plano. Terra plana. Go on.
Give him
Shush.
120 points, and he will be 37th on the list. You still need more points to reach first 10.
Anyways, I wish she could speak English, so I would put her in this chat room and make you guys talk to her.
Oh, do you have a sister and she doesn't speak any English?
She's like 46.
And she's your sister.
Yes, but she's Brazilian. Give her a break.
Borg, in which level it's curved?
What?
In which language level it's curved?
In which language? What?
Yeah.
In
Level?
which language does level mean curved?
Yeah.
I don't know.
0.
None.
But you, as a Bible believer, are going to say that whenever you talk about level in the larger scale, you're going to say level is curved.
Level's curved.
Yeah. It doesn't make sense, but you have to accept that fact. Because you live on a big sphere, and you claim you live on that big sphere. And so if I was to make a really long bridge, like people have done that, then eventually that level is one really big curve.
He's gone.
Give up.
Too much explanation.
Yeah. That was easy. In Portuguese, you say nível. It's almost the same, but in English it's with the L. Nível, level, it's all
Yeah, niveau.
similar.
Yeah. Livello, yeah.
We say in construction we use nível, the spirit level. We don't say spirit, we just say level. Nível.
How you say elevation?
Elevação.
And do you know how we say?
Elevation.
No. We can say elevatia, but we have two words for that. It's called nadmorska visina.
Oh.
Do you want that I translate you in English? What you say?
Yes, please.
The height above the sea.
Wow.
Strange.
I had to add a plumb bob into this illustration just because Globers hate seeing a level as opposed to a plumb bob.
Okay, let's see.
Although pretty much most construction, they use levels as opposed to plumb bobs for any kind of, let's say, wall leveling.
Yeah. Actually, a long time ago, I saw a coworker, that he did use a water level, with the hose, put water inside, and to get level between two spots a long distance in the big wall. So that was a surprise to me. So very interesting. That when I did wake up to Flat Earth, that I did accept that. I remember that the water level, using water level, and so it doesn't curve. And more, let me see more. Yeah, and other things. At school, using doing calculations according to sea level, but you never think about it. It's sea level, not curve level. So it's suddenly you remember that. That photo from Chicago, you don't see 8 inches per mile square, drop. So they made that city level, horizontal, and vertical. This one, I even put in the legend of that picture. Plumbing, vertical, and level, horizontal, made this city. So no curve, no ball, simple. And that water is level, so these days there's some guys that they don't like the word flat. I said to those guys, you can use plane. You can go watch the definition of plane. So if you are an anti-flat word guy, so yeah, you can use plane.
I bet they think plumb lines are straight lines as well. Little did they know they actually follow the line of gravity, which is actually bending and warping in space-time.
Yes, and we have that guy, Jovis guy from Brazil. Yeah, he's talking about the geoid, and when he's in geophysics, they use globe models, but in seismology, they use flat models. So, yeah, very interesting. But okay, he did wake up to flat Earth. It's so he did said that the Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know why they say the guy did said it is a pear shape because beyond the equator distance there, beyond doesn't make sense on the globe. Doesn't it's not accurate in the globe the distance there. So that's why he did said it's pear shape.
They got to give you some way to make up for all that extra room that they're claiming is not there.
Yeah. Well, I have to go. sleep, and then work. There's some globals that say we don't have a life. Yeah, I have a life and I have to work. So, see you guys. Nice to talk to you. Cheers.
Hello, does anybody want to talk?
What's up?
Does anybody want to have a conversation?
I don't know if anybody's here. I
Well,
haven't seen
you are.
anybody in a really long time.
I mean, you, I mean, you are.
Yeah, but I'm not anybody.
I don't care who you are. Do you want to talk?
Well, you wanted to talk to anybody, but I don't know if anybody's here. I don't see anybody in the list.
I mean, I'm fine with talking with you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So, do you got opinion? Do you have an opinion on the shape of the Earth?
I got opinions.
So, what's your opinion on the shape of the Earth?
I don't know what the shape is
Why not?
because I haven't seen the Earth as an entirety.
Do you have to see something to know what it is?
Well, yeah. If I have a baseball in my hand, I can see the baseball in its entirety, and I can say, yeah, that's a sphere. Or, nah, that shit got fucked up, and it's no longer a sphere anymore.
What if you had a baseball but it was transparent?
Well, then it would be a transparent baseball.
Sure,
Duh.
but it'd still be a baseball.
Yeah, and it would still be a sphere.
But you're
Yeah.
holding a baseball from arm's length, and you can see it in entirety. Is the argument he's making, as
No,
opposed
I
to
never
the
said
Earth,
any
which
of
you
that.
cannot see in entirety.
Yeah, which is why I don't claim a shape because I've never seen it in its entirety. I could see a
That's why I
baseball
was not
as I
talking
hold
about
it in
the
my
Earth.
hand.
That's why I
Yeah.
was not talking about the Earth. I never said a single word about the Earth.
You asked me what was my opinion on the shape of the Earth, and I said that I didn't know.
No, shape of a baseball. We were talking about a baseball.
You shifted to
Donald.
baseball after you asked him
Donald.
about the Earth.
Donald, are we going to have a good conversation with the back and forth, or are you going to be kind of like a little bit of an idiot tonight? Your call.
Well, I'm never an idiot.
Okay, so you're going to have a good conversation. Is that the case?
I'm trying, but it seems difficult.
Okay, then don't be a goof about the answers. You're asked a question, you ask a question, and it goes back and forth. Okay, let's just get it rolling. And
Yeah, I thought that's
don't
what I
be.
was doing until you interrupted.
It seemed like you're getting off topic.
Well, no, I was asking questions about the person who was asking questions.
Isn't
So
this
it
isn't
seemed
this
off
room
topic.
about the Earth?
Yeah,
Is that not what it's
you
about? And
talk.
then you start talking about a baseball. Okay.
You talk. You talk. I'll be quiet, and then when you're done, I'll talk.
Okay. Well, I don't know if you heard me say this earlier, but you know what the planet Saturn is, correct?
Donald, me, yes.
Yeah, okay. So you know what Saturn is. Do you know how many moons Saturn has?
Trillions.
146.
Oh,
That
except
we
for the
know of.
rings, right? It's Saturn's rings. Each one of those particles is a moon.
No, there's rocks within
Wait.
the rings, but the rings don't contain moons.
Well, each rock in the rings is a moon.
No, technically it's a satellite, but carry on.
All moons are satellites, so you just said a distinction without a difference.
But not all satellites are moons.
No, not all satellites are moons, but all moons are satellites, so you just made a distinction without a difference.
So then you made a category error.
I did not commit a category error. I was correcting your category error.
So as far as the claim that is made that there's 146 moons around Saturn, none of them ever collide, and at least one of them is bigger than Mercury. Maybe a couple, but at least one of them is bigger than Mercury. How many pictures of Saturn have you seen?
Lots. I've seen Saturn with my own eyes. I don't have to worry about pictures.
Sure.
I've looked
You ever
at
seen one
Saturn
of those
with my eyes.
146 moons?
Yeah.
You have?
Yeah. Big ass reflector.
You're so you're saying you've seen Saturn's moons through your telescope, your high quality backyard telescope.
No, I went to a university that had a gigantic ass refractor. It was about 30 feet. It was about 35 feet.
So what'd the moon look like?
It looked like a big chunk of rock.
Because that's not what it would look like through even our best telescopes. It looks like
Why would a big
little
chunk
shiny
of rock?
dot. It looks like a
Why
shiny
would
dot.
Why would a big chunk of rock not look like a big chunk of rock?
Because they all glow with light.
Which ones glow with light?
Everything in space.
Well, that doesn't make sense. Is a completely dark object gonna glow with light? Is a completely transparent object gonna glow with light? No.
So you're saying all of the moons, stars, and planets that we currently see don't shine with a light?
No, I never said any of that. Would you like to try again and say something that I did say? Because that'd be cool. Or you could just ask me what I said if you don't understand what I said. I mean, it's okay that you don't
You said you saw a
understand.
chunk of rock around
Yes.
Saturn.
Yes.
Even our best images, air quotes, images of these moons that go around Saturn, they don't look like chunks of rock.
Well, maybe you've not seen the same images as I have. The ones I look at look a lot like big chunks of rock. I mean, they're exactly like big chunks of rock. I mean, precisely. Like they were fine fucking tuned to be big chunks of rock orbiting around a planet.
You got any proof that the Earth is a big ball?
Yeah, I measured it. I can teach you how to measure it. All you have to do is measure it. Do you think that you can measure something that does not exist?
Well, I would need something to exist in order to
Kind
measure
of a
it.
yes or no thing. Can you measure something that does not exist? Yes or
I
no?
can measure things that exist.
Can you measure something that does not exist? Yes or no?
Like
No,
curvature?
because
No,
it
you
doesn't
can't because it doesn't exist.
No
Sure, so you
shit.
can measure it. You know what I've measured? You know what I have measured? I've measured the circumference of the planet Earth.
What a load of shit.
Well,
How did you do
Personally
that?
measured that with my own 2 eyes, and I can teach you how to do it.
Technically, if you
Your eyes are measuring rods? That's weird.
Do it. Teach
I
me.
never said
Show
that.
me. Oh
Sure.
my
So,
goodness.
all you need is a protractor, a plumb bob, and the sun. And a buddy.
So an angle.
You
You're
gotta have a
measuring an
buddy.
angle.
No, you gotta have. Yes, you gotta have a buddy.
So you're not measuring the curvature of the Earth. You're measuring an apparent amount of degrees the sun appears to be above the plane of the Earth.
Well, that's irrelevant because you can use
Oh,
that.
that's irrelevant. I thought you were measuring the
May I
Earth curve
finish my
and the
sentence? It'd be
circumference.
amazing if I could finish my sentence. That'd be amazing.
That's
So you
amazing
can.
too. Yeah.
It'd be amazing if I
But
could
you can't
finish
finish
my
it without
sentence.
without
If I could
lying, because you said you were
finish
going to
my.
measure the. You said you measured the circumference of
So
the Earth,
can I finish?
not
Can I
angle
finish?
measurements, not angle measurements
So
to the
can I
sun.
finish?
We're talking about the circumference of
Would it
the
be
Earth.
okay for me to finish my sentence?
Let,
Would that be
Yes,
okay?
you're going to finish
hold
it by
on.
telling us exactly how
Yeah.
you measured the circumference of the Earth, not an angle measurement to the sun.
Let's let him finish on how he got the curvature of the Earth using a
Yeah,
little
I'll let him finish
hand
when he's going to tell
protractor.
us how he directly measured the circumference of the Earth.
Yes, using a
Angle
hand
measurements
protractor.
to celestial objects.
So are you willing to actually fucking listen?
Just say it instead of asking that. Just
If
say
it
it.
involves the circumference of the Earth and not angle measurements to the sun.
Why do you think that angle measurements to the sun are invalid for measuring the surface of the Earth?
Probably because they mean fuck all.
Well, you're wrong.
That's pretty straightforward.
You're gonna need a
So
flat Earth
if
for a
I
start.
were
I measured my neighbor's house to tell what size my shoe
I'm in the
was.
middle of a sentence. If I were to measure the ceiling, could I tell what the floor looked like?
No.
Well, that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I can do that. That's easy. That's trivial. I can do that all day.
So
I
you
can
look at the
measure
light
your
bulb
ceiling.
and you
I
go,
can
"Hey, the
measure.
floor's
I can.
So you look at
I'm in the middle of a
explode.
sentence. I'm
So
in the
you
middle
can
of a
look at a light
sentence.
bulb and you can tell everyone how flat their floor is. You're a special
I never
kind.
said that. I never said that. No, I never said that. What I did say is that I could measure the angles of your ceiling and figure out what the floor looks like. That's trivial.
How so? Go ahead and explain that.
Well, I mean, you
Angles of the
measure
ceiling.
the angles.
Explain
So
the
you measure.
angles of the ceiling that
I'm
you're measuring.
trying. So you measure the angles, right? So if you are in a corner and you measure 3 different angles and they're all 90 degrees, and you can map that out, right? And then you can do that for every corner and every edge in the entire room, and then you can map out what the floor looks like because of the ceiling.
No.
Very simple.
You're measuring the tops of the walls at the ceiling. That does
So
not
what?
tell you the measurement of the floor.
No, I'm also measuring the angle of the wall. So when you measure the
The
angle of
wall
the
at the
wall,
ceiling.
yes, the wall. You're measuring the angle of the wall.
I have a question, guys.
But that doesn't tell you if the floor is level or not.
It does though.
No, it doesn't. Because you
It
have
does though.
Can I have a
That's what's
question?
hilarious because
hold
it
on.
absolutely does. You
Can
can
I-
absolutely measure your floor from your ceiling.
Donnie.
That's very, very trivial.
Donnie, if you had a giant hill in the middle of your room and you were measuring angles to your ceiling, but you wanted to stand in the 4 corners and measure your 3 90-degree angles, you wouldn't find the hill in the middle of your room.
Who's Donnie?
You, Bubba.
I'm not Donnie. My name is
Okay,
Donald.
he's talking to you.
It's very clearly
Don't do the
Donald.
semantics thing. Forget about the name. Go ahead and just try to
Very
explain
clearly
that.
Donald. Very clearly Donald.
Okay, Donald, can you explain his explanation?
As soon as he said Donnie, I thought he was talking about someone else, so I stopped listening. What was your question?
If there was a
Talking
hill
about
in the
someone
middle of
not
your
with
room,
my
Talking to
name.
you, suddenly you stop paying attention to the conversation. That's how that works.
When you talk to somebody else, yes, that's what I'm gonna do is
Hey,
get bored.
Donald, I asked you earlier if you're going to have a good conversation, and now you're just
I'm
derailing
trying. It's
again.
very difficult with these assholes.
you're not trying. You're being disingenuous. So if there's a
I'm the
hill,
one not
if
trying. Even though I was told that my name was
Donald,
Donnie, not Donald,
Donald,
but
Donald,
my name
lower
is
your voice.
Donald, right?
Donald,
It's
lower
not
your voice.
Donnie.
Now you're
My
just
name's
yelling.
not Donnie, right? My name's not Donnie, right? But my name's not Donnie, right?
okay, Donald, if you have a hill in the middle of your room and all you're doing is measuring the edges of the walls, is that going to take into consideration the hill that's in the middle of the room, in your floor? Donald.
Oh, he wants to play kids game again. I've got just the solution.
Womp womp.
Ah. Yep, time's up.
Usually, they're like, well, you measure the sky to get the earth, and then we say that you can't measure the things in the ceiling to measure the floor, but this guy was saying you can measure the ceiling to measure the floor. Is that a first?
Yeah, you learned that in high school, and it has even a name. It's called trigonometry. You measure an angle, and if you know one side of the triangle, it gives you the second side of the triangle. So you can convert an angle to a physical
Yeah,
distance.
what point of that triangle has a curved fucking surface, buddy?
Yeah.
None. That's why I'm speaking.
Right, exactly. So how do you know it's fucking curving?
Awesome. Welcome to Flat Earth, mate.
Right now, I'm speaking about the analogy to the floor and the
You're
ceiling.
fucking retarded. Yeah, exactly. Stupid.
I think the other guy was just trying to troll too hard that he got lost in his own sauce.
I take it you haven't had much to do with Donnie before.
It's not Dottie, it's Donald.
Grrr.
Donald.
You know what he's going to get called from now on. Oh shit! I can't wait till he comes back.
He just got a new name and he doesn't even know it yet.
Yeah. Poor thing.
Well, that'll go over good. I know what'll happen to him again.
What's he going to do when he comes back and 20 people go, "G'day, Donnie"? All at the same time.
It's not Donnie. His head will explode. It's Donald.
special guest today, Johnny. It's not Johnny.
Wait. So who's gonna do? Who gets the honors of doing it? Who's reserving the rights to initiate?
Oh, just whoever's on. When he times out.
I think everybody should chime in as all at the same time.
We'll do a countdown. 3, 2, 1.
Here's Donnie.
It would actually be better if it wasn't synchronized, because then it's just a shit ton of Donnies getting thrown out.
Nah, I'm kidding, of course.
Donnie, what did you do with Donald?
Honestly, though, who's that insistent of Donald?
Fuck, while we're at it, why don't we just call him Trump? Hey, Trumpy. You know?
I have a political
That'll piss him off.
question. So, I'm not saying that he's gonna lose, but let's just assume, like, if Donald Trump were to lose, like, would he run again for the third time, given his age? Like, what would happen to the Republic?
Oh man, come on! I was making a joke. Let's not go there.
We don't care in this room.
Not really.
Yeah, alright.
So my take is that a system, as a metaphor, is run by an octopus. And the octopus puts puppets on the end of its tentacles, and you get to vote which puppet you get to look at. And then, if you don't vote the puppet that the octopus doesn't want to use, the octopus will vote for the puppet he wants to use. And then you have to deal with that. And then he makes it a big deal. And then everybody freaks out that they didn't get their puppet.
And that's how that works. And if you want more information on it, you can move to another room outside of this room.
Yeah, that's fair. I have one question about, like, flat Earth.
What's up?
I don't want to ruffle any feathers, because, like, I'm not a flat earther, but
I'm not a bird, so there's no feathers. So
okay. So, like, there was a proposition given to fly them out to Antarctica, and, like, all flat earthers are, like, declining, like the prominent ones.
Because
like,
we don't need to go there. There's no reason to go there. Nothing that happens there will change the fact that the Earth is measured flat, navigated as flat, and used practically as flat. There's no reason to go there.
Yep. The plane that takes them there is still going to fly horizontal. The boat that takes them there is still going to sail horizontal. And they're still going to walk horizontally across the landmass. You know what I'm saying?
And whatever it is that you find there is not magically going to turn any of that into curve.
Nope. The sky phenomena belong in the category of sky phenomena. The Earth shape or the Earth description is going to be in the category of the Earth.
So what do you say there? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
Okay, so the thing is, like, if you do observe a 24-hour sun, how does that make sense if other places get, like, a sun that's like
Well,
24 hours?
There's a 24-hour sun near
like,
the
the
north.
shape
There's a
has to-
24-hour sun in the north, so who knows? Maybe there's one further away from the north. There might be another 24-hour place where it's able to be seen. I don't know. I've never been there, but it's not going to change anything. It's not going to make curve appear.
Okay, Jordan Peterson.
I don't even know that guy. I don't know why people keep saying that.
Because you're both Canadian. And you sound.
I think it has to do something with sounding like you have emphysema.
Okay. My emphysema. Maybe it's because I have multiple sclerosis and sometimes I have difficulty in talking. So I got that
If you're a
going on
flat
too.
earther, at least we know you won't live that long.
What? Why would you go and talk like that?
That's fucking low, man. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that guy should get muted and banned automatically. Like, come on. It's like a death threat, basically. Or a wishing of death. Come on.
Don't
Don't
worry,
do
I got him.
Nice vacation.
Pathetic zealot, basically the same as some medieval fucking zealot just burning a witch or something, I guess.
Threats are against TOS, aren't they? Shame. Eject that clown.
Anything but glow proof.
And I got absolutely nothing.
Do you have any other questions?
There's just no way the Earth is flat, bro.
Yeah. I heard that one of you guys made a distinction between like sky and Earth phenomena, but a lot of flat Earth people they look at like anomalies and.
Listen, when you go up in Elon
camera
Musk's
footage.
big ass ship one day for like $37 when it's all affordable,
Yo.
and you can
Train wreck. Hush.
Well, there's a
The other guy was talking.
yeah. There is a guy that's sending that they're trying to send a flat earther for free to go to Antarctica.
so you can confirm it like for everyone, like you're all's head leader.
No, just to convince at least like one prominent one. But I don't know if again like if you were to see that, like how would you reconcile that? Because like flat Earth also looks at the sky to say that it's flat because of a certain.
No. We look at the ground and go, holy shit, there's no curvature. If there's no curvature, it doesn't really leave many other options, does it?
Well, like bridges.
They're not the ground. That's great.
Bridges are long and they're
And
tethered
they're
to the
built
ground
from one side
and they're flat
to the other
but-
side. That's what bridges do. They're built from one side to the other side.
Yeah. Yeah, and bridges are
from one
built,
side to the other
big
side.
bridges
From
are
one
built,
side to the other side, right? They just go from one side to the other side.
Correct.
That's all they do.
correct. Bridges
Okay,
are
so not
big
bridges then.
bridges.
That's not.
Big
a good-
bridges are built for curvature.
Yeah, to go from one side to the other side. That's what they do.
Buddy, they're not built for curvature, man. They're built for
Like even if
structural
flat Earth
integrity.
was true, like even if I believed that, like bridges would go
Buddy,
from one side
hang
to
on,
another.
hang on.
That doesn't really.
Dude, did you hear me? Did you hear me? Bridges are
No, I
built
didn't
with
hear it.
arches. Bridges are built with arches for structural integrity. Because as when you have a hump, when you have a curve, when the middle that has a high degree of weight, a high amount of weight, it distributes the weight out to the sides, right? If it was flat, it would be more heavily concentrated in the center, whereas with a curve, it can distribute it to the sides. Okay, like come on.
Yes, there's still going to be tension due to gravity, but it's
Whatever-
still built
whatever-
around the slight curvature of the ground.
Okay, so now you're hopping from one argument to the other. Do you concede that no, it's not built for curvature, it's built for structural integrity?
I'm saying that the curvature is part of the structural integrity. Like they
No,
they
dude.
factor that in.
Dude, think about it. If it was curved and it was matching the curvature rate, it's basically level. So there's no point.
They're not trying to match the curvature of the. They're just
Well, that's
like
what you
taking
just
that into
said.
account.
That's what you
They're
just
adding
said.
additional.
That's what you just said.
No, I didn't really say that they were matching. I just said that it's a factor.
Then why did you invoke it? Who cares then? Bridges are bridges. They're built that way for structural integrity. And they're as integrity plus the curvature. What the fuck? Now you're just side sweeping.
No, not really.
Like, come on,
I'm saying that the
Yeah, you are, dude. You're at the same time,
structure
right
would
when
be,
right when I told you that the structural integrity is the key point for why there's curvature in a bridge. You're like, oh well, it's curvature and structural integrity. Like, fuck off, man.
No, I'm saying that the structural integrity takes into account the weight distribution, the tension, and the.
No.
it takes into
Okay. Well,
account two things.
if that's the case, then what's the curvature rate that they're accounting for?
It would just be. I don't know the angles because it would be very slight.
So
That's
how
why
do
it
you
only
know
really
then?
makes sense for long bridges.
Okay, in your head it makes sense because you're trying to reconcile all the stuff you've been told, and it would make sense if, but you don't have any facts. You don't have any. You don't have any. Data points. You don't have any blueprints to suggest this, or do you? Because if you do, then I'd like to see that, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people in here would too. But if you're just coming out here,
I was talking
this out
about
of your ass.
Antarctica first. So I
know.
I didn't bring up the bridges.
Who brought up the bridges? You or somebody else?
Oh, I did. Yeah.
Yeah,
It was just a
exactly.
casual. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's just casual.
Maybe next
but
time
this room is
I'll
not-
come with a schematic, but I'm not a structural engineer. But
that's fine.
Yeah,
You
that
don't
is
have to
fair.
be.
But
Buddy, you don't have. Hang on. You don't have to be a structural engineer. If you're coming in here making a claim that this is so, that is so, you better back it up. Because this room is not necessarily just about casual stuff, especially when there's opponents at play. Okay? Come on. Fuck.
If you're going to say, okay, well, these things are built to account for the curve of the Earth, then what is the curve of the Earth? If you don't know, then you're making this claim based on a blind belief because you're claiming it's built for a curve, but you don't know the curve to begin with. So I would go to guess and say that if I asked you what was the radius of the Earth, could you know off the top of your head without looking it up on Google?
No.
Okay. Cool. Do you know who measured the curve of the Earth in order to get this radius value that
No.
they claim to say? You don't know. So you're believing. Do you know who measured the movement of the Earth? And by what method?
Do you mean like revolution or?
Yeah,
Rotation?
Earth spinning, Earth wobbling, Earth swirling around the sun, all of it.
It wouldn't just be one person. It would be like different people.
Okay, so do you know who did it and by what
No,
method
I
they
don't
did
know.
it? All right, so you believe that. Do you also know that you might be believing that the outer space exists too, and it might not actually exist? Like they claim that the place where the sun moves and the earth swirls around it, that's a low pressure system vacuum, and the earth doesn't have any sort of container between the air that you're breathing right now and that low pressure vacuum, right?
That would be gravity.
Okay. You know of any experiment that can be done to show that you can contain gas into a location using gravity?
The gas particles would have to have enough energy to escape. You know, the speed of sound isn't the speed of it's not the escape velocity. So even if
Gravity, they would have energy and they would zoom out based on that energy level. Okay, so
they
not
wouldn't
gravity.
zoom out because most gases they don't have escape velocity. They're fast, but it's not like escape velocity fast.
Okay. Are you aware that gas pressure, in its definition, requires there to be a container?
No, it just requires the gravity.
Okay. Can you look up gas pressure and tell me where that definition says gravity? Because last
Isn't
I checked,
pressure pounds per square inch or something?
yeah, because it's got to press upon something in order for you to measure it. If
Yeah,
there's
and
no
the pounds would
balls in the
be due to
container in order
gravity.
for the gas
It's
to
mass
press upon, there's
times
no way you
gravity.
can measure the pressure because there's no pressure. If you have a high system sitting next to a low system, the high pressure system is going to move to fill in the low pressure system. That'll be due to entropy.
Did you just
The
hear that?
mistake is like
He just
if
tried to
let's just say
like quote
like
a hello dude or hello.
yeah.
He was just trying to quote a formula that included gravity. Go ahead, give us that formula including gravity.
Pounds per square inch. Pounds would be mass, and then gravity. That's
What?
like let's just assume that the Earth had no gravity. Then there would be no reason why gas would even hold onto the Earth.
What did you say? Pounds per square inch times gravity?
No, I'm saying that pounds, like, weight is mass and
So you don't have a
and
formula.
gravity.
You don't have a formula. We do have formulas, and they require volume.
F
of
equals
container.
ma. So the force weight would be mass times a being the acceleration due to gravity.
Hang on, dude. You're conflating pounds with weight when pounds is just a unit. It's just a unit, right? It's just because there's a pound doesn't mean it's a weight. I.e., you can divide it by 9.8 or whatever, and then get grams or mass or something like that. Okay, pounds per square inch is a unit of force distributed over a square inch. Just because the name pound is in it, it does not mean weight. It can be, in this case, it's just a unit of force, not necessarily weight. So you can't just arbitrarily divide it by the average acceleration downwards. You can't do that. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, doesn't pressure deal with weight and not mass? I'm pretty sure.
Pressure deals with force.
Yeah, force.
Pressure is a
And
unit of force.
weight is a force.
Weight is a unit of force too, but you can't just equate one to the other necessarily.
Weight is force.
Weight is a force. Yes.
Yeah, it is a force. Yeah. So,
but weight is a coupling of supposedly mass and the acceleration downwards. So just because you have mass, just because you have a unit of weight, let's say 1 pound, 9.8 meters per second squared downwards, whatever that equates to in pounds or in newtons or whatever, you can't just translate that over necessarily into an equivalent of that inside a chamber. Count the acceleration downwards. Oh, that's the equivalent inside the thing or whatever. Like you're comparing apples with oranges here.
Yeah, because I could say.
I'm not sure if I'm describing that.
I think they're the same. I think they're the same when it comes to atmosphere. The atmospheric
I could
pressure.
say that I could use my spring scale. I could use a spring scale and tell you the weight of a beach ball while it's sitting in the air. And then I can drag the beach ball underwater and use a spring scale to tell you how much force the ball is applying to try to return to the surface because that's where it belongs. Okay. And all I did was change the medium, right? So I can't say that, well, it's just due to gravity, right? Because you're watching this weight change and it's changing in vector. Okay. And you can't say, well, if there was no gravity, all the energy would just release off into space. Well, you don't have a ball to assert your story with because you recognized earlier, or you told us earlier that it was just a belief, and you don't have it in motion. and you don't know how it was in motion. So you have 2 parts of a 3-part story, and you can't use the rest of the story to validate your story. So what you experience in reality is you need a container in order to contain high pressure and keep it away from low pressure. Otherwise, it'll flow into this low pressure. Okay? Your car
Pressure
tire.
is
You
force
get a hole in your
distributed
tire,
over
and all that high pressure comes
the
out
area
of the
cross section.
tire and moves to the lower pressure, which is the air around it. Okay, the story is that Earth has 14 psi on average at sea level, and the vacuum of outer space is 10 to the negative 17 torr with no container and no flowing high pressure to low pressure.
Well, pressure, it's not just mass.
You want to believe, sir.
Wait, I think one of us is cutting off.
It's me.
It's you?
What's the definition of gas pressure then?
It would be the force that the movements of, like the average movement of the particles exerts on a square inch or whatever, like inch or
A square inch of
centimeters
a square inch of
of
what?
like a surface.
Of a surface. There you go. So like the walls of a container, right?
Yeah, on the ground. Yes.
So to achieve gas pressure, you need the particles to exert force on a surface, not
Yes.
on no surface,
Yes.
not on nothing. There you go. Space is fake.
How?
Because we have gas pressure. And to
Yeah,
achieve
but
that, you're going to
the
need
thing
those gas
is that
particles to press against a surface, not
the only
against
reason why the particles
nothingness.
are bound to the Earth is because of gravity.
But you just told us what gas pressure is, right? It's the force
Yes.
that the gas
Yeah,
exerts
force
on
includes
a
its mass
surface.
and then acceleration due to gravity.
Wrong.
Now you're going against what you said.
Oh.
You said gas pressure is defined as the force that the particles exert on a surface area.
Yes.
So that's not gravity.
No. Okay, you have to realize that force, the F in this case equals ma. So it's the mass, the average mass of the gas particles, and the acceleration due to gravity. And then when you're talking about pressure, it's that F over a cross section. Well, not
Again,
yeah.
you're still rehashing the same shit, even though it was explained you're wrong. So I think we're going to have to ask you to go out, copy paste a link for a citation, explaining what you're saying, validating what you're explaining. Because we have some. It's called Boyle's gas law, for instance, and it requires V, volume.
Gas isn't just going down. It's
No,
going
it's not
in all
just going down.
directions.
That's true.
It's going in all directions, right?
Yes, but
so
to escape the Earth, the gas would have to have a escape velocity.
you mean escape the Earth? What do you mean escape the Earth?
Well, the gravitational attraction of the core. That's what I mean.
Gravitational attraction.
Like
This is some claim stacking. Okay, young fellow, have you ever opened a can
when you're
of
talking about
soft
like
drink
high
before?
pressure and low pressure,
Talking about the
you have to
gravitational
consider
attraction that's not attracting it when the gas is expanding in all directions and not going down.
No, but it would have to escape the gravitational pull. So even though it's fast, it's not fast. Like most of the gas isn't fast enough to escape the Earth.
We're getting explanations without any citation or any validation whatsoever, aren't we?
I mean, I'm
We're
just
getting
stories
from a story.
I'm just going off of like the
your
time I took
thoughts,
like
your
physics
feelings
in high school. So
yeah, we need
yeah,
real
that's
shit.
it.
Real shit. not
Gravity,
feelings
the
and
magic sauce
thoughts.
that makes everything yummy.
You'll never ever be able to demonstrate, right, this idea that there's this magical force, right, stopping gases from doing what gases do, which is expand in all directions indefinitely to fill any vessel, however large, right? But just by gravity alone. So if you've got a vacuum, right, a chamber full of gas, and then there's another chamber right above it, right, that's empty. It's a vacuum, right, very low pressure. And you can remove the barrier between them. You're just going to see the gas just sit there and not go into the chamber above it because of gravity.
They're both
It's going to go
experiencing
up.
the same gravitational pull. It's like the same system.
No, this is on Earth. This is on Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I misunderstood you. You're saying that if you had a jar, let's just say one jar has gas and above it the other jar has no gas. If you were to open the lid of the one with no gas, what would happen?
Mm-hmm.
So what would happen is that the gas surrounding the vacuum would diffuse into the container at around the speed of sound.
It'd fill that vacuum, right?
Yeah,
wouldn't it? Yeah.
At around the speed of sound, yes.
But gravity wouldn't stop it, right?
Yes.
So it would fill it, but it wouldn't fill it.
No, I'm saying that it would fill it. But when you're talking about space, the difference
so gravity
is
wouldn't stop it then, right? So gravity didn't stop it then, right?
I said at the speed of sound. So it would be the particles, the gas
I don't
particles.
care about your speed of sound, dude.
Well, no, it's very important. That's why I talk about
either
escape
gases, right?
velocity.
Right. What's
The only
is it
reason
true
why
that
gases don't go out is because of the escape velocity.
that's your story, right?
Well, that's my
That's
model.
your idea.
That's what I'm
You
saying.
already agreed. You already agreed that gas pressure, right, is the force that the particles exert on a surface area, not a nothing area.
Do you realize he just said that's his model? That's his thought. That's his belief. He hasn't. All he's doing is explaining shit. He's not providing anything.
No, I'm just saying that how.
Do you realize this is a belief? This is a belief in your head.
Well, I'm saying.
Do you realize that?
Really...
Do you realize it? It's a belief in your head. You're not providing any validation. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. But
You'd have to go ahead
explanation
and
of
show
a belief in your head.
I'm saying let's assume there's like a lot of evidence for flat Earth.
No, let's not assume.
Like the gas
No,
thing
let's
just
not
wouldn't be one of them. It just wouldn't.
Not assume.
Make sense.
Let's just have you demonstrate to us, right, gravity restricting the volume within which a gas can move around.
Okay, I'm saying that the gas around the vacuum would fill the vacuum at roughly.
Not the gas around. Not the gas around the vacuum.
Yes, the gas around.
No, not around it. Not around it. No, we're not exposing a vacuum chamber to the surrounding area of gas, right? So we've got a chamber full of gas, right? Above it is a separated chamber, separated by a physical barrier, and in that is a very, very low pressure vacuum, right? We're going to slide, the barrier between them.
Okay.
There's a valve. We're going to turn the valve. We're going to open the valve, right? It's going to happen.
So what's going to happen is that the the normal container has gas going around the speed of sound everywhere. So when you take that filter or that film off, it would go into the other container at roughly the speed of sound.
Why are
It'll
you so hung
equalize
up on the
pressure.
speed of sound? What's the go with that, mate? I've got to know.
Okay, so because like when you're talking about gas, that's the average of the motion of the particles. That's why you have like sonic booms. Sonic booms.
The gas never stops, right? Doesn't stop moving. If it stopped moving, it wouldn't be classified as a gas anymore, right?
Yeah, I didn't say that.
Fundamental characteristics of gases is that they move.
They do move.
Yeah.
Well, there's a very clear
the reason why I'm
demonstration.
saying that they move at around the speed of sound is because on Earth, when you do that experiment, you can see that the gas does disperse. But
There's
when
a-
you're talking about space, there's a change in gravity, and
In
because of
space,
that change,
space
well,
would be an area, a volume available to the gas to fill, right? So if you're going to talk about imaginary ideals, right, then we're not interested. If you can show a demonstration where you've used gravity to restrict the volume for an amount of gas, that'd be great.
well, I'm saying that in what you said earlier, like that example that you were talking about, it just wouldn't make sense because gravity would be basically the same.
Hang on.
The
Okay,
gravity, like I'm saying that the
let me get hold on, sir. Let me get in here. I got you. Check this out. Okay, let's do it. Let's take a thought experiment. Expand on what T-Dub was just saying. Okay, let's say I have a mason jar sized container. Okay,
Yeah.
with gas at whatever gas pressure. Right above it, right above it is another mason jar sized chamber that is a vacuum, and in between it you have a physical barrier, right? So you're saying if we open the valve or whatever in this kind of tabletop size experiment, the gas will almost virtually instantaneously fill
no,
the
not
vacuum.
instant, like at the speed of sound.
You heard what I said, virtually instantaneously. Okay, I'm a pro. That's what I mean. Very, very quickly at whatever speed you want to try and quantify it at, fill the vacuum, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Now let's take another step. Let's expand these two containers. Okay, so let's say that the container on the bottom that has the gas is now 10 feet tall, and on top of it is another 10-foot tall container. Same setup with a barrier between them. The one on top is the vacuum, and the bottom one is the same pressure as before, just a lot more gas. Right? So it's the same pressure, let's say 20 psi, whatever the fuck. Are you saying now, okay, now when we open the valve, it'll expand into the vacuum, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's take another step. Let's take that bottom container, cylinder now. Let's make it a mile long high. And then the one on top, another mile long high. So we have these two cylinders, mason jar wide things, right? Same setup. Now it's 2 mile long stack. Open the valve. What's going to happen? Is it going to expand into the vacuum or not?
At the speed of sound, yes.
Thank you very much. Now let's take that same setup. You're following me, guys, right? You take the same setup. Now let's expand that bottom container up 100 miles high, and the other one another 100 miles high on top of that. So we have a 200-mile long stack of two giant fucking mason jars. Bottom one, 20 psi with a shit ton of gas in it to make up for that pressure. The one on top of it, shit ton, no gas. Open the valve. What's going to happen?
The gas would go up at the speed of sound.
Thank you very much. So why is it going to... Okay, so this 100-mile long thing, guys, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but 100 miles is basically beyond the fucking... the Kármán line or whatever. What is it, 60 miles or something like that? You guys know what I'm talking about? Anyone else? Whatever. The threshold beyond which is considered the Earth's atmosphere bleeding into what's known as outer space is well beyond that, is well within that bound. Okay? So why is it that in this setup, you have these cylinders, cylindrical containers behaving this way, but not the gas in the surrounding environment? When you have the same amount of quote-unquote gravity that should be pulling down on that gas in the bottom container.
Okay, so the answer is because of a lack of knowledge that I have. But basically what I'm getting at is that the gravity exerted on the top of the container of the vacuum.
Sir,
The
sir,
gas.
Sir, hang on, sir. I appreciate your honesty. Is that you don't know what you're talking about here?
No,
Because you just gave
I know the I don't know the numerical limits.
You just gave two contradictory examples.
No,
Because
they're not
watch this. If I extend it again,
Yeah, but
double
you're
it,
not letting me
1,000 miles.
explain.
No, sir, because your explanation is waffling. Okay, because watch this. Watch what you're going to answer here. Okay, if I take that bottom cylinder container and extend it 1,000 miles high, and the vacuum chamber container above it stacked up another 1,000 miles high, so I have 2,000 miles of two tubes. Okay, separated by a barrier. One's at 20 psi. The top one is a vacuum. And I open the container. What's going to happen? Your answer?
My answer.
Thank you.
No. Okay,
Thank
my
you.
answer is that.
What's the answer?
My answer is that it would behave as if the individual particles, right? The individual particles are moving at the speed of sound. So if they can escape the system, if it can actually even go up that high, because the problem is like when
did you measure these particle speeds, mate? Because you keep
Yeah,
rattling off this speed of
no,
sound.
it's just average. I
No,
don't
just
have the
when was this
experiments.
measured?
I
So
don't
you're pulling it out of your ass. You're
No,
pulling
I
it out
don't
of
have
your
an
ass.
I don't have an experiment.
Come on. You should before you talk shit.
Well, I admit I don't have an experiment for measuring the average speed of gas, but no, actually I do. I guess you can have like a fighter jet. Sonic boom happens because
Because of the pressure
it
of the
goes
cone at
faster.
the front of the ship causing the pressure wave, and when that wave hits, it's a sonic boom. It happens at about
Pressure.
750
I'm talking
mile
about
an hour.
particles. I'm talking about
No,
particles.
just pressure from being pushed by the craft. It
Well,
causes
it's a
cone in front
phenomena
of it.
because the gas can't disperse at the speed. It can't it can't go behind it.
Yeah, okay, so that's being pushed by something, not gas by itself.
No, gas, well, oxygen, nitrogen, right? Oxygen and nitrogen
The sonic
is gonna
boom is
move around the
caused
speed
by a
of sound.
craft pushing it, not just magically caused by itself.
Pushing what?
Air.
Yeah,
bro. You're
particles.
really confused because before the word you did not use was equalize. The gas would equalize between the chambers. They would equalize. But you're hung up on the speed of sound for some weird reason.
Yeah, because what you would have to do is that you'd have to add, like, let's say you have a 1,000-mile jar of air. You'd have to add energy. You'd have to add like energy to the system because otherwise the air, the oxygen is just gonna like pool at the bottom because of gravity. So you can't even have that. Like to have that jar example, you'd have to put in so much.
Okay, let's do this the easy way. Have you seen the little vacuum chambers that people put marshmallows and shit like that in them?
Yes.
Okay, I want you to imagine you've just put a cube of frozen oxygen in there. Alright? You've chucked it in the little vacuum chamber. Now we're going to turn the vacuum chamber on, but we're also going to hold an oxy torch on the outside so it warms up. What do you think will happen to that cube of frozen oxygen?
It'll sublimate.
It'll turn into what? It'll change phase.
Into gas.
Into a liquid first? 'Cause it's
No,
frozen.
I think it'll sublimate. It'll go from solid to gas.
And the gas will go where?
It'll be in the container.
It'll fill the container. There goes gravity, mate.
No, this is a tabletop experiment. It's the same gravity. The problem is when you make
just
the
got rid of your own
container so
gravity.
high, if you make the container so big, then you can't fill up the container without adding a lot of extra energy, without like adding a bunch
Hang
of
on,
extra stuff.
Dude, you're very confused, sir, because at the bottom where we are is where supposedly the gravity has its highest effect. It's the strongest closer to the core. So
That
the
is true.
further out you go, the less inclined it is to actually go down. So if you do a tabletop experiment here, you're saying it won't stay down. It's going to expand out, right? When the force of gravity is actually its highest. But if we go, 10 kilometers up, 100 kilometers up, and we do the same thing like in an airplane, assuming a plane is flying that high, or you get my fucking point, right? And you do that thing, that same experiment, you're saying the gas will not go up. It'll won't expand to fill the container, when the force is actually the weakest. It's very backwards, sir. I encourage you to take a moment to think on this, because you're not speaking coherently. I gotta admit, and I don't blame you. This is a fucked up scenario here that everyone's into. Take a few moments instead of just waffling at the mouth, okay, just randomly because you want to maintain the conversation. Think about these things.
No, I let you guys talk, all right? But also you have to let me respond, interject, because you there's a lot of assumptions. There's a lot of assumptions being made.
You're the one with the assumptions here. You're assuming there's a native force in and of itself by itself performing this trickery that you're talking about. You're the one with
We've
the
already
assumption.
shown that doesn't happen with the mason jar example, all that. That doesn't happen. Gravity doesn't stop gas from expanding into vacuums. It just doesn't.
Well, the thing is, space is very big, right? So once you have a particle,
I don't care how big it is.
Once you have a particle escape the expand, it's gonna go to space. But the thing is, most of the particles don't have the energy. They're not high enough. They're bound by gravity. They can go at the speed of sound, but most particles are not reaching. Most gas particles aren't going 1,000 miles up.
Guys,
because they don't have the energy.
Guys, this guy is fucking done. Okay.
Well, I'm just saying, there's not enough energy. There's not enough energy.
Does gas expand to fill available volume or not? Does gas expand to fill available volume?
Gas moves regardless. It's not a solid. It's not a liquid.
Does gas expand to fill available volume? Does it?
The assumption is that it fills it, but I'm saying that what it actually does is that
it's not an assumption, dude. It's not an assumption, dude. Either it does that or
it'll do that on the ground, but it will not do that if you make the jar 1,000 feet.
No. Gas either does that anywhere or it doesn't. It's not situational.
It is
gas has intrinsic properties.
Force is mass equals ma.
Point is, does gas expand to fill available volume? It's simple.
The assumption. Well, there's a reason.
Or doesn't it?
Does
it or doesn't it?
It's an assumption. It'll do under. It depends on the. It depends on the environment.
Oh God. What environment have you ever experienced where gas didn't fill a volume?
I haven't gone to space.
So you don't know of one.
Bro, you already fucking cooked yourself. Okay? I told you. There's something wrong in this setup. Again, the force of quote-unquote gravity is the strongest.
Well, no, I think you guys would have to assume, so what you're saying is like.
Let me finish. Hang on, let me finish.
You have to assume.
Let me shut your mouth. Okay? The force of gravity, quote-unquote, is the highest closer to the center of its mass, quote-unquote. The higher up you go, there's less of an effect on the gas. But you're saying towards the center, or the closer to the center, the closer to the ground, okay, the gas does fill the volume, wherein the force of gravity would be at its highest, right? But that doesn't seem to affect the ability of the gas to move upwards, countering that force. But if
So
it
you've got it the
does,
wrong way around. You think way out there in outer space it wouldn't do that, but down here on the ground where gravity's the strongest, it does that. You know, you've got
exactly,
it mixed up.
it
Man.
should be the opposite. It should be the opposite, right? You should be able to say that, on the ISS, if they have little on the ISS where the force of gravity, quote unquote, is the lowest, the gas has less of a force to push out to work against. Therefore, it would expand the volume more easily compared to on the ground where the force of gravity is its highest, having more of like a compressive kind of effect downwards, limiting the gas's ability to move upwards against it and limiting its ability to fill the volume. It's the opposite that you're talking about, but it's totally nonsensical. It's bass backwards.
All right. Let me just try to explain myself, because you're making a faulty assumption when it comes to the behaviors of gas. So the behavior, it's not gonna fill. It's not like traveling at the speed of light. Most gas, it needs energy. You need energy to go up. You need energy to resist gravity.
This is an inherent property of gas where without physical limitation, gas fills its surrounding environment and equilibrates.
What you just said has a lot of problems baked into it. A lot of assumptions. It doesn't instantly. It doesn't. Fill. Like when you say a gas fills up a container, it actually just moves.
Sir, I did not say instantly. I said it fills the container at whatever speed it is, right? Contingent upon the surrounding temperature. Whatever, all that stuff, right? Pressure and temperature. They have they have some sort of
relationship.
They have a relationship. Okay, like if you have water, you have a glass of water. Okay, you heat it up at regular atmospheric temperature pressure, it's going to boil at 100 degrees Celsius. But if you heighten that pressure or lower that pressure, it's going to take more or less temperature for it to actually start boiling. Right? That you get that kind of balancing
pressure. Yeah, pressure would be the weight of the other gases exerting on a given area.
Bro,
pressure has to do with force. It's not just
I said it 5-10 minutes ago. This guy's fucking done. Why are we still talking to him?
I know he's so bricked.
Fuck.
Hey, hold on, listen, shush. Hold on a second.
To explain
yourself. Question mark. Whatever your name is, question mark. Google the term Boyle's gas law. Do you even know what Boyle's gas law is? What it says? They've been trying to describe it to you over and over again, and you're just talking past it.
That's where the word boiling water comes from, I think.
BOYLES gas law formula. It's a relationship.
Is that the fucking
of temperature and pressure?
Pressure is weight.
You see, there you are again. You didn't even listen, didn't look it up. You don't even know what you're talking about, and you keep rehashing the same old shit.
Well, I'm saying that this experiment...
It's not an experiment.
Well, no, listen. I'm just saying, like, if you were to do an experiment that...
Field of the Future, that's awesome. We don't do that
well,
here.
no, you guys are cutting me off. I let you guys...
there's a reason for it. We're trying to cut you off so you don't sound like a muppet.
No,
okay?
Because
you're already
I'm trying to unwrap the...
Yeah, unwrap that. We're trying to cut you off because you sound like a muppet and you're not doing yourself a solid. They just suggested you look up Boyle's law. Please go and do so.
Yes. So pressure, pressure is proportional 1/V.
What is V?
Volume.
Awesome.
Uh-oh.
Now, there is a variant in pressure and altitude. Guess why? Temperature. Is there a relationship in pressure and temperature? I asked you nearly an hour ago to cite us a frickin' a formula. You never did. You didn't give us anything. Talk past this.
Okay, so I'll go into what pressure is. All right.
No.
No.
Cite it.
Because
Give us a goddamn formula. Give us a formula. Not an explanation, not bullshit. Verified, actual shit. Not a story.
Well, I don't know off the top of my head.
In your brain. There you go. Google it.
But I do know what pressure is. And pressure. Oh no. Sorry. Yeah. F equals ma. Sorry.
You keep saying the same shit.
Okay. So, this law, it makes sense, but you have to realize that P is important, right? So the pressure, as you go up, will decrease the gas pressure, and it decreases because the higher you go up, there's less of a force of gravity that'll
We already debunked gravity earlier, Sunshine. Get on with it.
God damn it, this guy's fucking stupid. I'm done.
Boyle's gas
Done.
law. What does it say? It says essentially, it says pressure and volume remains constant at a constant what? Temperature. Does it say mass? Does it say gravity?
Well, if you extend,
Does it say any of that? Does it say?
If you
it does?
expand P, what would P comprise of? I'm asking you
Low
that
care
question.
factor from the most of us. Bottom line is, Sunshine, there's no proof of curvature. That's why we're called flat earthers. It's not we give a crap about gas earthers.
You'd have to expand P, and I'm going into like P. Pressure, gas pressure.
Yep. Okay. Pressure. Pressure from what?
Other
It's the
gases.
force that's exerted on the container that the gas is in. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Have a nice day. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Escape that.
Okay,
Snacks
well,
are at the
yeah,
back.
okay, well,
Welcome if you
the
got it.
crux of your argument is that gas will fill a container. But you have to realize that it only does that under certain circumstances.
Give us one that it doesn't, and the only one you're going to give is this
Don't get me
mysterious
started. Don't get me started.
space Earth.
E.
What?
Pressure. So the pressure is mass and acceleration due to gravity. The point being that you have to realize that it takes a lot of energy to go past the
Yeah,
speed
man.
of sound. If
Got
you're
it.
a
Sorry,
gas.
bro.
I totally got
So
it,
you're
bro.
gonna have less gas.
Got
The
it.
higher up you go, you're gonna have less gas because less
We
of
got
that
less
gas is
gas.
gonna be able to.
Hey, Sunshine, where do you
go-
think oxygen is generated at?
Me?
Yeah.
Is there a person called Sunshine?
Yeah, you now.
Okay. Oxygen would
Where's it created at? Where's it generated at?
it would have to do something with like the star processes and like explosion stuff. Like
Oh my God.
the superheated.
Wow. You know, okay, guys, I'm going to mow the lawn before I do
It
a
would be
cartwheel.
formed before the Earth. So the
You're
Earth
an
would
idiot.
contain
on
oxygen.
Earth, dude.
Plants,
Earth.
trees, you moron. Star processes. You fuck off.
The oxygen's already there. You're
What
talking
you're
about
telling us
new
is a
oxygen.
story, and
It's stored
Right.
in
He was asking for P, which is pressure, and in the definitions you will find out that the force that the gases exert on the walls of the container causes the pressure.
exactly. He's already conceded to that. You need a surface area.
But he just spoke about it like mass is whatever causing the pressure or something, which is
He's
crazy.
been doing this
Try it.
for hours.
He talks out two sides of his mouth. He talks out two sides of his mouth. One instance, it requires this. On the other, oh no, it doesn't need that. What we're asking for is
my
demonstration of it,
explanation.
not your story about what the sky is and why the gases aren't going into this ever-expanding available volume, right? We're asking you for a practical demonstration where you are showing us that you can use gravity to contain an amount of gas and restrict its area. Restrict the
The
volume.
gravity that we experience around us is going to be basically the same. It's negligible. So I don't have
We're asking you, if you're saying that all you need for a gaseous
I don't have
pressurized system is gravity, show us that. Show us you or somebody else, right? That's done it already, and they've used gravity, and they've got a certain amount of gas, and they've got gravity there, and they're holding that gas together in an area, and they're not letting it expand out to fill any other volume.
Okay,
He
yeah.
said it was
A baked into that answer question is the expand, and I'm saying that the expansion is not like inherent. The expansion is only if if the gas has enough velocity to escape.
No, it's an inherent property of gas
the
that it
container?
will, no matter what, expand in all directions to fill available
Yeah,
volume.
that's the core
Nothing
disagreement.
prevents it from doing that except a physical barrier, collision with a surface, like you already agreed, to cause gas pressure.
All right, listen. You can move very fast within the atmosphere. That's like called
Atmosphere,
orbiting.
that's a contradiction of terms. Atmos is
Okay, whatever.
gas,
You can move very fast
and
around
sphere is a
Earth.
shape. Gases have
You can
no
move
shape.
very fast around Earth, but that doesn't mean that you're gonna escape the gravity of Earth.
Gravity? What's that?
Gemsy, this guy doesn't listen to anything you say. He just keeps repeating the same shit.
I know.
No, I do.
repeat it
I'm
until he
listening,
gets it.
but I'm saying like why your assertion is wrong. Like you're baked in, like baked into it, like the fills up a container. I'm saying that you have to break that up into. You have to know why it'll even like fill a container. And the reason why it'll fill, quote unquote, fill a container is because if you're like under the same gravitational forces, everything can be constant. Like gravity is not a big deal. Gravity is only a big deal once you start, once the gas particle starts going up in elevation, and to escape Earth, it would need so much more velocity than it really has. So what'll tend to happen is that most of the gas particles are going to be going around the speed of sound, but you're going to get very few that can even go past that threshold barrier.
Talk about escaping the Earth. You mean like the gas cycles? Like, the Earth
Because
is
you're saying
producing
that
gases.
you're saying that if you were to
most
assume
gases are producing
that the
at the
space is a
surface
low
level.
pressure environment and that the Earth is a high pressure, you're saying that all the gas would go up. But
Do you have
I'm
like
saying why
diarrhea
that
of the
wouldn't
mouth
really
or
make
something
sense.
that someone is speaking and you start speaking while they're speaking?
Well, I'm trying to get my full point across. I'm saying that
Like in the middle of someone else's
problem
sentence?
with
Did the
assuming
middle of my
that
sentence
space is just
interrupted
a
the beginning of
vacuum
yours?
above a mason jar is that you're still you're trying to point to a local example that has gravity and you're trying to expand that outwards. But I'm saying that the properties of the particle is always gonna behave as it is. It's just everything else around it that. So what I'm saying is that the acceleration due to
He's
gravity
saying
downwards,
nothing. He's saying bullshit.
the
He doesn't-
acceleration due to gravity
Look,
downwards.
you haven't
is
even
gonna restrict
cited
the
a
movement.
single formula. Nothing.
Well, I
You're
did
just
give you a
talking. No,
formula.
you didn't.
I'm
You're just
expanding what P
talking.
is in the pressure gas law. I'm saying that P would
Can
be
you
equal to a
cite
force.
what you're saying?
And a
Can you-
force is
Fuck is the point of your ramblings, bro?
He's
Can
just-
you show pressure without a container or not? Fuck.
He's just talking. He's entertaining himself at our expense. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, just show gas pressure without a container. What is all
Please.
this?
It's not going to happen. This guy's not going to prove shit. Can we move on, man? There's got to be somebody else in here to talk to, right?
Fucking shit, yeah.
Come on.
I think he's the only one that we have.
Oh,
Sadly.
shit. All right. Carry on. Carry on.
All right. So basically, what I'm saying is that space is a vacuum, and Earth it's a near vacuum, but and Earth isn't a vacuum. But you're talking about You're saying that under your
Basically, you
under
don't
your
get what gas
assumption,
pressure
you
is.
said that why
Basically,
doesn't the gas go up to space and
basically, you
equalize
don't get what
and fill
gas
up the
pressure
container
is.
of
What is
space?
gas pressure? Is the
That's
force?
your problem. And I'm
You
trying to
can't
say
talk to
why
this guy.
it's
This
like
guy
that
doesn't
wouldn't happen.
actually like respond to anything.
Basically, he doesn't get it.
He said that space, I guess, is a perfect vacuum and Earth is a near vacuum.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, he pretty much did.
So basically, you have
How
a
did I say
problem with
that?
reality. You have a problem with nature, laws of nature. You have a problem with that, basically.
What is nature? What do you mean?
You know the laws of nature. You have a problem with them. Second law of thermodynamics. You're making your own story instead of going for what it is.
I'm simply trying to expand
You're simply,
P in the definition that you
you're
give
simply
me.
denying reality
I'm
and
trying to
going with
expand
stories that
P.
you're going with stories that you're making up on the go.
I'm giving you a reason why.
Basically, you're just
What
making
like your
explanations
assumptions?
away from what happens in reality and just making up
Because
stories.
like what you're
Basically,
doing ultimately is
ultimately, that's what you're doing. Just
trying to
going
disprove
away from
a
reality
gravitational
and going
force.
into fantasy land and explaining that. Basically,
All right, the main crux of the argument is
is that you making up stories?
no, it's basically
right,
it's
you're
basically
making shit up.
your assertion that the
You're
gas will fill up a container no matter
ignoring the
what. I'm
laws of
saying that it's
you
dependent.
ignoring the laws and just making stuff up.
Laws are just due to observation. So on the Earth, if you observe what happens to the gas pressure in a container, that makes sense. But
So you
you'd
observe
have
something
to
and that's a
know
law.
why. Laws just say what happens, but
He
like the
said that laws
why.
are just observing
If
something.
you have to have a mental
You
model of
gonna
like
keep making stuff up?
why that even happens and why
You
it
said that laws
happens.
is just
Shut up.
observing something.
Why it happens is because on Earth we experience the same gravity.
Is someone
So
DMing
you
you
don't.
this
So
stuff and you just
in that
reading off it?
formula, you can literally like ignore gravity. Like you
Who's
don't have
DMing
to
you,
deal
bro?
with
Who's
that.
DMing you
But
this stuff?
when
What
you make
formula?
the
Wait, what
container so much
formula?
bigger,
Say it
when you
again.
make
What
the container
formula?
so much
What
bigger,
formula? What formula? You said the formula. Which formula exactly?
okay, so I'm talking about the Boyle's gas law that you guys are bringing
Yeah.
up, and I'm
You
saying
guys,
that
these guys
I'm
didn't
saying
make
that the
that stuff
Boyle's
up.
gas law has an assumption, and you guys are
Hey,
ignoring the assumption.
Boyle's Gauss laws. It wasn't these guys that made it up. You know that, right?
No, I didn't say
No,
that.
you don't know that. Oh
I said
gosh,
I
you
didn't
think
say that. I
people in
didn't say
here
that you
made that
guys
up?
made it up. We both know that's not what I said.
Well, anyway,
Okay.
you brought it up. What about it?
I didn't bring it up, but you brought
Yes,
it up
you
to say
did. No, you did.
Doing that.
You said law. You said formula. Sorry. I said exactly what formula. Then you said Boyle's gas law.
yes.
I assume you meant that formula. So what about it?
Okay,
Exactly.
so what we're doing here is that we're having
We
like
doing?
an
There's no
argument
we.
against
You mean
P.
we? When you say we, you mean you and me? You and I?
Me and all the flat earthers on this chat.
No. There's no we.
Okay, whatever. So basically, I'm talking about P, and I'm trying to explain
Pressure.
why.
That is the
Yeah,
force
pressure.
of the
Yeah,
gases
pressure. And I'm trying to
exert
explain
on the
why.
walls of
I'm
each
trying to
container.
explain why.
That causes pressure, right? The force that the gases exert on the walls of its container causes pressure. You got that?
Anyways, I'm trying to explain why.
He's like ignoring it completely.
Yeah, because it's kind of irrelevant because what I'm
Irrelevant.
talking
You
about
said
is
P.
I'm trying to
said P. What is P?
I'm trying to expand
You said pressure.
P.
What is pressure?
P
What is
would
it?
be force just over
Force
an
starts with
area.
F, not P.
F equals ma. It would be force. That's the F, and then P would be F times the
That's not in the
the
formula.
length
What are you
squared.
talking about, man? You're making your own shit up. There's no
He
F.
won't even remember what he said in like one sentence from
F
now. He
is
won't
F
even
is
remember what he
force. Okay, so I'm saying that I'm just gonna break it down like this. All right,
P
Actually,
is force.
it actually says pressure and volume are inversely
I'm
proportional.
not talking about pressure and volume right now. I'm just trying to break down the P.
You're making your own shit up.
No, I'm trying to break down the pressessure because pressure is
He's trying
important.
to say nothing by saying a lot.
Anyways, pressure would be force.
Is the force that the
And the
gases
force
exert
is
on the walls
force
of
is
the
mass
container,
times
right?
acceleration when we're talking about atmospheric gas.
Atmospheric. Atmos is gases, air.
Yeah, we're talking about
Sphere,
the gas that
sphere is a shape.
surrounds the Earth.
Gases have no shape.
I
So
didn't
that's
bring
a
up shape.
contradiction.
Shape is irrelevant.
You said atmosphere. That's a
I don't really care. I can say it in another way. I can say the air that envelops the Earth. It doesn't change my argument.
The gases.
It doesn't really change my
The
argument.
gas pressure you're talking about?
No, because
No, you're not talking about the gas pressure anymore.
no. Let me just.
Okay,
The flat earthers brought up
The who?
Boyle's law.
No, don't.
Boyle's law was brought up as a contradiction in if you think a sphere Earth is a thing. Like,
Boyle's law was brought up as a contradiction.
and I'm saying that it's not really a contradiction if you understand that.
If
you
it was brought
understand
up as a
how
contradiction,
gas
but it's not a
particles move.
contradiction.
It's not a contradiction.
So it was brought up, but it's not a contradiction.
It was brought up as
Why
a
bringing it up?
contradiction, but it's not really a contradiction.
No, it was brought
Contradiction
up.
to what?
It was brought up as a contradiction.
Boyle's
Like
law
if you
stands
assume
by
this.
itself. There's no, you can't contradict it.
It's
No,
called
it was
law.
it was brought up as an explanation. It like okay,
No.
it's like assumed, but a faulty assumption. No, a faulty understanding of the law would make a contradiction. But I'm saying it doesn't
what?
really. Boyle's gas law doesn't contradict the fact that there's a space around us. I'm saying that it's not really
There's a space
contradicting.
between you and I, and that's a good
No,
thing.
I'm talking about outer space.
Oh no, that would be a contradiction.
Yeah,
of,
I'm saying that it wouldn't really be a contradiction.
that will be a fantasy, like a baseless assertion, like something that you make up in story, like fantasy. You know, like stories and Disney.
I'm saying that you
Disney
can't really
stories.
point to Boyle's gas law as a
No,
contradiction. of there
Boyle's
being
law
space.
happens in real
Boyle's law.
life. The outer space is movies, fantasy.
Well, I'm
There's a
okay.
difference.
Let me just like try to clarify what I'm having issue with.
So you're
is
going to
specific-
explain without
No, what I'm having issue with
providing,
is flat
without
earthers using
providing.
Boyle's
No,
law
listen,
to say why
shut
there
up.
isn't space.
You're not going to provide anything. You've been in here for like over an hour or two, and you're not providing anything but your words. This idea in your head that you still haven't gotten across. Can you provide anything real, substantial,
All right,
validated?
I'm saying I'm just trying to refute.
So the answer is no?
I am trying to.
So the
refute
answer is
claim.
no? You
I'm
cannot
trying to
provide.
refute. I'm
No.
trying because you guys are offering a mental model of yourself.
You-
You're
no,
saying that the
mental-
mental model that of your assumptions would mean that space isn't real. And I'm just saying mental model for mental
Space
model.
between
I'm-
you and I, yeah, it's real. There is space between us. Yes, it's real. Nobody's
outer
denying
space.
that.
So
that will be.
what I'm saying is that
Fantasyland. That will be
we're just talking
Fantasyland.
about mental
That will be
models.
that will
We're
be
talking
Narnia.
about
You know Narnia.
if you were to
Like, you
assume a gas law, let's just say we all have an understanding
cannot
that
go to
Boyle's
Narnia.
gas
Don't you
law
get it?
works the way
Don't
it
you
does
get it?
on Earth, on the
You cannot
surface.
go to Narnia.
But I'm saying that if you expand the surface of the container
There's
to
nothing happening
include
in Narnia.
outer space, that it can still be true that you have most of the gas to be close to the Earth rather than
There's no
all
gases
of it
in
to escape in
Narnia.
the Earth.
Shit, so the answer is
Like
no.
there's just
You have nothing.
there's not enough energy in the gas
So you're just
for
going
it
to
to just
talk.
move.
You're just going to talk, but you can't. You're just going to talk.
He has diarrhea of the
Well,
mouth.
I'm just saying that if you try to assume the model that you have,
Do you
I'm
have
saying
something
that
factual?
I'm saying that the assumption that
What
the
model?
gas would escape is just not true. If there was outer space, we would still have an atmosphere. And it's not
Atmosphere.
contradicted. It's not.
So you're
Atmosphere is
talking
a
about-
contradiction
Okay, well-
of terms.
Wait a minute.
Atmos is air, gases.
It doesn't
and
really matter.
sphere
We
is
would
a
still
shape.
have gas
Gases have no
enveloping
shape.
us
All
that
this
produces
all
a
this
pressure.
fucking psychobabble, all this been going on and on is all just to say that you can still have an atmosphere
Yes,
without
that's my
Jesus
claim.
Christ.
Yes, I'm just saying that you can still have an
Claim is a
atmosphere.
contradiction.
No, it wouldn't be a contradiction. I'm saying
It
that
is.
it wouldn't be
It's
a
nonsense.
contradiction.
We got Job here.
You're
Maybe
speaking
Job wants
nonsense.
to talk. He's got a Kurt Cobain profile pic. Maybe he's cool.
What's
I
up,
don't
guys?
Yeah.
What's up? The sky, the heavens above,
That is true.
luminaries.
No, that's fantasy.
Up. You have to look up, and you see it.
Kurt was a flat earther, right? He's got a song called "On the
You
Plane."
want to look down, you see the ground.
Well, that
Every
song
time.
was taken from the Meat Puppets, but it was a cover. I mean, I guess he agreed with it. He was a pretty liberal.
No, "On the
liberal
Plane's"
guy.
not a cover. It's not a cover.
All right, all right. Let's
Yeah,
just
I think
say
it is. Hold on, let me look at it.
I'm
No,
not really
Oh,
trying
never
to.
mind.
I'm not trying to like actually
Question mark.
convince you
Mute
out of flat
yourself, because
Earth.
there's other people
But I'm
talking.
just
Question
what
mark.
I'm really trying to
mute
say
your mic.
is
Mute your mic. Question mark. Mute. You know the mute
What
button?
happened?
What happened?
No one
There's
else is talking.
Just
I
enjoy the
was talking to the other guy.
Is anyone else? Okay, so let me just like say what I'm gonna say. So
No.
what I'm saying is that like listen,
No,
I'm saying
don't
you can
say it.
still be a flat
Don't.
earther at the end of this. You
No,
can
no,
still agree with me and
don't
still
do
be a
it.
flat
Don't do
earther.
it. Don't.
But I'm
Flat
just
Earther,
saying that
what's
if you're
that?
gonna be a flat earther, you can't really use this argument.
Is that what you're talking
have to
about?
use a
About
di-
people? This
You
is
have
not
to use
about
a different
people.
argument.
Are you talking about descriptions of people?
Well, I guess the song's about drugs, but that's also relatively just as cool.
He's talking about people in here. They're not talking about people. We're talking about,
What?
the realist level. Boyle's law, containment, horizontal lines.
I think Joe meant the song.
Yeah, I was talking about the Nirvana song.
Yeah, the Nirvana song.
Why is he talking about descriptions
Huh.
of people?
I'm actually a little confused right now.
Yeah, after that guy,
Yeah.
we're all confused. It's okay. Let's go back to Earth. We've been here.
Yeah, so Joe, we've been talking to this maniac for like 2 hours. He just rambles to say almost nothing forever, and we're just hoping that somebody else could just save us from this guy by, picking up the conversation about what you think the Earth is.
No, I'm okay. My end.
and then he
my
starts.
goal. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. I will start.
He said Job. He didn't say you. He said Job. Are you Job?
Just gonna open the floor to see if Joe wants to take it.
Oh yeah.
If you're gonna address what is being said, maybe you can talk, but you're not addressing what's being said. You're just making stuff up and ignoring what is being said and what is being presented, and not presenting anything. Just making baseless assertions.
Won't save us, Joe. We can't deal with another hour of this maniac.
I don't think this guy has thoughts in his head, man. I'm sorry.
God damn it.
He takes what the hand feeds him.
Yeah, and he doesn't even know what he said like one sentence ago. You quote him on it, and he's like, "Well, I never said that," and then he just keeps barreling on with a bunch of stupidity that he's not even listening to. He's not even listening to himself.
Drink, your drink changes. his opinion, you know.
Your avatar is a Nirvana
Oh yeah,
album? It is?
album. It's just a picture of the.
It's just Kurt Cobain. I already said that.
Yeah, he's a smart man.
Was he eating his gun smart?
No.
Was he gun? I don't know.
Was he gun smart? Yeah, I heard there's a lot of mystery going on around his
Yeah,
death.
that's a conspiracy by itself.
You guys know Kurt Cobain had blue eyes. One blue one
He
way, one
did.
blue the other.
Yeah.
You think it was a girl? Think the girl did it?
It was one of his friends. That's what I think.
Courtney Love.
I think it was
She's
a girl.
innocent. In the hospital at the time.
Yeah, horse shit.
Cover.
Was she? Is that like an official alibi?
It is. Like his friend Mark did it though.
She paid him. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, maybe. Yeah, I get it. That's
Billy,
the joke. Maybe.
you know.
Wouldn't be the first time someone, some chick did this shit.
Chris, you never know.
Oh, kill my boyfriend so we can be together. Well, husband.
I heard from a stupid video I watched that he did not have the wound on his finger or whatever, thumb, whatever, on the recoil of the shotgun that he would have had if he shot himself. You know what I'm saying? Like the trigger guard or whatever would be like blown back, and I don't know. I mean, who knows? All I know is I don't know.
Well, one more mystery now.
Shit, this is a flat Earth server. What are we doing?
Ring question mark back and having talked to India.
Talk to what? Talk to.
How are you trying to do to me?
Yeah, we got a question mark guy. He wants to talk to you, India. He asked for you earlier.
He asked for me. Oh boy.
Kidding. No, he didn't. Joke.
Hello? I'm question mark.
Go ahead, question mark.
All right.
Explain to India how pressure works.
Okay, so I'm just gonna make a full thing because you weren't here. So basically, flat Earth is they're using Boyle's gas law as a reason to why as a refutation, because they're saying if you were to assume certain things about
for what?
I'm getting there. If you were to assume certain things about Boyle's law, then if you were to have a space, a near vacuum that is kind of around Earth, you would expect all the gas to quote unquote fill the container that is the Earth and the space. And what I'm getting at is at the end of the day, you can still agree with me and still be a flat earther, but I'm saying that this argument it's not going to convince someone that assumes gravity. If you think gravity is a thing, it's not the best argument to make for flat earth.
Well, how about will an experiment convince somebody?
I'm saying that most experiments you run, you can literally ignore gravity because we experience the same gravity on the surface.
But are you ignoring?
It's an argument against outer space, not for flat Earth.
Sorry, Indio.
Yeah, you don't have to be. It's really just about saying that. Well, a lot of flat earthers do hold this position, but like saying that space would be contradicted because of Boyle's law. And I'm trying to say how it wouldn't be it just wouldn't really be a contradiction. So I'll get to how my explanation.
How are you ignoring the very thing you're invoking? Gravity.
No, I'm saying that gravity can be ignored on the surface.
What's
because
that?
It's constant. It's basically constant.
Hold on. There's a variable. There's a variable in that formula. It's called temperature. You're ignoring that.
Yeah. No. Okay. Yeah. Temperature would be the movement of particles, and that can exhibit some pressure on a container. But I'm saying that most of the gas isn't really gonna get up to space levels because most gas, they don't have the energy, they don't have the velocity needed to
Guess why?
escape
Guess
Earth.
why?
And why would you what's your explanation for that?
It says it in the goddamn explanation. It says pressure and volume are inversely proportional, meaning one increases, the other decreases. Constant temperature. This law applies only when the temperature of the gas remains constant. There's a relationship between pressure and temperature. You've been told this multiple times.
I'm saying that this law.
Oh my God. Here we go again. You gotta talk past it.
Okay. Well, this law, Boyle's law, it would make sense if you're conducting. Okay, you get a law because you run an experiment and you write down your observations. So I'm saying that this observation, it would be observed on the surface of the Earth. But as you make the hypothetical container, as you make it bigger and bigger, this observation will change. And the observation will change to match our reality. The observation would still be that you could have space up there and Earth and gas down here.
You're not saying anything that makes any goddamn sense.
I made a claim. I made a claim, though. I'm saying that it doesn't
It's actually
contradict.
saying, dude, is that if you went like, let's say, 1,000 miles, right, above the surface of the Earth, and you have a little container of gas, right, all the gas is going to settle on the bottom of the container, but there'll be an empty space between the. It'll have a freestanding surface.
Are you assuming that the container
There'll be a gap
already has
between
gas?
the top of the gas and the top of the chamber at 1,000 miles above the surface of the Earth? Is that what you're saying? Down here, that doesn't happen. Down here, where gravity's the strongest, it'll all just go everywhere and fill any container. To get right up high in the sky, it doesn't do that anymore, right?
This guy is way before 2015. He thinks we don't even admit there's zero gradient. This is what's happening here. We've been entertaining this piece of shit, and he doesn't even realize that we don't even understand there's a gradient.
Gradient of what?
Oh my God. You see what I'm saying? He doesn't even understand that we don't understand there's a gradient in pressure at altitude.
Oh, of pressure. Yes, there.
No
you can still have
shit.
Well, it's not like it's a statistical thing. Like most gas is gonna be traveling at the speed of sound. But you're still
my
gonna have
God,
some
here we
gas
go.
that
Back to the speed
doesn't.
of sound. You do not understand that we already acknowledge there is a gradient of pressure at altitude.
Yeah, the higher you go up, the lower the pressure
Speed's
gets.
irrelevant. The speed of the particles is going to be determined by the temperature, isn't it?
Yeah, temperature determines the speed of the particles, not the pressure.
That's what we've been saying for like 2 freaking hours. This retard doesn't
You
even
can have
know
a high
shit.
pressure system of low temperature gas. That's how ACs work.
What's up, y'all?
The refrigerant during the cool loop, even though it's a lower pressure than when it's hot, still is under pressure.
Huh?
What does there being a gradient have to do with anything, though?
I know. This guy is fucked up.
Oh wait, what are we talking about specifically right now?
He came in real late.
Yeah, yeah. So like, what are we talking about?
What do you want to
what's the
talk about?
highest recorded
I'm saying
atmosphere
like, what is
pressure?
the? Hey, what about atmosphere pressure? My bad.
What's like the highest altitude that we've recorded air
You
pressure
mean
at?
like going like straight up like into space or whatever? And like in space like 63 miles or something or high or
Just
something like
whatever the highest verifiable recording is.
Oh, what do you think it is?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking. I don't know if anybody here knows. I'm gonna Google it, but
No, yeah, I don't know at all. Yeah, I know like space is technically like like getting out of the ozone layer. I think it's like 63 miles away.
Yeah, someone said earlier the Kármán line or whatnot.
so there was a high altitude balloon that reached an altitude of 33.4 miles.
Huh. Okay, I was wrong.
Really? What happened to Echo?
Yeah, what about the 1,600-mile balloon?
I never brought that up. I don't know about that one. Never
Oh,
heard of it.
NASA claims they orbited a balloon, 1,600-mile apogee.
So, what do y'all think about like the ice wall?
What, Game of Thrones ice wall or the other one?
The other one.
The other one, I don't think about it.
Do you think like we'll ever be able to like get to it?
For why? Are you disputing that, like, if you go south, you hit ice?
Yeah.
Oh, why?
It's like-
How come, like, in the 1800s, they have these maps that say Great Ice Barrier?
Because there's an ice wall.
Yeah. Doesn't come from flat earthers, it comes from globe earthers.
No, I'm saying, well, yeah, I've heard the flat earthers be like, there's like the ice wall, but it doesn't just stop at the North or South Pole.
Yeah, that's because the old maps say the Great Ice Barrier.
Okay, so like, what's your opinion on it?
You want his opinion? You want his own personal
My
thoughts?
opinion?
Like, does that matter?
Yeah.
My
Well, how
opinion
about what's
is,
recorded?
on the Southern Ocean, it's very
Damn,
rough
calm
seas,
down,
so if
bro,
you
damn.
survive it, then you probably hit some sort of frickin' ice barrier.
Okay.
How are you gonna reach the continent unless you frickin' go
What's
certain
outside of
direction?
it?
There is no outside. What's outside the universe?
Or universe, like
More universe. What's outside the universe?
More universe.
Multiverse.
With the multiverse, the metaverse, super universe. Just add adjectives to it.
The
So when you ask us
trans
what's out-
universe.
So when
That's
you
why
ask
we're
me what's outside
superheroes,
the
right?
Earth, it's like me asking you what's outside the universe. It's a
yeah,
nonsensical question.
I'm like
Doesn't mean
new
anything.
to it. I'm new to it, bro. Here, can you
Well, there is okay.
you, like,
So if
educate
you're
me on
new,
it a little bit?
I'm gonna fill you in.
Okay.
We don't think
Okay.
Earth is a disk in space. Okay. We don't think Earth is a space disk floating around. That shit. There
Okay.
is no space.
There is no space.
Vacuum. Yeah, there's no outer space vacuum. Sorry. That's a story that was told by Democritus in 320 BC. He had no evidence for it. And neither did Epicurus after him or anybody else since then.
What are the little bright lights in the sky then when we see at night?
The bright light space.
Wait, you just said there's no space.
Are the bright light space?
What do you think it is? Why are you asking me? I asked you.
No,
You can't ask
then
me a
why are
question
you
with a
asking me?
question.
We're talking about space, right?
Yeah. You said there's
And then
no
you're
space,
asking what
right?
the bright lights are. I'm asking if
Yeah.
the bright lights are space. Like, how are they connected?
What do you mean?
What do I mean? We're talking about space, and you brought up the bright lights. What the fuck do they have to do with space?
But,
They're
no,
like
no, no.
in
So,
space.
so
Like,
what,
like,
during the night,
we're
we
asking
call them
questions.
stars,
We're not
right?
like coming at you. Yeah, we're not like coming at
Yeah,
you.
well,
It's
there's
like,
stars in the sky, right? We call them stars. They're little white little
Yeah,
dots in the sky.
what
What
do
are
you
those?
think
What are
they
those
are?
to you? What are those to you during the night?
They're little bright lights that we call stars.
Yeah, but what
What
are
do you
they?
think they actually are, though?
What are they?
What are they composed of? What's their composition? I don't know.
Yeah,
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
So do you think those are
Nobody knows
different than
their
like the
composition.
sun?
Now, there's a whole bunch of stories that people tell about what they're composed of: hydrogen, helium, whatever, magnetars, quasars, a bunch of bullshit, right? But that can never actually be proven by any method, right? It will always be speculative. Well, are you going to go there and test out your theory? Can you go to one of those stars and test out your theory?
Has anyone went there and tested it out, the theory?
So what's the idea behind the sun then?
A big ball of light.
Okay, why would you think the sun are like the stars?
I don't. I'm just asking, like, what could it be, right? Like,
I don't know. It's people have been speculating about this for 10,000 years, and they'll be speculating about for another 10,000. 5,000 years, everything you believe about what's in the
Spectroscopy?
sky is going to be wrong.
Okay, wait.
Well,
I
you
got
may use
another question.
Don't just
spectroscopy
say a word you
to.
don't know anything about, dude. Please don't.
I know vaguely
wait.
what
If you
spectroscopy
can't
is.
tell me what
India.
if you can't tell me what Doppler line broadening is as it applies to spectroscopy, don't talk
Here,
about it.
can you tell me what it is? I'm trying to get educated here, bro. Like,
So,
No,
okay, well,
no,
Doppler
you're
line
not.
broadening is due to the Doppler effect.
okay.
Yeah, how does it relate to spectroscopy?
So, like, the further away an object is, and like depending on if it's moving towards you or away from you, it can
Yeah, but how
broaden
does it
the
relate to
lines
spectroscopy, the spectral lines, right?
because it'll broaden the lines.
And then what? What are the consequences of?
You just adjust for whatever the
You
shift
need,
is.
and how would you know what the shift is? So when you
Use
need any
redshift and
priority
blue
knowledge?
shift.
Yeah, but you're trying to read spectral lines.
Okay,
Right, but like
okay. This is something else I've
each
heard
element
is
has a
like, do you think
unique
like the Earth is
spectrum
like
line.
just kind of going upwards, and that's what gravity is? It's like us getting pushed back down because Earth is like going up real fast or something.
No one thinks
I've heard
that.
that too. No, I've heard that from a few people.
No,
Like,
you have not.
I
Oh, I
promise you, I
forgot
have.
Dell's
But
around, so
what
maybe
do
you
you
have heard it from Dell and his group. I don't know.
what do you think like gravity is?
What do you
Like, what's your
we haven't heard of it? Like, are you claiming to have spoken for someone else? Have you?
Who are you talking to, me?
Yeah. Like, I didn't make up the disc. Someone else said it was a disc.
Yeah.
I'm new to this disc theory.
First of all, no one says it's a disc except for like maybe the Flat Earth Society, but there's no flat earthers in that. So
Wait, I can literally
The
post. I
majority
can
of
literally
people
get a
just
video
think
of the
it's a disc,
biggest flat Earth
like-
guy giving us a disc.
Who?
the biggest? Who's the biggest Flat Earth guy?
Wait, he was on the BBC.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
No, it wasn't.
He
It
was
wasn't
on
Neil
the
deGrasse.
BBC. Holy shit, he was on the
He's on the
BBC.
BBC.
It must be true. Holy fuck.
All right, India. Can you give me like a short like summary of your opinion on Earth and like what's wrong with like like what NASA's doing? And I don't know, because I'm just getting into the flat Earth shit. I'm just kind of want to
Okay,
like
it's really simple. It's really simple, dude.
Okay,
All this
okay.
shit is so super simple. See, you're talking about all these derivative topics. So they're derivatives of Earth's a globe or flat, but fundamentally, what's the difference between a flat Earth and a globe Earth? There has to be some characteristic which you can say, hey, if it's this, then it can't be that, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean,
the
I remember
stars
seeing one.
can be up there, the sun can be up there, they can be made of Swiss cheese, green cheese, don't matter. None of those things, the observations of those things could ever
Yeah.
falsify a direct measurement of the Earth. Right? So think about this. You have a table in your house. Whip out a tape measure. You measure it as 4 feet by 4 feet. And your lights start doing some funky shit above it. Like, holy fuck, dude, look at those lights above my table. Maybe my table isn't 4 feet by 4 feet. Maybe my tape measure's broken. No, that would be retarded.
Well,
Right?
see, stars move and stuff. Like the
Yeah, that's fine.
the
But
lamp above
could
me isn't
anything,
moving.
well, listen, could anything the stars do make your table not 4 feet by 4 feet?
I mean, okay. So
Just
have you
answer
seen
the
that one
question. Could
experiment where those
anything
people?
start? Why can't you answer the
No,
question?
I just agreed. I said okay. I was agreeing. Like
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
arguing
So,
with you.
like,
I'm not
if you
trying to
take a
argue. I'm
direct
just like,
measurement of your table, you know what it is, right? You know,
yeah.
it doesn't matter. Like, you have these theories of how the lights interact with your table, right? But that's a
Yeah.
theory. That's an inference and inductive theory. But you know directly what your table is because you measured what your table is. Like, it doesn't
Okay,
matter. It
I
just
seen
means that whatever theory
there's
you
this
had
one
about the light
group
is
of flat
incorrect.
earthers a few years ago who measured. They were like trying to prove that the Earth was flat by seeing like how the light would go through like a hole or something like that. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know you did the Netflix shit, but you saw it on TikTok or Google Shorts or something, you know.
No, I saw the whole thing. You know, I mean,
On Netflix?
I think it was on YouTube or something maybe, but I mean, I honestly don't remember. But
I don't think the whole thing.
what's your opinion on that? What's your opinion on that?
My opinion on that is that it's a hit piece. And that the experiment, it was misrepresented as to what happened. And I'll tell you how it was misrepresented if you really want to know.
I was about to say that next. Yeah, like how you think they could have done it better?
Okay. Well, would have never worked. Could have never worked. It was ill-conceived test. So there's something called diffraction, right? So when the light passes through a narrow aperture, it gets spread out. So that fact alone, the experiment would have never worked because the laser, let's say you had a really highly collimated laser. See, what happened is they set up 2 boards with a hole in it, right, like a 6-inch diameter hole, and they placed them at an interval, you know, at some space. I think it's a 1.6 kilometer canal. The original plan was to try to shine a laser through the holes to see it through a camera on the other side. Unfortunately, because they're fucking morons, they left the laser on too long and they melted the collimator to the laser, making the laser useless. But they had like 100-something people there. And they were like, fuck, what are we going to do? Let's just try this flashlight. So that's what they did. They tried a flashlight. And because a flashlight has too high a beam divergence, and because they use 2 holes, and you have diffraction as a variable, and every time the light goes through one of the holes, see, light doesn't actually travel in rays. That's a model that we use to design lenses, but that's not how light actually behaves. So light is actually waves, right? So when it has a wave nature, so when it passes through a hole, a narrow slit, an aperture, it gets diffracted through the hole, which means it gets spread out, right? There's no way you'd be able to see a light source through 2 holes of 1.6 kilometers away. It's just fucking impossible. Even if you could align the holes, good luck to you right there, right? And then if you want to know why they could, but he lifted the light up and then he could see it. Of course, because now the light doesn't have to pass through the 2 fucking holes.
Okay, so do you think like you'd be able to recreate it correctly if you tried or something? With like the laser, and, you know, and not melt
the holes are pointless. The holes are pointless. There was no point in using any fucking holes. They're too hard to align, dude.
If you were able, how would you prove to the world that the Earth is flat? If you were like
the way it's already been done.
The way it's already been done.
Yeah, with 25-mile laser shot.
Okay.
So there's a lake in the Netherlands called like IJssel. It used to be connected to the ocean, but 40 years ago they blocked it off, right? So now it's just a saltwater lake. It's not connected to the ocean no more, so it doesn't have tides, doesn't go up and down, nothing. But still a big, large body of water. So, team, 2 times and 2 different dates, went down with a laser. They shined it 25 miles across the lake. Well, they shined it 9 miles, 12 miles, 19 miles, 25 miles, right, across this lake. And they picked up the laser 4 feet above the lake at the other side. Now, what the globe predicts is that laser should be 420 feet in the air. So that's a difference from the globe prediction. It's 2 orders of magnitude. It's not an insignificant difference. 2 orders of magnitude. That means that 25 miles away, they should have only been able to see the laser if they were standing on top of a 42-story building. Okay. But they saw the laser at 4 feet off the surface of the water. So that test alone, and then there's a whole bunch of others. I mean, I can go into like 800-mile fucking LoRa chirp fucking radio signals, which the Knikkebein bombing beams, the freaking Bolivian salt flats, freaking Canagoo, like just like I can go on and on and on. We recently declassified NATO microwave system where they were talking to each other fucking 800 miles when it should have been, 60 fucking miles of fucking Earth Kerbin away.
Okay. So wait, hold on. How's the microwave shit? Or hold on.
It's just the
You
it's just
lost
the
me
hump
for
of Earth
at
in the
the
way
end of the
between 2
last part.
points, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So, like, people have this idea that the Earth's too big, right? Like, it's so big that like you can't measure curvature. Well, according to the size they say it is, it should be easily measurable. And I'm not just saying it should be easy to measure it, even for a normal person. Because the horizon for a 6-foot man is only supposed to be 3 miles away. Think about that. That means the edge of the ball that you think you live on, if you go to the ocean and you see a horizon, that's only supposed to be 3 miles away. So that means anything after that point, 3 miles away, should be going over the curve of the Earth.
Okay.
Right?
Oh, you know what?
I've seen.
I have something to say.
and
Can I say something?
I've seen ships 30 miles away.
Okay. So you were
30
talking about the
miles.
curve. You were talking about. Can I talk about the curve for a second?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I'm like naked and beating my dick, there's like a curve to the left, right? And then
Here comes the borrow.
and then like my
I don't
cum is
think
like
I don't think
bioluminescent
that's your
too.
dick. I think you're beating your boyfriend's dick. Much. I'm gonna go in there to those flat earthers about the TikTok video I saw. I'll show them. And when I go down in flames, they're gonna talk about beating my boyfriend's dick. Fucking amazing. That's the best you guys got to offer, man. That.
You guys suck.
Did you guys hear about the flat earthers and the scientists? They want to go to Antarctica, and all the flat earthers basically
Well, it's
trying to weasel
clam.
it out.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's not true.
What do you mean that's not true?
That's not true. Whitson and Jaron both agreed to go, so that's not true. What are you talking about?
You know, Miggy told him this a few hours ago, and he's just respawning.
You really like, you can literally go to their website and it has like a scoreboard of flat earthers that agreed to go. It's not zero, douche.
Okay. Because some
Yeah,
of
okay.
them have backed out. Some of them have backed out. No, would you agree with that?
Backed out? Who got invited? Tell me. Give me the list of people who were invited.
I'm gonna go through the list again. Give me a
Yeah, I
second,
want to
give
know
me a
who was
second.
invited. So how do we know if they backed out if we don't know if they were invited?
Because it's on. They had like a little feud on Twitter.
No. Nobody
mean
knows
no?
who was invited.
What do you mean no? There's a literal video.
A video of what? Them saying who
Oh.
they invited?
Yeah, they had a poll. They had a public
No,
poll.
there's not, dude.
There's no public. Why can't
No.
even we agree on
It was
things
a
like
private.
this?
Listen, you don't know anything about it. You're a Johnny come lately. You're late to the party. You don't know anything. So stop, please. You don't know anything. You don't know how all this shit kicked off. You don't know that the fucking guy that's running this shit is being investigated for fraud. He used to be a securities broker. He has 3 pending complaints against him for fucking securities fraud. This is whose fucking chick, whose basket you're putting your fucking eggs in. This shit
Who's
ain't never
this?
gonna happen. Y'all are gonna get embarrassed and it's gonna be hilarious. Yeah, that's right, dude. You want me to give you the link to you can go check the fucking cases? This guy's
Okay, so
name is Will
why is it-
Duffy. He's under investigation for securities fraud. He's already settled, so he's had 5 complaints. He's already settled 2 of them. One for $10,000 and one for
I think we've
$250,000.
got the person confused because that like
No,
that's not
Will
the guy.
Duffy. William Duffy. Yes. No one's confused. You don't know anything. So William Duffy started this by finding a person who's kind of a flat earther. No one really knew who he was. Going on his show and saying, "Hey, did you get an email? I heard there's this person who's doing this thing called the Final Experiment and is sending out invites to all the famous flat earthers and globe earthers. and going on the show, and it turns out it was him doing it. But he was sitting there pretending that it was some other person. Then he said he didn't know McToon, and then pictures showed up that McToon was at his fucking church giving a presentation on a globe. So, dude, seriously, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're being scammed. I'm trying to help you. Stop being fucking stupid.
What do you mean I'm being
Shit
scammed?
ain't-
I didn't.
It ain't
I didn't
never
donate
gonna
any money.
happen.
I
It's
don't know
never
anything.
gonna happen.
Why,
It's
why is
literally
it not
never
going to
gonna
happen?
happen, dude.
Why is
And
it
it
not going to
wasn't
happen?
free. They wanted people to pony up $40,000. Right now, McToon, the Glober, is trying to raise $40,000 so he can go. It's not free.
What is it? Aren't the
So you
scientists
watched the
paying for it?
Professor Dave video of Dave lying for 30 minutes, and you're gonna come in here parroting his fucking lies as if you have knowledge. It's hilarious, dude.
What do you mean? He's
You're a
talking to
fucking
Duffy.
dupe.
He's talking to Duffy though, right? Is Duffy lying as well?
Yeah, Duffy's a liar. Dude, listen, Duffy is a proven liar. Duffy is actually made a video apologizing for himself lying. So if Duffy has a video saying, I lied, I'm sorry, is he a liar? Is he lying when he admits he lies, or is he a liar when he doesn't admit he lies? Which one is it? He has to be lying at some point.
I don't
You
know.
don't know
Like,
your-
why are we
No,
disagreeing on
you're
stuff
right.
that's
You don't
public
know.
record?
Stay in
Why
your
why
lane,
are we
dude. You don't-
disagreeing on stuff that's public record? That's very strange. Very strange.
Yeah, it's a public record. He admitted lying. It's a public record that he's under investigation for securities fraud. It's on public record that it cost $40,000 to go. It's a public record that fucking
No.
no
He
one
didn't
knows
say it
who he
was
invited.
$40,000. He didn't say
It is $40,000 because McToon right now. Ask Witsit. Ask Jeranism. The only reason Witsit got out of the $40,000 because Witsit had to go get a fucking lawyer.
Why would you need a lawyer for this?
Yeah, good question.
They're being given free money. It's a free trip to Antarctica. Why would you
It's
need a lawyer
not
for
free, dude.
this? There's no stipulations.
free-
They
the
can
all-
either-
the-
no one's
the-
forcing them to go.
The free part is to stay in Antarctica. Everything else has a cost.
What's the cost?
$40,000. Are you deaf?
No, they said they're not asking any money from them. They're literally paying them out of their own pocket.
No, they're not, dude.
They're not.
Listen,
How are they going to take? How are they going to coerce $40,000 from someone who doesn't want to give them $40,000? That's an interesting
they
way
won't
to
go
like.
when they'll put on their scoreboard. Refused to go. He backed out.
Wait.
You're
who
stupid,
went back?
dude.
I'm so confused.
No, you're just stupid. You're just
like
stupid.
if I wanted $40,000, right, and I said let's go to a trip.
No. You don't get it.
No,
So
I don't get it.
there's a charter, right?
Yeah,
A
yeah.
flight. It's supposed to fly into a place in Antarctica where they have a campground, and you have to pay. That's what's being paid for. But just like a cruise that leaves a port, you have to pay to get to there.
Yeah, I understand,
Okay,
but I saw
it costs money to get to there, and
yeah,
that
I understand.
cost is
You're right. I understand.
$30,000.
But like, they're not asking the flat earthers to pay any money.
It's like some sort of security deposit or something.
I have a brother named Billy Bob.
Who said that? So I can ban you?
It's me.
Yeah, bye. So you don't understand what's going on. Stop believing Professor Dave. He's a fucking liar too.
No, I'm looking at like the thing. Like David Weiss, he's declined. Is that a lie? Eric Dubay, he's declined.
Yeah.
Mark Sargent,
Eric Dubey's
Nathan
like
Oakley's
fucking tyrant.
declined.
How do you know that? How do you know Eric Dubey's declined?
Are you saying he didn't decline and he's going?
Are you saying he did?
I say yeah.
I'm asking you,
It would,
how do you
it would
know
probably
he declined? Yeah, you're a game player. You're about to get kicked the fuck out of here. It's really simple. How do you know he declined?
he hasn't accepted, right? I
How
assume
do you
the
know
default.
that?
I assume the default position would be if you didn't accept. That's a.
How do
a
you know
decline,
he even
right?
got an email?
He sent an email to everybody.
But Duffy says so. But Duffy and Professor dude, you're a fucking idiot. How
But
can you
this is
be
a
this stupid and breathe?
this is a public offering. Like if
Public
let's say he
you're
did
in their
let,
emails.
no. Let's say they
What
did
about the
kind of
golden
forget,
ticket?
right?
Do you know about the golden ticket?
Let's say he didn't get an offering, right? And he wanted one. It'd be easy just to be like, "Yo, you forgot about me. Can I come?"
No.
Right? No, you can't do that. You can't do
Because
that.
people have asked him. You don't understand what's going on. This was a propaganda gimmick.
What part
And
of
you
it is
don't get it,
propaganda?
and everybody else gets it for some reason. It's a propaganda gimmick. The design was to go, we're going to create this thing called the final experiment. We're going to ask a bunch of flat earthers to go. And when they refuse, we're going to say the flat earthers are just a bunch of grifters that don't really want to know the truth. And we're going to run around and we're going to parade that shit for months and months and months and months and months. But it backfired because Witsit and Jaron accepted. Now they have to do it.
And they will. I'm gonna
And
love
they won't.
watching them go down tuck. What do you mean
Because
they
they
won't?
tried to fucking get them to pay money. And then Witsit went and got a goddamn lawyer and said, have that shit taken out. That where I have to fucking pony up $40,000. Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about, dude. But guess what? McToon, for some reason, has a $40,000 GoFundMe going on right now as we speak. Because somehow there was one spot left with the golden ticket. But the golden ticket, that was a scam. So they had a thing where they were going to select one person, one flat earther, random flat earther that nobody ever heard of from the flat earth community, and they were going to win the golden ticket, and they were going to get to go. But then, the person that promised the money for that, why did that person have to pay for it? The fake person that said that they were going to pay for this extra person. And Duffy and McToon fell for this shit. Dude, you're a dumb fuck, dude. Or you're not paying attention.
Person that said they would pay is the one who was scammed.
Sure, dude. Are you that stupid too,
How,
Brandon?
how can you pay and scam? That's a very hard thing to do. I'm
He
very
said he would
confused.
pay and he didn't. That's the scam.
How's that a scam? Who do you rip off?
He said he would pay for somebody else to go, but he didn't.
But it's not a scam.
Saying you're gonna do something and not doing it isn't a scam.
Yeah, it's just a lie, dude. It's just a lie. It's not a scam. He duped those motherfuckers.
What
And
is
they're
synonym
such
of
fucking
lie?
zealots. I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying he duped those motherfuckers, but they're such fucking zealots. They think, oh, somebody wants to pay for somebody to go to Antarctica on the blue. Everybody's trying to prove the globe because we're righteous believers. So we have another righteous believer in our email. And his fucking promise, I'm not going to see any proof that he has any fucking cash or anything. We're just going to fucking have this little contest. Right? And then we're actually going to charge money to enter the contest. Did they do that? Did they charge money to enter the contest? Because they said they were going to. Y'all are a bunch of
Another thing
fucking
about
dupes, dude. This is why you guys are Glovers, man. Because you're not skeptical.
And the people you're arguing with are flat earthers.
Oh, these guys are Glovers all the
Another
way.
thing of
Fucking dupes.
Brandon's trying to mumble through you.
funny.
Yeah.
I'm trying to talk, and I keep getting interrupted.
No, just random. I'm wondering if I got a freaking some beachfront property in Arizona I'd like to sell you. You interested? All right, well, it's oceanfront. Sorry.
So there's ocean in Arizona?
What are you guys going to do when it doesn't happen? And they say, well, we didn't have enough people to go, so it's the flat earthers' fault. Because
What
typically when
funny
you do
thing
these
about that
charters,
final-
right? Like when you do these types of charters, right? There's like a minimum number of people that have to go. Right? So if they don't get that minimum number of people, it ain't going to happen. So what do you think is going to happen?
So it's important for everybody else to talk and not be interrupted, but not for me. I can get
What do you
interrupted.
think is going to happen, though, Brandon? they don't have the minimum number of people to go because it's a charter company. It's a charter. Charters have minimum occupancy to make it worth their time. Yeah, you know exactly what's going to happen, Brandon. You're going to go, oh, we couldn't get the charter because we couldn't reach the minimum because we didn't get enough flat earthers to go. It's all their fault. We really were going to go, and we would have had our globe proof, but now we don't have it because of the flat earthers, and it's all their fault. Why do you think the scoreboard on the website has people that are going? Why is that the score they're keeping? What is that actually keeping a score of? Who cares who goes and who doesn't? Shouldn't the observation itself be the point? Shouldn't that be the scoreboard? No. Just that fact alone proves that this is nothing but a propaganda fucking maneuver. Okay? Y'all are a bunch of fucking dupes. And like, you guys even make me madder. You guys saying I already am because you're even getting suckered by your own kind. Why don't you buy fucking Red's Rhetoric and New Fiero or pay for Sean Hufford's apartment like you dumb fucks did? Or give fucking goddamn Greater Sapien a bunch of money to fucking go to Antarctica like y'all did in the fucking past. Y'all are a bunch of fucking suckers, man. Make goddamn Professor Dave and Simon Dan fucking multimillionaires. Dumb fucks.
But flat Earth is the grift, right?
Obviously, I'm getting fucking rich over here, heretic. When we go into Tahiti, man, we're gonna sail on my freaking gold-plated yacht to Tahiti on my flat Earth fucking grip.
Making so much money from this VC.
Hand over fist, brother.
So how do you feel about Mark Sargent?
You think Mark Sargent's making money? I don't think so.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, how do you feel about Mark Sargent?
I mean, dude, he's his own worst enemy. That's how I feel about him. Dude. He can't get out of his own way. He's like the Keystone Cops version of flat Earth. Look, Mark Sargent's about Mark Sargent. He's probably a nice guy. Might drink a cup of coffee with him. We definitely wouldn't have a beer with him. But yeah.
I feel like he's kind of too much of a simpleton to have front and center.
Well, I mean, he's put himself front and center. So like, no one has put him front and center. So like, no,
Yeah, sure, but he is
haven't
front and
made him
center.
famous. People in the mainstream have made him famous. Right? It's not us who promoted him. He promoted himself to the mainstream, and they were like, "This guy seems like a fucking retarded, representative of flat Earth. Let's put him in front." You think you're gonna put someone like me in front? Think the media's gonna come to me, and with all my cursing and fucking aggressive behavior, they're gonna be like, "Yeah, let's have this guy represent flat Earth." Hell no. Plus, I'm good looking, so. Well, let's just say I'm good looking compared to Mark Sargent.
Yeah, you don't sound good looking.
Well, I mean, I gotta tell you how many kids I have, but it's more than one. How does good looking sound? What the hell does that even mean?
I'm just fucking with you, buddy.
Like, what does a good looking person sound like? Dude, I'm not having phone sex with you. And you only have to be better looking than Mark Sargent. You got to think, man, Mark Sargent, just the way he talks, the way he carries himself, the way he looks, like his facial features. He looks like a low IQ, out of shape, lives in his mom's basement, Cheeto dust. You know, he looks the stereotype. And it's like he's the perfect freaking dupe. Oh, we want to make Flat Earth look like a bunch of inbred hillbillies. Oh, there's a guy that looks just like one. Let's wheel him out here on CBS.
Yeah, even when I first started looking into Flat Earth, I always felt like Mark Sargent. He immediately came off as exactly that, like the dupe that everybody wants to point cameras at because he'll put his foot in his mouth in no time.
Oh, well, he was on, this is a few years ago now. When he first, he was on the local radio station. They were interviewing him on the radio. I don't know how I ended up catching it. I got lucky somehow. I ended up hearing this dumbass. I don't even listen to the radio. So people were calling him and asking questions. I think someone asked him, how are volcanoes? What are volcanoes then? He said something like, there's machines that generate some sorts of heat engines underneath the earth generating the lava. He said that shit, dude. I'm like, fuck, bro. You gotta be kidding me. He really said that. And yeah. So he'll say ridiculous shit. And he's tried to debate people and he's got demolished. He just gets like this stupid look on his face. Like, I swear to God, it's like, maybe he's an actor. I don't know.
All right, then. How about Eric Dubé? He at least gets information out to the general public. I'll give him that.
I mean, there's things I like about him, and there's things I don't like about him.
Oh, sure. Apparently, he has done some really weird and questionable stuff.
I mean, like his personal life. I don't care where he sticks his dick or what the fuck he wears. More like, I know he has like a International Flat Earth Society website, and I don't know this for a fact, but I heard that like even if you're a flat earther, if you say anything contradictory to what he says, he just bans you off. So it seems like he doesn't interact with like any other flat earthers, right? Like he ain't on Discord, he ain't on Twitter, he ain't like whatever. I understand he's in Thailand. He might have a totally different lifestyle going, and this is just some side shit he don't even really pay that much attention to. Or maybe it's just the fucking grift. I don't fucking know, dude. I know a lot of shit he said in like 200 proofs. I wouldn't say a lot, but there's a good percentage of shit in there that's just wrong. But I mean, I understand why it's wrong. It's kind of a lot of things are common misconceptions. Gophers get things wrong just as much as flat earthers get shit wrong, if not more. So, being wrong isn't a sin.
I kind of see him as like the Alex Jones of Flat Earth.
Yeah, I guess you could.
He gets bulk information out to the general public.
He's probably good at conveying the general idea. Like some of the general shit. And I guess some of his videos do answer kind of like, I guess in 5 minutes he kind of answers some of the like shit that we hear over and over and over again. But unfortunately, it isn't like, I wish some of the Clovers would watch his shit before they talk to us so that they didn't have to ask the same stupid question about the Edge for the 99th time. I mean, I don't really have that much. Like those guys, they're like, yeah, I know they exist, but they don't have any influence on me or what I'm doing or the shit I interact with. Nobody talks about them. No, like, listen. Nobody in any flat Earth group is talking, wasting their brain space on Eric Dubay and Mark Sargent. Believe me. We talk shit about the frickin' anti-flat earthers, not the flat earthers. Yeah, we talk shit about Peter.
You should.
Every boy needs a
I
hobby.
think Mark's a pretty good representative. I mean, he's much better than Witzer Jaren or Flat Earth Dave. I think.
I don't think we need a representative, dude.
But he's. I mean, we don't. We've got one, and we've got representatives, whether we like it or not. You know, I don't like Flat Earth Dave going around representing flat earthers. That's pretty fucked. But I don't know. His Mark Sargent's just pretty straight down the line. He doesn't really, he hasn't got too much. Doesn't go on about ice walls and all this sort of stuff too much.
Says
He's pretty
shit
sort
than
of.
that.
Well,
Did you hear
as
what I
rude
was
as
saying
he,
about the engines, heat engines underneath the Earth, dude?
as rude as
At
he is,
least-
why doesn't QE step up?
At least he makes sense. I mean, I can't make sense out of Witsit at all. He just makes zero sense.
Dude, where's Q? Where are they gonna
and
host
he's
QE,
more-
Maticus? Like, what's he gonna be on? Fucking like XXX late at night pay per view, dude. Like, what the fuck, dude?
he's
He
just-
isn't gonna be on CBS, ABC, and NBC, man. Like, they're not putting him on.
He's too much of an asshole.
They're fucking screaming at fucking Tom Brokaw, you numpty dipshit. Like,
I mean, the guy's smart. He's just too much of an asshole to appeal to the general public.
no, dude. He has a problem. He
He has the best
overestimates
script,
people's
though.
intellectual ability, and then he gets mad that they're stupid. Like, I mean,
But his script is the most solid script.
oh god.
As long as you
Peter,
stick to the
you were the
QE
best
script, you
flat
cannot
earther
lose.
earlier today, so you're
Cannot lose the
slipping.
debate.
Peter the Phantom Gas Puller.
I'm just saying.
Peter was just saying earlier today in the X Space that he was the best flat Earth debater, and now you're saying QE is the best one. Now, which one is it?
Well, I can employ the QE script better than he can. That's all I'm saying.
What is the scientific experiment?
Yeah, there you go. I can sabotage any single piece of evidence for any theory using that script. It's the meta script. That's why it's so good.
No, you can't.
It is the ultimate
Not in
script.
QE.
Oh yeah. I've used it myself. It's fantastic.
That script only works for a particular type of argument. So if
No,
you
it
start
doesn't.
making arguments, no, really, Peter, it really does. Because if you make a particular type of argument and saying X is science, that's what the script works on. When you start saying science this and science that.
Yeah, but I can generalize that script to anything.
Oh yeah, okay. I don't think so.
Well, that's you, buddy. Also, you guys can diss Flat Earth Dave, but one thing you have to admit, he is the best app developer ever.
Oh god. What makes them the best?
As far as popular flat Earth speakers go, he's up there.
So, because he's popular,
I
makes
think
him the
Dave's
best.
good at. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
And I was asking, so he's popular, that makes him the best?
Nope. That's why I
Oh, he made
specifically
it.
said that.
He's a pioneer. He made an app with an unauthenticated API. How amazing is that?
Yeah,
He's
as
an
far as
app. Many people have
popular
made apps.
flat Earth speakers go, he's one of the better ones.
Did you say unauthenticated API?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
It means that any person can call the API and pull all the data from the server without any authentication.
I know the key.
Do you
No,
think that he
there is
coded
no
that?
authentication on the server. No, well, he paid some Indian dudes to do it, and they scammed him. So he's awesome.
Yeah. So wasn't the API just? I'm not hip on this exactly. My information is that the information that got pulled was already publicly available because they chose to. Yeah. So.
No.
So
no.
they stealing nothing.
No.
So
It's
the
like
people volunteered. My understanding is the
I
people
can explain this to
volunteered
you
to
in
be
the
on
or you can
friend.
keep spiraling.
Hold on. I'm gonna give you my understanding, and then you can correct it. Okay. So my understanding is that people that have the app, they got on that they like linked some friend finder thing, and that they did this voluntarily, and this friend finder thing gave their information, like their email address, maybe personal preferences. I'm assuming it's like some fucking dating app. I don't fucking know. Anyway, they voluntarily checked the box to do this. Is that not true?
That is true.
So they did check a box. So they volunteered to have their information public. Well, they're fucking
No,
idiots.
not public. No.
Of course,
It doesn't
any
work
app,
that way.
any app gives away your information.
You guys are just silly.
But no, listen. But the thing is, this app, like, you find other flat earthers, right? So what Peter's saying is anybody can access the API. You can get all the information of all the people that decided to, hey, I'll let you find me.
No,
on
India.
Friend Find.
No. I can get all the information that is stored on the server that is not meant to be shared.
Oh, really?
Like the password of the user.
Okay, what will that get you?
The entire database is public. That's not intentional.
Even like password information?
Yes.
Okay, so is the password not encrypted?
No.
Huh.
Kind of doubt
And
that.
all of it is accessible without authentication. It's like
What's the
if you
API?
walked up.
All right, so you have the API address?
It's like, of course, it's like if
Okay,
you
can you
went,
send it to me?
if you walked up to a Windows PC and it asked you for the password, right, and you just hit enter and you log in.
Yeah, can you send me the
No,
the
just look it
API?
up. Just look it up on Twitter.
So you're making all these claims that you want to send me for verified
Yes, I'm making
information.
all these claims and I cannot substantiate.
And you don't want to verify, so you just don't want to
Yeah, there you
substantiate
go.
your
I
claims.
couldn't
Okay,
give a
okay. So your words meaningless then.
Yeah, I'm wrong. The Earth is flat.
Unauthorized use of computer systems is a felony.
Yeah, so I hear.
Yeah. Unauthorized use of a computer system, is it authorized use to download the entire database?
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
if
You
he
tell me.
has
That's what
an
the app
open
does, actually.
if he has
You
an
know what
open
the app
API,
does? You know what the app does?
it is
downloads all the entire database locally together with the
Okay.
passwords.
if it is up to the actual server guy, whoever's hosting the app to be secure their own API.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Listen, that doesn't mean it's not. That it's just because they don't secure their API doesn't give you a right to freaking go into their computer system.
All you have to do.
All
you have to do.
I know how things work in reality. You see open system. Hey, I can go into it.
Yeah. Here's
But
what you need to do. Here's what you need to do.
An API
You need to
is
install
meant.
the app. The
An
app will
API
download
is-
all that information locally and itself. That's what it does on its
All
own.
right, but the API
And then you have
is
to look
meant
into your file.
Fucking A, Peter.
Here's the data.
An API is to to grab information. I mean, it's a portal for you to get information from the API. Now, if you don't put a secure password, you're saying that the API is open. I mean that, and there's Google's
implied that you
APIs.
have access. Yeah, I
Right.
get it. It's implied that you have access. But I mean, I just remember back in the day, right?
Back in
So
what
you
day?
could log into FP or Telnet servers, and it'd give you a message. If you're not authorized to use this fucking system, then you're not authorized to use the system. You're violating the whatever fucking law it was.
You're such an
Unauthorized
expert,
Computer
Indio.
Access Act, 1996 or something, right? So just the warning itself was enough. That if you did anything past that, if you did not have prior authorization, whether it was passworded or not was irrelevant.
You're amazing, Indio. I look up to you.
Yeah, so if they're sending this in the API message,
Are
hey,
they?
if you have unauthorized use of this, then you're could be violating the law.
What's your guess?
So
What's your guess? Are they sending it?
I fucking doubt it. If you said Indians do, I know Indians that fucking they put it goddamn. I'm not even gonna say what the hell they did to this
That's
website.
usually is built into any software, any programming language to
Oh, yeah?
encrypt the password.
You encrypt the password. Awesome.
Yeah.
You never store the password, and not even an encrypted password.
Well, you definitely
Yeah,
never
yeah,
store a plain text password. You salt it, fucking dude.
yeah. You encrypt it with a salt.
You don't encrypt it.
Oh, you don't. So what do you do with the password?
If you encrypt it, you could decrypt it.
Hey, go ahead, try it. You got to know the salt.
Dude, you would, because you're the one encrypting it.
No, you don't.
Why do I do this? I ask myself.
Dude, I've been 16 years software engineer, bro.
How did that work out for you?
Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Peter beat Zork 2 once. You know what Zork 2 is, Peter?
I'm waiting for you to tell me.
It's a video game that used to play on a Tandy TRS-80.
Awesome.
Some nerd thing.
Somehow I knew you would tell us.
Some nerd thing. It was very complicated though for a text-driven role-playing game.
You're incapable of not sharing everything you know, Indio.
Oh, believe me, I am very capable of not sharing things. Just because I have a wealth of shit to
Try
share
me.
doesn't
Try
mean
me.
there is not a wealth of shit that's withheld.
Well, let's test that claim.
God, here we go. Peter Pumpkin Eater had a wife and
To test the claim, we just need to wait. Sit and wait.
what? What'd you say?
We don't need to give you any prompts. You're going to tell us everything you know sooner or later.
Everything I know about what?
About everything. You know everything about everything. So it's just
No,
a
but I
matter of
can't
time.
remember it all once. See, that's the problem.
Well, we just need to give it some time.
I only remember pieces. And why I don't remember pieces, Peter?
Too much drugs?
Because I'm stuck into a relativistic wormhole and I actually remember the future.
That'd be something else.
There's an Einstein-Rosen bridge between my ears,
See,
surrounded
he
by
has to tell us.
those
He has to
Einstein
tell us
condensate
everything
of
he knows.
rubidium atoms.
I knew it. He cannot just sit on it.
Peter, if you knew me in real life, you'd be so fucking shocked. You wouldn't even know what to do with yourself, dude.
That's quite likely.
I'm sure you see my little frickin' Chinese guy's fucking profile pic. You think I'm something like that. It's far from it.
Not just a Chinese guy. That's Pai Mei you're talking about.
Yeah, true. I'm kind of like, 1,000-year-old godlike, but
At least know your identity.
Yo, what's up, y'all? Someone educate me about the flat Earth.
It's a circle.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Now it is.
Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Dude, I literally looked outside and I didn't see a curve. So, like, the Earth is flat.
It might be flat, but it's a circle. Definitely not square.
Yeah, I love going outside naked.
Ever just like lay in the garden and pretend you're a vegetable?
Yeah, sometime, bro. But hold on, okay, someone explain the curvature of the Earth to me real quick. Ice wall.
What curvature, dude?
Oh wait, hold. Indio is back in. Indio. Unmute, bruh. Indio, unmute.
I think he's AFK.
Bruh, nah, he's just muting. He's a bitch.
Yeah, he's just
No,
scared of the truth.
I'm playing Indio. I love you. I think the world's flat, Indio.
What curvature do you speak of?
The global curvature. We're like the Earth's a ball.
Oh.
Yeah,
How's it
yeah.
measured?
What'd you say?
How's the curve measured?
How's the curve measure? I mean, I'm be real, bro. I never like looked in too deep into that because I'm not like retarded.
Oh. Yeah,
Oh wait,
I thought
okay,
so.
hold on. Here, educate me. Hold on, educate me. What's wrong with the curvature DAS 68? Here, explain to me how the Earth's flat, bro.
What's wrong with it? There isn't one. That's what's wrong with it.
There isn't one. Wait. So okay. All right, here, go on. Continue.
Well, that's it.
Wait, let me start
There's
screen
no
recording.
curvature.
Hold on. Wait, bro, stop. Wait, let me screen record. Hold up. Okay, go.
Yeah, no curvature. So therefore,
No
flat.
curvature. There's flat.
That's it. There's not much
That's
more
it.
to it.
You don't want to elaborate at all on your like reasoning behind this?
Well, no curvature.
No, you don't. No, because
It must
Earth's
be
flat. When I
something
look
else.
outside, there's no curve. That means it's flat. Like, is that your reasoning?
That's one of the many reasons.
Yeah. Well, here, list the many reasons, bro.
How can you have a sphere with no curvature?
So even Peter
There
knows
is a
what's going
curvature
on.
to the sphere, you fucking dumb shit.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, but if you well, yeah, spheres have curvatures. The question is, does the Earth have a curvature? If it does not, then it cannot be a sphere.
All right, what's your highest grade?
C plus.
The guy that was talking about his curved dick.
Ladies don't mind that. As long as it
If you guys
curves in
want
the
to
right
talk to him,
direction.
he's just going to spiral out again. Any takers?
As long as we stop talking about the speed of sound.
Speed of what?
Gas apparently moves at the speed of sound.
Yeah, gas moves the speed of sound, sure.
Gas
Weird.
moves however the fuck it wants to move.
Weird, man. Like when you heat it up, moves the speed of sound, then somehow it turns into a plasma. Weird how that happens. Does anybody want Hemlock unmuted? Speak now.
I would like for you, Indio, to tell us everything that you know about gas.
So I take it that's a no to Hemlock.
That's a definite no to Hemlock and a definite yes, please, to Indio telling us everything he knows about gases.
Well,
don't spare any details, okay? Be thorough.
A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, there was a young boy and Luke Skywalker. No, I don't even know where to begin with that.
Like any good story, begin in the middle and work your way outwards.
Actually, really not interested. Cause it's like 2:40.
Aw.
I gotta get up.
Dang it.
Yeah, I know it's only like, I don't know, you're in Washington, so it's like what, 10 o'clock there or some shit.
Do they need you at MIT tomorrow?
Fuck no. I
No.
don't go there no more.
Oh.
They're dumber
You
than they
fixed
used
all
to
their
be.
problems?
I have fixed a few of their problems.
Yeah, I
I don't
know.
go
You
there
said
no
that before, so. What are they doing
Fix
now
the
without you?
problem they had with a robot. Fix the
Oh,
problem they
dang
had
it.
with some computer systems.
What was wrong with it?
Fucking stupid kids put it together wrong.
What did you do to fix it?
Put it together right.
Nice.
You so
Well,
asked
this
for
is-
that, Peter.
What can I say? Just a humble
Look, it was
nobody
like,
here.
I'll tell you this story. This is like back in 1999.
62.
99.
Oh.
So there was this BattleBots thing.
What's up, chodes?
Yo.
Got your chode, all right.
Hey
You
everyone.
hungry?
Hey. So as a staff member on this Discord server, right?
Where's the staff?
I would like to say, yeah. Yep. It's me.
Just say it.
Helper, voice staff, nitro booster. Okay.
So did you know, right, that having the Earth is not flat?
Yeah, that was brave. of you.
Congratulations.
Brave statement.
It's like some weird virtue signaling.
No, I think you just made a claim.
Yeah, I just said the Earth wasn't flat.
And how did you come to this knowledge?
Substantiate your claim.
Who is that?
It's Indio. How did you come to this knowledge? It's Peter who's a Glover asking you to state your claim. I don't know why, but whatever.
Substantiate.
Oh,
You have any primary knowledge of that statement that the Earth is
no.
not flat?
No, not at all.
Okay. It's just a belief you have. That's fine.
Yeah, just a belief.
Well, if you don't have any primary knowledge, then it has to be a belief, right?
What?
If you don't have primary knowledge, then it has to be a belief. That's the only other option.
Oh, yeah.
Because then if it was secondary knowledge, that means it would be somebody else's primary knowledge, so you would have to believe that that person has primary knowledge.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, welcome to the club. It's like everybody only has a belief that the Earth's a ball. I mean, everybody.
No, I wouldn't say. Yeah.
Oh, God. Be able to mute fucking staff.
You are allowed to. You're allowed to mute me, ban me from the channel, etc. Don't worry.
Oh, okay, good. I'm not. Anybody want to talk to this guy? Because I sure don't. I'm going to bed, so like mute or unmute. It's cuckoo-ness. It's getting
Say,
immature in
Indio.
here. All right, man. Have a good one, man. I'll rest. Even you too, Peter. I wish
dreams,
you
Indio.
all. Yeah, you're great.
What a guy. A man of so many talents.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I've definitely learned a few things off India for sure.
Yeah.
Good value. So you have no globe evidence, dude? Nope.
No. No.
Nobody has globe evidence.
Didn't think so.
Just give up all hope.
No.
Okay.
I know.
You keep asking. Every time I'm here, I hear you, and you're here. I hear you ask. Any globe evidence?
gotta
There
ask.
isn't any. Okay. There
You could
isn't.
ask, you know.
Yeah, but how many years are you going to keep asking? If there was any evidence, you would have seen it by now.
I'm just going to keep going until Elvis tells me to stop.
But think about it. There are only two possibilities after such a long time. Either there is no globe evidence, or there is, but you are somehow refusing to see it.
Yeah.
None of these are going to change because you spend so much time. So it's kind of futile effort on your behalf. Just go with the flat Earth and just stop asking.
Yeah.
I like debating the topic. I enjoy debating the topic very much. And these other topics around are just terrible to debate. There's no fun.
I do agree with you, actually.
I like these debates. They don't get too nasty. Some of these other rooms get very nasty and stuff.
Yeah, like politics.
Oh, the atheists, the Christian channels get pretty full on.
Tell me about
atheist channels. I like when you go into atheist channels and there's just all Christians, and you go on a Christian channel and it's full of atheists. That's pretty funny. But I like this debate, yeah. So as long as there's Globers who want to debate it, I'll be around. I guess we'll run out eventually. That the law of diminishing returns. So the more people who go over to the flat Earth, the less Globers there are to want to debate it. But there was a flat earther who wanted to find out if there was a 24 sun in Antarctica. He just rang up a dude in Antarctica and asked him. He said no. And he's like, oh, cool, thanks. But now it's like 10 years later and it's like, oh, there's this big thing about the 24-hour sun. And it's a big expedition and everything. It's quite crazy. Don't you think, Pete?
I think so. I have a puzzle for you, Daz.
But there are people in Antarctica, right? It's not just this uncharted... There are people there, you know?
Oh, yeah.
It would be funny if the world was saying, oh, aliens have landed in Melbourne, and I'm in Melbourne, it's like, there's no aliens here. It's like...
you are the alien, mate.
But they could have just called me and said, is there any aliens in Melbourne? I said, no. And they go, oh, cool. Don't have to come down there then. I said, yeah, save your money.
Trust is a bit of an issue in these circles, you know? You know what I'm saying? So I have a puzzle for you, Daz. Because here's the problem. As interesting as debating the shape of the Earth is, one problem I see is that there's no new topics, right? It's always the same thing. New people come in with exactly, they're going to throw Eratosthenes at you and all that stuff. I have a new puzzle, fresh puzzle for you. Are you up for it?
Yes.
Okay. You know how they say that time flies. You've heard that saying before, right? Time flies.
Time flies, like time goes fast. Yeah.
Or flies, yeah. So when time flies, does it have to correct for the curvature?
That's a good question, dude. I like that.
Think about it. I'm gonna
Probably not.
go on
So
mute
that's begging the
to brush
question.
my
You're assuming
teeth.
there's curvature in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. So think about it. Discuss amongst yourselves.
Thanks, Pete.
There's not much to discuss. He's begging the question. He's assuming there's curvature in the first place.
And the time bends. I don't think time bends. Yeah, Peter's full of puzzles and quizzes and all these things that just have reached a dead end. Pete.
Wow. You gotta do something in lieu of blood proof.
At least make it look like you've got some proof, at least.
I tried, but my quest for globe proof has not been successful. So I decided to pivot and focus on riddles instead. You up for another one, Daz?
I know, Pete, you're really good at triggering globers, I must say.
Yeah.
I remember a time this glober came in, he's asked one question, right? And he was really competent. And you asked him something, and he just went, I give up. He literally said, I give up. And he left. I thought, Pete, man, you just destroyed that guy.
Yeah, he knew who his daddy was, so.
He was fully triggered, like the other dude.
Yeah.
He just snapped, didn't he? You just asked him one question, and he just snapped. Beautiful.
Yeah. Are you up for another riddle?
It's fun taking on the anti-globe position. It's easy, right?
It is. It's actually hilarious.
What's the riddle, Pete?
All right, here's a riddle. I got banned for it last time, but I'm gonna risk it. Daz.
Oh.
Can you measure the surface area of a rectangle?
Can I measure the surface area of a rectangle?
Yeah.
Yes. I guess so.
Okay. How would
Depends
you
how
do
big
it?
it is.
Not
Depends
too
how big
big.
it is.
Okay.
Like if you said measure a rectangle in the Atlantic Ocean, like no.
Okay, I'll make it. I can tell you're struggling, so I'll make it more concrete for you.
Yeah, I'm just like a rectangle.
I
like
get it.
What?
I
Like,
get it.
like where is this rectangle? Like a basketball court or a?
Yeah, a basketball court.
Okay, yeah.
Can you
So
measure
probably
it?
measure one of those little clicky things. You know, the meter, the one wheel thing, and you just click it. It goes click, click, click. Counts all the meters. Probably get one of them.
Okay.
And it would be whatever. I don't know what it is. 20 meters or something. 10 meters. Yeah, easy.
And
Surface area, and then you sort of, I don't know the mass, but you got to times the thing by the length and to get the surface area, I guess.
Oh, so is that a measurement?
Something. That's a calculation, I guess. So you measure the the outside, and then you calculate.
Before you get a wet
Oh my goodness. So
Yeah, you got to
you
measure
didn't
it
answer my
first.
question, did you? Did you, Daz? You talked to
They do
yourself
measure.
for 2 minutes.
What did I say?
You came short.
So I said I'd measure.
Can you measure the surface area of a rectangle?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Fucking hell.
How did you do it?
I just told
With
you.
a tape measure.
Okay, so walk me through the steps.
You just asked if I could do it. It's a close-ended question. Yes.
Okay.
You asked what tool
Thank
I
you.
use. A
Thank
tape
you.
measure.
Thank you. Can you please walk me through the procedure?
No. If you don't know how to measure the surface area of something at your age, you should go back to school.
Oh, okay.
I know what he's waiting for. He's waiting for when you walk it through and you've got to do the calculation at the end of it, length times breadth, to get your surface area. And then he'll sit back and go, oh, it's a calculation then, is it? Just like all the other bullshit.
Well, I don't know. You made a claim.
Gay
You
as
made a
AIDS,
claim.
mate.
You made a claim.
I'm going to do this the easy way. Magic 8 Ball. Should I kick Pete out today?
You made a claim and you failed to substantiate it.
I haven't failed anything yet. I haven't pressed the red button.
You made a claim.
About you, we know you're a weasel.
Oh, you made a claim about your ability to measure the surface area of a rectangle.
Are you saying I can't do that?
Well, you haven't told us how you would even attempt to do it.
I told you, with a tape measure. Are your ears painted on something?
How?
You measure the length.
Mm-hmm.
You measure the other side and go and do your little formula to work out your area.
Is that a measurement?
No, but the tape measure bit was.
Okay, did it measure the surface area?
Yes, it did.
You told us you measured two lengths. That's not a surface area.
Well, how would you measure one, Pete? Please enlighten us.
I don't know. I didn't make a claim.
You're a fuckwit. Give me a reason why I shouldn't just kick you out for practice.
Yeah, this is
You
why you
should
got banned last time.
Kick me out for practice.
Okay, no worries. Copy
See you later.
ID. You dares? You're a fucking idiot.
Have a good night.
Pete, he asked you how to measure the surface area, and you said, I don't know. That's very good.
Anyone else want to play Truth or Dare? Truth. The Earth's flat. It's measured that way.
He doesn't know how, but he knows how not to. Knows what you did isn't that, but he doesn't know how you actually do it.
Yeah, I know. He just wanted the calculation bit. That's all he was after. Just trolling with his usual crap.
I think he just needed help with his homework.
And calculating with real measured values is a lot different than conjuring a calculation out of your imagination.
Was doing homework on Galileo. Asked the dad what he knew. He said he was a poor boy from a poor family.
Well.
Oh God, I hated homework at school. I was just so anti-homework. You know, it's like the teacher just gets you to do all the work at home. It's like, bro, what are you paid to do, mate? It's like, I'm doing all your work. I'm like, what? I just hated it.
The kid doing homework
So it made you
said,
think.
said, Mum, why is it called a kingdom? Why do they call it, Europe a kingdom? Oh, that's because it's ruled by a king, or once was. He says, oh, is that why they call this a country?
That sounds like a little Johnny joke.
Yep. How did that question mark dude go earlier? I had to bail out and mow the lawn because I was going to flip out myself.
So we got jack shit in here for globe provers. We got October surprise. Is the October surprise going to be a globe proof, the first ever?
Oh, I'll tell you what the October surprise is.
Great.
Um,
Yeah, prepping to hear something degenerate. Go ahead.
there's going to be unquestionable truth that Earth is definitely a globe and not flat, and it's just going to be second nature in the scientific community. It already is, but it's going to radiate across the Flat Earth Society, Flat Earth Discord server as well, and it's going to disband. And,
Can you
Society can have it.
describe that irrefutable proof that's coming?
so it's definitely coming. I don't have the details with me right now, but just be prepared.
Sounds very convincing.
Your
You
whole
make a
endeavor.
compelling case. I mean, it's hard to deny what you've given me.
Your whole endeavor will have been fruitless.
I believe
you've
you. I mean,
wasted.
yeah. I mean, you sound very sure of it, and you haven't provided anything in the way of proof or evidence at all. But I don't know. You speak with this kind of conviction, and I think that that's good enough. We should just shut the channel down.
Well, it is a surprise, so if I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore. That's the whole point.
Well, it would be a surprise if you had any globe proof at all. That would be a shock, actually, since there's never been any. So it wouldn't matter. You don't have to hold on to it. What you're doing right now, there's no surprise in that. We always get people telling us, yeah, don't worry, the proof is coming. That's not surprising. But for the proof to be here, that would be a surprise.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, be prepared.
You're not surprising me.
And
It's the same shit they always say.
And just do me a favor. Just tell your children that the Earth is a globe and not flat.
No, I will not
think
inculcate them into your religion, sir. No.
it's not my religion.
Yeah, it is, and you're trying to spread it here to my kids. So fuck off. Bye-bye.
So a pretty solid nut to proof of curvature, yet again.
Don't worry, it's coming. It'll be here in 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll wait 5. All good.
He sounded like he didn't have any children. Why will anybody do or say to children what he wants? He doesn't have any stock in what
Yeah, it's
to
creepy.
tell children.
Yeah. Why is it your business what I tell my kids? Fuck you.
I mean, the guy that doesn't have experience with children is gonna tell parents what to tell their children. It's creepy. You know, parents, I don't have children, but I know better than you.
But if there's one thing I know, it's parenting.
Nearly like
I have a
Dr. Phil
cat
on
that's basically
marriage
the same
counselling.
thing.
just want you to do one thing. Just to don't just tell your kids that that reality isn't what you observe it to be. It's not the way you measure it or you practically use it. Please, just lie to them.
Just want you to do one thing. Just epically gaslight your kids, please.
I thought that the physical reality we experience could be so triggering.
Just do one thing for me. Tell your kids that physical reality they experience, it's not real.
Exactly.
Just get them to deny their own experience. That'll be best. That's the best thing for them.
Why stop there? I draw the line there. Let's keep going. I don't want to go down that path. Right. When my family said you can grow up to be anything you want, I was like, I understood what they meant. I didn't take it literally.
You can be whatever you want, young T-Dub. The sky's the limit. They weren't lying about the limit bit.
Right. Yeah.
Big check.
What's up, CB?
Here we go.
Hey, why? What's up, guys?
Oh,
Just waiting on anything. Waiting for things to happen.
This is a decent panel, man. This is a good panel right here.
It's kind of full because it was popping all day, but now we're out of Glovers.
Ah, shit. We went through the dispenser, huh? Emptied out the chamber. We emptied the clip.
Yeah, did.
And they
Awesome.
keep doing
They'll
dumb things
respawn.
like yeah, they'll respawn. Some will, some might not.
What, do they run out of respawn coins for the day? They need some
No,
more
they keep-
respawn coins, huh?
Some of them are stupid enough to even dare to be booted.
So, what was the highlight of the day? What's the stupidest thing you heard? Go ahead.
What was it? That question mark kid. Gas the speed of sound. Gases that move at the speed of sound or some shit. Oh, man. I had to bail out. I was doing my head in. I had to go outside and mow the lawn. I was like, I got to get away from this shit. That's frazzling me.
You said gas moves at the speed of sound. What the? Where did they even come up with this stuff, dude?
Oh, I don't know. Just complete nut jobs.
Crazy. Oh, I'm trying to think about what I heard today. If anything. Oh, there was a guy in the chat in the debate text over in 24/7 who said, I've heard all these flat earthers talk about the ice wall, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, just so you know, we don't talk about the ice wall because that's not our thing. Here's a .gov publication that describes an ice wall 19 times. And they're not referring to flat earthers. So they weren't trying to hear that. So that was a no. Honestly, if I was a globe earther, I don't think I would be hanging around flat earthers. I'd just like go do something. I kind of find it funny that this place is so active because, or just like flat earth in general is so popping and active because there's so many people engaging. Maybe he's here? This is kind of ironic to say. Hey, what up?
There we go. Let's get all the fun ones in one room.
Yes, sir. W panel.
Did you guys have a Globey in here or what?
Oh man!
Shit,
if a
you
globe
need
walked
one?
through here now, it'd be like a freaking piranha tank going sick on a bit of meat.
Yeah.
Pause. What's happening, Miggy? Are you working right now, bro?
No, not really.
Oh, you about to clock in? Oh no, you working? You working for us? It's time to clock in, my boy.
Yeah, I was in here earlier, but
Oh, really?
the guys kept spiraling. So
Classic. Right, I love when you're on that demon time, Miggy. You like have you got me and you are a lot alike in the sense of like there's like the angel on one shoulder and like the the devil on the other.
Yeah.
And like there's times when you're like it's the the good cop and then sometimes you're the bad cop. I love it, bro. It's so fucking awesome.
yeah, just depends on the energy, man. Because I get the
For sure.
whoever's coming in there. You I don't know. Sometimes you get a vibe, and it's like, all right, this
Right.
guy's gonna be a knucklehead. I want to bust
Yeah.
out the mallet. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think some of those guys definitely need like to be poked in the chest. Yo, wake up, man. Type of thing.
Yeah, it just
So
depends, man. Others are
Yeah.
just like it's cool. You can change your style.
Right, right.
Yeah.
That stern vibe doesn't work on everyone, but it does work pretty well with some people.
Yep.
You're funny though, dude. I love it. It's great content.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing X, but I don't know. I just been catching on some downtime. So
Yeah. Those
What are
X
you guys
panels are
up to?
pretty fun. Yeah,
Oh,
I just
hell
jumped
yeah.
in. I just jumped in just before you did.
Oh shit. We're on Aussie time right now. This is
Oh,
Aussie
is it
time.
Aussie prime time right now?
Yeah, it's Aussie prime time.
Oh, you about to crack a VB? You about to crack a VB right now?
No,
Not a chance.
Yeah.
Come on,
I don't
man.
drink cat's piss, man.
Oh shit.
And we don't drink Foster's either before someone
They don't
says
drink
it.
Foster's, Australian for beer. That's where they used to have the commercials running over here back in the day. I was like, man,
Which
everybody in
one?
Australia must drink Foster's. That stuff's pretty popular.
Have you seen that
Oh,
video,
look,
Matrix or AJ? That guy in the
yeah,
car is
maybe.
like, VB 28 in the morning. Get that up, you dog cunts. It's fucking long neck. VB. Have you seen that shit?
That's
It's fucking
that's
funny, bro. I'll find a
that'd
link
be
for you.
Timbo's beer, yeah. That'd be Timbo's beer down
Uh,
south.
Yeah.
VB long neck.
I haven't seen Timbo, man. What's he been up to?
Yeah, where has he been?
Yeah, I don't know. Last time I seen him, he jumped into your X Space Alpha, and he was saying that he had to jump off because he had a few things he had to sort out.
That'd be great to catch up with him again.
Yeah, we miss him.
Yeah, he's a part of the crew, man. Part of the ship.
Yeah.
Part of the crew.
The Aussie crew. Hey,
Nah, he's straight up
Australia. That's the
24/7,
home
man.
planet. True.
There's a few of us that are just straight up 24/7, man. Like, you can tell who they are.
Right. I dropped a link in the chat for you Aussies. Definitely look at that. But it's 20 seconds. It's great.
VB.
VB.
Ugh. Long neck too.
Long neck. Get that up, you dog cunts.
Yeah, vitamin B. Or steak and
Vitamin
eggs.
B. That's crazy. Oh man.
We got a few new guys in here. We got Sky and Ricky Bobby.
Ski.
What's up, guys?
Is it ski or sky?
Ski.
Ski. What's up, Ski?
Ski.
Let's hope we don't cook Ricky Bobby. He'll be running around trying to put the flames out in his lounge room.
Ski, what up, man? Are you shy?
Yeah, man. I'm tired and playing video games.
Oh yeah. W combo. Video games and sleepiness.
Yeah. Well, can't
What
sleep.
time
you
is
gotta
it where
do
you're at,
something.
man? What time is it?
3:30.
3:30? Damn,
East
man, what you
Coast.
doing up so late?
He's from
Can't
the east
sleep.
side.
Can't sleep? What is it? Is it like the globe is haunting you, or like what?
Yeah, bro. The spinning's just making my head go crazy.
So
Are you a globe earther?
I was just gonna say it. Damn.
Same wavelength, Miggy. I got you, gang. Ski, are you with us or against us, bro? It's okay either way.
I'm on the fence.
This sounds like painful.
Yeah.
No, I'm just
You're
joking.
telling me.
So, what are some things that kind of make the globe still seem plausible?
Dog, I don't know shit about science. But like, I honestly, I couldn't care either way. It
Couldn't care?
It could be flat. It could be a sphere. It could be a damn obtuse triangle or something, dude. It's a difference.
I got a few more questions. So, do you feel like, Merch, that you have a good understanding of what flat Earth is, or are you still learning about it?
I just come in here and I listen to you guys argue with whoever and try to base opinions off of that, I guess.
Okay, but I'm just gonna re-ask the question because do you feel like you understand it pretty well, or you're still learning, or you don't really know that much about flat Earth?
I probably don't know a whole lot, man.
Oh, okay, cool. That's fine. I think that's true for most people. They don't truly have a grasp on what a flat earther's position is. Oftentimes people come here with their own ideas of what they think flat earth should or would or could be. And that's often way off than what we're actually talking about. Most people would take the solar system as it's presented, and then they take the globe within that solar system and like flatten it. So we've got like you'll get like a disc often presented. Well, where's the edge?
I
can
get
jump
that, but I
off.
feel like from what I've noticed, I feel like a lot of people argue the same thing differently. You know, so one person will believe in an ice wall, then another person will say they don't know, and then I feel like everyone's got their own picture in their mind of what it is.
Most of it has to deal with the incompatibility with the way people think about flat Earth. So you have this idea that people, like just earlier, there was a guy who came in here who was saying that we say that we think of the Earth as like the AE map, the azimuth
Oh,
equidistant
Lord.
projection. I don't know if you've ever seen that. It's like it looks like a pizza basically with the ice wall. Yeah, he was just saying. just want to ask a question. What do you flat earthers think the Earth looks like? And it's so because he was like, I think that from what I heard, some guy tell me that you guys think the Earth looks like this, and we're talking about the AE map. We're like, nah, man, that's like no, because number one, nobody can verify. It's just a map projection. Actually, if you want to be truthful about it, it's the globe smushed out. So it's, the globe flattened out. So the AE map's nothing but that. NASA uses that map. So that's not what the Earth looks like in a representation of an overall kind of worldview. But then there's a lot of flat earthers, as I was mentioning before, they use that as that's what the Earth looks like, and they argue for that map projection versus like the globe Mercator. You get what I'm saying? So like
I feel you.
that's the kind of like the opposition, but what it really is a false dichotomy. And what I mean by that is that both of those ideas, the globe Mercator and the azimuthal equidistant, they are not in any way what the Earth looks like as in its totality. So you can't, or nobody can actually verify.
Nobody can.
Yeah, that any of those are what the Earth looks like in its entirety. If you get what I mean. So it's like arguing from a position of ignorance and then making your stance and saying, no, I think the flights work on an AE map. No, I think the flights work on a globe. So you just back and forth, and nobody knows what the Earth looks like, as a whole. So you can't argue from that position. And so most people think that that's what flat Earth is, based on some of the old, flat Earth ideas that people have as far as what the Earth can look like. And that was given probably at the beginning when flat Earth was really popular, back in like 2013, 2014, when it first came on the scene on the internet. And so people were formulating their arguments around this concept, this idea. So that's why people now think that that's what flat Earthers think, as a popular idea. So it's
No, I
not.
get you.
Yeah, if you ask anybody in here, Ski, nobody's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, I think the Earth looks like this." That's not, because then you could grill them and be like, "Well, how do you know?" Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
you
Well, this
verify that.
is Mickey. You're talking about something that is really prominent in my presentation. Is that you can't see reality in totality.
Yeah.
But like that, they consistently beg for that. Oh, I need to know what shape the Earth is. But in their own worldview, they don't really care what shape the totality of their reality is. Like that's why I always ask people, Ski, what shape is the universe?
You're asking me. I have no idea.
Right. I feel like most people don't even care, right? They're like, wait, I guess I haven't really thought about it. It's still a globe,
I
though.
guess that's kind of where I'm at. I'm not going to sit here and try to argue it's a globe or it's flat or this and that. I mean, it is what it is,
It is what it
I
is.
I think what should be most apparent is logical consistency, and also arguments that can be had with evidence that could back them up. So if you have like an argument, bring some evidence to back that argument up. If you can notice that whenever we engage with somebody, if they bring up like a whatever argument they want to say that the Earth is a globe, we always ask for evidence. They could even try to justify it, but the problem is if there isn't any evidence to back it up, then you can't justify it. It's not gonna. You're gonna be saying like, well, I think Jupiter is a gas giant, and we're like, how do you know that? Like you've been told a story. There's no way for you to verify this information. Yeah, what are you gonna do?
100%.
Go there? Yeah. So you have to rely on other people, and that just leads you to have a belief that doesn't give you knowledge of the thing in question. You just have a belief about it, and that a belief is acceptance without any evidence, essentially. So if you can understand that point from at least to the, when somebody argues in here, you're like, okay, well, the guy didn't have any evidence. So how does he know that Jupiter's a gas giant? Like, how does he know that? What, he's told that that's what it is? That's good. It's good somebody told him that. And some people might even say that's science, but that's not. You can't do science of something that's, not tangible in that way.
100%. I agree with that.
So, like I said, just, if you listen to people staying logically consistent, and they're able to uncover what science is and what it isn't, and that's kind of where we're at. They used to call us back in the day science deniers, that was really weird. But, now the thing is, we're turning around and talking to the Globers like, you guys are the ones denying actual science. Because if you applied natural science to anything that you do, you would find out that the Earth as a globe doesn't stand. You cannot justify it. There's no way that you can say that it exists in reality. It's a mythos, kind of like any mythos, right? Make believe. So
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I
Yep.
feel like either which way, I'll never be convinced it's flat or it's round or whatever. And
Don't say
it really
that, bro.
Yeah, don't write it off.
Don't say
I,
that.
I would
Oh,
say
I mean,
this, man.
I mean, it's to the extent that like it just doesn't matter in my day to day life, right? Like
Yeah.
you guys come in here, we talk about this, but then like I'm gonna go to work, I'm gonna go do whatever. I'm not gonna think about whether it's flat or it's round.
Yeah,
It's
but
just
Yo,
what it
but
it's
is.
not
check this
supposed
out.
to, Miggy, let me just say one real
Yeah, go
quick
ahead.
thing and I'll pass it over. It's not supposed to relieve you of your life's responsibilities or your passions or whatever it is you want to do. You're here just like we are, bro. It's not, you don't have to go and be a different person just because you know the earth is flat. And that's just crazy. I'll finish with this. If the truth is right in front of you to say like, I don't know if I'll accept it though.
Yeah, off the back.
Well, it
Right,
goes
go
back
ahead.
to like I'd have to go out there and do all these get all this primary knowledge and all this
Yeah,
stuff, right?
that's good. That's a good perspective to have, man. But just off the back of what he's saying, I would ask you a question, man. Is truth important to you? And I'll just be
Right.
honest. Don't say it because you're in a crowd of people and you're like, no, man, I don't give a shit. Like, no, seriously, does truth matter to you?
I mean, yeah, obviously, but like,
Okay.
what my perspective is like, what's the difference? You know, like,
Well, the difference is they're doling out information that they don't know if it's true or not. And for you, because you're a person who's reciprocating, like, oh yeah, I heard the Earth's a globe, so check it out. And then it's like, if you're told something and you don't know if it's true or not, I mean, in some ways, they're telling you that your worldview, in which everything that you think realities, that the world around you, that it all is like a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. Then how is it possible that you're going to through your day-to-day life and you don't like seem to think about like, well, Elon Musk is sending out a rocket to space, and you're like, oh, that's cool, man. They're going to space.
Yeah, right. See,
It's not.
just
It's not like, man,
Yep.
that's bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't stick out to you. Like, how do people, like, how are people contemplating these questions of life? They're just accepting everything, thinking like it's just true. You know what I mean? And
Let me
maybe
quickly add in something.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Just quickly, because you said it exactly what I was thinking. They're trying to sell you stuff, whether it's products, services, or ideas. They want to sell you ideas a lot. How many NASA merch do you see? People wearing merch with globes and stuff on it, like or they'll sell you products like I found a website called Caviar. They make customized phones. And they sell phones for like $90,000, and they're telling you that it has like rocks from space in it and stuff. So, it does matter because they're trying to, like I said,
I mean, I
sell
get the
you.
capitalistic like perspective of it, right? Them trying to get money and fund NASA and all that jazz. But
No, but I mean, it's more of the mindset, Ski. So it's a mindset that you have throughout your day to day life. You could think of it as be very indifferent about it. Like, I don't really give a shit, But and the core of it all, it stands as like what people tell you every single day. Like just any truth, right? Any truth that you hear, you have to contemplate whether or not like you think that's the case. It's all about discernment. How do you value your discernment? Do you think that you put high value on it, like how you know what truth is and what false is? Like, how would you know? Like, how do you know going through life? Like, obviously you'd rather be on the side of being able to be discern a lot more better than you can now. I mean, obviously everybody would, but I think that's the most important part. It's like being able to know when there's falsehood and when there's truth to be had, and how can you
Nah,
differentiate?
it doesn't matter, Mickey. It doesn't matter.
obviously to some level, man, you'd want to hear, because you're in here listening to both sides, right? So you'd want to hear somebody just like say, okay, the earth is a globe and this is the direct evidence that it actually is. And then that would probably be like to you, like, okay, man, they got something now. They're actually saying something. But I'm telling you, man, over the years I've been doing this, nobody's ever done that. Like, not with any way to demonstrate
I don't doubt it, man. That's why the main reason I came in here is to kind of get both perspectives, right? Because I mean, if you go on Reddit, you go online, everyone's just gonna say, "Oh, flat earthers are crazy," and like, I never even knew what flat earthers believed, right? So like, that's mainly why I'm here. I'm just trying to
Yeah,
get
and
the
at the
full
end of the
picture,
day,
kind of.
man, we're not going to twist your arm into flat Earth. Like you are your own person. You can make up your mind for your own self. Like seriously, you go to sleep
Facts.
tomorrow, you wake up, you're going to be like, the Earth is what it is. But I mean, it's for your contemplation. So it's a good thing that you're actually listening to both sides. And like what I'm saying to you is, if anybody that thinks the Earth's a globe, they're free to come in here and make a claim and then back it up with evidence. But I'm telling you, they don't want to. They come in here and they troll us. They're not taking it seriously. The ones that actually, okay, now I'm serious. They don't know how the Earth is a globe. The ones who
Well, I
actually
think the
start to take
big
it
deal
seriously.
is like you guys are talking with like regular people, trolls, and just general people who don't even know science. Like before I came in here, I never heard of Boyle's law. I never took a physics class, so like.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem though, Ski, because a lot of times that's why the information that's propagated out there about the Earth being a globe doesn't have any evidence to back it up. It's a mythos. It's more along the lines of what I'm telling you. So this space fantasy has enthralled people's minds for generations. It's like a tradition. It's kind of like if you think about Santa Claus, right? You pass it down to your kids. It's something fun to do, and over the winter time, everybody has a good time and stuff like that. Nobody's really taking that seriously. Like Santa Claus is a real person in the North Pole. But then again, you teach your children that, if you're nice, Santa will put you on the good list instead of the naughty one. And so we're doing all these things, right? And at the end of the day, it's really nothing much. So how we're kind of teaching these traditions onto the next generation, and it seems like nobody's saying like, wait a minute, why would we teach our children these lies? Why can't we be honest with them and
Right.
say like, let's do something creative, or something that doesn't involve telling them lies, but it's something fun. People do it and they enjoy it. They enjoy the celebration of the season. And I guess I'm saying all of that to be like, well, they do the same with the globe. The idea that
Yep.
the mindset of going to space and colonizing Mars and going to other planets, that is like fucking one of those Star Trek episodes where you're gonna be able to go to another planet and it's gonna be harsh, but somehow humankind will survive. And it makes your mind think of like fantastic ideas, right? And then people they identify with that, and so they hear that the
Yep.
Earth isn't a globe, not in the vacuum of space, and nowhere near like leaving this place. They get crazy. They're stir crazy. So it's like it's more to do with psychology. So they gave everybody, like the world, a big mind fuck. Excuse my language, but that's what it is. And so they make people think of this mythos as a reality. And then when we start to talk to people about, well, just think about it for a second. How can you make this thing that I think is a mythos, because you haven't proved it, a reality? In what way can you make it real? Because in no way is it ever real. There's no evidence whatsoever. You think curvature exists? Prove it. Measure it directly. If you think the spin of the Earth exists, prove it. Measure it directly. If you think the vacuum of space exists, prove it. How can you do that? You need a rocket ship and you need all kinds of things that logistically you're not able to get to. So on top of all of these things, they're just like, well, if I had the money, well, if I had the tools, well, if I had this and
Right.
if I
The
had that.
tech.
So what we're saying essentially is that because you don't have any of that, it's easy just to believe. It's like a mythos. It's easy belief system, right? You can just
Yeah.
put your mind on cruise control and Bob's your uncle, right? All is good. Space is there and planets and shit. But outside of that, there's no way that you can verify that any of that story is true. Problem is, we see things in the physical natural world, right? You look up at the sky and you see things and they say, hey, that thing up there, that's Jupiter. That's all good and well, but what story is attached to it is going to be the problem. That's a gas giant and it's, approximately about 10 Earths can fit in it, whatever idiotic idea they tell you. But it's nowhere near that idea, All you can do is see it from a distance. And everything else is a story.
100%, I agree with that.
Well, that's what we're doing. So what we're dealing with is undoing the Santa Claus myth for the Earth being a globe. It's basically that. Like we're telling adults like you would as a child. You know, when you were a kid, you're telling your other friend that was a kid too, hey, you know, Santa Claus doesn't exist. Mom, this Bob is telling me Santa Claus doesn't exist. So you're doing the same thing as an adult for people believing in space. Same shit. Because at the end of the day, you're like, where's the reindeer, man? Where's the big fat jolly guy in the red suit? You know, where's he? Prove it. Well, he exists, man. You could track him on one of NORAD's
Yeah,
tracking
NORAD.
system. NORAD gives you a tracking system. You can monitor Santa Claus' flight throughout the night, and it's that's that crazy. Space is the same thing.
I 100% get your guys' perspective. You know, I get why you're skeptical and all this stuff.
Yeah. So okay. So how do you make that where we're not skeptical anymore? What would what person have to do in order for them to provide that substantiation that you would need to make this not a mythos anymore, not a story, but a reality? What would need to happen?
That it's flat.
No, that it's a globe.
That it's a globe.
Yeah. What would
For
somebody
me,
need to do?
shit.
Anybody.
If they send me to the International Space Station or something, man, I
But see,
don't know, man.
That's logistically impossible.
Well, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
That's
but
like me saying if somebody sent me to the North Pole and I saw Santa Claus working in the workshop with his elves, I believe it. That's the same thing.
Right.
So it has to be
Well,
something.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
It has to be something in the physical and natural world. Say for instance, you know, one of the things that we ask for is to measure the curvature directly. Obviously, everywhere you're standing on the surface, it's the surface of a globe, an oblate spheroid. So in every way, you can figure out whether or not it's a globe by measuring it. I mean, my God, we're on top of a geometric shape. Wouldn't you think that would be the kind of the thing that you would need? Well, like I'm standing on the thing they say is an oblate spheroid. Duh, I would be able to measure it as one somehow. And they're like, well, what do you have? Well, what are you saying? You need a large measuring tape? Really, a measuring tape. And all this technology, what? We're not using lasers anymore? We're not using LiDAR? What's going on? Why do we got to go to a measuring tape? You fools. You know, and they always descend the conversation to, absurdity because they don't want to think. They'd rather keep it the dream alive or whatever. I don't know what the problem, man.
I get it. I've listened to enough of it to kind of agree with you on a lot of things, but I don't know.
Well,
I just really don't know what it would take to convince me either which way.
Well, listen, on the side of the globe, evidence. On the side of flat Earth, evidence. But if whoever presents evidence to you and you deny it, that's a problem. You understand what I'm saying? So if flat Earth has presented you evidence and you deny it, then you're denying reality. But if Globe Earth has
That depends on the quality of evidence. If your evidence doesn't follow proper, rigorous
It's
science,
not quality.
then it can be
It's
rejected.
not quality. Listen, if somebody showed you directly that the Earth is a globe or it's not a globe, and they showed you that the Earth is flat, and you deny it, that's your problem. You're denying reality. You're the one in denial. Not the evidence is good enough.
If
You're the
their
one in denial.
measurements follow rigorous scientific principles. If not,
No,
then
it
it's
has
you
nothing
can't
to
draw
do with
any
science.
data. You can't
Sorry.
draw
You
any
just hear it in
conclusions
his
from the
voice.
data.
Sorry, Mage. It has nothing to do with science. Measuring. If you go get your foot measured at the shoe store, they're not doing science, bro. They're just measuring your foot for a shoe.
No,
That's
measurements
not
alone
science.
aren't science. You're right, but
That's correct.
when you measure against some prediction, that's
No,
science.
you're not putting lipstick on a pig today, sir. It's not science.
What do you think
Not
science
natural
is?
Science is
Not
the
what you
study of the
think it is.
physical and natural world. It's answering how-why questions. That's what science is. It's not what is questions. Like, what is the Earth? Well, the oblate spheroid. That's not science.
Okay, where did you get your
Did you know what
philosophy of
science was before I explained that to you, Mage?
Yeah, my question is, where did you get your philosophy
Answer
of
my
science
question. I don't like that you're diverting and you're dodging. Did you know
How
what
am I
science
dodging?
was? I'm asking you a question. You're not answering me. Did you know what science was previously before I told you what it was?
Yeah, you're wrong. That's why I'm asking
Okay,
you that question.
show me how I'm wrong. I need you to
Yeah,
demonstrate
so I
that
can
I'm
just
wrong.
pull up like any philosophy of science textbook. Are
Philosophy of
you
science.
open to that,
So,
or are you just
no,
going to
I'm
deny
open for you to demonstrate that the fact that the study of the physical and natural world is not science, and you're
No,
telling me that it is
so that's included in science, right? But
included.
you made a proposition. You said that is only science. That science is
No,
not
I said
involved with
that
the
when
what?
when people do science, right, the study of the physical and natural world, they're asking
Right.
how I questions. Now, when you're saying
Yeah,
other
yeah.
branches of you're hold on,
How?
dude. When you're
Okay.
using other branches of science that you say can actually involve not using the how I questions, then that's not what I'm saying. The study of the physical and natural world, because that's what you're saying. In
No. I'm saying that
in accordance with the Earth being a globe, has nothing to do with the what is question as to what is the Earth. When we're asking that question, we need to understand that we're doing measurements, and we're trying to figure out the size. We're trying to figure out, if they're saying that it's a specific geometric shape, then how do we know that? So that is
Okay, so
not
let me get
science.
this. Let me just ask you a question. So you're not. So let me just get this right. When you are taking measurements, you're not comparing them against a model prediction. You're just taking measurements. Do I have
Yeah,
that right?
yeah, we're not doing science. That's
Okay,
how
then,
you should.
okay. Then you are right. Yeah. If you're not checking it against a model's prediction, then yes, you're just taking measurements.
Yeah, so a model's prediction has nothing to do with what the Earth is. That is something that you've constructed out of, imagination. You can't
Well,
model
that's what
something that
all
you don't know what
models
it
are.
is.
Yeah.
So yeah, so what? Something that came out of your imagination?
Well,
No,
no.
it's
It's. Well, can I respond? It's
I don't know how.
to say that it's just something that came out of your imagination is a little dishonest, right? Because
How?
when we make models, we test them against reality, and reality
No, you
either
didn't. No, you
affirms or
didn't.
denies our
That's
models.
incorrect. Did you test the reality of the globe model? Okay, let's get this straight. What globe model do you have?
I don't know of any
I'm gonna run
globe
you through the
model.
gauntlet. You don't know of any globe model, so then how can
I
something be
know
tested?
of the
I'm gonna
standard
have to
physics
stop you.
model.
Shut up. Okay, so globe model hasn't been presented. Nothing's been tested against reality. So you're just lying that you said that there's a globe model, some sort of way to test against reality? You don't have neither, sir.
I'm not the one that's
All right, let me talk to the guy that said there is a globe model because you
Yeah,
didn't
it's
present
like
one. Go ahead,
you,
teach.
you go to sure, thank you. So if you go into like some RJ Mars or some sort of thrift store or whatever, you ask, say, hey, you got a globe that I can buy? It's got a little pedestal on it. You spin it, put your, you know,
Hey,
it's
teach. Have you
model.
seen the bottom of that thing that you think is a globe model?
Yes.
No, you haven't, because you wouldn't be using that as an example. On the bottom of that little globe that you just said is a model of the Earth, it says not useful for educational purposes. If you don't believe me, look it up for yourself. You're going to find out that that's what it says. Therefore, it is not a model, and it's damn sure isn't a scientific model.
Okay, but
Fine.
now that we cleared
that, yeah, of what? What is it?
of the what the globe should look like zoomed out.
Really? Can we pit that against reality?
Some people would say yeah.
Some people. I'm not asking about some people. I'm talking to you.
No, I'm saying some people would, yeah.
I know, that's great. Some people can think, dogs or cats. I'm asking you, can you
Yeah,
pit
some
that
people.
against the Earth as a globe, as a model?
Some people can, yeah.
Yeah, I don't care about some people. I'm asking
Well,
you.
I'm answering.
You're
asking,
dodging.
answering you. I'm answering. I'm answering. Some people do, yeah.
Yeah, you, not some people. You.
Some people can, yeah.
Oh, so how about you?
Some people can.
So that's not. See how you're dodging? I like that.
No, I'm not dodging. Man.
Everybody can hear you dodging right now. You don't want to
I'm
answer the question and be honest. Teach.
I answer
You
the question.
can't do it because you
Yes, I
can't
can.
do it, right?
Yes, I can. Some people can. That means
Yeah.
I
Yes,
can.
you can. Okay, let's say
Yes,
you made the affirmative. How can you? Tell us
But
how you can take the.
Some people
Go
can.
to the
Some people
store.
can.
Go to the store and buy a globe and then test it against
Okay.
reality. How are you going to do that?
I'm gonna hold the globe and I'm gonna look at it and then I'm gonna say some people can.
You're going to hold the globe. You're going to look at it and say some people can.
Yep, some
Really?
people can do it.
And
Some people
that's not you testing it against reality.
Yeah, yes it
So
is.
yeah, you didn't do
Yeah,
it.
it is. Yeah, it did. Some people can.
How did you test it against reality? Tell everybody how you did that.
Sure. Some people can. Some people can do that.
Some people can what?
Exactly.
I'm asking how. Listen,
We agree.
exactly what? I'm asking how you took
We
that
got
globe.
it. See, I'm glad you accept the globe model now.
I'm asking how you took that globe from the store. You
got
picked
it.
it up
You
and
got
said,
it.
"Hey,
You got
this
it.
is reality."
That's the model.
Oh, you're spiraling now.
You got the model. You hold
Yeah.
it in your hands, and then you got the
So
model.
you didn't test it against reality, did you?
I held it. I held the globe, and I got the model.
Right. So
the
you
model. That's the
interjected.
model.
You interjected for not giving any way to make your
That's the
argument.
model.
Yeah, you gave it. No, there's no way that you made that valid. Sorry. Let me go to the other guy.
Oh, the other one left.
Oh shit.
What a shame.
He went out the
Wait.
back door while I was talking to that guy.
Teach kids to be trans. You think this kind of name will be a serious debater?
Yeah.
By the way, that guy was a senior mod on this server. By the way, a complete
I
shill.
know. I always talk about it when he comes in here strutting his stuff. He thinks he's all that in a bag of chips. Every time.
You can just see how evasive he was. It's unbelievable, man. It's like they're not even trying anymore.
That's nothing out of the ordinary for the clowns that come through here.
And the other guy didn't know what science was, Mage. He decided to leave out the back door, so.
I was always of the understanding that a model has explanatory powers. Now, I'd like to know how a globe from a gift store explains weather.
Oh, that was the him saying that it was pit against reality was just the beginning of his woes. I was gonna take him to the gauntlet, dude. Like it was gonna be an onslaught of just like him saying, "I don't know, I don't know, I don't know." Trust me, man. Like they don't know what they're talking about whenever they start talking. So I like that he kind of threw his. What he did though for Mage was he like jumped in front of the whatever that I was gonna come at him with, and
Took
he's
his
like,
spot
"I'll
on the
save you,
guillotine."
Mage." The grenade or whatever, the rocket launcher, flamethrower, whatever it is. I'll save you, Mage. So he jumped on that for him, and yeah.
Actually, you know what we need? What was the old cartoon? Was it Snagglepuss? Exit stage left.
Yeah.
Whenever they bail out like that.
I live for moments like that. Whenever they can, and especially for Ski, because Ski's wanted to like listen to both sides. But the problem is, if they weren't evading the things that I'm asking them, they would be able to answer them directly. When I asked him, how does this model represent reality? How can he pit it against reality? He didn't give us the answer.
Well, that's I think the big part of it is that you guys are just dealing with trolls 90% of the time, you know.
And that guy was a senior mod, by the way. The last guy who I just talked to. Mage was a anti-flat Earth personality, so he's been in here a while.
Well, if you have no argument, then you got a troll.
Well, the problem is, you know, we let them
I mean, I think it's a lot of just like uneducated people trying to sound educated, right? They come in here, like pigeonhole.
I did want to jump in and touch on that really quickly, Ski, because I did get what you were getting at earlier. You're thinking, okay, we're speaking to uneducated people, but if a physicist or if someone that worked, as a satellite engineer, came in here, the story would change. They would come in and save the day for the globe. But we do get these people in here all the time. We get mathematicians, professors, PhDs in this and that. They don't do any better, my friend. Yeah, they really don't do any better. All they do is regurgitate textbooks better, right? So once we ask them to validate the core fundamentals of the globe theory, right? The radius value, the rotation, the gas pressure problems and things like that, they're just as stumped as anyone else in here.
That is an important point, though, Ski. What anti-globalist just said.
I mean, I get that too.
Wait, what is that interview called again where this flat earther interviews this astronomer woman, astrophysicist woman, or, from Poland or something? Does anyone remember
that? Was
that?
Wakey Wakey. That's Wakey Wakey.
Wakey Wakey.
Yeah, but over the
that's
course
the man's channel name, yeah.
Over the course of doing this, we've experienced that, firsthand. People have come into 24/7, and we've had conversations with those guys. They have less of a dog in the fight than the globalist zealot that comes in here and advocates for the Earth being a globe. Less. They're less interested of trying to prove a point. They're more ambiguous. Well, it's our best guess that that's what cosmology says. We don't know. They'll say it that way, and the freaking globalist in the background's cringing because they put all their stock into this being the worldview that is the correct worldview. And then the guys who come in here and advocate for the, scientific communicators and the PhDs and the cosmologists and the astrophysicists, they're like, well, we don't know. It's all right. Because they're getting their bread from actually teaching this nonsense. And the other guys are just the ones receiving it. So they feel like they're more, staunch in their position because they're receiving the information. They're not the ones telling it. I'm telling you, man, it's a mind job. That's what it is. But
They're
they
just
don't.
all stuck in the cult.
Yeah, these academics don't fare any better either.
But the sad thing is, when you're stuck in a cult, you don't realize when someone tries to help you get out of the cult, or realize that you are in a cult in the first place.
Yeah, I guess for the most part, Clay, we don't. That's not our job. But what we do is, I don't care if they're a Glober the rest of their life. I'm gonna continuously expose them. It's not gonna stop. As soon as they come in here, it's gonna be exposing them time and time again. That doesn't end. So long as they persist, I will too. Because they think that it's about me convincing. You got to give something to convince me. I don't got to do that. I got to expose your way of thinking to everybody listening. That's all I got to do. Whether or not by that you become someone who critically thinks, well, good on you. It's not my job to convert you. I'm not here to do that.
But I understand. It's the same thing when talking about God. I wouldn't dare to put anyone into the seat of judgment and to explain to him something he already knows because it's written on his heart. That would be stupid. So I'm not going to give any proof for someone that is already known by the people.
The best you can do, I think, at this point is just make your case, let it be known, and then tell people if they've heard of some ideas of the Earth being a globe in some way, and you just go ahead and let's see if there's any demonstrations they can produce. You're going to find out that's not the case. You'll be more disappointed. If you're on the fence right now, Ski, I think what's going to happen is you'll be more disappointed on the behalf of the Globers coming in here, having any demonstrations or evidence.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at now. I think it's kind of ridiculous the amount of people come in here just have a laugh and stuff. But I feel like there could be a good conversation to be had. I mean, I'm not the one to have it. I don't have the knowledge. But
there is.
Guys, the biggest problem is the lack of self-security and self-esteem in making, in being confident of their own conclusions. They just think scientists are smarter than them, and they don't have the access. They don't have the smarts. They don't have the IQ. They literally just don't feel self-confident enough to analyze things or anything.
It's strange because after an hour conversation with somebody, they'll tell you, "Well, I'm not a scientist." Yeah, but it took you this long to tell me that. Why didn't you say that off the rip? We could have just been done away with, you having a conversation with me. If you're just going to defer, wouldn't that be easier? Just defer right
Yeah, bro.
away.
And they're like that on everything, bro. They're like that on flat Earth. They're like that with medicine. They're like that with education for their kids. Anything. They're just like that with, well, I'm not smart enough to know how I should raise my kids. I'm not smart enough to know what I should eat. I'm not smart enough to know how to keep myself healthy. Yeah. I'm going to ask someone. You see, that's what their life is. Complete conformity and trust of other people, you see.
Yeah, and the fact is they don't use any discernment. There's no critical thinking. This is what I'm telling you, Ski. This is the problem. So if truth matters to you, man, you'd start asking those questions. You'd want to know. You'll be like, yeah, let me figure out if I know anything about this, and let me work hard to, kind of get my discernment up, so where I'm not just easily swayed by, some shyster trying to peddle the Earth being a globe to me.
Shyster.
Well, I'd say that's probably where I'm at, right? For me, dude, I don't know anything about, I'll be honest, I don't know shit about science. So, for me, I have to start at such a baseline that it almost just doesn't even seem worth worrying about it.
Do you see? This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, don't give up, man. I just hang around. That's all you got. The least thing you can do, the basic, just hang around. You'll hear something that kind of gets you thinking, and over time, you'll just start. It'll get better and better.
That's why I come here, man. I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to change your mind or have you change mine. I'm just here listening. 90% of the time, at least.
Well, one thing you can obviously
sorry, I was going to say ski. You know, the issue is that we're told all these things are very complicated, and we're not smart enough to work these things out. This is why we have to trust the scientists, etc. But if you take a little bit of time and just look into it, you'll find that all these complicated claims of science, you know, things about the moon, the planets, gravity, all these things that they complicate aren't actually science. And science is very, very simple. It's very easy, yeah. I understand what you're saying, yeah. But if you actually look into it, you'll find that all these big things that they claim to be complicated either aren't complicated or they're just not science. And that's why they are complicated. And it's all based off belief systems. And for flat Earth, yeah, it's just very simple. It's all the things we know. Water lies flat. You know, we can go out and you can do some observations very simply yourself. It's not that complicated, and yeah, don't ever think that you wouldn't be able to work this shit out. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I get that. I mean, I just wouldn't even know where to start asking questions, right?
Well, to be honest, it's just a matter of being honest to yourself, being intellectually honest. As soon as I realized that the properties of water and how they behave, and I looked at water, then I realized there's no other way than water conforming to a level topographical planar surface. Because it will never bend 360 degrees in every direction to form a ball. That is absurd. On the other hand, what is also great to look at, and I mean some people will disagree, but is how the sun is moving across the sky during the day. As soon as you observe that multiple times, especially during the seasons from summer to winter, when the sun just moves further away from your place and then it gets colder, it perfectly makes sense when you call it a circuit. It's just a circuit of a localized light. Nothing more, nothing less. It's what you observe, obviously. I do not observe me falling backwards 1,600 kilometers per hour while the sun is standing still in the sky. That's not what I see at all.
Hey, let's see. We got a new guy in here named Shar. Shar, if you're there, what's up, man? Welcome to the room. We're just talking to new people, man. If you're there. I'd like to say what's up. What's up, Roots? I haven't seen you in a minute.
Hey, what's up, Alpha? All good, mate. Can't complain.
Brother.
Yes, good. I know the guys were looking for you yesterday on X. Did you not make your show?
Nah, man. I got tired of doing some stuff. I was gonna jump on, but I heard they had a blast though.
Yeah, they went ahead, I think. Supposedly it was good, yeah.
Yeah, I think he said he had like 1,100 people or something. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, it's amazing the numbers you can pull in on other platforms. Me and Super Monkey Ball been pulling in 200 odd people every time he goes live as well, which is great because we've got small accounts.
Did you say Monkey
It's
Ball?
interesting. Yeah, me and Monkey Ball go live on TikTok occasionally.
Yeah, tell him I said what's up. I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, I will do. He doesn't come on that much anymore, but when he does, he goes live.
Yep.
So, but I'll tell him you said hi.
Yeah, we're talking about, his, I don't want to say nemesis, but the people who ousted him, or not ousted him. What's the word here? Kicked him out of their room. The Bev clan. The Bevites. The Bevites.
Oh yeah, a few years ago that was.
Yeah, they told him to leave because he didn't agree with them anymore, and yeah, they need the most religious zealots part of their group. Of course, Monkey was like, "No, I don't think that you guys are on this anymore." Like, I guess at first he was like really hanging with them, and then he started to see what they were doing, and he's like, "No, I'm getting away from this." So they gave him a hard time though. They were trying to. Every time he was in this room, they would come in here and they would be like arguing with him and stuff.
Yeah, I think he got fed up with them. He he doesn't understand the issue that they have with level being clearly flat, and he just doesn't buy that semantical bullshit. It's a bit of nonsense, really. I think.
Yeah, well, they came out with some other. There was a clip that Clipcord or somebody got of him saying that the world is actually not flat and not a what did it say? That it's not an oblate spheroid. It's a globe. It's a true globe. A true globe. A true globe is not one of any particular ideal shape. It's just like, potato shape. Potatoes don't have a shape,
Yeah.
so globular kind of. So it's a globe. It's a
Yeah.
true globe.
They said that they live on the true Earth, or the reality is of the true Earth, and the true Earth that they live on is a globe.
They finally, yep, they're coming out and saying it. So that's what they're trying to do.
I got the clip
Yeah,
here
I think.
somewhere, the 5-second clip, if anyone wants to see.
Yeah, why not?
Fucking crazy,
Let me
dude.
have a look. I got to pull it out of Skype. Hang on.
Interesting clip though. Bevs, he's charismatic in that, so people like to listen to him.
I think he's autistic, to be honest. I don't think this is a normal behavior.
Oh yeah, some people that have a touch of autism, man, they still can be great sociopaths. People can like him for his people skills.
I feel like Bev is easy to deal with now. The only thing I do if I come across Bev is I ask him, well, what in nature is level then?
Say the word
Because
flat, dude.
anything, yeah,
They'll
flat.
lose their gourd if you yeah. What in nature is flat? Flat. We could scrub that out of the dictionary. Flat doesn't exist. Like, what's flat then? Flat doesn't exist? Weird. The word has meaning. Yeah, flat doesn't work in their worldview. Nothing's flat. Define flat. Like that's awesome. They're just trying to make some content, all this stuff like that. They got a few people a part of their group.
Yeah, I think he just wants to be the leader of something. Doesn't matter what.
Yeah. You could be right. Likes those pats on the back and attaboys and whatever.
Yeah, some people just don't play nice in groups, and that could be just his style.
Mountains make the earth not flat. Like he's like dude. Crazy.
He was talking the other day, well, a couple of weeks ago, about the only way to determine if something is truly flat is by using an optical flat. Have you ever heard of an optical flat?
Optical flat.
Yeah, it's like a little.
This shit again.
It's like a little glass disc, and it's got a laser running through it, and it'll tell you if something is truly flat. So I was like, so what can you measure with an optical flat that is truly flat? And then he didn't want to talk about it anymore.
Yeah, let's not do that. Oh shit. That'd be crazy, right? People telling you, man, this floor is flat. No, it's not. It's off by 10 microns. Like, what the fuck?
It reminds me of that Rick and Morty episode. Have you seen it when Rick tries to show Morty true level? And when he creates it, he has an orgasm when he's standing on it. He's like, oh, this is true level. Oh.
That could be Bev, actually. That's crazy.
I'm going to see if I can find the clip.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it too. I can't seem to find it. I had it in It was in Master B the other night.
Oh,
Oh, that's the clip you were talking about.
the other clip, the
The
other
Rick and
one.
Morty one.
Oh no, sorry. No, I'm looking for the other one, Bev one, but it's just
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
not popping up.
we got Hagrid is just joined us. What's up, Hagrid? Welcome to the chat.
Hello.
What's going on?
Bored.
Bored. Well, you can chat about what you think the Earth is. You think it's a globe?
Yeah, it's a globe.
Okay. What evidence do you have to support that?
I don't. That's just what I believe.
Fair enough. Yeah, that was my quickest one, I think.
Found it, guys. It's in the chat for you. He says, "We know that the real globe is the one we live on."
I like the way you make his impression. That's really cool.
I hope it was good.
It was. It was.
Thanks, AJ. Watch that now.
Oh yeah, yeah. Real globe. The way he speaks and he pauses just a little bit to emphasize the words. You know, it kind of hits different. Damn, Roots, you're breathing heavily into that mic, bruh.
Am I? Shit. Sorry, bro.
Dude. Get that shit. It was like 3D and shit when we were hearing you like take every breath and shit.
Yeah, it was a bit close to the mouth. Sorry.
I was like, man, you're gasping at what Bev's saying. Like, must be first time you heard him say that.
Your mind is not within reality if you're not imagining reality. Fuck
Yeah,
me,
boy.
eh?
That's how you do it.
Oh, I love it.
You got to stack your bullshit upon bullshit. That's otherwise just doesn't really have that scent. No.
That's so funny, Matrix. I literally just unplugged my headset, held my microphone up to my speaker, about to do the exact same thing, and it started playing before I hit play. You did exactly what I was about to do.
Hopefully, I
You know,
did it justice.
Bev's one of the only guys who can sound confused and confident at the same time. It's quite a
Yeah.
skill.
I think you hit that right on the head, man. Yeah, for sure. You don't know what to make of it. You're like, you know what? I'm thinking this guy doesn't sound like he knows what he's saying, but he's saying it with such confidence that gotta say might be good, correct? I don't know. We got true earthers and true globers. That's right, Toby Dog. True earthers are those flat earthers that are esoteric, and true globers are those globers that can't make up their mind whether the earth is flat or a globe. They're saying that it's a true globe. Yeah, but true earther is an esoteric flat earther. They just don't want to say the word flat. Flat. Ugh, can't use that word. We're true earthers.
It's such a
Surfers.
Surfers.
such a. Do you think it's such a like a pussy way of dealing with the problem though? Like, just grow a pair of balls. Like, you know, what's the
Just
issue?
grow
Why?
a pair of balls.
You know what I
Fucking
mean? Like,
roots, dude.
why do you have to like skirt across the side and not commit fully, but also, you know what I mean, try and be in that category? Like, I just think it's a bit
So-
pussy
Toe in the
off.
water.
I wanna.
Oh,
I
it's a
wanna-
little bit cold.
I want to use the word. The word is placate. So the placating to the audience. So when you do that, you're kind of like making it sound as comfortable as you can possible, so that you don't upset anybody, so that you can be most agreeable to everyone. So that's placating to an audience. So placate is the word, and it's very apropos for this specific topic. Exactly what somebody doesn't want to sound like when they're talking to other people. They don't want to sound like they're disagreeable, you know. For God's sakes, man, we're breaking some hard news to them. Let's do it gently, like across the couch, you know, like you would talking to an old friend. Like it's like Bro, I mean, you're gonna speak truth. The truth is like a sledgehammer in a fucking glass house. There's nothing you can do to make it soften the blow. Every time you strike that hammer, it's gonna shatter glass. Every time. Like, fuck. Even if you wait till the very end, at the moment you strike that hammer, it will shatter the glass.
I do agree with them though. Like, the Earth is true.
But the
You mean
question is,
truly not a ball?
but the question is, why do we need to point out the obvious? Isn't it obvious that the Earth isn't moving underneath your feet? For an example, isn't it obvious that water always lays out flat when unmanipulated?
Oh, don't say flat. You'll have Bevan here in a shot.
Level.
Only when it's in a clear plastic tube.
With a bubble inside?
Just like a hose.
It's so funny, isn't it? Because can anyone here name a surface with a level edge that doesn't have a flat side? Is there anything with a level edge that isn't flat? And the answer is no. I think everything with a level edge can be considered flat. So what the fuck is Bevan is like on about? Bunch of clowns.
I was watching a builder on YouTube and he's like inspecting his co-workers, work, and he climbs a ladder and he's looking across this beam and he goes, "Yeah, it looks pretty flat to me."
It's just like acting like an alien, not using the word flat. And it's funny because he says he doesn't like to use incorrect wording. I said, okay, well, how do you identify yourself? Would you consider yourself a white man? He said, yeah. I says, well, white's a colour, Bev. So you're not that accurate with your language, are you? Because you're doing the exact same shit with colours when you're not a colour, you're a human being, Bev. He didn't like that one.
You stopped him in his old pedantic tracks, eh?
Yeah, he just cherry picks when he wants to be pedantic.
And we got
Well,
rocks in
he
here.
made a clip where he was talking to some surveyor and he was talking about straight lines, something, and the guy said, "Yeah, it's just flat, right?" And then somebody that and like mirrored it on their channel or something, or used it in a video or something, and he copyright striked them or cited them to YouTube for copyright infringement.
What a wet wipe.
Hey, Clay, you got a hot mic, brother.
Oh, sorry. 1 second.
Sorry, Alpha, were you calling someone out?
Yeah, but rocks skedaddled as soon as I said rocks. They skedaddled.
Damn.
So where's the Globers at today? We got Ricky Bobby, Ski. You guys there?
Ski's been talking to us, but Ricky Bobby hasn't. He's on the fence. He's just here to listen. I don't
Yeah,
know
I'm
about
here.
Ricky Bobby.
On the fence. How long can you stay on the fence for, do you think, before your mind goes crazy?
Depends what it's
The
made
rest
of.
of my life.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest that, bro. I genuinely think that's really bad for your mental health. You got to make some decisions at some point.
Well, like I said to the other guys, man, like I get why people are passionate about this, sure, but like when I go through my day to day, like it doesn't matter, you know. Say that's being ignorant, pedantic, whatever, but like whether it's flat, whether it's a globe, I'm gonna die one day, and it's not gonna matter either way. The Earth just is.
It's going to matter if you need to do something in practicality, you know.
Yes,
need
but
to
I'm never
level.
gonna do anything on like a grand scale. You know, I'm never gonna try to build a railroad or nothing crazy. Like for my purposes, you know, if I need to put a house up or something, yeah, it's gonna be flat, but
Yeah, there you go.
right, but it's not on like that big enough scale to where I would even need to consider the curvature of the Earth or anything like that, right? Like
Curvature. The curvature you're not accounting for.
oh, I'm just saying that's like, you know, say it. I'm not trying to debate you on whatever, right?
You telling me you go through life and you don't have to like consider like the code doesn't have an impact on anything you do in your life, like the curvature and the
Well, could you give me like an
actual
example of
rotation?
like a way it would? Because
You've never flown anywhere?
I've flown. I'm not the one flying. I sit in a tube.
What do you think? The plane dips around the ball?
I don't know. It's not my job. I mean, if it is a grand conspiracy and it, you know, all the pilots are in on it being flat and they're just not telling anybody, well, I mean, it still doesn't affect how I get from point A to B, right?
Yeah, good thing for you. Pilots don't do that.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, they actually tell you that they look at the Earth as if it were flat and stationary when they fly their plane. But they can believe it's a globe. They just fly over the surface as if it were flat and stationary for practical purposes. All pilots will tell you that. Every single one. That's the important thing that I don't think you know about ski.
Like I said earlier, man, I don't know a whole lot of things. That's why, like, I don't want to like come in here and like start stating opinions or trying to, you know, sound like I know what the fuck I'm talking about because I really don't.
Well, I mean,
poke you
you're
with a
never going to
stick.
uncover, you know, anything if you're not take any risk. You
Oh,
know.
I mean, 100%, which is the first,
Take a risk.
which is why I'm here. You know.
Hey, Ski, I wanted to say, imagine if you had that attitude about your wife, right? Let's say somebody's accusing your wife of cheating on you, and she has been for years. Imagine if you turned around and you said, oh, well, what does it matter whether I know the truth or not? You know, I'm just going to continue on and my wife will stay with me and nothing will change. But, like, at what point does, you know, loyalty, truth, at what point does that become important to you, your soul, potentially your salvation? I think it's really important, actually. And I think the most important thing is that you are able to discern the difference between a lie and the truth. And if you're suspicious or if, you know, you're aware of the lie, then I think if you don't do anything about it, you're basically setting yourself up for victimhood. And I think that can affect your personality. I think that can affect so many things about you that it is you know, if these things happen or if your wife was to cheat on you, I do think you have an obligation to yourself to sort of find out the truth. And I think this is a similar situation. You've been lied to about something so big that it does affect your belief system. And I think you could become a victim if you don't do something about it while being aware of it. That's just my take.
I get what you're saying. I feel like it's a bit of an extreme example, right? Because like your wife is like part of your actual life, where, like I said, like whether the Earth is flat, whether it's curved, whether it's a square, like I just
would you agree
Squares are
that
flat.
Sure. But like,
would
I'm
you
just talking
agree
like
that,
shape
like,
wise, because like a lot of you guys are people who think they know about flat Earth talk about the, you know, pancake on a level surface, but like who knows, right?
Yeah, but would you agree though that like the fact we live on a spinning ball has consequences to it? We've got
Yeah,
space.
I don't 100%. So I wouldn't say I agree with us being on a spinning ball flying through space, but I also can't prove it wrong, right? I mean, it's ridiculous. It sounds crazy, but like, it's mad.
I mean, I know people, bro. I know people who are afraid of the Earth might come to an end because of a meteor or a UFO from another planet will invade us or something, like all sorts of crazy Star Trekky sci-fi ideas that bring real fear into their soul, all because of this lie. You know,
I had
people
a
are walking
kid,
around in
right?
fear.
I get that.
I had a kid tell me, right? That's roots on that, right? I had a kid in like on Discord. He was sincerely fearful that if enough people, if the whole world like became like flat earthers, accepted flat Earth, that we would disband NASA. We would no longer be like focusing on meteors and things, and we could be in danger of becoming extinct and not acting in time to save ourselves from a meteor.
But
There
to
you
that,
go.
like, say, like flat Earth gets proven, right? Like, what changes? Like in the grand scheme, like from y'all's perspective, I guess at least.
What people view science to be, what it actually is, the progress of humanity from a critical thinking standpoint. It changes the paradigm and how we think. We're able to be free thinking individuals who can give our ideas and perceptions as something that we can be uninhibited by a restraint from, just a frame of mind. Like you live in this place. Now we can think of things that are wonderful and fantastic because our mind is now released. It's not caged in. Right now, as the Earth is a globe, that paradigm, your mind is caged in. Everything has ideas to like what they are, and you can't leave this place because of the vacuum of space. But what if this place that was created for you is the only place that's meant for you? You were meant to be, and you don't understand the mysteries of the actual place that you're in because of the fact that you think you live on a globe. So the science behind it is hidden in plain sight, right? Do you know anything about the real ways the magnetism of the Earth actually works? With things in reality. I mean, we don't know the depths of what we could know versus where we're at right now. This false science ideas that we have, or what people think science is, and what it actually is. There's a huge difference.
I kind of smell what you're stepping in.
Yeah, and so it would further the progress of humanity to give every individual the right to think for themselves instead of like telling them what to think. I'm not going to hand you a paradigm and tell you, well, just believe me, bro. I'm going to tell you, well, what do you think about this? Like, I mean, we're both in the state of like, not knowing. So how are we going to tackle this mystery? So yeah, it's, I don't know, it's psychological, man. When you think about it, it affects your human psyche in a way that would give you at least a fighting chance at like discernment. Like, and I was talking about this earlier. You'd be able to know whether somebody's telling you something that's true or not. I think that's most important. I think what the machine has done to your mind is made you feel indifferent. So now the system is like, it's so like, how do you know what truth is? There's 1,000 ways to think about this. The globe could be right. Hollow Earth could be right. Flat Earth could be right. Concave Earth could be right. And you're just like, well, shit. At the end of the day, I'm not even gonna. There's so much shit. I won't even think about anything. I'll just whatever. I just got to go to work anyways tomorrow, so it's too much. So it's by design, bro. It's meant for you to feel overwhelmed so that you won't think about any of the things that we're saying. But in all reality, it's just you kind of contemplating, okay, they're telling me this. This guy says that. I'm going to go outside and see what fits. What is my reality dictating from my senses? What can I see? What can I detect? What can I observe, demonstrate, all that good stuff. And science is built on that. The physical natural world can be understood with science applied. So you can actually do things and find out the cause of an effect. You can manipulate an independent variable and find out the dependent variable has changed because you caused a reaction. So what it does is that it makes you understand the physical and natural world even more. So it gives you the ability to kind of like I said before, further humanity in that way. So I think we would be leaps and bounds in science, like way ahead of our time. But as it is right now, we got a lot of space mythos involved that's stopping human progress, bro. Think about how much good we can do if that wasn't the case. If your mind wasn't thinking about leaving Earth and going to the stars and all kinds of stuff like that. With all that time and energy, what could we be doing as humans? Shit, man, we could make this place like amazing. Anyway.
I mean, I get it, yeah. Billions and trillions of dollars wasted on supposed nothingness, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, we're
Not just that, all the people who believe in the globe and all the people who are teaching their kids to just go along with it, they're victim and can fall victim to other deceptions. And I'm not going to poison the well and I'm not going to mention anything else, but there are other deceptions in this world that are as big or could be even considered bigger than the shape of the earth. And it can affect healthcare, it can affect nutrition, but there are deceptions that are just as big. But until you get that logical thinking back, that ability to be able to stand on your own two, grab your own balls and make your own decision based on logic, till you can do that, you've got no chance of being able to uncover any of the deceptions, because the deceptions that are present in this world are so deep rooted, they require rigorous logical analysis to be able to break down. And I don't think you can achieve that until you've come to the conclusion that this level of deception can even exist. So a lot of people are just delusional because they just don't think a deception this big could exist. Never mind understand that there are other deceptions just as big. But if you're not ready to question logically and find out what actual direct evidence we have of our beliefs, then history, health, nutrition, everything else will just seem the same. You won't want to dig into anything because it's all too messy and mysterious. It's done by design, my friend, to make you feel you're not smart enough or clever enough to figure this shit out.
And
I
that's
get what
a
you're
lie.
saying.
That's a lie. That's the big lie, that you can't figure it out. They made a
You're not
hierarchy
smart
to
enough.
where you have to appeal to somebody else to give you ideas of how to think of the earth when you're standing on the damn thing.
Bro,
You
like I was
don't have
saying, bro, it
enough
comes down
money
to
to go
self-confidence,
and
dude.
learn.
It comes down to
You don't
self-confidence,
have
guys. You see, they're not self-confident to make their own conclusions. They have to trust others for everything.
That's right, because you don't have enough money to go to university for 8 to 12 years to study this stuff and understand it and know. Right?
You don't have to go to university for
So-
8 to 10 years to understand it. That's the point.
That seems to be what they all say when they come in here. Well, I'm not a scientist. I wouldn't know. And they castrate themselves on the altar of what they consider science. It's sucks, dude. When we hate to see it, of course. We don't want somebody to say that.
Yeah, because ultimately, bro, they have zero self-confidence in philosophical matters. They have zero self-confidence. Literally zero. In their mind, for something to be true, it has to come from someone else and multiple people for it to be possibly true. If it comes from yourself, it can't be true. That's what they think.
Like you know the Star Talk, right? Like with Chuck and deGrasse. They got like Neil deGrasse, the jovial, bubbly
I've seen a few of
astrophysicist
his
who
videos.
knows all this stuff, right? And then they've got the average Joe Chuck, like just the goofy guy. Is no, explain it to me, break it down, dumb it down for me, like Mr. Tyson. I don't know anything.
That's how they want us to be. But that's called giving away your power. And I think one of the best things that's come out of Flat Earth for me is I recognized my own divinity. And you might call that egotistical, but I recognized that, we are the center and we are important. And, we have that ability to discern and make those decisions. And if you read the scriptures and if you try and understand history, put everything into context, you recognize this is part of the journey. If you're failing with the flat earth argument, you could be failing at something much, much bigger that's going on in this event. That's a bit spooky, that's a bit speculation, but I think this truly is one of the most important things to unlock your own mind, because we are shackled with all these stupid ideas with no evidence.
It is quite nice, isn't it, that I keep glancing around, trying to figure out sight lines, like and this is a very private house. Like my computer room, the guest room, but
Eggshells, you have
my
your
living
mic on.
area.
Eggshells, you got your mic on, bro.
I was wondering where he was going with that.
No, he has his mic on. I know when he's actually talking, but he just had his mic on. I didn't want to cut
Sounds
you
like
off,
he's
but
giving
I know
someone the grand tour.
it's all right. He's got a summer home and he's all right. Got money. Bollywood actor right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Gents, I'm gonna try to get some sleep. Appreciate the conversation. Catch you on here some other time.
No worries, mate.
Ah,
No
don't be a
hard
stranger,
feelings. I was just like poking the stick.
I get you, man. We're straight. It's all good. But yeah, y'all have a good night,
one,
or
Ski.
day. Take it easy.
Later, brother. That's always refreshing, man, when somebody's just like, thinking about stuff.
But you can't let them get comfortable on that fence. Like I said, you're gonna go poke them with the stick, and now I'm gonna make this a challenge for you. You're gonna balance him, motherfucker.
Well, yeah, they have to think about the implications of just like being indifferent. Indifferent is not a position. It isn't. Doesn't matter to me one way or the other. Yeah, it does. And let's get down. Let's just. All right, let's just talk about that. Let's put everything on the table. When it comes down to it, man, shit matters to you. It does. For you to say that it doesn't matter to me and you're in a call with all of us, you wouldn't be here. You'd be doing something else. It does matter to you on some level because you're here. That's the truth. I've heard it many times. People come into this call. Well, I don't give a shit about Flat Earth either way. Yeah, you do. Let's be real, homie. You're in here. If it didn't matter to you, you wouldn't be here. Point blank.
Yeah, but that's what defensive people say. When something bad happens, I don't care anyway. Yeah, you do. You really do. It's a defensive psychology, defensive victim. It's nothing to do with me. Leave me alone. I don't even care anyway. Yeah.
Yet they're on a call where people argue about truth every day. It does matter to them.
Although I have noticed there is a group of people who treat truth like entertainment now. They don't actually take anything in. They just sort of eat popcorn and sort of treat it like it's a film or movie or something.
It's the post-truth era, baby.
Post-truth era. I've not heard that one before.
It's the idea that we live in a time when truth isn't really what's important. Other stuff is important. Truth is like secondary. What's primary? Things like comfort, feeling good, not being upset. You know, like feeling a part of a team. You know, these sorts of things come before.
Self-image.
True earthers.
It's
True
the
earthers.
I generation.
We don't want to upset the group, man. Don't upset them. Just call yourself a true earther. It'll go over well that way. Hey, you don't want to say flat earth. That's too provocative. No way. Don't do that. Yeah, soften the blow. Have like 3 or 4 sessions. Perhaps maybe the 4th or 5th one. You know, then you can tell them that the earth is flat. Maybe. We'll see how it goes.
I think that's what Jaren coined the baby truther, right?
Damn, Roots, did you quote Jaren?
Yeah, why not?
Fuck's sake, dude. Because I'm going to say it like Huey. He's a numpty dipshit. That guy. Yeah. He's going to
Jaren's
take a
the
lot of people down.
puberty earther.
Gonna take a lot of people down, bro. Careful with that one. I'm not sure if he's going to Antarctica. I know that Witz had already said he is. I guess he said something on X. You guys can look it up. Witz had said he's going.
Yeah, Whitsett's supposed to be going. I don't know that Jaren's going, but I haven't listened to Jaren for ages, and it just popped up in my YouTube the other day, and I jumped in, had a listen, and man, I was pretty disgusted. Yeah, I ended up
Yeah.
turning it off. Like I really, really do not like
Tell you,
Jaren
man.
after what I heard in that last what he said.
Yeah, he's saying some wild shit, man. Just be careful, ladies and gentlemen. You're listening to Jaren.
What did he say, AJ? What made you not like him?
Shit, what didn't he say? He's been on this, like, I don't know. Like, guys, if they go to Antarctica and they see the 24-hour sun, I think we're going to have to rethink all of this. Rethink what, bro? The
Well,
argument?
it was
Like,
worse
what
than
the
that.
fuck?
I can't remember the exact words he was stating, but he was basically stating that anyone from here in this 24/7 crew are shills, are liars, are not truthers, are full of shit, because anyone who doesn't claim the AE map as a model that flat earthers have been claiming all this time, and now we say it's not, well, we know this is how it really works, and da-da-da-da-da, and anybody who says that this final experiment is not going to prove one way or the other, or is not going to prove whatever, is a liar, a shill, not truly out for truth, etc. Yeah. So I just, it got worse than that. Like, that's along the gist of it. Yeah, I don't know the exact words, but it was fucked.
Where's my shill check?
That's cringe. What'd you say, Heretic?
Yeah, where's my money if I'm a shill?
I don't know.
Checks in the
What
mail.
do you think about that, Eggshells? Is that good enough for you?
I think sort of, yeah, attacking a group of people, not a great idea. But like I've seen clips from his show. I don't really watch it, but I've seen clips from his show where he's been saying similar things. Where I think if I'm reading it right, get his position where he's like, we've been a united. My view of his view is we've been a united group who are saying the secrets lie in Antarctica, and that's why they don't let us go there, and we'll solve it if we can go there, and we can check if there's 24-hour sun, etc., etc. And the same people have now done a 180 and are saying nothing can be learned by seeing a midnight sun in Antarctica.
Right, if you saw midnight sun in Antarctica, it wouldn't prove a flat Earth or a globe Earth. It wouldn't prove either.
It would prove that you saw the sun 24 hours above the horizon.
Well, I think his. I'm not defending his reasoning. I can if you want, but I'm just sort of saying, if you're a part of a gang that's like, hey, we want to go into that house, we need to go into that house to see what's going on in there, then somebody finally hands you a set of keys, and half of that group say, whatever you do, don't go into the house. I think that his thing is he's lashing back at the community because he feels like the two.
We don't care.
It
If
kind of
somebody
makes sense to me.
We don't care if somebody goes into the house. We're not worried about what happens there either way.
Yeah, we're telling him that doesn't matter if you go in that house, you're not going to find what you're looking for there. He says, "Yeah,
Sure.
we are. We're going to find it. It's in the house." We're like, "Dude, you can go if you want. Nobody gives a shit. It's not going to prove that the thing you're looking for is going to be there." So he thinks the truth is just there in the midnight sun.
I think the truth is definitely in finding evidence and testing beliefs, and I think certainly he seems clear on it, and I get his position on this, that if you stick to an AE model, then the sun can't be visible south of you at such an extremely southern point.
Yeah, but what does that do for Globe, though, when it's not proven that there is a midnight sun? What does that do for Globe?
What do you mean? Say the question again. If it's not
midnight
proven
sun
there is a midnight.
Yeah, if the midnight sun is not viewed as they say it should be. I mean, according to the Globe, right?
If it's a clear day, and i.e. there's not clouds, and you can't see a sun. Did I just get kicked?
No. Live stream.
If it's a clear day and you can't see the sun, yeah, it's the end of the globe. It would disrupt the entire heliocentric model.
Come on, dude. You really?
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
Oh, and I just need to clarify something. He didn't mention 24/7. I just have
what
to
you see in
clarify
the sky
something.
does
He
not
didn't.
relate to what the shape of the Earth is, dude. I'll say it again.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Ed.
He didn't directly say the 24/7 crew, yeah, but what he's stating is people who believe what the 24/7 crew does. We don't claim that model, yeah. We don't say that this is going to prove anything, like Heretic just said. So he's stating that anyone who's not claiming this model, who doesn't believe, says it doesn't prove anything. If we see a 24-hour sun and you want to still be a flat earther, which is pretty much the reasoning that we stick to, yeah, what we can verify, then we're apparently liars. We're not real truthers. We're not looking for the truth. We're just as bad as Globers, this sort of stuff. And like you said, the only people that are going to be debunked out of this are people like Dave Weiss and Jaren, who claim an AE map that they haven't been able to verify.
Yeah, but they're gonna take down those guys that have been following them religiously. They have a group of followers that they're gonna take with them, and that's fine. I mean, I'm not saying like that's a bad thing. I'm just saying instead of doing justice for truth, they're doing the opposite.
But like, but take
Upside, if we had direct globe measurements and no 24-hour sun, it would still have to be a globe.
Aren't we allowed to progress? Aren't we allowed to realize we've made mistakes and correct those mistakes and publicly announce that, yeah, we might have been on that, leaning towards that before, but we've realized that was faulty long before the TFE, whatever it's called, the final experiment. Long before that.
Like, I think the definition, like, I'm not sure if he was, I didn't listen to it, but like, for me, the distinction needs to be made between somebody who has never spoken on Antarctica or has spoken on it, but not in relation to celestial bodies or something like that. But I think that is then in distinction with, who's the guy who did 200 proofs? Eric Dubay. Eric Dubay has explicitly said there must be a midnight sun in Antarctica, according to the globe model, and they won't let us go and check it. And then he's given a ticket to go and check it and won't. And I think you're right, which is, had he come out and said, I used to think that, but I've updated my thinking, that's one thing. But to not ever have that come to Jesus moment and then be offered the ticket and go, oh, there's nothing in that.
Yeah, but hold on.
Obviously,
I get why that looks like
again,
Yeah,
bro.
hold on.
Bit obvious.
I think he did say that.
Then why would you trust the intentions of government agencies, which you don't trust? Why would you trust their intentions?
Hold on, Grizzly. Hold on. I think Eric Dubay has said that. He said that we don't have
what?
Just recently. There was a podcast or something that he was on, and he did make a declaration that way. I don't know if he changed his mind or whatever, but the last time I heard, he made a declaration that we don't have a model. He was sounding
Sure. So
a
the problem.
bit more like 24/7, if you ask me. On one of his
So the
clips, I was like, dude,
problem
this
with
is something like what we'd be saying. But I don't know. If he was that way before and he didn't announce, I don't know. This is a lot.
Yeah, that to me is the issue, which is it's the timing with what you do it, right? Like if somebody
Perhaps. I don't know.
finally hands you the keys to the mysterious house that you wanted to go into, and you've got the keys in your hand, and then you suddenly go, actually, I've changed my idea, and we no longer need to seek truth by going into that house. Then it looks sus, right? Whereas if you're going, we need to go into the house, we need to go into the house, and then you go, hang on, I've had a further think.
You don't trust the guy giving you the keys. So.
That's fine. Then say that.
Either way,
He doesn't. He says that there's nothing that can be learned from going into the house.
Well, now you know the truth,
Either
but
way,
now he just might not trust the guy giving him the keys. Would you?
That's fine. Then he's lying. Either
No, he's
way,
not lying. He's
right?
simply protecting his own reputation, protecting his own life. That's all. It's normal.
Either way,
To say
right?
there's
If you're
nothing
just
we can
pitching it
learn.
against a particular model, right? So either way, your flat Earth EA map model or your globe Earth spinning ball in outer space tilted, right? All that. Either way, it doesn't negate either. Like as far as you could stand on that it doesn't negate that the Earth is a ball. It just negates the way I think about the model that I conceived, I had in my head before about how it's working. You can still, if you went to Antarctica, did not see a 24-hour sun, confirmed that it doesn't exist, mean you don't live on a ball, just means your model of it is wrong. Could be a glober and say that.
What
No, I wouldn't agree. I wouldn't agree with that. I think that, like, let's say with the same thing happened to the globe, but with the black swan, right? And then if I found after I got introduced to the black swan argument, and then as a result of globers being in the room at the same time, was kind of poisoned by the fact that they immediately spoke up and said blah blah refraction. Now, here's the thing: I was like, when did they get told about refraction? The dodgy thing would be, which would make me start questioning the ball, is if nobody had ever said that this happens and there is this bending and 7/6R. If there was none of that, and then there was the black swan, and then that came into play like a post hoc rationalization, then I would go, globe looks sus.
And it doesn't look it doesn't look sus to you dude, it doesn't look sus to you. For the last 50 years, 100 years, people have been thinking, oh, you just see boats go over the horizon. Now we've got video equipment that can zoom in. That's out the window. And that explanation they've been using for 50 years has also gone out the window. They're not using it that much anymore. Unless they're really retarded, of course.
I've never seen a boat come back from over the horizon. I've seen it go from
Haven't you?
unresolvable.
You've been in these chats for years, have you? What an asshole you are. Whatever, man.
No, let me answer what I'm saying. I've seen it go from unresolvable, like
You're a
not
liar.
even a pixel.
Being zoomed in on. You've seen it multiple times. Stop lying.
Well,
stop lying.
It goes from unresolvable to resolvable.
There are zoomed in on.
What about that one
over the horizon? For the last 100 years, people thought, "Oh, boat's gone over the horizon." That's the curve. For the last 100 years, people thought that.
I didn't mean to upset you. I'm sorry for upsetting you.
No, listen, you know what Matthew Learns has
you're
said
being
is
a
a
liar.
Grizzly, you know what Matthew Learns has said is a bad argument? Is when Globers say that the Earth looks like a globe from an airplane window. He's come in here and said that that's a bad argument. And still, to this day, well, I don't know if you agree with him, eggshells, or not, but like there are people that still say that. They come in here and say, I've seen curvature from an airplane window.
Yeah, I hear it all the time. Yeah, newbies come in and it's their very first one, and the very next one is photos from space.
Photos.
Yeah,
well,
you find it
there can be bad arguments.
The explanation given.
Here's the same thing, Alpha. Just let me respond to that point.
Do you find it sus that for the last 100 years, the explanation used to prove the globe is now through zooming technology and camera equipment that's gone out the window? You don't find it sus that that's happened?
I'm sorry that I disagree with you on this issue. If you can show me one where the boat is resolvable in both,
or not?
No. I think it's a misunderstanding. It goes from unresolvable. Anyway, now I've forgotten what was the point you just made, Alpha?
I find it sus what you are saying. I
get that. I don't mean to upset you, but I don't agree with you. I'm not upset that you disagree, right? I'm not shouting at you or calling you a liar.
What you should be finding sus, you're not finding sus.
We've just got to be okay with not believing the same thing.
Sometimes
you have to start being okay with actual evidence being what it is, rather than what it
I hear you, but he's Gonna make it a point.
So sometimes flat earthers show videos of like a dinghy, something like that, out in the ocean, right? And they say, "Oh, this is, you can't see it, and then you can see it," when they zoom in. Clearly, in that particular case, the dinghy has become too small to resolve due to angular resolution size. That definitely isn't proof of bringing back a boat bottom up, and I think flat earthers need to stop sharing the dinghy videos.
And this is a prime example of what I was saying in response to Alfie's point.
It shouldn't be possible on a globe, should it, sir? But it is possible. It probably isn't.
But it's not. Like, I can show you an image of a cruise ship going over the horizon. Still, you can see its smokestacks. And it's like
And if I have my binoculars with me, I'll see all of it again.
So we're talking
and
about
it's resolvable the whole time.
Eggshells.
And you can zoom on it.
With me, I'll see it again.
So what we're talking about right now are the bad arguments on both sides, right? So we're hearing
Exactly.
bad arguments, and so what I'm saying is, just like anti-globalist is bringing up, is that the fact that people, like, I'll give you another one, right? The stars seen from a distance, like the blurry, kind of wobbly looking things that sometimes the flat earthers would post that, like, that's what a real star looks like. You remember that? There was an era, like for a year or two, I think, that people were tossing these things around, and these are what stars really look like, and that just wasn't
they're only
the
a
case.
pixel.
Yeah, but it wasn't the
But
case.
I think there's one or two that we can zoom on. But yeah, everybody thinks that, oh no, this is a picture of a star. It's like, no, it can't. We cannot do that. They're wrong.
the
Yeah, and
P900.
you nailed exactly the point that I was going to make, so I don't need to make it anymore. But I want to reiterate it, which is there can be bad arguments for a true proposition because bad arguments are easy to make, right? So yeah, I agree with you. Globe is coming to make
argument
shit
for globe
argument.
Earth then, Eggshell?
I think the best have to be the
hear
way
it today,
celestial
Owen.
navigation works and the way a mechanical gyro compass works. And I would say they're not science. I don't have all the variables and stuff. I think they're applied principles that if you assume a ball of a very specific size turning at a very specific rate, you can make very accurate predictions with that. So if you predict the correct model, you get better results when you fill up your car, when you work in your job, when you play a sport, and that you can make very good progress. You can figure out your place on the planet by looking at the stars.
Eggshells, where's your evidence for the globe? Where's your argument for the globe?
Sure. So have you heard of a nautical mile?
Where's your argument for the globe? Eggshells.
Yeah, I'm making it. Have you heard of a nautical mile? Talk to me about it.
I'm not hearing an argument. I'm hearing a question out of you.
Okay, sure. So a nautical mile is a 60th of a degree. And what a degree is a portion, is a 360th of a full turn, i.e. a circle. I'm making it. So if nautical miles remain the same length over Earth, what that says is I'm traveling in a circle. The only way nautical miles work is if it's a portion of a circle you're traveling in.
Where's the argument?
Every straight line. I'm making it. Yeah. Do you understand the point I'm making?
I'm just waiting for an argument for the globe. At the moment, you're talking nonsense about nautical miles.
I would appreciate if you had explained why a nautical mile needs to go into a circle as opposed to
So a nautical mile
direction.
So a nautical mile definitionally means it's a portion of a full revolution. So 360 degrees, a degree is a 360th of a turn, and a nautical mile is a 60th of that. It's defined as a portion of a full circle. That's its definitional length, right?
Okay. Where's your argument for the globe?
And that is the radius of Earth.
Right.
It is defined. The radius of Earth is defined wrong, slightly wrong.
Where's your argument that there is a radius?
Nautical mile.
Where's your argument that there is a radius to start with?
Yeah, the nautical mile.
Really? That's an argument? I don't think that's an argument. I think you failed.
So the question you want to ask is, what is 360
what's your argument for the globe?
times
Because you
60
said
nautical
there are
miles?
good and bad arguments for either model. So where's your good argument for the globe? Where's that?
Well, hold on. 360,
Has anybody here understood?
360 degrees. That's just a circle. That's not a sphere, though.
Bingo.
Correct?
Bingo, yes. Because every straight line, every line, let me say this really clearly. Every line that doesn't deviate left or right, that travels across the surface of a sphere, basketball, cue ball, doesn't matter.
Well, sphere was just
Where's your argument that it is a sphere?
Right. A sphere, if you assume a sphere, you get an accurate measurement and you can tell where you are on Earth.
For the sphere. What's that looking like?
Well, you're pretending you're not hearing it. Everybody else is hearing it.
No,
You're not winning
just
here.
assuming a sphere. I want an argument for the sphere. What's the argument?
Yeah. Your argument was that nautical miles prove the Earth is a globe, but it was it proves that it has to be a circular measurement, not a spherical measurement.
I didn't hear an argument anywhere in that ramble.
It's a portion of a full circle.
In his entire commentary, I didn't hear an argument for the sphere. Not one. Didn't hear it.
So if you're on a ball, if you're on a ball, quite simply, just get a pen on a ball. I've got a globe. I can show you on a video right now if you want me to unpack it.
Do you have an argument that we're on a ball?
Sure. Yeah. Let me get it for you.
What's that? What's the argument? You want to strike?
Could I have video terms? Here we go. So it's labelled. You'll see. Globe
Start
lie.
making the argument for the globe, or you continue?
Yeah. I'm making it right now.
Well,
So
you said
the
you were making
equator-
it right now before, but you weren't. So now you're
Yeah.
lying.
So the equator is 360 degrees, full line circle around it, as is every line of longitude.
Where's the argument that the equator is a round circle, globe, sphere thing? Where's that argument?
So has everybody else understood it?
Retarded. I think you're a little bit retarded.
Yes, but you're basing your arguments on assumptions, which are assumptions.
100%.
Yeah. Well, bingo is bad for you. This bingo is bad for you, eggshells, because it means you don't have an argument, you just have an assumption. So bingo goes against you in this case. You lose the bingo. You've lost the game of bingo, eggshells. It's funny how they'll say, "Oh, there's a good argument for this and a bad argument for that," and I ask him, "What's the good argument for the globe?" And he just starts evading, starts talking about nautical miles.
Yeah, so the good argument for a globe is that every line of longitude or the equator will be a full circle, which is 300. I think it's 21,600. Is it? It is
Really?
one.
If I draw a line, if I'm on the
nautical
equator,
miles
I
times
just draw a
360.
straight line. It will just be a straight line. What are you talking about?
Around a ball. So you got the idea? Did you watch the
how do you know
video?
it's a ball? What's the argument that it's a ball?
I'm saying if you assume it's a ball, your measurements work.
Now, imagine we don't assume it's a ball, and we're trying to find out that it's a ball. So what's the argument for that?
Sure. I don't know. You tell me. I'm telling you what does work.
Well,
You made up
there's a
something
good
that
argument
doesn't.
for it. I'm asking you.
Yeah, it works, is my argument.
If you assume
if you know the length of this, you can figure out where you are.
Bro. Check it out. Eggshells, check it out, right? I wanted to go to sleep last night, right? So I was like, well, what do I do to go make myself go to sleep? So I just, I just blew my brains out, and that works. So look, blowing your brains out sends you to sleep.
Can you explain? I didn't follow that. Can you explain? You blew your brains out.
He didn't do.
Why are
he
you
didn't
going to
do-
assume it?
He didn't do something in reality that would have proved that what he said was true, because he said he blew his brains out. So that means he didn't do it in reality. So in essence, that's what. You're
Did he
not
measure something? Did he have a number or something, or is he just his response to my
he's
argument
basically-
that nautical miles work because they're a portion of a great circle route around Earth?
Yeah, I know, but
Right,
he's doing the same
you have
thing.
an argument.
Yeah, it's the same thing
Yeah,
that
I
you're
made
doing.
it.
You're showing this idea, right? That you have this
Yeah.
globe, and you're saying it
Yeah.
works this way. That's fine, but he's saying that's just this idea you have. He can have the same idea
Sure,
to say
that's
that.
the point. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Does
know, but you
nautical miles work on a flat Earth as well?
No, they don't, because they're a
course they do.
portion.
on eggshells.
What it says is every straight line is a portion of a circle, which means you should be able to keep traveling in any direction. On a flat Earth,
How do
you
you
can't.
have straight lines? How do you have, dude?
Technically,
that
if
doesn't
there's a
Lines that
flat
don't
Earth,
deviate left or right, as I defined them before.
you can do a big circle on a flat Earth. Technically, can you not?
Not without turning. You do not turn left or right, and you end up where you started. That's what a nautical mile means, and it's always the same length. You cannot do that unless you're on a ball. Everywhere you go is a circle of the same size.
He's talking about dead reckoning.
You please stop talking nonsense.
No. I mean, if you head out straight, let's say you leave Sydney at a bearing of 330 degrees, and you lock on going dead straight, you stop following your compass, you just keep going dead straight on any ball, and you can do this. Put your finger on a ball.
How do we know we're
and
on a
then
ball?
go straight in any direction.
Bro, you
You
can't
must
go dead
come up
straight.
back where you started, otherwise you can go straight.
In reality, you
Right?
can't go
Maybe we're
dead
not on a ball.
straight. Eggshells. Reality is you can't
What do you
go dead
mean?
straight. You need some way to reference how you're going in navigation. Like, how do you know you're going straight? You just don't go.
Easily. How do you not know if you're going
Bro,
straight?
how can
What?
you listen? What is your method of navigation? Because that's going to be the reference which you use. You don't just say point your
Just
finger in
know
one
that your
direction and say,
path
let's just
isn't
go that way.
deviating left or right.
Yeah, how do you
You
know
mean you
what-
can't tell
what
if
are
your
you
car's turning or not?
Eggshells. What are you referencing in the open ocean? What do you have for reference to know that you're turning?
Gyros, anything you want. There's loads of ways to do it,
referencing
man. Just
something
like a use a plumb
referencing something
thing so you can keep your wings level and maintain an altitude. It's not difficult.
So you're referencing something.
You try to
else.
go dead straight, and it will always draw a circle. It will always have to end
hold
up
on a
back where
minute.
it started.
Dead straight is referencing something for dead straight. You're looking
Sure,
at
fly
something
over
else.
land and watch for parallax.
Yeah, so you're
Does
referencing
it
something.
stick to nautical miles?
So what I'm
Do
saying
the
is,
nautical miles always equal 60?
You failed.
Well, you just keep demonstrating you haven't understood the
You
argument.
failed. I asked you a question 5 times. You failed to answer.
yeah, you're doing a demonstration of something that you're showing in your hand, like a globe. But Grizzly's actually telling you, can you go out and do this where you know that you're working around a globe, like negotiating over any amount of curvature?
Could I do it? Possibly. The question is, can you do it, right? Because you won't just believe
No,
me.
this is your
rule
claim.
is you've got to be able to do it,
This is your
right? So
claim.
there's no advantage for you if I can do it.
Right,
You still have
you're
to do it yourself,
whistling
right?
past the grave, Eggshells. This is your
No,
claim.
but the claim
Why
is
do I
that
have to test
it's
that, though? Have you tested that?
claim.
The claim is that the Earth is a globe.
Oh, yeah, I haven't tested it. Sure, no, I haven't tested it. That's not my rule for how I decide what I think is probably true.
That's
Because
what
I haven't
Grizzly
tested
was
many
saying.
things, and nor have you.
That's what Grizzly was saying, though.
Yeah, so the bottom line is he doesn't have an argument for why we're on a globe. He just assumes we're on a globe. So notice, he doesn't actually have an argument. So he
bingo.
lied.
My argument is, if you assume we're on a globe, then you can go dead straight and it will always equal 60 nautical miles per degree.
But there's your
And you'll
number
end up
one
back where you
problem
started.
is the
And
assumption.
that means you can navigate over open ocean just by looking at the stars.
Assuming that you're
If you make the assumption of a ball within a ball, if you assume a celestial sphere and then assume a terrestrial sphere and assume they are concentric, and you know that the nautical miles always track, so because you define them as a full circle, then you can navigate all the way to Australia and put them on your flag because it works if you assume two spheres.
At this point, you've completely melted.
Well, why is the Southern Cross on our flag?
Oh my!
Why did you guys
people in your
put
part of the world
star
are very
constellation
stupid?
on our flag?
You don't get enough good nutrition. Who knows, man? Maybe multiple reasons why. I don't know. Thousands possible reasons.
Well, I've noticed
Not all the one, which is this is the way the ship should follow. They should go to under this, which is Sydney. Sydney is at Acrux star.
What did you have?
When you're under Acrux, you're in Sydney. Keep going down the coast to Acrux. That's how you know.
I just want to
figure it out because if you assume two spheres.
I asked Eggshells because he said there are good arguments for the globe. I asked him, give me a good argument for the globe. He just gave me an assumption, and he admitted that he doesn't have an argument. So I showed him.
If you assume you can get to Australia by following the stars that are on our flag.
Either a liar or someone who's incompetent. One or the other.
You can't make claim arguments based on assumptions, though, because it could just be completely done in the reverse. Assume the Earth is flat, nautical miles still work because we still have
Show
them
me.
in reality.
Show me. Where does it work?
Well, the Earth
That's
assuming the Earth is flat. They work.
Just make a circle east to
Show me
west.
the maths. Let's both do the maths together, and one of us will be able to.
You can assume the Earth is flat, and we're just going to go west. We're going to take our compass, go only west, and then we're going to come back to where we started because we made a big circle and a big puddle, basically.
Well, here's the way I do it, right?
Do
I
not
can show you with my globe if you want.
Do nautical miles work? Do nautical miles are they correct? Are nautical miles correct?
Here's how I do it, right? If I want to calculate nautical
He
miles,
won't answer your question,
it's the
fellas.
easiest
I
way
just
to
want
do
to
it.
let you know he's a bit of a sophist. So he diverts away from your questions and he goes straight into his answers. But he wants.
I
to talk
show
about.
you how nautical miles works.
So if
So if
nautical
you
miles
see,
are correct, I will assume that the Earth is flat, and nautical miles work on a flat Earth. There you go.
so it will tell me my path and the distance. That will tell me my bearing and the distance. If I hold this down at Sydney and then fly along it, that will be the shortest route to end up there, and that has to always be a full circle.
Unbelievable.
And I can tell the bearing a plane should leave.
It is.
I can tell the bearing a plane should leave, right, to get to Chile, and why it goes there and how long it takes.
This is what we call
And for you, it's wrapping around the flat pizza disc in a curving path,
told you.
traveling like Mach 4.
Come on, dude. This is the thing, man. He's losing his grip with reality. So once you start questioning everything that he thinks is true, he identifies with the Earth being a globe. So it's like an identity crisis that he's in right now. So it has to be a globe. The assumptions have to be true. Things have to work this way. He can't think of it being flat because it just doesn't work in his brain.
Exactly, it doesn't work.
I know. So I know.
If you assume it's flat, it doesn't work.
It's not an
North
assumption,
isn't north.
man. That's the problem.
Well, south isn't south, really. North's pretty similar, but south isn't south. On flat Earth, right? You're just denying observable reality.
Right. Except for we're not making assumptions, and you are, according to you.
Well, we're both making assumptions. It's impossible to live without making assumptions. You have to assume you understand what I'm saying.
We're not assuming that the Earth.
The question is whether we test those assumptions and whether they're beneficial. And if you test those assumptions and you can get to Australia, then it's working.
I think that you really convince
If they don't
yourself
work, you chuck them out.
about that you're like the supreme, debater or whatever. I don't know what it is, but definitely not convincing anyone here, man. We're all about logic and reason, but you're not using that right now.
So actually, last year I wanted to go to Australia. Last year, I didn't use GPS. I didn't use maps. I just had these unicorns talking to me because I was using a lot of drugs, and I just started wandering the earth. And eventually, I found Australia. So it must mean that unicorns are true and they exist.
I mean, yeah, if you wandered the earth and got to Australia saying something about unicorns, I'm fucking looking into unicorns. That's an amazing thing to do.
So that's stupidity of your logic.
I'd be fascinated. I would want to meet you. I'd buy you a beer.
You're just a fallacy that's walking on two legs, eggshells. That's you.
It's a walking fallacy.
That's an amazing thing to walk all the way across the world.
So literally, I spent
rode across it. I did the opposite direction on
and
the
eventually I
motorbike.
found Australia, but it's only because the unicorns were whispering to me, go left, go right, go left, go right. And eventually I found Australia. So the unicorns must be true. They guided me to Australia. Look, it works. That's proven.
Yeah.
Sure, I mean, that sounds stupid, whereas the nautical miles works.
That's exactly what you're saying. Stupid. It's exactly the same concept.
He doesn't get it,
can
though,
you,
Grizzly.
Can you explain how the unicorns can get me somewhere else?
You're an idiot. Told you he doesn't get it. You can try Grizzly, but it's not going to work. It's not going to
work.
Okay. Good try, though. Maybe tomorrow.
I guess you got me.
Maybe tomorrow.
Bro, he can't even see the analog, bro. He can't even see the parallel here. He literally thinks we're talking about chalk and cheese. Yeah, he doesn't get it.
It just sounds like it's a non-response to the whole thing about nautical miles being a full circle. It's a measurement of a degree.
Dude, you're actually thinking of it in this paradigm that you're assuming a globe. The idea is when you go out into the physical and natural world, there's no globe to be seen to navigate over. So, like with your globe, you're putting a string around it.
But who navigated over it? Globers or not?
Yeah, but you're using this. You got a globe.
Not yeah, but you're saying navigated over it. Who navigated? Globers or flatties?
Dude, people are just navigating across the surface of the Earth.
Globers navigated. You could tell a flatty. In fact, anthropologists can tell flatties because they don't move, which is the Israelites. They barely leave this tiny little patch. But the British, the Portuguese, the Indians, the Polynesians.
Yeah, I know. And listen, dude, you're using a globe.
Well, that's debatable. Maybe they were actually.
You're using a globe to actually demonstrate how you think the Earth operates, but in no way can you demonstrate in physical reality that that's the case. So you can't put a string around the.
I mean, I can't prove it. I can't prove it to your standards. Sure, I agree.
No standards, dude. It's just reality. When you go outside of the physical natural world, you're not going to negotiate over any amount of curvature, and that's the problem that you're having because it's an assumption.
I mean, maybe you're right. If the question is, do we test them? Do they make sense? Can I hold a wire across a ball and guess a flight time quite accurately?
But
and
that's
can
what
you,
Grizzly. That's
and
what
then I
Grizzly
go,
was.
now I'm testing it,
Yeah,
right?
no, Eggshells. That's what Grizzly was saying. If he had a couple of unicorns whispering to his ear and tell him to go left and right, and then he got to the place of his
Yeah, if I've got a
destination,
bad model, I won't answer questions well.
it doesn't matter.
If
The
I
end
just say some
result,
stupid shit about unicorns,
dude.
then
Listen, the end
yeah,
result.
I
The
can
end
just
result.
shit on the conversation and walk away and call it
Eggshells?
winning. Other than just address the nautical miles question.
The problem is the end result doesn't justify the means. The end doesn't justify the means. So you can't say just because you wound up in that, well, shit, globe Earth must work. You know, it's like a pragmatic fallacy. Just because it works,
Yeah,
therefore
it is a
the premise
pragmatic
is true.
fallacy.
Exactly.
It's a heuristic.
So therefore you can't.
If it
but you
works,
can't-
it's probably true. Would you
Well,
agree that
that's what you're doing.
pragmatism
No.
works elsewhere?
Hold
if
on.
if I lace up my shoes and they stay laced up, I'll keep doing it that way.
Technically, you do have a bad model because you guys don't have no globe or map will tell you that it's accurate. They will all tell you that they're
Nautical
inaccurate.
miles will. Nautical miles will. No, it's
On
inaccurate,
what?
but it
map?
works.
What map?
No, on the globe,
Yeah.
on a ball.
No,
I just showed it.
listen.
No,
Maticus
all
has
your
a point.
globes are inaccurate.
Yeah, Maticus has a point. You're not going to
Sure,
take
like
that
it's
globe.
not nothing's perfect. Yeah.
All right, so
but if you
you're
put
not
it on
gonna
a globe, you can make
Eggshells?
guesses that are correct.
Bro, Eggshells. The thing that you're pointing at on camera, you're not going to take that with you on a boat trip to anywhere. That thing's not going to help you get anywhere. You know that, right? You do know that.
I think I could navigate home with it.
Not-
If I trained up, I think I could navigate
Oh
home with
my
it.
god, no, you can't use that thing.
Don't try, dude.
You're not
You
going
don't
to
even-
use that, bro.
I might give that a go. I've got a sextant.
I'm
And
just
tonight
got
on the
tired.
7 o'clock news, eggshells lost at sea.
Happy trails,
Exactly.
dude. You're gonna be lost.
Right?
Don't do it, dude. Like I'm just saying, nobody navigates with that globe that you're just pointing to. That you're so fervently trying to get us to realize this is the reality. No, it's not, dude. You're never gonna use that
Upside
globe in a boat and say, "What?"
Sorry, brother. I apologize. I thought you were on. Sorry,
No,
dude.
no. I mean, I'm saying because he seems like he had all this energy behind pointing at this globe, putting his camera on, showing us this globe. But in no way is any real mariner going to take it into any trip with him and then say, let's use this. We'll use this. We'll navigate with this. Seems logical, right?
What?
We're going to use to
What do you
navigate with.
mean? You think they haven't taken globes to navigate to sea?
That globe that
Correct.
you had in your hand.
Never
Read it.
has a globe been taken to sea and used to navigate. I'll take that
Oh
bet. I don't even
my
know the
God.
answer to this, but I'll take that bet.
Go ahead and check the rating on that globe. It'll say, "Do not use this globe for accuracy purposes," or something along those lines.
Are you telling me no,
they have a
no
globe on a
ancient
ship,
mariner
right?
has
And
used a
the
globe
captain's like
made in
looking at his
2024
charts.
when the
He'll look
word
at his
sticker
flat map
exists?
charts and go, oh, "We're
Yeah.
here," right? After he's done all his celestial navigation, and all that. He'll look at "We're here," and then he'll walk over to the globe and go, "Where's that?" "Oh, yeah, that's right there on his
Yeah.
globe." So he uses flat first, then goes to the globe, and says, "Oh, that's
Exactly.
where we are." Right?
Yeah.
He doesn't know that.
What is
though.
that?
Eggshells,
What's that
he's
called?
oblivious.
Confirming the consequence? Isn't that confirming the consequence?
Yeah, see, Eggshells he's in a state of disbelief because he doesn't realize that nobody uses a globe to actually navigate with. What they use are
Oh,
charts.
yeah, I don't think many people use a physical globe nowadays. I'll
Never.
agree with you
They
there.
never did.
Absolutely, that's a good point.
Why would we use? Yeah, why would we use a globe back in the day if it was more accurate, and then flat maps today?
And flat maps today?
Because it's easier to store and copy flat maps.
Oh shit!
Because you can only have like one globe where you can have
Look
like
at him go.
30, 40, 50, 100
Eggshells,
charts.
you're making excuses, dude. You know what?
Obviously,
You know what
if
part
you
of
can
the
put it on
argument
paper
is
because you're
when you're
doing a
making
small part of
excuses.
it, you can carry lots of it. That's
Look at
obvious.
him.
Come on.
He's still going, dude. You're making
Upside down
excuses.
people? Eggshells,
You're-
really? Upside down people? You believe in upside down people, eggshells?
Yeah, he's grasping at straws. He's making excuses, fellas.
You think the South doesn't exist, and I live in it. Yeah, upside down makes
Nobody-
more sense than the South all
Nobody
fanning
said-
out like a weird thing.
Nobody said the South doesn't exist. We all know the equator exists, right?
That's
You
not
can
the
go
word.
south of the equator line, you can come back north of the equator. We don't discount that. We're just saying that literally upside down people reference to people north of the equator is a little bit absurd, brother. That's all.
No, I just think the
Sure,
state of
I've
his
travelled
disbelief
north,
right now.
I've travelled east-west. The
Great.
kilometers match
You never
up with
used
the
that
globe.
globe. Yeah, when did you take that globe with you that you were turning on the camera for us to see? When did you take that with you to navigate?
I didn't. I made it. I
There you
made
go.
a
That's a good lad.
prediction, and I tested that prediction, and it worked.
Great, but you didn't use that globe that you were so fervently pointing to. Oh, look, this is what we navigate with. Never.
Did I bring with
has
me a
anybody-
desktop globe on a motorbike adventure? Is that your question?
No,
That's
nobody.
amazing.
Nobody uses a globe ever throughout history to navigate. It's always
Except
been
for
flat
eggshells.
maps.
That's a wild claim.
Except
I'll
for
take
see,
that bet. How much? How much do you want? 40
except for
cents?
eggshells.
Eggshells
I'll do
packing a
40
globe in
cents
his
on that.
suitcase right next to his basketball and using them as points of reference.
No, he's gonna travel
I think
over the
you'd need
open
a
ocean with
mighty
a globe.
big globe.
You
Need
might have
like
to
a
double your bet,
huge
eggshells.
ass.
I want to go out
Exchange
on the
rate
open
shit at the
ocean.
moment.
Yeah.
Well, how much are you actually willing to wager, eggshells? I don't even know, man. Are you willing to put your money?
$666.
$1.50. Step up, eggshells. You can do it.
I don't think eggshells. You're gonna come through, man. I don't think so.
What do you mean? Can I sail out into the open ocean and figure out where
With just your globe.
west is and sail back home? I think
With
so.
just your globe. With just your globe.
No,
man.
by assuming the
Oh,
globe.
no.
I don't know how many times I've said this. You assume the globe. You
No,
don't need to
taking
bring
your
it with
globe-
you if you've got a brain.
Yeah. Oh, really? No globe whatsoever.
No, you bring a flat map
You don't
with
have
you.
to if you assume it. If you know that what a nautical mile is, you can save it upstairs and just bring an almanac and a sextant.
Nice. Oh,
I would
so
do
an
that. I would
almanac.
happily do that.
So no globe needed. So once again, you proved that you don't need the globe. You don't need the globe to navigate. Which you said, I'll take that bet.
Yeah,
You're
you
gonna
just
lose.
assume it. You save the globe in your head, and then you use
This
that
guy
assumption
over
to
here.
navigate.
You're too much, dude. Some days you're just too much.
How do you reckon the
Dude, you,
south
you
works?
said earlier
Is it
that
all
you
different
it doesn't work
directions?
if you
Alpha?
assume a flat Earth, right?
Yeah, that's all right.
Alpha, can I ask you a direct question?
Yeah.
Is the south all different directions to you?
What does that even mean, brother? Like what?
It's all one direction for me. if
Yeah,
I'm
opposite
if
of
I'm in
north.
South America
Pretty
or
simple to work
Sydney
out.
and I point south, that's all one direction.
Yeah, but why
Would
did
you
you
agree
say-
that for you, south is outwards?
Bro, why did you say it's all different directions?
It's outwards. It's all different directions. One person's south is this direction. One person's south is
Wait a
facing
minute.
exactly
No,
the opposite
I never
direction.
Sure,
dude,
but
I
from the
never
direct
said that.
North Pole, south is
Right.
different directions. But
I
from
never
every
said that.
person's perspective, they have their own individual south.
Yeah, well, check this
That's
out.
interesting. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
because when you
Does everybody have
actually-
their own individual north?
All right, he's on one. I'm gonna have to hold him. Hold on, man, because like when you talk about south, and you know that everybody uses, well, not everybody, but different geographic locations use different compasses. You know that, right?
Different geographic location use different compasses. Sure, yeah.
like you guys, you're using a different compass than we would use in the States.
Yeah. My understanding is they're weighted differently. Isn't that the idea? Something like that.
But you wouldn't use your globe to navigate, and that's the main point. We want to drive home.
So
And
why bring up the
never will you
magnets?
take. Never will you take that.
compasses?
I mean, dude, never will you take that globe and that be the only thing you take, and that's how you're going to navigate from point A to point B. It's never been done by anyone.
Yeah, I
They
think that's
use-
true.
Well, I mean, we're just trying to be reasonable people, man. We're not.
No, I think you're right. I think it's fair. I'm not going to carry a globe out with me or draw a line around it nowadays to navigate. Right. If I'm going to go
Any
somewhere where I'm
days.
going to need to
Just like Manica
be able to
said,
get
any
back, I'm going to
days.
bring
It was never
satellite
done.
tracking with me. I think I would bring my Starlink.
Oh, Echoplex wants you
and
to
I
look
would
at
bring
the-
my
Echoplex wants you to look at
emergency
text
device.
eggshells.
Yeah. In what era do you think that they used a globe to navigate? Like
let me just-
1700s? Like what
I
era
don't know
do you
when.
think?
I just would absolutely take the bet that somebody's taken a globe to
eggshells.
see and used it to navigate.
Eggshells. Echoplex wants you to look at text.
I think I am looking at the text. What is that?
Well, he says that's
That
what
doesn't
they
look
use.
real. Is that real? That
yeah,
could be.
it's real. Yeah, it's real. That's what they use.
Is that the whole Earth?
Well, it's a representation of what somebody thinks the Earth looks
Yeah,
like.
and it's
as a
doing a
globe.
great circle route. See, it's not turning left or right. You can tell there's no parallax down the line on
It's
it.
used.
Yeah, that's cool for a device to do that. Now get in your little aeroplane and do the same thing.
Yeah.
What? We're
was
just
it?
talking about whether this is used as a navigation device. Why are you?
It
What are you
was,
talking about airplanes now?
I want
No,
to
it's
say
not
was
going
one of
straight
the-
over the same point each time.
No, it's dude. I'm trying to give it to you, man. Like,
Sorry.
it's what the cosmonauts were using. I think it's one of their devices they use in one of the missions, one of the rocket missions. Not sure which one. Might want to look that up though.
That's awesome.
It's got a weird name to it. Anyway, yeah, they don't use that on a boat traveling. Whoever posts Echoplex, whoever uses. You must be listening.
So
off
why
to
does
the
it matter
side.
on a boat, between a boat and a plane and a jet and anything that travels across the Earth and is capable of knowing if it's turning left or right or not?
Yeah, because go look up what that is before you make that
I've got an idea,
assumption.
but I mean,
Well, I tell you
that's
what.
not the only one, right? I bet you
Oh,
there
it
is an
is.
antique depiction of somebody on a boat somewhere, or a claim of it somewhere
That's
in
an
some
appeal.
historic journal or something.
You're appealing to something you don't know exists. Anyway,
Yeah, I just took a bet.
I know.
He was the one that made the claim that it had never happened, and I was like, that's just very unlikely.
Well, what's the instance that it has? It's not about
Yeah,
being
let's me try and
unlikely.
find it.
Sure.
That's the thing. Go
You
look
know
at it.
what? I'll give you this. It was a grandiose claim for me to make that nobody
It was
has
a
used
wild
a
one.
globe for navigation. But I will say very strongly, I highly doubt anyone has ever used it. And if they did, it was for some sort of unofficial like study or something, like could we use it? But nobody practically would use a globe for navigation throughout
It doesn't
history.
work. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. Of course not.
Yeah, it
Practically, the
seems
Earth is
you're
navigated
there,
across.
but I just want to know if it's ever happened.
Well,
Okay,
that's up to
John
you.
Davis is one of the few noted navigators who utilized globes, but overall their use at sea was not widespread or practical due to the challenges of maritime navigation at that time. Yeah, bang. So there is an example of somebody
So what
doing it. We
about at
need to
this
find
time?
John Davis.
Do we use
So
them at
I've
this
given you
time?
a name to check, John Davis.
Go look up more information, man. Because
Well, did the fucking guy get lost? Because it's not practical.
yeah, not practical. You can use whatever you want. You can navigate using, your cat.
Your cat.
You get the question. Fine, unicorns, cats. Does it work? That's the only question, right?
No, that's a pragmatic
Whatever assumption
fallacy.
you make,
Everybody
it's
told you
about
that.
does the assumption work, and do you
No, the
drop it if
pragmatic
it doesn't?
fallacy. The pragmatic fallacy would mean that you're dumb luck because you arrived. It's like what Grizzly was saying earlier. Because of your dumb luck, you've arrived at the location. You're justifying the reason why you navigated on the back of your cat. You drew a line from the top of his head
yeah.
down to his leg, and I traveled this way, so I reached my destination. Therefore, navigating with my cat is the way to do it. That's what you're doing.
You might accidentally get the right answer with the wrong method, or a method that doesn't match reality. Or what you'll do is, like, I think, hone in where you make one assumption and it gets better, but it's not quite right, and then you make further adjustments.
That assumption.
But I think you could tell.
Assumption, dude.
If you were using a cat to navigate
earlier,
across the
didn't you
Earth,
say
I think
earlier
you
that
could tell.
that it doesn't work if you assume it's flat, right?
What do you mean it doesn't work if you assume it's like I know
You said that
I
earlier.
can't
You
speak
said
to
it
how
doesn't work if you assume it's flat.
I might have. What I meant was if you use a ball, it works. If you assume a ball, it works.
Right. But the thing is, if you don't assume flat in the first instance, you have no grounds upon which to say it won't work if you assume flat, or it will work.
No, that's correct. That's
if it's
fair
a ball.
enough. Yep. I can't say it doesn't work if you assume flat. I can just say it does work if you assume globe. If you show me how it works with flat, I'll happily be moved on that.
You can't insinuate that without first assuming it's flat.
How about all of
I have
navigation
to assume it's
before?
flat, despite the lack of evidence.
How about all of navigation throughout history before they thought the Earth was a globe?
Sure. Point to somebody who's gone. The
Did they
rule is
navigate
point to
before?
somebody who goes a long way to sea, and I think there is a 99% chance you're talking about somebody who uses a globe and assumes a globe.
Doesn't a sextant assume flat?
You've been told it does. Obviously, everybody who uses sextants and can actually explain the process from nuts to guts.
Can you explain how the
invented? Everyone thought the Earth was flat, and they assumed the Earth was flat when they used a sextant.
Can you assume? Can you explain how they derive of an angle, an elevation angle, if the baseline line is actually a curved line curving around the sea?
Sure. Yeah, I can explain that. So, would you agree? Would you agree, first of all, just as a yes or no, that plumb is definitionally right angles to horizontal.
Asking a
Would you
question
agree
is
with
not
that?
answering his.
Yeah, I can answer it with his answer either way.
Right angle to horizontal? Are you saying right angle to a straight line?
Yes. Yeah, a plane is right angle to a straight line. That's geometry.
Oh, yeah. Okay, long story short, you just said, oh yeah, sextant uses a baseline, horizontal, flat, straight line.
Sometimes.
Mathematically assumes straight.
Sometimes I use water. Sometimes I use a plumb bob.
What are the times in which you can derive an angle based on a curved line?
Well, so that's why I was saying, if plumb exists and plumb is definitionally horizontal, the question is, if you can get one, you already know the other. Right? Definitionally so. In fact, I would say every way that...
Why do you know the other? You know the other is also straight?
Well,
because then you can derive an angle?
That's interesting. Dreamly.
Okay. I would say most of the way we find horizontal is actually by going perpendicular.
You can know the other is also straight because an angle is the intersection between two straight lines, right? The flat line of the horizon to the horizon and the flat straight line up to the elevation.
Do tangents exist?
You have to prove that
Yes
a
or no?
tangent is you have to prove that the tangent is that the surface of the earth is such that there is a drop
I
over
don't.
distance.
I just need plumb.
No, you need
This
the
is his
tangent.
question, which he's wrong about, but I'm just
A
claiming plumb.
plumb creates a straight angle between two straight lines.
Dreamly, wait.
Straight angle between two.
Hold on a minute. No, wait. You're getting a tangent. How do you know the tangent exists? Because that would mean that the surface of the earth isn't what you're using. You're using this
Yeah,
tangent
you're not using
line.
the surface of the earth. You're using a plumb bob.
So the tangential line that you're using, it has to have the drop over the distance. So the earth has to be curving
No, it
away from
doesn't.
that Yes, otherwise that tangential line would be the surface of the earth. For it being on the water, it'd be the surface of the water. So that's what you're getting the eye height
Hang on,
correction.
explain that again for me.
The tangential
Put it all
line.
together.
Stupid.
Yeah, the tangential line that you're saying is what plumb is,
Tangential
right?
plane. Tangential
Yes,
plane.
the tangential plane. Thank you. You can say it that way. It doesn't matter. It's not going to change.
Sorry,
the fact
I might have got that wrong. That might be on me. I'm
it
sorry.
doesn't. It doesn't matter. It's not going to change the fact that the Earth would have to be dropping away over a distance, so that the surface of the Earth would be curving away from the tangential plane. If that were true, now you're actually walking us back to the part where we're going to have to now say, how do you know the tangential line that you're measuring plumb from is such that the Earth is dropping away from it? So I want to know how you're getting.
It's not what it's asking.
But if he calls, if he calls on a tangential plane, then he's admitting, yeah, I need a plane. I need a flat plane.
Yeah, that's
You
understandable.
assume flat. Tangential plane means you assume flat.
Dreamly. But here's what he's not telling you.
Yeah,
is that he's already. Yeah, he knows that he's doing a flat plane. But the flat plane that he's saying exists is not the globe, or excuse me, it's void of the Earth having that curvature. So the tangential line,
I know.
So that's what I'm getting him to address. The tangential plane that he said exists has to be dropping away from the surface of the Earth. So the
I know, but I know, but also
down.
So now we need to address. Now we need to address the fact that he hasn't shown how much curvature there is over the distance. So if he says the tangential plane exists, how much curvature is there over a distance? And then he's going to be able to demonstrate how he knows the Earth has been measured directly to have a drop over the distance for him to have the tangential plane that he wants to have. Do you guys get it?
But my point that he has not yet admitted. My point that he has not yet admitted. He tries to circle around it. Is that I claimed that sextant assumes flat.
Yes,
and he tries to say no, I do not admit it, but while he ends up admitting it.
He did
admit I say it can use a horizontal plane.
He said no because we use a tangential plane, which ends up admitting it. But I need him.
To address begging the question that he's doing.
That, oh yeah, I fucked up. I just said that sextant does assume flat.
No, okay.
You're getting broken on the second one. I agree with the first one. Yeah,
trying to address the begging the question that Eggshells is using, right? The circular reasoning. He hasn't established that the surface is something you can use to establish a tangent to begin with.
That's correct. I'm not being able to take Plum and create a plane from that, which is definitionally 90 degrees to that line, doesn't yet assume or break either model. Both models should do that. In my mind, the difference between the two models is, are all of those lines parallel, or are they all pointing in?
No. The difference is that the surface of the Earth is being used in one, and in the other, it's an imaginary tangential line. So the surface of the Earth on one, which is flat Earth, and the other one is using an imaginary tangential line that's dropping. Hold on, dude, Drimley. The other one is the Earth dropping away from a tangential line. So you have the Earth curving in one, and the Earth not curving in the other. So the Earth is being used in one as for the line, and the other one is not being used as for the line. The imaginary tangential plane is being used.
No, hold on. Hold on. Here's what you get wrong. Okay. Here's what you're getting wrong. When in navigation, when they use a sextant and a plumb, they start like this tangential plane, as you call it, right? The beginning point of it is the surface of the water right at the edge of the sheep, where the water touched the sheep, all the way to the horizon. So it means that your tangential plane is the surface of the water. So if it is a plane, there is no curvature all the way from the ship across the surface of the water to the horizon. Not a single drop, not a single inch of drop.
So you're saying
you assume that even the surface of the water is flat.
Yep.
I'm not understanding. Can you explain that again some other way?
Yeah, you're not using the Earth in the tangent in the plane. So the horizontal plane that you're using is a tangential plane. It's not the Earth, and Dremley's saying it's the Earth.
So it should be a tangential plane. I kind of want to agree with you there.
Is it the Earth
but what I'm saying is only if your model is right. If the plumb, the horizontal by itself is
it the Earth or not?
There's two different methods, right? There's one method where you can use the horizon to get the elevation angle, and there's one where you're using plumb, right? So in one breath you're saying I've got a tangent, right? And then in the other breath you're saying, well, the other way I did it was to use the tangent of the. You're saying that the surface of the Earth is a tangent to itself. Doesn't make any sense.
No, I'm saying plumb should be perpendicular to the tangent. So if I do it one way or the other way, I should be getting 90 degrees from one another.
Here's what
the thing is,
saying.
with celestial navigation,
in both terms, the 90 degrees intersect with the horizon, which means the water is flat. The water and the tangent are the same.
The sleight of hand is that he's not addressing the fact that the tangential plane that he's talking about is the surface of the water. He's saying it's just an imaginary tangential line that happens to drop away from the surface of the Earth as over distance. He's not telling you that bit.
Sure, I think it is the surface of the water, kind of. I can concede that when you're doing it horizontally, you're basically using the surface of the water as horizontal.
Yeah, bang on. Because you're claiming a globe. If you claim a globe, that tangential line over the surface of the water would be that if you measure any drop over distance, that would mean it's a curved surface. But if you don't, that means that it's flat all the way to the horizon, like Dremley was saying.
Yeah, where is the horizon?
You have to pick one or the other, though, Eggshells. It's either the horizontal tangential plane that you're saying drops away from the surface of the Earth.
It calls me.
So would you agree that both of these would work in flat Earth? So if you looked flat, you'll be looking at the vanishing line, which is at bang on eye level, and you are now getting horizontal from you.
The problem is
if you are taking plumb, that should be 90 degrees to that. Would you agree that works in flat Earth?
No. Listen, the problem is it doesn't work for anything but flat Earth. That's the problem.
I'm saying it works in flat Earth.
I can't say that it's working over a curved surface because the way we use that tangential plane is going to be of the surface of the water. So when we look from where we are with the
horizon,
from where the ship is, all the way
is your tangential?
Dude, hold on a minute. From the ship, from the bottom of the ship, where we're getting the eye height correction from, all the way to the horizon. So that's going to be the tangential plane that we're using from the surface of the water. Now,
Are
if
you
you're
using the
saying
surface of the water though?
yes,
See
dude.
that line?
But what about this? What you just said, a height of eye correction. Can you explain that?
Yeah, that's how you're gonna
On
correct
the
for like
line
when
where the sky meets the sea, it
not to meet
calls
this
me.
guy. I hate when somebody's interrupting me with that. All right, so yeah, just basically what it is just correcting for the observer getting that plane. So when that happens, he's gonna drop the eye height instead of it being from the top of the bow all the way. It's gonna put it to the surface of the water. So that way, when they make their corrections over the surface of the water as they're traveling, they're gonna do it from a baseline of the surface of the water to the horizon.
Mhm.
So that's how they're going to know they're getting their angles from the surface. They're not getting it from a tangential line, which is like just basically saying from a point, from a fixed point. Because that's
Are
what
you
you'd be
taking it
saying.
from the surface though? That's the challenge, right? If you're saying we're using the surface, what's a height of eye correction? What you're saying is I'm not using the surface. I'm pretending I'm using the surface with this height of eye
That would be
correction, right?
that would be like mean sea level. Like think about this. It's the average rate of
Are
fall
your eyes
of
on
the
the
tides.
surface?
This is the problem, right? So if you're saying that the surface of the water is a surface that you're going to be getting this correction from, then it has to be all the way straight across a plane that extends into the distance. Now, if there's any drop over that distance,
My
that's
eyes
never
are
been
above it.
so, right. So the problem is you can never think of the Earth being a globe because then you'd have to add an extra layer of getting a drop over the distance to then solidify the point that it is a tangential plane that's not using the surface of the Earth. It's actually the Earth is moving away over distance from that tangential plane. That's the problem, and we don't ever notice that. That's not able to be recorded because, as you put it, it's not able to be understood that they could be. It could work on both as an abstract. For you to think of the Earth as a globe, it has to only be worked out in an abstract. It cannot be worked out in physical and natural world because that's not how we navigate the surface of water. This is the issue, eggshells. That's the reason why I'm bringing this up. And that's where you guys seem to say that it's inconsequential when I'm like, dude, that's totally the problem. You can't just assume that you're working over this idea that it is curving away from the tangential plane. It has to be the actual tangential plane that you notice that the Earth is curving away from to get the fact that you could work on that. That's never really brought up in the conversation. It's always just about whether or not it could work on a surface that could be a globe. But we're arguing for the fact that it's never working for something that could be. It's only working for how it actually is demonstrated.
Well, and I make the pragmatic thing, and you're right. It is fallacious to conclude that.
No, that's all we're saying, man.
And you need it to be proven.
Yep.
So we just have this different epistemology.
Well, I think that's where the argument happens, but not so much to say that anybody brings it back to this point because of the fact that we're always like maybe 2 degrees away from this. It's the reason why we're never talking about it. Anyways, I got Jedi in the house. What's up, brother? Just getting up or what?
Yep, literally just getting up. Been awake for about 10 minutes. How's it going in here?
Yeah, it's all right. We're just chit-chatting. Normal stuff.
Fair enough. Nothing exciting happening?
Nah.
Nah. Oh, well.
You got One Deck in the house. What's up, One Deck? Shout out to you guys.
Nice one, Alpha. Nice one, Jedi.
What's up, man?
I haven't seen
Yeah, good,
Manacles, dude. I haven't seen you in a minute. Been in here. Shout out to the Breakfast Club. 5 in the AM over here. It's probably like what 10 over there for you. Did I?
11 o'clock.
Yeah, just coming on 11.
We had a few Globers come in here. Their hair on fire earlier, but making
But we missed
outrageous
it.
claims.
Really?
Yeah. It was a lot
That's-
earlier though. Had AJ on the scene. Most of the Aussie crowd. Matrix was in here. Oh, he's still in here. Got Matrix and T-Dub and The Aussie group usually have our backs at this hour. Sounds like a cup of Earl Grey, man.
Just coffee this morning, mate. Just coffee.
Got any biscuits or something?
Not this time in the morning, mate.
Just straight coffee, huh?
It's just straight coffee. Got to get some fuel inside me before I start moving around properly.
Oh, you got Crystal in here. Big enough.
Right.
Somebody named Sadness also in here. I just don't know that person. Oh, they're deafened.
Would you agree in principle, Alpha, in most ventures, if you make an assumption and it's accurate, it will be useful?
Shit, dude. Let's see. The sun shines on a dog's butt every now and again, so I mean, you could be just fucking dumb luck, I would say, some days. But that doesn't, like I said, the end doesn't justify the means. You can't just say that you've got somewhere because, fuck, dude, I don't know. You had a crystal ball and you looked into it and it was like telling you where to go. Like it's not.
Yeah, sure.
The Alpha.
Yeah, like if
The
you had a
Alpha.
crystal ball and you
Hold
asked
on, right
it and it
quick.
gave you
Let
a
me
correct
just,
answer.
if I may just say, Eggshells, right quick. Alpha, a broken clock is right twice a day, isn't it? Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, I think a working clock is useful all the day. Is it?
Fucking Eggshells, dude. You're ruining it, man. Like we had a good thing going.
Hey, look, when I was a
I
kid,
kept it going.
when I was a kid,
Made a better point.
I was a kid. I turned up at a friend's place, right, and there was a mate there with my other mate, and they were trying to shoot. They had a slug gun, and they were trying to shoot a pen that was stuck out of the side of a milk carton, right? About, I don't know, 15 feet away, something like that, a few meters. And I said, "Oh, give us a go." They couldn't do it, and I said, "Give us a go," right? And my stepfather had shown me how to line up in the sight, with a gun. And so they gave, "Yeah, you won't get it," and they gave it to me, and I lined her up in the sights, and I just assumed that me lining that pen up perfectly with the sights, right, the way my stepfather taught me, I hit it, and I fucking did.
Nailed it. Nice.
Did I do it? Was it dumb luck, or was it because I had used a method which I just assumed was, going to work, and it worked? So that I now assume that method is correct. Do I?
Yeah.
You can get a second go.
You hone it, you refine it, you test it, you get better at it, you repeat it, and you try other ones, right? It's a great method. Yeah. If you killed a pig on your first shot, I've still never killed a pig, and I've done a lot of shooting.
You can't hit a pig, dude. There's something wrong with you.
No, just don't see them. The closest I've seen one is like 200 meters away, and the guy wouldn't let me take a shot. To be fair, we're in his car with his gun.
You shooting wild hogs?
Yeah, but just don't have a load. And then I went out looking for them with my bow, couldn't find any, and then nearly ran over a family on the way out.
God.
Brutal.
Are you trying to make sausage over there or something?
I don't think I would eat wild pig.
You can eat them.
I'm not sure.
Shooting the hell out of them in Texas. I know that much. That's where I came from. In the brush country. Oof, man. Those things are a menace. Yeah, they pay people to go out there with their guns and get rid of them.
I've seen some wild videos.
It talks about the Australian movie called
choppers.
Razorback. You remember that, Eggshells? Razorback? Matrix?
I've heard of that. I've never seen it. What is it?
Eggshells was an extra.
Nobody ever talks about that movie. It's an Australian classic.
He was an extra.
Razorback. Awesome. I love a recommendation.
Yep, I remember
Probably
that.
won't after watching it.
Giant killer hog in the Australian outback.
You guys recommended some good Aussie flicks, eh?
Yeah. Say again. You've killed a hog in the Aussie outback?
I've killed thousands.
Now, what you guys have, you guys have an emu problem. You guys got to figure that situation out.
Oh, that was years ago. I don't think it's... Oh, probably bad some places, yeah.
Yeah,
Where I
that's a
am,
lot of
it's wild brumbies.
brumbies.
Oh yeah, yep. For us, it was
What are-
dogs for a bit.
What are brumbies, AJ?
Wild horses.
The fuck?
Fucking hell,
They
dude.
smash stuff. They really destroy the landscape they're on.
They
Can you
fly
eat one?
helicopters out and shoot them.
Yeah, they have
What?
to.
You
The
know,
horses fly helicopters.
you
Yeah, you
you
shoot
get
horses from helicopters. Yeah, you can.
Oh, gotcha.
no, like listen, man. We're trying to figure out how to cure the world's hunger, man. Why can't you just feed the people those animals that you guys are having them like
Because
emus and fucking?
because they're in the national park, and even though they're a pest, you're not allowed to remove them from the national park
So they're
because
breeding
nothing's allowed to be
uncontrollably, huh?
removed. Yeah, they've been here for a very long time, and the area that I'm in is renowned for it. Yeah, there's a movie called The Man from Snowy River, if you ever want to watch it. And it's the farmers around this area used to go and collect all the brumbies out of the bush here, and they'd do whatever they did, break them in, sell them, keep them, whatever. But national parks has made it illegal for anyone to go into the park and actually catch them because you're not allowed in
Oh,
there with a hoofed. You're not allowed in with a hoofed animal, so you can't ride a horse to go in and round up horses. You can't ride a motorbike in there because it's all too bushy. It's
yeah.
they
You're never
just
going
make
to keep up
everything
with a horse on a
illegal there.
motorbike.
Yeah, they just make it everything illegal, and then they got the horse problem. So then they go out and start shooting them from helicopters,
Oh,
and then they just leave them there with the foals, and the foals starve to death, or they don't hit them properly, and they just take ages to bleed out. It's actually pretty cruel what they do with that side of
Yeah,
things.
man. There's a better way to do that, I think. But anyway,
Yeah,
it
let
is
the
what it
farmers
is.
back in to go round them up. Simple,
I was
man.
thinking with the freaking emus, man. That's a lot of chicken right there. You can feed a couple of families with one of them.
Had emu egg.
Is that good stuff? Bet you it's good, huh?
I barely tell the difference, really. I think maybe it had a bit of a stronger flavour, but yeah, my grandfather cooked my cousin and I up a full emu egg scrambled. We had half each, and we loved it. Yeah, it's good.
That would work. I think that would work out great for one of the English breakfast Jedi's. Crack a couple of those emu eggs and fucking sausage.
We'll be eating for a week.
I'm just saying, man. There's some hunger situations. We need modern solutions for those modern problems. Just saying. Anyway, shout out to
emu
you guys.
drumstick.
Dude, fuck it. Imagine how big that thing is. It's like a dinosaur leg or some shit. Big ass drummy. Bigger than your Barbie. Anyway, you just slip one of these on a Barbie. Don't even fit. You have to create a pit for that shit.
Oh yeah.
I can put a big ass rotisserie like.
What about hungy? Have you heard of a hungy? That's a New Zealand method of cooking. They cook it in the ground, bury it.
Oh yeah, dude. Make some moist and tender emu. Anyway, meanwhile, back at the ranch, no evidence for the Earth being a globe, except for some people believing it to be. Brothers, raise your hands and say, "I believe in the globe." Now, just put your hands in the air. Just everybody, all in unison. I want you to
Well, I
shout
have a
that out.
question. I have a question based on AJ's evidence that you just rendered. How do you anticipate they're able to shoot horses from helicopters if, in fact, the ground is spinning and the helicopter is hovering above the ground?
That's the
Coriolis?
problem.
No,
Yeah,
Coriolis doesn't affect helicopters.
no, the helicopter has a device on it that compensates for the spin of the Earth. Obviously, you guys
Yeah,
didn't
the
know
tail
that?
rotor. That's what it's there for.
It's called the gyro compass. Eggshells can tell you all about it. It compensates for the spin of the Earth.
If the chopper like swung back and forth from north to south or whatever, yeah, you'd see a bit of Coriolis there.
Yeah. Good old Coriolis. The force that's not a force. But you can think of it like a force. Wasn't that the way it goes, Jedi?
Yeah, pretty much. I was going to jump in really quick and say, geez, Coriolis sounds like gravity. Part-time parents only. Their part-time parents only showing up when they want to. Go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted somebody.
Do you want me to tell you something about Coriolis?
No.
Please tell me.
It's a level in. It's in a level of Call of Duty 4 where it plays a major role.
Thank you for the word salad.
It's in a computer game.
Yeah. Where it belongs.
Yep.
In Fantasyland. Where all of the other globe evidence is.
I'm concerned now. If it's in a computer game and it's real, I have played a lot of computer games in my lifetime. And I've seen some fucked up shit in computer games. No curvature though. Pitching.
It's funny, they also use a flat map as the baseline in that game.
Isn't that how all video games are built? Two planes meeting, forming a horizon. Games like Minecraft as an example.
Yeah, like pretty much all games. Except for maybe Mario Galaxy on Nintendo 64.
Why doesn't somebody actually make a video game called The Globe? Real life on the globe. How real life would work if in fact we were dealing with a globe. I'm sure somebody in 2024 could build a spheroid video game.
Don't they have it? It's called like
Unfortunately,
Mario
they can't
Galaxy.
build that because there's too many complications. In other words, and there are going to be some contradictions. So, for example, let's imagine you have buildings built on this spheroid. Are they going to go straight up, or are they going to go up and to the side? You see, so in other words,
Mario
when the other
Galaxy built
physics
on
are
that?
involved. So, for example, when it rains, is the water going to fall down the building or roll at an angle down the building? So it needs to always calculate and compensate for the fact that you can't have these physicalities working in unison. You can't have a globe, but then buildings going up parallel with each other, for example, or lampposts being parallel with each other.
Hi, Boris Johnson.
So at the end of the day, the reason they can't make a computer game for it is because it literally will take gigabytes, thousands of terabytes of computing power just to make a basic room.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult to let's say, put a nice dress over level everywhere and then invoke a spheroid claim while observing level everywhere.
The point is they could visualize it for you, but they won't be able to have physics working in that game. You can just have a photograph of a globe and buildings doing whatever, but you can't have a moving thing with physics and other things then being calculated. How is that ever going to work? Because there's going to be friction of principle here, you see. So they
Isn't
can't.
that the problem they said with Mario Galaxy? They were trying to work out the physics of that game.
Remember, in Mario Galaxy, you just have an apparency. You have an apparency that you're on a globe. There's no actual physics that make it. Like, for example, it never rains, does it? There's never stuff that happens where you would see a problem. It just shows you basically a bunch of pictures that it's a globe. There's no actual physics being involved.
We've got the King of Silver in chat. I wonder if the King of Silver has finally decided to bring us some globe proof. What's up, King of Silver? Are you there?
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Yeah, not too much, man. What brings you by?
Nothing in particular.
Okay. You've entered the flat Earth room. Why are people saying yes?
Yeah.
Flat and
I used to have my own accord. I was bored, I guess, you know.
Okay. There you go, Alpha. You can play with that one.
Did he say that he? Oh, sorry. You said the Earth is a globe, King of Silver.
Oh, I mean, yeah, obviously.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Oh, do you just believe that it's a globe, or do you know that it's a?
Okay. If we go to space, you see a rocket go above the Earth, and you see a curvature. If you deny that, you're probably schizo.
Was that an answer to my close-ended question?
When did you go to space and see this curve?
Hold on, Jedi. Was
There's
that
a
an
video
answer to?
proof of it happening.
Dude, I'm gonna have to stop you. I'm gonna have to stop you. So was that an answer to my close-ended question?
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, close-ended question is yes or no.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe the Earth's a globe, or do you know that it's a globe?
I believe in it now.
But at the same time.
Yeah.
All right, so how?
Yeah.
I'll pick. I know. So how do you know it's a globe?
Because it is.
What, did it tell you in a dream or something?
It did actually. It did tell me that. Yeah. It did tell me.
I'm a globe.
You've heard things like, obviously it's a globe.
Exactly.
Exactly. Okay. Okay.
Oh God. What were you saying? You saw rockets go up, and I think Jedi was going to address that.
Yeah. It went into space. You see the curvature.
Went
That's
into
how you know.
space. Okay.
Did you go into space?
I think his
I did
mind
not.
did. They took his mind there.
Wait, I have to go to a fictitious place in order to prove the fictitious globe. Is this correct? I have to go to space and then look back at it. Is that correct?
Exactly, apparently.
Kingo, you're my new hero.
So when did you do this then? Being as this is all you need to do to prove the Earth is a globe, go to space. When did you do this?
Do you like history?
Oh God. So not answering questions today, are we? Just
No, I got time. Do you like history?
Yeah, but did you answer Jedi's question? God,
I
you guys are
see
so
the
annoying.
curvature on video, and I believe that's in fact true because people have gone on YouTube and made their own version of a balloon that goes up to the Earth atmosphere and it shows the curvature. That's how you know it's a globe.
Wow, dude.
What happens when I send a balloon up into the atmosphere that we're already in, and it shows a flat horizon? What then?
Then I might believe you or might be right.
Okay.
All right, bust out the images in the videos.
Bust out the thousands of high altitude balloons that show a flat horizon.
You're about to get your world rocked, son.
Shitting hell.
Yeah.
There's plenty of them. So yeah, if that's all it takes, then shit.
I think it takes a special space invocation.
No, it takes more because of photo. It takes more of like
what
consistent proof that it's flat, not just one or two photos. Like
oh, brother.
Wait a minute. You're shifting the goalpost now?
I am. Always.
Oh, that's a fallacy, my friend. You can't
do
that.
I always do.
You just asked for the standard. Now you're changing the standard to something else. No, it's
Yeah,
not 2 or 3 photos. It's 1,000. Like, dude.
If I make
relax.
the standard, I can change the standard. That's what it means by having a standard.
Yeah, that's shifting the goalpost.
By having a standard, you can change the standards.
He's
Exactly, the things you can.
Yeah, openly admitting that he likes to move the goalpost. He's just openly admitting that.
I think that's
I
what
can
we
change
call.
the standard. Don't worry about it. I can move the
Is
goalpost.
he the authority? He's the authority, I guess, eh?
In my standard, yeah, I am.
There you go.
That's what's called the subjective reality when you
These photos do
appeal
not
to your own.
prove it's a non-curvature. It's whether you're in a flat area of the Earth. That doesn't prove you're at flat Earth.
And you said this was your standard. This is what you wanted.
And again, I can move my standard as I please. I made the standard to begin with.
Okay, all right.
Now, if you made it, I can understand you saying we're not going to move it, but I made it, so I'll decide what's the standard.
This guy's fucked up. He's like, all right, all I need is some videos or some pictures, and then you demonstrate. Okay, now I don't need videos and pictures. I need thousands. I need hundreds of them.
Exactly.
Get that? Exactly. Shifting the goalposts, dude. It's a classic fallacy.
I like your
Sorry.
photo, Record. It's very funny. How the guy's collecting the earth, and as a photo. I have to ask you, why do you believe the earth is flat? Why do you think our planet is
Measured
flat?
flat. It's measured flat.
Okay.
So, yeah, interesting. So we measure the Earth to lay horizontally over every distance of water. Is horizontal the same as or different to than curved?
In our current state of measurement, I think that's the best we can do when it comes to doing measurement, because we don't have the knowledge. I'd say that's just what I know based off what I currently know.
We don't have the knowledge of how to measure things
Correctly as such, yes.
correctly. So we can't measure and build things based upon our measurements. No, we're fumbling around.
We can build the basic of measurements, right? Yes, but when determining the curvature of something, we may not have the most accurate representation of what it could be.
You know,
wait, so no one can measure it, or just us? Can anyone else?
He's just shooting himself in the foot.
Yeah,
probably.
Someone can measure it.
Maybe.
Who can measure it?
He's gonna start singing that Five-Old song from American Tail.
Come on, come out with your consensus and your authority fallacy. Come on, come out with it. Come on.
Well, it seems to be asking for a measurement of curvature. So,
hello, Grizzly.
Come on, tell us who can measure it. Come on, tell us. Come out with your full consensus and authority fallacy. Come
His
on.
name isn't Grizzly. It's
I don't
Boris
know.
Johnson.
Boris Johnson?
I see Grizzly on the profile picture. That's why we call him.
So can you tell us who can measure it?
No, I can't Grizzly. I don't research
Someone said could measure it. Who could measure it?
I don't know, Grizzly, but he could die.
You don't know. You don't know, but you do know it's a globe, right?
I do know, yeah.
You do know. So how can you measure it?
I don't know.
I feel like there's a comedy bit that Jedi has in that one video, that English comedy bit.
Yeah.
So he knows it's a globe, but he can't measure it, and we can't measure it, but he thinks someone could measure it, but he doesn't know who. Right. Okay.
Exactly.
Exactly. Exactly. You Globers are silly.
It's not quite who's on first, but it's getting there.
It's kind of getting there, isn't it? What's on second?
Damn, it feels good to be a flat earther.
I actually have a question, though. This is more an open-ended question, and it's just a question, again. I'm approaching this very, very humbly and meekly. How do you measure flat? No. Like when y'all, and when we say the earth is measured, how do you actually measure flat? Like, is that a thing that you can actually do? Like, I'm measuring buildings. I've never been able to actually figure out how you measure flat. Go ahead, please.
Yeah.
Well, so can you measure the flatness of your table in your kitchen? Would that be possible to do?
The earth is used as a measure. It's a measure of off baseline elevation. So like when you stand next to somebody, hey, who's taller? You little Billy or Timmy? And you have them stand back to back. You're using earth to measure that.
Yeah,
no,
so
but isn't...
Yeah. I'll just tell you.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, in terms of actually like a measurement, I would imagine you're administering some kind of measuring device, like a tool, measuring tape, things like that.
Yeah.
But when you actually, hold on a second, when you observe and compare things, I believe that the Earth is observably level or observably flat. I'm just being very specific with verbiage, just asking questions. Again, thank you. Go ahead, Alpha.
Yeah, like I was saying, if you're measuring from mean sea level, which would be the vertical point, off into any distance on land, you're using that as a reference. So it creates a horizontal plane to any place on land, which creates an elevation profile to where you are, be able to tell you how much lower or underneath the horizontal plane you are. So the
It's a bit like when you're putting up shelves, boys. So when you're putting up shelves on your wall, how do you know that it's level so that your books don't slide off it? You know, it's a bit like that. You know, there's a way of doing it.
Yeah,
Make
go
sure
ahead.
it's
Yeah,
horizontal.
you guys got this. I was in the middle, but go ahead.
Yeah, carry on, Grizzly.
Yeah, so we can measure anything to be flat. It just has to be not going up or down. It has to be on one level. I mean, it's pretty simple.
Just being sarcastic, but that's cool.
You'll get
Don't
there
mind
eventually.
me.
Water's a very good leveling tool.
So flat Earth isn't the actual, like, Earth itself. It's referencing something else. What do you think that would be? What is the Earth referencing for the flatness? Anyone?
Is that a question from Twitter Space or whatever?
No, that's a question from AV Space.
Oh,
I'm asking this to the room. So if you're measuring, from something, what is this something you're measuring from? How do you know what elevation is or eye height correction to? What do you?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I think you gave away the horizon.
Yeah.
The sea level he's talking about.
So right. And what is sea level? It's mean sea level, the average fall, the rise and fall of tides. And from that point off into any horizontal position, we'll create a plane. So from that point to any place on land or sea, you're going to use in the open ocean, of course, the celestial navigation that you'd use for eye height correction for mean sea level. And on land, you'd use that same horizontal plane that extends straight through land to give you an elevation profile, which is what I was talking about. That's what you're referencing when you say I'm 500 feet above sea level. Well, what are you above? That's the horizontal plane. That's flat Earth. And flat Earth doesn't have any curvature. There's no deviation because you need a horizontal plane to understand, that you're above or below it. Do you get it, Killian? That's how you know that you're above mean sea level on land, because you're measuring from a vertical point where you establish mean sea level off into the place that you are on land. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, no, 100%. You just gave me a unit, right? You said 500 feet. This is my point, right? Without an actual unit of measurement, I just go back to the place that we're observing versus actually measuring. But if you give me a number, then I'm all good with that. Thanks.
Yeah. So what happens is you establish.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, all I was going to say, if he wants a number, 24,901 miles. That's a flat Earth measurement. That's equator.
Yeah, of course. You measure from the point where you take mean sea level from, and from any point off away from that will create the horizontal plane. And any elevation either above or below mean sea level will give you the understanding that flat Earth is how you reference where you're going to measure from. You're measuring from that vertical point from mean sea level off into any distance on land. Do you get it? It's like drawing a line straight across horizontally. And wherever, you're above with land, above or below that, you're going to be able to say, I'm measuring from mean sea level up or down. Because there's some places that are below mean sea level, right?
Yeah, brother, listen, you don't have to keep asking if I get it. As I said, if you give me a unit of measurement, I fully agree with you. I'm just saying that from a standpoint of us standing back and saying that the Earth measures flat. I'm asking for the actual, if you're going to say it measures, well, how are you measuring it, right?
So that's
versus, hold on, let me just say, right, versus us standing looking at the horizon and
Yeah, I
stating
get
how
what you're
we observe
saying,
these
Killian.
things.
I get what you're
Okay.
saying, bro. I get
Okay.
it. But what I'm trying to
Thanks.
tell you is that you're measuring from mean sea level. That's what you're referencing. Mean sea level to any place on land creates a horizontal plane. And then the elevation profile that you're standing on top of on land will create the profile from elevation upwards or underneath mean sea level. So you establish flat Earth from that reference point. That's what flat Earth is. It's not the actual Earth itself. It's the place you're referencing. Everything references that horizontal flat plane. So everything does. That's where you establish the horizon being horizontal. So if you can understand that, that's as simple as it can get. Nothing is like there is no imaginary tangential line that extends off and the Earth is dropping away from. So the line that's being drawn out is what everything is referencing. That's how we know we're moving across the surface of the water from getting our eye high correction to the horizon. And that's what I was telling Eggshells earlier. If you're in the open ocean and you're trying to say that the horizon from the distance of the boat to wherever the horizon is understood to be a flat plane, and if he thinks he's on the Earth as a globe, then that tangential plane that he's working off of from where the person's making that distance from the boat to the horizon, then it's either going to be dropping away from the tangential plane or it's going to be according to the surface of that water all the way to the horizon. So it's one or the other. But if it's dropping away from the surface of that tangential plane, then he's going to have to know, how did he figure that out? Where was that measured? Because nobody can measure that. And that's where Eggshells was trying to make a point. So flat Earth, it's
even more broadly, bro. Think about it. We live in a geometric plane. So even if you were to find a part of the Earth below sea level, there are some parts of the Earth below sea level because there's like basically an indentation, and the water technically is above them. But because of mountains or whatever, it doesn't fill in that indent, right? Well, even if we were to go to the bottom of that, so technically we are like at -10 sea level, we would still be, if we decided to build some shelves in that hole, it would still follow the concept of geometry. So therefore the shelf could be flat, upward sloping, or downward sloping. So there is like a broader concept of a geometric plane that we're on. We're living on a geometric plane, and then all these mountains and hills, that's just the relationship between the water and the land making that deviation, you see.
Yes, 3-dimensional plane, yeah.
Of course. But everything is established from that horizontal plane. So you can't.
Exactly. In other words, imagine there was no water on Earth whatsoever, like zero water. It would just be a very mountainous, very, very mountainous world we would be living in, where you constantly be going up and down, up and down, up and down. You wouldn't actually see any flat water anywhere, and there'd be some parts where the land would be very flat, and some parts is very hilly, right? But because there's no water, you wouldn't even know. You wouldn't, unless you thought about it, like, oh, what happened if water was here, kind of thing.
Yeah, so that's the point. That's the point. That's what we use. The water is helping us understand what horizontal is when the horizon is being used as a reference, because of the fact that that's what we're saying from any place on land to any place from the vertical point of mean sea level, because that's you're getting it from water, the rise and fall of tides. So water is being used at the same time. You're using that rise and fall of tides to say the average of that is where you're going to establish that horizontal plane. It starts right there. And that's how you know you're above or below that. But it doesn't matter if you're below that. You can still use the the orientation part of like where you're establishing the horizontal part. That doesn't change because water holds rigidity. Yeah. So that's the only way you're going to know.
Yeah, like the geometric plane is going to be even visible, even in a mine shaft. Even if we go like to a coal mine, there's stuff is still going to roll down the slope, and it won't go up the slope. So even it doesn't matter, even kind of like whether you're up in the sky or down on the ground. The geometric aspect is obvious. So if you're at the top of Mount Everest, building bookshelves is going to be the same as building bookshelves in a coal mine. You see.
You guys look at the news I posted. The Simpsons did it again.
What news?
The science and space news. Did it get buried?